Please wait a moment longer. The blood cloud remains a hazy mass, devoid of any sound. Yet, the moment those little specters draw near to the densest part of the fog, they are immediately shredded to pieces. At this point, Wang Chan could no longer remain seated. With both hands forming a seal, the skulls floating upon the surface of the blood cloud opened their wide mouths, and dozens of beams of thick black light simultaneously erupted, shooting directly towards the location where Han Li had initially been. With a faint bang, a slight tremor ensued. Amidst the mist, a flicker of white light was discernible. As the fierce clash of black and white radiance intensified, a wall of white light appeared within the fog, barely perceptible. This caused the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect to momentarily pause, but he quickly recalled the pristine scale shield that Han Li had summoned from the very beginning. Wang Chan furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, and then murmured to himself, "Considering the abundance of exquisite magical artifacts at stake, I suppose I can afford to sacrifice some essence blood to prevent this brat from executing any tricks to escape." Having uttered these words, Wang Chan suddenly extended his right index finger to his mouth, bit down lightly, and then squeezed out a drop of exceedingly thick blood from the wound, letting it drip gently into the blood cloud below. He then plunged both hands deep into the cloud, concentrating intently on channeling his techniques. As Wang Chan slowly recited his incantation, the scarlet blood cloud that enveloped Han Li began to whirl and gradually accelerate, compressing towards the center, while the blood specters vanished without a trace. The azured mist, caught in the rapid rotation of the blood cloud, began to be swiftly absorbed and integrated into it, revealing a vast white light dome at the center. This dome, centered around the white scale shield, formed an inverted bowl-like shape. Beneath the luminous screen, at the center, stood Han Li, cradling a peculiar small knife radiating an astonishing yellow light in one hand, while the other hand held a stack of shimmering talismans, poised for an offensive. Two spheres, one red and one blue, floated nearby, continuing to emit dense azured mist. All of this was clearly visible to Wang Chan. You, the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect, witnessing the scene, let out a cold laugh, intending to mock further. However, as he began to utter a word, Han Li suddenly raised a hand, and the small knife, with a gentle flick, transformed into a dazzling beam of yellow light several zhang long, hurtling directly towards Wang Chan simultaneously. The stack of talismans in his other hand was cast forth, materializing into several fiery dragons, all surging forward in unison. "Brat, magical artifacts cannot break through my blood spirit's defenses unless..." Wang Chan, initially unconcerned, summoned the skulls once more to unleash black mist. Yet, just as he reached the word "unless," a sudden realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically as he soared away from the blood cloud. At that moment, the yellow light pierced through, shattering several skulls that obstructed its path, and then broke through the blood cloud simultaneously with the fire dragons, bursting forth from his original meditative position. Following this, a beam of white light shot out from the breach, hastily fleeing, with the yellow light swiftly turning around to pursue. "Symbolic treasure," Wang Chan exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury in his voice. He had momentarily overlooked the fact that Han Li had been utilizing the mist to buy time for activating the symbolic treasure. Otherwise, even if the opponent possessed a symbolic treasure, he would never have allowed them the opportunity to wield it. However, the likelihood of a foundational stage cultivator possessing a symbolic treasure was indeed quite low, leading him to neglect this detail. Yet, even if the opponent had a symbolic treasure, how could he, as the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect, feel intimidated? He himself carried two symbolic treasures, one of which was a particularly rare special attribute treasure, ensuring that Han Li would not escape so easily. In a fit of rage, Wang Chan leaped into the blood cloud, once again swirling it up and propelling himself through the blood escape technique, pursuing like a shooting star. After the span of an incense stick, Han Li stood upon the divine wind boat, coldly surveying the approaching blood cloud. Suddenly, he waved a hand, and the yellow light that had been trailing him executed a swift turn, unexpectedly counterattacking, shooting directly towards the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect hiding within the blood cloud. However, Wang Chan, already prepared, cast forth an object in his hand, causing a golden skull to expand in size against the wind, its enormous jaws snapping and capturing the yellow light, preventing it from advancing any further. Han Li was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to retract it, but the yellow light merely bounced around within the golden skull's mouth a few times before succumbing to its powerlessness. Wang Chan let out a few sinister laughs, causing the blood cloud surrounding him to surge once more, chilling Han Li's heart as he felt the impending repetition of being trapped. Just then, however, the blood cloud, which had just begun to boil, suddenly calmed down. Wang Chan, who was performing incantations and hand seals, underwent a visible change in complexion, a shade of dark green-black beginning to envelop his face. Having been attentive to his opponent, Han Li was momentarily stunned upon witnessing this scene. Then he saw a look of terror appear on Wang Chan's face as he let out a long howl, disregarding the golden skull that was currently confronting Han Li, and fled rapidly through the blood cloud, retreating at lightning speed. This left Han Li dazed and momentarily bewildered. Hesitantly, he transformed the golden skull along with the yellow light into two talismans, easily securing them in his grasp. He then gazed at the diminishing figure of the young master of the ghost spirit sect, unsure of how to proceed. To pursue him seemed to require a courage he did not possess. However, upon hearing the gradually fading sound of the opponent's shrill cry, Han Li quickly realized something, hastily maneuvering the divine wind boat to change direction, vanishing into the horizon. Not long after, having narrowly escaped danger, Han Li found himself engulfed in deep regret after careful consideration. He finally understood the reason for his opponent's retreat rather than pursuit. Wang Chan had been poisoned, and it was none other than the extraordinarily toxic ink flood dragon venom. This all stemmed from his audacity to inhale a substantial amount of toxic mist released by the green fire miasma into the blood cloud. When this mist was refined, it had been processed according to his specifications, amalgamating the remnants of the ink flood dragon's venom within. Now, as this mist was absorbed, the blood cloud, which similarly contained a significant amount of toxin, had inevitably caused the young master to inhale it again during his cultivation, leading him to panic and flee. The more Han Li pondered, the more intensely he felt regret. Returning now would indeed be a sign of madness. A splendid opportunity to eliminate a formidable foe and seize more treasures from him had been squandered right before his eyes, leaving Han Li deeply disheartened. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why his opponent had abandoned such a powerful symbolic treasure, the golden skull, without retrieving it before fleeing. What Han Li did not realize was that the cautious Wang Chan, having sensed the grim turn of events, had indeed fled in haste, now seething with rage. At that moment, he was accompanied by the Li brothers, two established core formation cultivators, exchanging uneasy glances. It turned out that Wang Chan had sprinted back a short distance only to encounter these two elders of the ghost spirit sect, who had successfully subdued the other 7 sect cultivators. Concerned for the safety of their young master, the two elders had followed closely. Upon seeing Wang Chan poisoned, they promptly employed their profound magical arts to expel the toxins from him. Recovering from the initial effects of the poison, Wang Chan had vaguely deduced the cause of his affliction, yet he mistakenly perceived Han Li's actions as a deliberate trap laid for him. This led to an intense hatred for Han Li, whom he had never before encountered in such a humiliating defeat, and he subconsciously began to regard him as a formidable rival. Fueled by these two thoughts, Wang Chan, unwilling to give in despite still feeling weak, continued to chase after Han Li for several hundred miles in the original direction, only to return empty-handed. Yet, the sting of regret lodged itself in his heart like a fishbone, a constant reminder of his failure. As for the golden skull symbolic treasure he had to abandon due to its entanglement with Han Li's own, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, having been used multiple times, he estimated its power to be nearly depleted, and even if Han Li were to claim it, it would only serve a minimal purpose. However, what truly infuriated him was that upon returning to the concealed mountain peak where they had set their ambush, a ghost spirit guard reported to him that a group from the demonic 6 sects, specifically the Harmony sect, had unexpectedly attacked them. Although there were no casualties, the 2 female cultivators they had captured were seized by the attackers. The leader of the assailants, with an exceptionally striking appearance, was none other than Tian Buke, the second son of the Harmony sects must stir a figure of notorious reputation among the younger generation. Upon receiving this dreadful news, Wang Chan's expression may have appeared merely darkened, but internally he felt as if he were on the verge of spitting blood. Both Han Li and Tian Buke had now secured their places on his personal list of vendettas. Go, inform the Yin family patriarch to initiate an immediate retreat. After a long pause, Wang Chan finally exhaled deeply, coldly commanding. At that moment, Han Li, acutely aware of the urgency, hastily sped towards Huangfeng Valley. However, along the way, he unexpectedly encountered a mixed group of cultivators from the Blade Workshop and the Shadow Moon sect, under the declaration of a latest-stage foundational cultivator leading them. He found himself unexpectedly conscripted. Chapter 263. Strength. Han Li glanced at the hand order in his hand, which was signed by the leaders of various sects for the mobilization of traveling disciples, and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The mobilization order was undoubtedly genuine, as it bore the spiritual insignia of a sect leader. However, he was utterly reluctant to comply with such directives. From the words of the other party, Han Li had already learned of the impending invasion by the 6 demonic sects. Understanding that a great calamity was unavoidable for the cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom, whether the 7 sects of Yu could withstand this crisis was uncertain, but it was certain that thousands of cultivators would fall. And even among those at the core formation stage, many would likely perish in the chaos. Upon receiving this shocking news, what Han Li most desired was to return to his cave abode immediately and enter seclusion for several decades. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely a fanciful wish. As a disciple of the 7 sects, it was hardly easy to extricate oneself from such a monumental conflict. While Han Li was lost in thought, the male cultivator from the Yin Yu sect, who had announced his mobilization, now spoke with a broad smile. Junior brother, have you discerned your current situation? Could you please state your name and level of cultivation? We will need to collaborate frequently in the future. Regaining his composure, Han Li scrutinized the man before him, then cast a glance at the more than 30 cultivators behind him. Among them, only 3 had reached the foundation establishment stage, while the rest were merely at the Qi refinement stage. This revelation provided Han Li with a modicum of reassurance, for it suggested that they were not embarking on an exceptionally perilous mission. With this in mind, Han Li clasped his fists and replied, I am Han Li from Huangfeng Valley, at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Although both were foundation establishment cultivators, their levels of cultivation were distinctly apparent. Nevertheless, out of politeness, Han Li felt compelled to introduce himself, especially considering that the other was at the late stage of foundation establishment, a clear advantage over him. He was keen to avoid offending this individual. However, Han Li then inquired with a hint of confusion, how can you be so certain about my identity? You have apprehended me and presented the mobilization order without any doubt. Is it merely based on my Huangfeng Valley attire? Originally, upon spotting this group from the Huadao Valley and the Yin Yu sect, Han Li had intended to discreetly slip away. Yet, this keen-eyed individual had swiftly intercepted him, declaring his mobilization. I recall seeing Junior Brother during the last blood trial. I never imagined that after several years, you would successfully establish your foundation. This is indeed a cause for celebration. The man from the Yin Yu sect, appearing to be in his 30s, smiled slightly as he uttered words that greatly surprised Han Li. Your Excellency? Only upon hearing these words did Han Li recognize the man as someone he had indeed encountered during the blood trial. I am Xin Lu, one of the external managers of the Yin Yu sect. During my last expedition, I accompanied elder sister Ai Chong, and I witnessed your remarkable display that left a lasting impression. The man chuckled lightly, his tone imbued with deeper meaning. That moment, Han Li suddenly recalled that this individual was one of the 4 foundation establishment leaders from the Yin Yu sect. However, he had not paid much attention at the time, resulting in a somewhat hazy memory. Yet, as he pondered this, Han Li felt a shiver. Despite their brief encounter years ago, this man had recognized him from such a distance. Which was truly astonishing. That I understand, Junior Brother, that you are in a hurry and must have urgent matters to attend to. However, due to an insufficient number of personnel to carry out the task at hand, I can only rely on my Junior Brother for some assistance, Xian Lu said courteously. Yet, upon hearing this, Han Li could not help but twitch his lips and bitterly reflect. As a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, you have already presented the requisition order. Even if I wish to refuse, it seems I have no choice. Surely, uttering such words would lead to the imposition of a disobedience label upon me. With such thoughts, Han Li glanced at the other 3 Foundation establishment cultivators standing behind Xianlu and could only brace himself to respond. Since senior brother Xian has stated it so, I shall naturally comply. However, I must convey an urgent matter to our sect's leader. I hope senior brother Xian can send someone to relay the message. Thereafter, Han Li recounted everything that transpired at Yinling Fort, albeit with vague references to his own escape. Nevertheless, this revelation left Xianlu and the others utterly astonished. They hastily dispatched 2 Qi refinement disciples to convey messages to their respective sects, and with somewhat grim expressions, they continued their journey with Han Li. Given their strength, even though they were aware of the Yin family's collusion with the demonic sect, they dared not confront or rescue anyone. They could only relinquish this hot potato to reinforcements from the 7 sects. Of course, the veracity of Han Li's news would have to be verified by those who arrived later. During their journey, Han Li finally learned that the purpose of their expedition was to bolster the defenses of a sizable spirit stone mine, as the existing guards were woefully inadequate to withstand a surprise assault from a team of demonic cultivators. Realizing that the mission did not entail being cannon fodder against the 6 sects of the demonic faction, Han Li breathed a sigh of relief that in truth, even if he returned to Huangfeng Valley, he would likely be dispatched immediately again, and the assignment might not be any better than this one. Although this task still bore some risk, as long as he exercised caution, the likelihood of returning unscathed was quite high. After all, this spirit stone mine was merely one among a dozen larger ones. If the enemy sought to raid the 7 sects' resources, they would likely target the most significant sites first. With such considerations, Han Li's initial resistance gradually dissipated, and over the following days, he became quite familiar with Xianlu and the other cultivators. Several days later, their group of cultivators finally arrived at a vast wasteland within the borders of the Yu Kingdom. The spirit stone mine lay within a deep gorge, over 100 zhang in depth, situated in the heart of the wasteland. Under Xian Li's guidance, they soared directly into this gorge, concealed by formations. Simultaneously, several cultivators from the 7 sects flew forth to greet them. The leader of the mine's original guards was an elderly man in the early stages of Foundation establishment, hailing from Tianke Fort. The remaining 5 or 6 individuals were merely at the Qi refinement level. Such a weak defense explained the urgency with which the higher-ups of the 7 sects dispatched reinforcements. This elder, who introduced himself as Yu Xing, ushered them into a vast cavern within the gorge, where Han Li and the others listened attentively as he detailed the circumstances of the spirit stone mine. Subsequently, Xianlu began to energetically arrange defensive measures. He produced several formation flags and discs, instructing the cultivators to set up a 4-killing formation beneath the illusion formation, while organizing Han Li and the other cultivators into shifts, taking turns to patrol and stand guard near the mine to prevent any external incursions. In the absence of any on-duty monks, one could engage in meditation to cultivate their magical prowess. Han Li felt quite satisfied with Xian Li's arrangements. This way, he would have ample time to diligently address the deficiencies in his own strength. After experiencing a fierce battle with the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect, Han Li acutely realized that relying solely on swift footwork and cunning strategies to overcome adversaries was utterly insufficient in the face of such a vast disparity in power. Confronted with a formidable opponent like the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect, everything he had previously relied upon seemed utterly inadequate. Even the highly anticipated talisman treasures nearly fell into the hands of his foe, failing to replicate their past miraculous efficacy. Had it not been for the unexpected effect of the azure fire miasma, he might have already found himself buried in the earth, his very soul possibly captured by the enemy and subjected to endless torment. The mere thought of such a nightmarish fate sent chills down Han Li's spine. He had developed a profound fear of the blood spirit secret technique, a pinnacle of demonic arts. He was acutely aware that should he encounter that young master of the Ghost Spirit sect again, he would likely be left with no choice but to succumb to the adversary's secret methods. Without cultivating the Azure Yuan sword technique to the core formation stage, his abilities would be wholly inadequate to contend with the likes of that foe. In this tumultuous period marked by the invasion of the 6 demonic sects into the state of Yu and the counteroffensive of the 7 great sects, it seemed that conflicts among cultivators would become a commonplace affair. During such times, the pursuit of longevity appeared to have become a secondary concern. Rather, swiftly augmenting one's strength to ensure survival amidst the chaos had become the foremost objective. Consequently, Han Li found it necessary to alter his originally planned cultivation steps. he decided to temporarily set aside the Azure Yuan sword technique in favor of first cultivating the Grand Transformation technique, which promised a substantial enhancement of his power, having witnessed the formidable prowess of mechanical puppets. Han Li was convinced that even mastering just the first layer of the Grand Transformation technique would afford him a certain degree of self-defense, especially since he had dozens of ready-made mechanical puppets at his disposal. Naturally, he also intended to study the puppet scripture, hoping to quickly fabricate some rudimentary mechanical beasts, akin to dolls that would merely pounce and bite. Chapter 264: Mechanical Puppets and the Grand Transformation Technique on the Desolate Plain. A lizard several feet in length cautiously emerged from beneath a weathered rock. However, just as it had ventured a few paces away from its lair, a yellow creature, measuring over a foot in length, suddenly sprang forth from the sandy ground to the side. With a combination of its two forepaws and jaws, it fiercely pounced upon the lizard, effortlessly severing its neck, before swiftly seizing the carcass and dashing off in a particular direction. This beast, resembling a massive lizard with four claws and a long tail, possessed a sharp beak and emitted a creaking sound as it ran, revealing itself to be a mechanical puppet of sorts. The monstrous creature, having bounded over a distance exceeding a mile, arrived at the side of a man clad in yellow robes, who was seated in meditation upon a flat stone. He then unceremoniously discarded the corpse beside him before dashing away once more. The yellow-clad individual displayed no change in expression, entirely unfazed by the occurrence. With an unhurried gesture of his hand, the lifeless body of the lizard soared gracefully before him, levitating several feet above the ground. Perfectly still. Subsequently, the man extended a finger, lightly touching the creature's head while muttering incantations. Before long, his outstretched finger began to glow softly, emanating a faint white light. As he chanted, the brightness intensified, gradually approaching an almost blinding radiance. Sensing the moment was ripe, the yellow-robed man let out a low growl that a slender thread of white light abruptly shot forth from his fingertip, penetrating deep into the lizard's cranium. With great effort and utmost caution, he began to pull back slowly, his expression tense and vigilant. At last, under the meticulous gaze of the yellow-clad man, the white thread extracted a small green sphere of light from the deceased lizard's body, which floated delicately, no larger than a thumb. The sight filled him with elation, akin to discovering a treasure of immense value. With a flick of his other hand, a pale yellow jade vial materialized in his palm. Then, with a soft whoosh, several beams of radiant light burst forth from the vial, enveloping the green sphere and drawing it within it. At that moment, the yellow-robed man exhaled a long sigh of relief, wiping away the fine beads of sweat that had formed on his brow, clearly indicating that the preceding actions had drained a considerable amount of his energy. This soul-binding technique was not something easily executed by cultivators at the early stages of Foundation establishment. The success rate was exceedingly low, with only one successful attempt out of every 3 or 4. It seemed that he would be compelled to remain in this desolate area for the entire day. Gazing at the jade vial in his hand, he murmured to himself, his face betraying a hint of resignation. This individual was none other than Han Li, who was diligently practicing the Dayin technique. His presence in this remote desert, nearly 100 miles from the Spirit Stone mine, was precisely due to his endeavors in collecting the souls of various creatures, a task typically reserved for those of the demonic path. Han Li's involvement in such activities stemmed from his study of the true art of puppetry. After an initial foray into the craft of puppet creation, Han Li discovered that the process required not only the usual materials employed in artifact refinement, but also the souls of living beings to be fused with these materials, thus ensuring true success. Otherwise, the resulting puppets would lack any spiritual essence, rendering them no different from ordinary dolls. The higher the grade of the puppet, the more potent the soul contained within, thus maximizing its effectiveness. Consequently, the latter sections of the true art of puppetry included 3 spells commonly utilized by practitioners of the demonic path: the soul-binding technique, the soul-summoning technique, and the soul-refining technique. Among these, the soul-summoning technique was what Han Li had just employed to extract the soul from the corpse. This spell, while possessing limited power and a low success rate, was only applicable to corpses that had recently perished. In comparison to the powerful secret arts of the demonic path that specifically targeted souls, its efficacy was astoundingly inferior. However, the sole advantage of this technique was its minimal requirement for magical prowess, as it could be employed effectively by those at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Certainly, while Han Li, as a cultivator in the initial stage of foundation building, can manage to employ such techniques. The success rate is rather dismal. The soul condensation technique is a method for gathering souls, as a powerful soul is not easily found. Typically, more advanced puppets utilize multiple, sometimes even dozens, of artificially powerful souls amalgamated together. Although these souls may not possess the innate strength of naturally powerful ones, they are undoubtedly superior to using weaker souls. Thus, this technique is essential for mastering the art of puppetry. Finally, the soul refinement technique, as the name suggests, is a method for refining and transforming souls. After all, to merge with a puppet, an ordinary living soul simply will not suffice. It requires special techniques and refinement. The mechanical beast resembling a lizard, which was just mentioned, was the first puppet successfully crafted by Han Li after he cultivated the Great Evolution technique and manifested his first independent consciousness. The soul he refined for it was merely a few yellow weasels he had casually captured. However, prior to this, Han Li had failed 7 or 8 times, making the success rate far from impressive, when Han Li commanded this puppet beast to move by attaching his divided consciousness to it. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. It was neither the erratic feeling of manipulating a magical artifact nor the tangible experience of controlling one's own limbs that in truth, his divided consciousness and the puppet beast seemed to share a hierarchical relationship. With a mere thought, the puppet would act according to his commands, while the specifics of its movements still relied on the puppet itself. Nevertheless, Han Li could clearly sense everything the puppet beast saw and heard, which filled him with delight as he manipulated the puppet beast for the first time. Han Li's childlike enthusiasm surged. In addition to this primary puppet he had crafted, he played with all the slightly more advanced mechanical puppets on his person, indulging in the whimsical delights of a puppet show he had long dreamed of as a child. While engaging these puppets in activity, Han Li gradually began to understand some limitations of mechanical puppetry. First and foremost, these puppets could only operate within a 3-mile radius of him. Beyond that distance, they would become immobile, and his divided consciousness would return. Han Li speculated that this was related to the maximum distance his divided consciousness could extend from his main body. As his cultivation and the realm of his primordial spirit improved, this limitation could certainly be mitigated. However, the next flaw, inherent to the art of puppetry itself, was insurmountable. There was a delay between issuing commands and the puppet's actions, rendering them incapable of instantaneous movement in a real battle. This could easily be exploited by an adversary. Despite these two shortcomings, the art of puppetry remained formidable. With a few more divisions of consciousness and mastery of the first layer of the Great Evolution technique, he would be able to contend with formidable figures in the foundation building stage. After all, having a dozen or so allies, even if they were merely at the chi refinement level, would be more than sufficient for his self-preservation. At the very least, if he were ensnared by that ghostly sect's young master again, he would no longer fear the relentless onslaught of bloodthirsty minions. This was because the actions of low-level mechanical puppets consumed only low-tier spirit stones. Only a colossal tiger puppet, akin to the one beneath the Huanglong seat of the Qian's Hujiao, consumed mid-tier spirit stones due to its overwhelming power. However, Han Li surmised that it must be a beast puppet of at least tier 3. One that even several foundation-building cultivators combined would hesitate to withstand its dual assaults, thus revealing the terror of its might. Regrettably, this puppet was reduced to ashes by his master, the Thunder Master. Using a magical artifact, had he acquired it, it would undoubtedly have been an exceptionally formidable weapon. The mere thought of the advantages that such a colossal tiger puppet could provide left Han Li restless with desire. Consequently, he became increasingly devoted to the crafting of this mechanical puppet. After successfully creating dozens of initial-tier mechanical puppets, Han Li resolved to attempt the creation of a secondary-tier puppet. This was the very same class of main battle puppets employed by the likes of Qian Sejio. Should he succeed in crafting a puppet of this caliber, he would no longer need to fear the consumption of puppets. However, the fabrication of a secondary-tier puppet could not be accomplished with mere scrap metal. The materials required were nearly on par with those of a high-tier magical artifact, particularly the substantial quantities of centuries-old ironwood that served as the primary component, which would come at a considerable cost. In truth, had Han Li been within his own cave abode, cultivating a few aged ironwood trees would have posed no challenge. Yet, burdened by his current responsibilities, he had no choice but to endure the expense of having others procure them from the market. Now that the materials were in hand, the appropriate souls still needed to be gathered. After all, The most common and abundant souls of the yellow gopher in the original canyon were simply too feeble. Even when amalgamated, they would not yield a significant enhancement. Thus, Hanli set his sights on the yellow gopher's natural enemy, the wasteland lizard. After several months of arduous practice, Hanli had successfully divided his consciousness into several fragments. He used these shards of spirit to manipulate multiple low-tier puppet beasts, scouring the wasteland for lizard nests, which led to the initial scene. Once he had secured the small vials containing the lizard souls, Hanli closed his eyes once more, resuming his cultivation of the Dayan method to gradually strengthen his primordial spirit. This Dayan method was the crux of utilizing puppet arts, and Hanli dared not be negligent. Indeed, the Dayan method rightfully earned its reputation as the foundational technique of Qianzhejio. Ordinary methods of spirit division pale in comparison. Standard spirit division techniques merely involve forcibly splitting off a small portion of the original consciousness. The extent to which one can divide their spirit depends solely on the strength of their primordial spirit, which cannot be altered postnatally. Conversely, the Dayan method adeptly compensates for this limitation through cultivation. It allows the original primordial spirit to gradually grow, rivaling those of exceptionally gifted cultivators. Moreover, the method of dividing the consciousness it employs is far more secure and refined than standard techniques, enabling a more detailed and numerous splitting of the spirit without harming the integrity of the primordial spirit. In this light, it is no wonder that the practitioners of Qianzhejio regard the Dayan method as the foundation of their sect, and Brother Lin remains ever fixated on the three concluding layers of the incantation. Chapter 265, The Battlefield Situation. According to the teachings of the Dayan method, after mastering the first layer, one could divide their spirit into hundreds at the second layer, and at the third layer, as exemplified by Brother Lin, one could separate their spirit into hundreds more. Upon contemplating the prospect of controlling numerous mechanical puppets while engaging in combat on the third tier, Hanli found himself reflecting on the somewhat twisted nature of such a scenario. However, this peculiarity, as Hanli surmised, could only manifest during the foundation establishment stage. Once he reached the core formation stage, unless he could forge hundreds of puppets of at least third-tier quality, commensurate with foundation establishment cultivators, the sheer number under his command would be of little consequence against the full force of a core formation practitioner. The memory of that day when the rotund lay swept aside hundreds of second-tier puppets from the Qianzhu sect remained vividly etched in his mind. Given that the crafting of second-tier puppets necessitated materials from high-grade artifacts, the creation of even more advanced puppets would require nothing less than materials from top-tier artifacts. Consequently, for a core formation cultivator specializing in puppet techniques to maintain the upper hand over their peers of the same realm, they would need at least hundreds of top-tier artifact materials, a realization that left Hanli thoroughly astonished for quite some time. Not to mention the materials wasted due to failed attempts at crafting and the impossibility of locating hundreds of formidable souls. This, perhaps, is a principal reason why the puppet arts of the Qianzhu sect remain relatively obscure. After all, the strength of a sect is primarily assessed by the number of core formation cultivators it possesses. The Qianzhu sect, unable to contend with other sects in core formation disputes, would find its foundation establishment disciples, no matter how formidable, relegated to mere local dominance. Of course, these musings were merely Han Li's conjectures following his cultivation of the Dayan method and puppet arts. Nevertheless, the puppet arts undeniably afforded Han Li, at the foundation establishment stage, a significant enhancement in strength, a fact he did not exaggerate. Thus, he presently paid little heed to the potential repercussions that lay ahead. After all, this upheaval in the world of cultivation, which had already stirred several nations, was only just beginning. Shortly after Han Li took up his post as a guard at this spiritual mine, a fierce battle of ambush and counter-ambush erupted between the 6 demonic sects and the 7 factions of the Yu Kingdom on a remote, desolate mountain. Han Li gradually began to grasp the specifics of the situation. It turned out that Ling Beast Mountain, one of the 7 factions, was originally a branch of the demonic sect's spirit control sect, a covert stronghold established in the Yu Kingdom by demonic practitioners thousands of years prior. This time, as the 6 sects invaded the 7 factions, that long-laid plan was finally set into motion, as the demons hoped to replicate the remarkable success they had achieved in seizing the Jiang and Cheichi kingdoms. However, unbeknownst to them, the upper echelons of Ling Beast Mountain had long since disavowed their affiliation with the spirit control sect throughout the centuries and were even less inclined to accept the sudden emergence of a supreme emperor over them. Consequently, After some communication with the remaining 6 sects, they employed some unknown method to convince the demons that they were indeed staging an assault on a stronghold of the 7 factions. The thousands of demonic cultivators were ambushed en route by the prepared 7 faction practitioners, who met them with overwhelming force, inflicting significant losses upon the demons, including the immediate demise of 2 core formation cultivators. This unexpected setback struck a heavy blow to the 6 demonic sects, much to the elation and morale boost of the 7 factions. In retaliation, the 6 sects, filled with fury and humiliation, launched a massive counteroffensive. The 7 factions, not to be outdone, organized their formations to meet the challenge. The 2 sides clashed repeatedly at the borders of the Yu, Jiang, and Che-Chi kingdoms, resulting in over a dozen fierce battles. With casualties exceeding 10,000, including the deaths of 7 or 8 core formation cultivators. Truly a scene of devastation. On that day, the expression of dread on the face of the cultivator who came to transport the spiritual stones sent chills down the spines of Han Li and the other cultivators present, who secretly rejoiced at not being embroiled in such a large-scale conflict. Just a glance at the numerous casualties among the core formation cultivators was enough to conjure an image of the terrifying scene. However, the 6 sects of the demonic path truly deserve their reputation as one of the 2 dominant forces in the Southern Heaven region, their strength far surpassing that of the Sioux country's cultivation world. After 7 or 8 rounds of fierce battles, the 7 sects clearly could no longer withstand the relentless assaults from their adversaries. Had it not been for the several defensive formations that the 7 sects had wisely arranged in advance, allowing them to stubbornly resist, they would have undoubtedly succumbed to defeat much earlier. Yet, even with these formations, the 7 sects could not hold out for long, just as the situation in Sioux country became increasingly precarious. In response to the 7 sects' invitation, the cultivators from the neighboring medium-sized nations of Yuanwu and Zijin finally arrived to provide support. It turned out that the 7 sects had prudently dispatched eloquent envoys to both nations well before the conflict with the 6 sects of the demonic path began, seeking assistance. Upon receiving this message, the various factions of cultivators in these 2 nations, fearing that the demonic path would annex Sioux country and subsequently threaten their own territories, readily agreed to the request for aid without the envoys needing to exert much effort. Consequently, a considerable number of cultivators from both nations gathered, united in their common cause, and hastened to provide support under the cover of night. With the addition of these cultivators, the disparity in strength between Sioux country and the 6 sects of the demonic path was finally not insurmountable. The 7 sects, relying on the formidable power of their defensive formations, managed to withstand the onslaught of the demonic path. Thus, the demonic path's ambition to decisively conquer Sioux country was thwarted, leading both sides to a stalemate and devolving into a war of attrition. While large-scale battles became less frequent, smaller-scale skirmishes began to proliferate in the rear areas of Sioux country and the 6 sects of the demonic path. Particularly, the sites of raw materials and spiritual stones became prime targets for ambushes by both sides. Yet, Han Li's spiritual stone mine, perhaps due to its considerable distance from the front lines, had miraculously remained unscathed from any disturbances thus far. It was noteworthy that other mines of comparable scale had already endured 3 or 4 ambushes. Nonetheless, this very situation made the members of the 7 sects increasingly uneasy about this location, prompting them to dispatch a contingent of over 20 cultivators for reinforcement half a month prior. Leading the group was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the Spirit Beast Mountain. Consequently, the defenses of the spiritual mine were significantly bolstered. However, Han Li sensed an impending storm brewing and thus dedicated himself even more diligently to the cultivation of the Dian art. With a breakthrough to the first layer now seeming within reach, among the second group of qi refining cultivators that came to reinforce, Han Li unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance, the unsightly man, Zhong Wu, whom he had met during the blood trial. Zhong Wu recognized Han Li as well, but upon facing Han Li's current Foundation establishment cultivation, his expression fluctuated between surprise, jealousy, and envy, a myriad of emotions playing across his face, leaving Han Li astonished. Ultimately, Zhong Wu managed a wry smile, approached Han Li, and offered a respectful greeting, albeit somewhat begrudgingly calling him senior. Han Li, suppressing a smile, responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement upon the mere recollection of the vividly colorful expression on Deng Shizhong's face. Han Li, seated in meditation, couldn't help but smile knowingly, his eyes fluttering open at this moment. His state of mind was ill-suited for the continued practice of the Dayan technique. It would be best to wait until his thoughts had settled. Time flew by swiftly, and in this brief interlude of vigilance, Han Li dedicated the majority of his hours to cultivating the Dayan technique and crafting puppet beasts that a month slipped away in this manner. At this juncture, he could distinctly sense that the first layer of the Dayan technique was nearing completion, filling him with both astonishment and delight. Despite his somewhat mediocre aptitude in the study of the 5 elements Tao and the Qingyuan sword art, he found the cultivation of the Dayan technique to be remarkably smooth, devoid of any sense of difficulty, almost as if it were a natural progression. This sparked both excitement and a touch of intrigue within Han Li. After several failed attempts, he had finally succeeded in creating his first level 2 puppet beast 2 days prior. Although it appeared somewhat rougher and seemed less powerful compared to the puppets crafted by the likes of the Qianju sect, Han Li was nonetheless elated, eager to gather more materials from fellow cultivators for mass production. However, on this day, as Han Li meditated in his quiet chamber, a piercing shriek suddenly pierced the air, followed by a loud proclamation from outside. "This is dire. The forces of the demonic path are attacking. Everyone, come out and prepare for battle." A chill ran down Han Li's spine as he solemnly exited the chamber. At that moment, the 7 sect cultivators, who had been resting in their respective earthen dwellings, emerged with the same gravity as Han Li. They exchanged glances before hastily exiting their caves. Xian Lu from the Covering Moon sect and Lu Tianming, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the Spirit Beast Mountain, hovered expressionlessly beneath the 4 Fiends formation, gazing upward toward the gorge. The expressions of the dozen or so cultivators on duty behind them were tinged with apprehension. However, upon seeing the arrival of Han Li and others, their countenance began to stabilize. Following their gazes, Han Li indeed spotted the enemy's presence above the gorge. Their numbers appeared to be relatively few, around 20 to 30 individuals. Yet, Han Li was acutely aware that such audacity to venture deep behind enemy lines for a surprise attack indicated that these foes were likely of Foundation establishment caliber, unlikely to bring along any dead weight from the Qi refining stage. Thus, they remained at a significant disadvantage in terms of strength. This battle would not be easily won. Chapter 266. Fierce combat. Han Li's side comprised 9 Foundation establishment cultivators. Although slightly weaker in comparison, they were bolstered by the 4 Fiends formation, granting them a fighting chance. Thus, at Xian Li's signal, Han Li and the others ascended, taking refuge beside the formation while silently observing the enemy's movements. It was only now that Han Li could clearly discern the appearance of the assailants from the demonic path. Most were clad in garments of red and yellow, seemingly belonging to 2 distinct sects. At the forefront stood an unremarkable young girl in red and an elderly man in yellow, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. Their cultivation levels were unremarkable as well, one at the early stage of Foundation establishment and the other at the late stage. Both smiling and conversing with one another. Be cautious. These individuals are from the Demon Flame sect and the Heavenly Calamity sect, the only one among them who had engaged in several encounters with the 6 sects. L. Tianming spoke with utmost caution to the surrounding cultivators, seemingly harboring considerable apprehension towards the members of these 2 factions. Upon hearing his words, Han Li and the other cultivators naturally heightened their vigilance. Becoming increasingly cautious at that moment, the red-clad maiden above ceased her conversation and turned to utter a few words in a casual tone. Due to their distance, Han Li and the others could not discern her words clearly. However, all the red-clad individuals behind her soared forward, gradually advancing towards the 4 Fiends formation below. Simultaneously, the elderly man in yellow silently waved his hand, causing the yellow-robed cultivators on his side to transform into a dozen streams of yellow light, racing towards the 4 Fiends formation with an apparent intent to arrive first. This prompted Han Li and the others within the formation to involuntarily hold their breath, some of the more impatient ones revealing their magical artifacts directly. The yellow-robed cultivators, however, were not foolish enough to charge recklessly into the formation. Instead, they halted about 10 zhang away, revealing their figures. Subsequently, various magical artifacts flew forth from these cultivators, fiercely assaulting the grand array. The clash between the brilliant lights of the artifacts and the 4-colored restrictions of the 4 Fiends formation produced a series of thunderous explosions, causing the expressions of the 7 factions below to shift slightly. Half of the individuals took action against the members of the Heavenly Fiend sect, determined not to allow them to breach the formation. while the other half remained vigilant against the cultivators of the demonic flame sect. Xian Lu from the Concealing Moon sect pondered for a moment before decisively proclaiming his intentions. He then leaped out of the formation, being the first to release a pristine white sword, transforming it into a white rainbow that intercepted a flying dagger and a bead-shaped magical artifact outside the Four Fiends formation. Upon hearing this, the accompanying cultivators followed suit, unleashing their own magical artifacts and rushing out to counter the majority of the opposing assaults. With Hanli naturally among them, that he released the well-practiced golden larvae maternal blade, forming a net of golden light that ensnared a blue-hued spear-like artifact. Since the cultivator wielding this artifact, like Hanli, was only at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, the battle, though seemingly fierce with swirling golden and blue lights, was easily controlled by Hanli, allowing him to occasionally glance towards other battle groups. The situation appeared manageable. The cultivators on Hanli's side were mostly at the Qi refinement stage, their artifacts considerably inferior to their opponents, requiring the combined effort of 5 or 6 to barely withstand the attacks of a single Foundation establishment cultivator. However, due to the protection of the Grand Formation, these cultivators could retreat into it at any moment during a crisis. Thus no casualties had yet occurred as for the other Foundation establishment cultivators. They too engaged a yellow-robed opponent, each holding their ground with notable fervor. Hanli found it somewhat curious. If the enemy's strength was indeed as such, it seemed that defending the spiritual mind should pose no significant challenge. Just as he was contemplating this, the red-clad individuals of the demonic flame sect finally sauntered alongside the Four Fiends formation. This prompted the still cautious El Tianming and the other cultivators to regard them with heightened vigilance. While some of the younger cultivators from the 7 factions exhibited a restless eagerness, the figures clad in red did not immediately plunge into the fray. Instead, they formed an unusual formation amongst themselves. Upon the command of one among them, each individual brandished a crimson banner, emblazoned with a golden sun, radiating an intense glow that unmistakably signified its extraordinary nature. The sense of dread washed over me. These individuals were practitioners of the Wild Flame sect. They intended to unleash the Azure Sun demon fire. We must thwart their plans. As Lu Tianming observed the calm demeanor of these red-clad figures, a foreboding sensation crept into his heart the moment they arranged themselves and unfurled their banners. A vivid memory surged forth, one of the astonishing scenes he had witnessed during the Sixth Sect War, causing his complexion to drain of color as he shouted in alarm, without a moment's hesitation. This cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain dashed forth from the formation, hastily casting a leather pouch from his waist, which promptly released 2 flying centipedes, each several feet in length. These centipedes, adorned with menacing black and yellow stripes, sported a pair of translucent green wings and, at Lu Tianming's urgent whistle, darted toward the red-clad individuals with fierce intent. The other cultivators from the 7 sects, though unaware of what constituted Wild Flame practitioners and Azure Sun demon fire, recognized the gravity of the situation at the sight of their leader, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Turning pale with alarm, they followed suit without hesitation, particularly the few Foundation establishment cultivators, who closely trailed Lu Tianming, their magical artifacts surging forth alongside the 2 venomous centipedes toward the ranks of the red-clad foes. At that moment, over a dozen members of the Demon Flame sect, clutching their banners, intoned incantations, their bodies remaining motionless, seemingly oblivious to the impending assault, a sight that filled Lu Tianming and the other cultivators with elation. As one of the centipedes reached the vicinity of the Demon Flame sect practitioners, it opened its massive jaws, ready to unleash a torrent of dark green venom. Yet, in a shocking twist of fate, just as the noxious mist was about to escape, the centipede's body shimmered with several slender silver rays, and in an instant, it was torn asunder, its segments falling to the ground. Before the astonished 7 sects cultivators could comprehend the unfolding events, a similar spectacle transpired with the other centipede. The color drained from Lu Tianming's face as he abruptly halted his advance. Producing a small shield to protect himself, the cultivators behind him, equally aghast, hastily summoned various defensive artifacts and talismans, fearing they might share the same fate as the centipedes. However, even more bizarre occurrences ensued. As the magical artifacts that followed the centipedes prepared to launch their assault, a flurry of delicate silver threads appeared out of thin air, ensnaring these artifacts so thoroughly that they could no longer budge an inch. Consequently, The 7 sex cultivators, who had just emerged from the formation, exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Quickly, employ the spirit light technique. There are others concealed before those red-clad figures. They must be using some form of invisibility magic, exclaimed a Foundation establishment cultivator, his eyes flashing with blue light in shock. His words illuminated the situation for the other cultivators, yet only those at the Foundation establishment stage could wield the spirit light technique, leaving the Qi refinement cultivators helplessly staring in confusion. Han Li was similarly employing the spirit light technique, directing his gaze toward this unfolding scene that in the recent scene, he observed everything with astonishment. Now, under the reminder of others, he utilized the spirit insight technique to scrutinize closely. Indeed, before the practitioners of the Demon Flame sect, several faint white figures materialized, each wielding slender weapons such as long swords in one hand, while the other hand released silver threads to control the immobile magical artifacts. This moment, after discovering the white shadows, Tianming and his fellow practitioners unleashed a barrage of spells and artifacts in an attempt to subdue the white figures. Yet, they found themselves thwarted at every turn, for no matter the method employed, it seemed the white shadows sustained little harm, almost resembling beings impervious to death. Fortunately, these ethereal figures only employed swift slashes with their weapons and released silver threads with their other hand. Thus, as long as one remained cautious and avoided close contact, the situation was manageable. However, should one engage, the outcome was truly unpredictable. What manner of entity is this? Han Li marveled in astonishment. These apparitions were evidently not ordinary humans. Could they be some form of refined, ghostly spirits? As he pondered this, he casually directed the golden blades ahead. This nonchalant demeanor finally provoked the middle-aged practitioner from the Heavenly Calamity sect. With a grim expression, he commanded the green spear to entangle with Han Li's golden blades, simultaneously producing a white orb that spun incessantly from his storage bag. Upon its summoning, the orb expanded to the size of a dwelling, hurtling menacingly towards Han Li. Although slightly distracted, Han Li could not fail to notice such a significant commotion. Unperturbed, he executed a swift slash with one hand, releasing a green sword light approximately 10 feet long that struck the orb, momentarily halting its advance. Subsequently, Han Li retrieved a pair of black dragon claws from his storage bag, replacing the dissipating sword light to hold back the approaching orb, thus reinstating a stalemate. This infuriated the practitioner from the Heavenly Calamity sect. Yet he found himself at an impasse. Not good. Tianming's voice, filled with anxiety, sent a tremor through Han Li's heart, prompting him to glance sideways once more. He beheld the red-clad individuals halting their incantations, simultaneously raising their great flag at an angle toward the heavens, whereupon the flag's tip began to emit faint azure flames. This was the Qingyang demon fire. Han Li's eyes widened in alarm as he fixated on the azure flames. Feeling a wave of unease wash over him, Tianming, witnessing the imminent success of their adversary's incantation, felt his heart sink further. He realized that the white shadows before them were not easily surmountable. Chapter 267. The Demon Fire Unleashed Retreat. Everyone, fall back to the formation. Seeing the azure flames on the great flags growing increasingly robust, Tianming, in a state of urgency, shouted and swiftly withdrew. The practitioners beside him, upon hearing his command, instinctively followed their leader's lead. Xianlu, witnessing this development, promptly issued a similar order to retreat. However, on Han Li's side, aside from a few who maintained their advantageous positions and could withdraw at will, the majority found themselves ensnared in a relentless struggle with their adversaries, unable to escape. Han Li's opponents, equally frenzied, launched their assaults, striving to restrain him. However, Han Li let out a cold chuckle, retracting his other magical artifacts while summoning the white scale shield, which he boldly used to withstand the opponent's assault as he deftly retreated into the great formation. The disciples of the Heavenly Fiend sect could only halt their advance, their faces betraying a mix of frustration and discontent. Upon witnessing that a significant portion of his group remained ensnared outside the formation, Xianlu felt an ominous foreboding as the battle intensified. He contemplated rushing out to assist, but as he made a move, he was abruptly seized by Tianming, who grimly shook his head. It is too late. The Qingyang demon fire has already been summoned by the enemy. Only then did Han Li take note of the crimson-clad figures wielding formidable banners, from whose tips surged forth azure flames as thick as an arm. More than a dozen streams of azure fire shot into the sky, coalescing into a colossal fireball several zhang in diameter. Gently hovering aloft and swaying ominously, a sight utterly mesmerizing. "What is this?" Xianlu gasped in astonishment, ready to voice his concerns, but the subsequent actions of the red-clad figures left him utterly aghast. They pointed their banner tips towards the 7 sect disciples still ensnared outside the formation, and with a resounding thud, the massive fireball erupted into numerous smaller fireballs, each several feet long, hurtling towards the trapped cultivators. These azure fireballs moved with astonishing speed, racing toward the 7 sect disciples in a furious onslaught. The cultivators, having sensed the peril, instinctively responded with various magical artifacts, or a handful resorted to talismans in an attempt to counter the azure fireballs, striving to bring them down. Alas, the terrifying prowess of the Qingyang demon fire proved formidable indeed. Whether by magical artifact or talismanic assault, upon contact with the azure fireballs, they were consumed silently and completely, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Witnessing this unfathomable scene, the faces of the cultivators turned as pale as snow. Before they could process the situation, a dozen fireballs struck them simultaneously, their protective shields disintegrating upon impact. In an instant, the individuals were reduced to naught beneath the demon fire, leaving no trace in this world. Those who had yet to be targeted, upon witnessing this horrifying spectacle, found no room for hesitation. They dashed towards the Gria, however, upon noticing the other cultivators gazing intently at him. He could only helplessly explain, "To be candid, esteemed brothers, I merely encountered the dread of this Qingyang demonic fire during the skirmish at the border. As for whether it can breach the Four Fiends formation, I truly cannot speculate. Nevertheless, I later heard some elders mention that this demonic fire cannot be unleashed at will. It requires the practitioners of this blazing art to cultivate the Qingyang demonic fire technique, and each release incurs a toll on their own cultivation. Thus, it is exceedingly difficult to resist." Tianming's words left Xuanla and the other cultivators exchanging glances, their expressions tinged with frustration. That moment, the azure flames finally collided with the formation's four-color barrier, producing a deep, resonant explosion that instantly captured everyone's attention. Waves of blue fire relentlessly crashed against the four-hued screen, causing it to ripple continuously. Yet it managed to momentarily contain the terrifying demonic flames, allowing the 7 sects cultivators within the formation to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Han Li and his companions did not remain at ease for long, as they soon found themselves on edge once more. With the passage of time, the four-color barrier gradually dimmed under the relentless assault of the azure flames, a clear indication that the formation was on the verge of collapse. Although the crimson-robed figures were also drenched in sweat as they wielded their banners, it was evident that they could only sustain this for a short while longer. Consequently, all the cultivators within the formation began to rack their brains, desperately contemplating strategies for retreat or escape. Based on the assaults on other spiritual minds, it was evident that those 7 sect cultivators who fell into the hands of the demonic faction would not be killed immediately, but would be swiftly transported behind enemy lines. No one knew how they would be treated as captives by the demonic sect. Given the deep-seated enmity between the 7 sects and the 6 sects of the demonic path, it was unlikely that the captives would be treated with any leniency, especially considering the adversary's notorious proficiency in soul extraction and spirit refinement. This left the 7 sect cultivators deeply unsettled. Thus, the notion of surrender was hardly broached unless absolutely unavoidable. That I know of an underground passage that leads directly dozens of miles away. It should suffice for our escape. The elder Yu Xing, who had been stationed here for over a decade, suddenly spoke with a calm demeanor. His words were like a stone casting ripples upon a tranquil lake, startling Xuanla and the other cultivators momentarily, but soon igniting their excitement. "Brother Yu, is this true? Splendid. We can make our escape now. There is hope." The previously anxious 7 sect cultivators suddenly found their faces alight with renewed vigor. Brimming with uncontainable joy, Han Li was equally elated. After all, he too had been utterly helpless against the azure demonic flames, and even if he wished to fight, he would find himself at a loss. Suppressing their excitement, Xuanla and Tianming, after confirming the veracity of the underground passage from Yu Xing, issued the order to retreat without a moment's hesitation. As for the spiritual stone mine, there was no cause for concern. The adversaries would likely only destroy the entrance, rendering the source of spiritual stones temporarily inaccessible. The spiritual stones contained within the mine were beyond the reach of the demonic faction. Even the mortals engaged in mining would generally be spared harm by both sides during the conflict. Thus, all they needed to do was to pack up and leave. Thus, more than 50 cultivators, led by Yuxing, entered a certain underground tunnel of the spirit stone mine. However, the moment they descended into the depths, a slight tremor reverberated throughout the entire gorge. The Four Fiends formation has been breached, Xian Lu stated expressionlessly. Instantly, the pace of the cultivators quickened considerably. The tunnel was illuminated brilliantly by the moonlight stones held by the cultivators. From the uneven, pockmarked walls surrounding the passage, it became evident that this tunnel had been entirely excavated by human hands, which left the cultivators somewhat astonished. According to Yuxing, this tunnel was originally an extremely long branch vein of spirit stones, and unbeknownst to them, it had been painstakingly carved out by those mining for spirit stones, directly opening an exit on the other end. Fortunately, the tunnel was so lengthy that Yuxing's memory remained vivid. Otherwise, they would truly have had no way to escape today. The other cultivators nodded in agreement. Just then, the tunnel suddenly shook violently, and amidst a series of thunderous booms, it began to collapse bit by bit. Under the terrified gazes of the cultivators, countless clumps of earth and massive stones buried them beneath. The entire underground world was once again shrouded in darkness. Several hours later, within a natural stone cavern, a large hole burst open in the rock wall, and a lizard-like puppet beast surged forth from the opening, cautiously surveying its surroundings before darting back into the hole. After the span of a meal, the lizard mechanism beast emerged once more from the wall's opening, this time followed closely by a person, none other than Han Li, who had miraculously survived the collapse. Han Li rose to his feet, gazing around his surroundings with an expression of relief at having survived the ordeal on this dramatically charged night. After exchanging contact information with Shi Xiaobo, we parted ways at the Zijing Commercial Plaza. He was determined to find that scoundrel, to teach him a severe lesson, and to rescue Ouyang Qingtian from his clutches. The hotel owner seemed oblivious to the implications of the situation, and I had no means to elucidate. Yet I secretly hoped to bypass the heart-wrenching process and instead encounter her in Rome, that city renowned for its enchantment. Dongfang buried his head in Shu Qi's bosom, still under the impression that the individuals remaining in the private room were Wang Jing and that old subordinate of his father. Although he felt a twinge of annoyance that those two had yet to make themselves scarce, he chose to disregard it. He would manage Beichong well, even if it was no longer the Beichong of old. It made no difference to him. She was now the young madam of the Yuan family. Unlike their last separation, she appeared increasingly affectionate. Upon hearing the physician's diagnosis, the emperor's first thought was to conceal the matter from everyone. He instructed the physician and his attendants not to disclose this information to anyone. In the courtyard, an elderly man with hair as white as snow was instructing several teenagers in swordplay. Even with mere guidance, he displayed an air of mastery in every movement. Meanwhile, Xiechun held on to a red-maned horse with his other hand, a steed he recognized. Yuan Feima had entrusted her beloved mount to him before her departure. Xiao Yi halted his steps, turning to meet my gaze. His expression bore a hint of confusion, which only served to confirm that he had not contemplated how to confront Su Han prior to this moment. Everything he was doing now was not the result of careful consideration. The moment Ding Chonglin seized the opportunity to slip away to the restroom, while Qi Shanbing insisted that Dai Jinwei lead the way. He knew he must relay this news to Qin Fangzi. Little did Chu Qingwei expect that, to this day, his own safety was in jeopardy, yet he found himself preoccupied with concerns regarding Shen Jiyun, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly, revealing a glimmer of sharpness. "I'll pack it up for you to take home. You can send it to your sister," Lu Taimai said with a smile, gazing at the young man. Initially, he believed that with his own capabilities, joining Zhao Fang's team would at least position him among the first tier of strong individuals. However, should they continue on this path, they could very well encounter even more formidable cloud beasts and bizarre entities. If they truly crossed paths with such beings, all three of them might meet their end right there, under the intensity of such scrutiny. He instinctively began to reflect upon himself. Why is Why looking at me like that? Have I committed some error? The figure in white was Zhao Fang, who was refining the heavenly dragon sword. He had traversed from the northern continent to the western continent primarily to meet Neza, who had once descended into the cave realm and made a pact with him. Some workplaces operate in this manner. You may attend daily without a task at hand or anyone seeking you. Yet if you were to miss a day, There might be someone coming to seek your assistance, they asked, soon as Suing suddenly proposed switching places with Luo Sheng. He sensed that this fellow was up to no good, but he was too disinterested to engage, as long as his older brother was not made to feel embarrassed. Yet this character continued to ramble. Completely oblivious to the need to remain silent, in the hot springs, California Siku and Yamato, no Kami Anti ran about, their faces aglow with warmth, cheeks flushed from the steam, memorizing the exact location. Mo Shanjuan tucked his phone back into his pocket, preparing to set off. Chapter 268. The White Spider. This was a labyrinthine limestone cave, its true expanse unknown. Han Li, having lifted a piece of moonstone to survey his surroundings, reached this conclusion. At the moment the tunnel collapsed and debris fell, Han Li swiftly deployed his protective shield. Although he became deeply buried underground amidst the tremors, he was granted a moment to catch his breath. However, the shifting terrain made it difficult for Han Li to ascertain his location or discern direction. In exasperation, he released several lizard puppets, directing them to dig in various directions simultaneously, hoping to uncover a way out. At that moment, he deeply regretted not having learned the earth escape technique beforehand. Otherwise, a simple incantation would have allowed him to traverse effortlessly through the soil. Now, he had to follow the path opened by the puppet beasts. Advancing cautiously as for the thought of using a magical tool to forge a path, it merely flitted through Han Li's mind. He would never actually resort to it in the absence of clarity regarding direction and position. Recklessly expending magical energy was far from a prudent course of action, and employing a magical tool within the soil was exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead him to be ensnared in another collapse. Thus, Han Li first controlled several puppet beasts to explore a certain range, carefully examining the surroundings before selecting the most promising direction to advance. After several tedious hours of crawling, he finally arrived in this unknown stalactite cave, causing the tension that had gripped his heart to dissipate entirely. The feeling of having survived a catastrophe was indeed delightful. Han Li glanced back at the cave he had emerged from, aware that others had likely managed to preserve their lives amidst the tunnel's collapse. However, whether they could find a path to safety through the rubble remained uncertain, for in a place so suffocating, even a foundational period cultivator would struggle to endure for long, and those in the chi refining stage faced dire prospects. Nonetheless, while Han Li felt relieved, he was also somewhat perplexed. How could such a tunnel collapse and earthquake occur shortly after they had entered? Could it be the machinations of those from the demonic path? Han Li believed there was a high probability that this speculation held truth. On the surface, the demonic practitioners were wreaking havoc at the entrance of the spiritual mine, smashing everything within the cave to smithereens with their magical artifacts. Above the spiritual mine, the elderly man in a yellow robe lamented to the young girl in red, "Dear junior sister, have you perhaps overreacted? Was it truly necessary to employ a rare, mid-level earth-shaking talisman just for a few strays? Humph, to think they could escape from me, Lien Feihua, so easily." Although the task of sweeping through this spiritual stone mine was merely an ancillary mission, the thought of allowing them to flee unimpeded left him with an uneasy feeling. The girl in red merely pouted, unfazed, as she replied. The yellow-robed elder, upon hearing this, found himself both amused and exasperated. To waste a rare talisman for such a reason seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, who could argue with the only daughter of the sect master of the demonic flame sect? Sighing, he decided it was best to refrain from meddling in her affairs. Not long after, the batch of demonic practitioners, having thoroughly obliterated everything in the spiritual mine, took to the skies and gradually vanished from sight. A day later, a vast medicinal herb cultivation garden, located quite far from that place, was ambushed by the same group. All the herbs destined for alchemy were looted clean, and even the seedlings were incinerated to ashes by the Qingyang demonic fire. This incident immediately alarmed the upper echelons of the seven sects. In comparison, Han Li's spiritual stone mine, which had also been attacked, seemed trivial. After all, the mine could be restored with time, but the herbs that had been stolen or burned would take decades to regrow. The higher-ups of the seven sects, furious, dispatched elite experts to pursue the culprits, only to be ambushed themselves midway, suffering yet another minor setback. With consecutive failures, the seven sects were naturally unwilling to swallow their pride. Having regained some semblance of strength, they prepared for a second wave of large-scale conflict with the six sects. Beneath the earth, Han Li furrowed his brow, finally identifying an opening through which a gentle breeze flowed. He instructed two puppet beasts to scout ahead while he followed closely behind. After traversing through dozens of caverns, the space within the stalactite cave expanded significantly, large enough to accommodate over 100 individuals without issue. The gentle breeze had intensified, providing Han Li with a modicum of reassurance, for the presence of wind signified a passage leading to the surface. As Han Li ventured into a new cavern, he unexpectedly encountered 6 or 7 individuals, among them Xianlu, Lu Tianming, and even Zhong Wu. Upon sighting Han Li and the two puppet beasts at his side, they were momentarily taken aback. However, just as Xianlu was about to speak, a piercing scream echoed from another direction, causing the countenance of all present to shift into one of astonishment. Xianlu and Lu Tianming exchanged glances, disregarding any inquiries towards Han Li, and promptly set off towards the source of the sound. Naturally, all manner of defensive spells and magical artifacts were invoked, with each individual remaining vigilant, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Observing this, Han Li hesitated for a moment before ultimately retrieving his white phosphorus shield and following suit. He refrained from casting defensive spells, instead applying both the lightness technique and wind control simultaneously. He had always believed that in confined spaces, speed was of greater significance than defense. As they traversed through 3 or 4 expansive caverns, they arrived at a more colossal stalactite cave, where they were immediately taken aback by the scene before them. In the center of the cavern, a crystalline white spider, several zhang in length, was voraciously gnawing on a mangled corpse. The tattered white garments adorning the body indicated that this individual was a disciple of the Yanyu sect who had escaped from being buried alive. Nearby lay 3 or 4 dilapidated magical artifacts. However, what drew the most attention was a profoundly ancient hexagonal teleportation array, nestled amidst heaps of spirit stone, or behind the spider. On one side of the array, a 5-colored skeletal figure sat cross-legged, floating 3 feet above the ground, cradling a resplendent blue token that emanated a faint glow. "What is this?" A chi refining stage cultivator inquired hoarsely after swallowing hard. It was unclear whether he referred to the peculiar spider, the teleportation array, or the skeleton and token, and naturally, no one answered him. Perhaps his voice startled the spider, for it ceased its gnawing and lifted its head, fixing its cold gaze upon the group that had just entered the cavern. This sent a chill down Han Li and the other cultivators' spines, prompting them to adopt a defensive stance. Yet, after a moment of scrutiny, the beast returned to its macabre feast, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances, Dai, one of the Yanyu sect disciples, perhaps moved by a sense of shared grief at witnessing a fellow sect member's demise, suddenly raised a hand and unleashed a fiery, dart-shaped magical artifact towards the spider. This reckless act startled the more seasoned Lu Tianming and others, who inwardly chastised the individual for his impetuousness. With a resounding crack, the dart struck the spider's head, which had not even attempted to evade the attack, only to rebound without leaving a single mark on the creature. While the dart's tip bent slightly, the eyes of the other cultivators nearly popped out in disbelief. The spider's exoskeleton was astonishingly resilient. Such exaggeration. Let us all strike together. Xianlu glared fiercely at the reckless disciple, yet knew he had no choice but to call for a unified assault. For the spider had ceased its meal and was slowly advancing towards them. As this command was issued, a multitude of magical artifacts were summoned simultaneously, transforming into various formidable manifestations as they hurled themselves towards the colossal spider. While Han Li also summoned his golden blade, in an instant, the white spider was engulfed in a dazzling array of colors as it was besieged, momentarily obscured by the brilliance of the light, as if it were to be vanquished in that very moment. However, after a cacophony of sounds, the radiance of all attacking artifacts rapidly diminished, with 5 or 6 lesser-grade artifacts falling to the ground, utterly devoid of spiritual essence. Han Li and the other cultivators were taken aback, instinctively retracting their artifacts to inspect them. Fortunately, the top-tier artifacts remained largely unscathed, while the mid-tier ones bore significant damage. Those that had fallen to the ground were undoubtedly of even lower quality. As the white spider re-emerged, it bore no visible wounds and continued its deliberate advance towards them. "Retreat!" exclaimed L. Tianming and Xianlu in unison after exchanging glances. Although they harbored thoughts about the teleportation array and the talisman, engaging in a fierce battle with such a formidable beast would come at an exorbitant cost. Returning to the surface took precedence. Just then, the white spider opened its maw, unleashing a spray of milky fluid towards the group. Having witnessed the creature's ferocity, none dared to foolishly accept this unknown liquid, and they instinctively scattered to the sides. This is bad. A sudden realization struck Han Li, prompting him to exclaim. The other cultivators paused, momentarily bewildered. The liquid abruptly transformed mid-flight into a massive web, ensnaring the cave's entrance and sealing it shut, leaving them trapped. The expressions of the other cultivators shifted as they realized that this cave appeared to have only this singular entrance. Chapter 269. Blood, are indeed this creature attempting to ensnare us all? Xian Lu remained silent, raising a hand. Instead, 7 or 8 fireballs erupted from his palm, hurtling towards the dense spider web. After several explosive impacts, the web remained entirely intact, not even a scorch mark left behind. This time, the others did not express surprise. They had clearly anticipated that the web would not be so easily breached. In that fleeting moment, the spider's legs curled slightly before it launched itself forward with tremendous force, heading directly for Xian Lu. His countenance darkened as he produced a yellow talisman, pressing it against the ground. Instantly, the talisman silently melded into the earth, and a gigantic stone spike, several feet in diameter, shot up from the ground ahead, accurately piercing the spider's abdomen and pinning it against the cave's ceiling, rendering it momentarily immobile. "Well done," Tianming exclaimed, a look of elation crossing his face. He then hurled a dark green pouch. Its opening aimed precisely at the spider trapped at the ceiling, faint glimmers of light emanating from it. That moment, the ensnared spider emitted a series of hissing shrieks, its limbs curling inward to grasp the top of the stone spike. And with a powerful effort, it shattered the apex of the spike, sending countless fragments raining down. Finally freed, the beast landed and crouched atop the broken stone spike, its small eyes glimmering with a fierce green light. Seemingly enraged, it crouched low before lunging once more towards the gathered cultivators. That very moment, a radiant glow erupted fiercely from the summoned leather pouch, accurately engulfing the spider midair and swiftly retracting like a flash of lightning, astonishingly transforming the beast from large to small and drawing it into the bag. The onlookers, including Han Li and his companions, were taken aback. The spider appeared to be an exceptionally formidable foe, yet it was captured so effortlessly, which was truly unimaginable. Liu Tianming himself bore an expression of mixed surprise and delight. Although his Sun Moon pouch wielded immense power and had successfully contained numerous beasts, he was utterly astonished at how smoothly this spider was ensnared within. However, a wave of elation surged within him. If he could tame such a powerful creature, his strength would undoubtedly surge exponentially. With this thought, even Liu Tianming, known for his composure, could not suppress a smile of triumph. He eagerly gestured towards the green pouch, which floated towards him under the gaze of others. The other cultivators were well aware of what a living beast of this caliber meant for the people of Spirit Beast Mountain, and they couldn't help but display their envy. Yet, just as this sentiment began to surface, the flying pouch suddenly halted, suspended in midair, ceasing all movement. Liu Tianming was taken aback and hurriedly channeled his energy to forcibly retrieve it. But despite several shakes, the pouch remained motionless in the air. The spectators, sensing something amiss, became cautious. The surface of the pouch began to deform irregularly, as if the beast inside was causing a ruckus. This phenomenon lasted only a fleeting moment before it suddenly bulged ominously. Then, with a thunderous crash, the pouch burst apart, and the white spider violently broke free from its confinement, returning to its original form. Released from its imprisonment, the beast appeared to be in a frenzy. Its pristine white body gradually turned crimson, emanating a terrifying blood-red glow, while its razor-sharp fangs ground together, producing a chilling, crunching sound. Witnessing this, Liu Tianming and the others solemnly retreated several paces, seeking to create distance before unleashing their magical artifacts. However, the blood-red spider lashed out with its claws, darting like lightning between the two furthest retreating cultivators. In an instant, 2 white beams of light flashed, and with a couple of dull thuds, the protective shields of the 2 cultivators shattered under the assault of the spider's forelegs, bisecting their bodies and claiming their lives on the spot. One of them was the grotesque man, Zhongwu, who had foolishly believed that retreating further would provide him with greater safety. Upon witnessing the brutal demise of the 2 cultivators and the spider's astonishing speed, the remaining crowd, including Han Li, was seized with terror and scrambled to distance themselves further, fearing to meet the same fate. Yet, it was too late. the spider's form shimmered and transformed into a streak of crimson light, launching itself towards another cultivator from the blade transformation workshop. This cultivator's face turned pale, and with gritted teeth, he unleashed two black flying daggers while propelling himself backward. However, the spider opened its maw, unleashing a stream of white liquid that splashed onto the flying daggers, rendering them instantly ineffective as they plummeted to the ground. With a swift leap, the massive creature lunged forward, its jaws clamping down on the head of the blade transformation cultivator, severing it cleanly and causing a fountain of blood to erupt from the severed neck, shocking all who beheld the gruesome sight. The remaining onlookers, including Han Li, no longer hesitated. They immediately hurled talismans and magical artifacts with reckless abandon. However, the blood-red spider moved with the swiftness of the wind within the confines of the narrow cave, leaving the magical artifacts and spells that trailed behind utterly incapable of keeping pace with its agility. In this fleeting moment, two cultivators met a tragic demise beneath its fangs. Although one of them managed to summon a colorful scarf just in time to shield himself, providing a modicum of protection, it shattered in an instant, and he perished. The claws and fangs of this spider were simply too razor-sharp, and its hardness surpassed that of even the most formidable magical artifacts at this juncture. Only Lu Tianming, Xian Lu, and Han Li remained in the cave, their faces pale with rage and shock. Had they been in an open area, it was likely that these cultivators would not have succumbed so easily. After all, flying on their magical tools could have afforded them some delay. With a resounding crash, the spider appeared beside Lu Tianming, its claw breaking through his protective shield before it aimed to cleave him in two, only to be thwarted by a suddenly materializing dark object. This object, flat and round, resembled a small shield, but upon closer inspection, its surface was marked by numerous cracks, revealing itself to be an extraordinarily large turtle shell. The spider's claw merely left a shallow cut on this object, with the rest remaining entirely unscathed, a truly astonishing sight. Realizing its attack had been ineffective, the giant spider wasted no time in abandoning Lu Tianming and, with a flash of bloodlight, lunged at Han Li, aiming to bite him. However, Han Li, with a cold expression, swayed slightly and vanished from sight, only to reappear several meters away, leaving the beast momentarily dumbfounded, rooted in place. This brief hesitation allowed Xian Lu to summon a yellow bell, which, upon enlarging with a flash of yellow light, enveloped the beast beneath it, trapping it once more. Meanwhile, Han Li's black dragon and a massive black peak circled warily outside the bell, wary of the monster's potential escape. You need not worry. This sky-covering bell has been infused with refined copper from the crafting of magical artifacts, ensuring it cannot escape, Xian Lu explained, her expression relaxing. Upon hearing this, Han Li's demeanor softened, and he withdrew the black dragon, seemingly reassured. However, Lu Tianming approached the copper bell, scrutinized it for a moment, and shook his head in agitation. No, I still have my reservations. You must continue to contain this beast with the bell, while I take some time to summon a talisman to eradicate this threat completely. Xian Lu furrowed her brow upon hearing this, but said nothing. Adopting a demeanor of acquiescence, Han Li glanced at the teleportation array and the tokens on the skeleton, deep in thought, before settling down cross-legged on a nearby patch of ground, as if leaving the subsequent matter to the two of them. At that moment, Lu Tianming produced a glimmering blue talisman, clasping it in his hands as he slowly channeled his spiritual energy into it. Clearly, for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, utilizing a talisman was significantly swifter. In just a short while, he split his hands apart, and a delicate blue flew forth, swirling above Lu Tianming's head. Is it ready? I am about to release the beast, Xian Lu inquired, maintaining control over the bell while feigning concern. Yes, you may rest assured. It is time for you to meet your end. This grand teleportation token shall be accepted by me, Lu. Tianming's eyes widened in fury, and he suddenly spoke with a menacing expression. With a thunderous shout, the small atop his head erupted in a myriad of dazzling lights, swiftly multiplying from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and then from 4 to 8 in the blink of an eye. It conjured hundreds of identical, each emitting a resonant hum. Under Tianming's command, the majority of these surged towards Xuanla, while a smaller fraction shot towards the meditating Han Li. Han Li, sensing the impending threat, felt a flicker of tension and gripped his item tightly, his gaze fixated on the approaching talismans. In stark contrast, Xuanla appeared unfazed, regarding the looming danger with an air of indifference. observing the expressions of both individuals. Tianming's triumphant demeanor froze, and realizing the peril, he attempted to summon his turtle shell. However, a resounding explosion from the ground behind him interrupted his thoughts, followed by a streak of crimson light that brushed past him. In an instant, Tianming was bisected and fell to the ground, while the red light halted some distance away, revealing the blood spider that had inexplicably regained its freedom. Chapter 270. Decapitation with Tianming's demise. The hundreds of, bereft of spiritual energy, converged into a singular form, revealing the talisman's original shape as it gently descended to the ground, landing perfectly between Han Li, Xuanla, and the blood-colored spider. Xuanla, with an expression devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze upon Han Li, making no move, while Han Li glanced at the blood spider, then at Xuanla, silently raising his hand to summon a white-scaled shield. Simultaneously, 8 beams of white light illuminated around him, materializing 8 puppet beasts. Xuanla's demeanor finally shifted slightly. He raised a hand to summon back the yellow bell, casually remarking, "I never anticipated that junior brother Han would also excel in puppet techniques. Yet, it seems your cultivation is still lacking. Can these mere puppets truly contend with me?" Unfazed, Han Li coldly inquired, "Did you intentionally release the spider?" "Indeed," Xuanla replied with unwavering candor, producing a red veil resembling a cloak in his hand. "Are you not concerned that your cleverness may backfire, resulting in your demise at the hands of this beast?" Han Li, licking his parched lips, scoffed, "Haha, kill me, with this mere 4th-level beast, boasting only a sturdy physique and brute strength?" Xuanla retorted, his face a portrait of disdain. "Nevertheless, you should enjoy your little game with this crystal spider. May you manage to preserve your own life." With that, he draped the veil over himself, and although his form remained, the myriad of auras surrounding him dissipated entirely in an instant. Han Li was taken aback, casting several scrutinizing glances at the veil. Meanwhile, Xuanla, wearing a smile, began to retreat slowly to a corner of the cave. Adopting an entirely detached demeanor. As Han Li's thoughts raced, he deduced the purpose of the veil, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he hastily turned his attention to the spider. He found the blood spider glaring menacingly at him, its fangs clicking ominously, now perceiving him as its prey. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li's figure flickered as he swiftly dashed towards the corner where Xian Lu was located. However, upon perceiving Han Li's movement, the blood spider erupted in a surge of crimson light, charging towards him as well. Yet, the prepared puppet beasts unleashed a series of blinding beams from their mouths, striking the blood spider and sending it tumbling over multiple times, rendering it unable to pursue Han Li any further. Seeing Han Li race towards him, Xian Li's heart sank. He held a profound apprehension towards Han Li's lightning-fast agility and dared not allow him to approach without restraint. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled a small bell towards Han Li, while simultaneously radiating an aura of brilliance as a fiery red leather armor manifested around him. The delicate gauze he had previously donned had lost its efficacy and was promptly stored away. As the enormous bell descended upon him, Han Li raised his hand, summoning a small mirror that a stream of azure light burst forth, instantly reverting the bell to its original size and suspending it in midair. "Qing Ning Mirror," Xian Lu exclaimed in shock, recognizing this renowned top-tier magical artifact from his sect. Panic began to envelop him. He had anticipated that the bell would at least buy him some time. Yet Han Li charged forward without any hesitation. With Han Li still a considerable distance away, Xian Lu hastily threw a recently acquired ice rain talisman, which transformed into a flurry of ice spikes that shot towards Han Li. He believed that if Han Li attempted to block with that white shield, his speed would surely diminish, allowing him to activate the powerful artifact he had just obtained. Upon witnessing the onslaught of ice spikes, a glint of cold light flickered in Han Li's eyes. To Xian Li's astonishment, he swiftly stowed away the small shield into his storage pouch and doubled his speed, contorting his body in an astonishing manner as he darted unscathed through the barrage of ice. Xian Li's composure evaporated instantly, his face paling dramatically. As Han Li appeared before him in the blink of an eye, Xian Lu, desperate and without time to activate any artifacts, channeled all his spiritual energy into the fiery red armor, hoping to withstand the impending crisis through the armor's formidable defensive capabilities. Seeing the armor emit a blinding radiance, Han Li's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He opened his mouth, unleashing a dart. However, Han Li was acutely aware that the demise of his adversary was attributable, on one hand, to the element of surprise, and on the other, to the constraints imposed by the narrow terrain that in a typical aerial confrontation among cultivators. His opponent would never have afforded him the opportunity to close the distance. With several dozen zhang between them, coupled with the aid of magical artifacts for flight, the opponent's speed would not have been significantly inferior to his own ultimate agility. Moreover, in order to shatter the enemy's protective armor, he had resorted to a disposable self-destructing artifact crafted from the Horn of A, resulting in a mutual destruction of their defenses. Speaking of this horn, the proprietor who had forged the artifact for him had lamented incessantly, remarking that had this horn matured for another 20 or 30 years, it could have been fashioned into a formidable magical weapon instead of being relegated to the status of a mere consumable due to its brittle nature upon initial formation. Nevertheless, in retrospect, utilizing such an item to eliminate a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator proved exceedingly worthwhile. Just after Han Li had stowed away the Qingning mirror and the opponent's small bell, a series of explosive sounds erupted behind him, causing him to halt momentarily before swiftly retrieving several second-tier puppet beasts from his storage pouch. The original 8 had finally been driven to his front by the blood spider, which had savaged them into fragments in mere moments. Now, the blood spider turned its attention back towards Han Li, charging at him once more. Han Li raised a hand, and a pair of black dragons erupted forth, suddenly enlarging to intercept the colossal spider midair. Following this, the puppet beasts unleashed a barrage of light beams, relentlessly assailing the fiend's crimson body, eventually pinning it down in place, rendering it unable to advance. In a fit of desperation, the blood spider expelled several strands of webbing, but unfortunately for it, Han Li anticipated this move and deftly evaded the attack. As for the puppet beasts, those that were ensnared by the web were swiftly recalled into his storage pouch, while he summoned forth another without a moment's hesitation, ensuring the relentless assault continued unabated. However, Han Li soon reconsidered his intention to deploy magical talismans to vanquish the foe, realizing that engaging the spider's web with his shields and artifacts would be unwise. With a resigned sigh, Han Li resolved to maintain his assault, unwilling to relent even a fraction. After a quarter of an hour, as Han Li had predicted, the sanguine hue of the blood spider began to fade, and its exoskeleton developed numerous pockmarked wounds, indicating that the beast's true essence was waning. Unable to sustain its defenses against his barrage any longer, a smile crept across Han Li's face as the spider seemed to sense its predicament, making several attempts to escape the confines of his assault towards the cave entrance, only to be driven back repeatedly by the swift beams from the puppets. Ultimately, it found itself ensnared and suffocated in the very spot. As the last vestiges of the spider's true essence dissipated, it could only curl into a ball, devoid of any capacity for counterattack. Han Li then replaced his weapon with a razor-sharp silver blade, advancing a few steps before delivering a decisive strike to sever the spider's head. Indeed, while the creature's shell was formidable, without the protection of magical energy, it proved remarkably easy for the silver sword to breach its defenses. Following this, Han Li unceremoniously sat down on the ground nearby, rendered speechless for quite some time. After a considerable pause, he surveyed the numerous lifeless cultivators surrounding him, for the first time feeling the fragility of a cultivator's existence, which stirred a tinge of sorrow within him. Perhaps one day, he too would meet his demise at the hands of another cultivator, or perhaps find himself devoured by a monstrous beast. Once he had rested sufficiently, Han Li first retrieved the small talisman from the ground, then proceeded to search each corpse for their storage bags. Finally, he cautiously approached the teleportation array, his gaze flickering restlessly over the 5-colored skeleton and the token it held. The Great Teleportation Token. This was how L. Tianming referred to this token. Han Li fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 271. The Great Teleportation Token and the Ancient Teleportation Array. The term Great Teleportation Token was unfamiliar to Han Li. Yet, seeing L. Tianming and Xian Lu act decisively to eliminate others for it, he felt a sense of urgency. However, confronted with the bizarre form of the 5-colored skeleton, Han Li dared not act recklessly. He drew forth a golden blade, cautiously touching the skeleton, and upon observing no reaction, he felt reassured enough to draw closer and examine the token in detail. The token shimmered in a radiant blue, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Its ancient patterns and inscribed characters clearly indicated it was an artifact of antiquity that in other respects, Han Li did not sense anything particularly unusual, and its contained spiritual energy was rather modest. After pondering for a moment, He extended the golden blade and lightly prodded the token, which readily came into his grasp. Upon pinching it with his fingers, he was surprised to find it was not the metallic texture he had imagined. Rather, it possessed a somewhat soft yet firm quality, as if crafted from some type of wood. Hanli toyed with it for a while before attempting to infuse it with some spiritual energy. However, an immense suction emanated from the token, causing a significant amount of his spiritual energy to be drawn from his body, startling Han Li into hastily severing the flow, which dissipated the suction. Having learned his lesson the hard way, Han Li refrained from further reckless attempts and carefully stored the token in his storage bag. Next, he circled the unknown teleportation array several times, filled with curiosity about its potential destinations. Naturally, Han Li would not recklessly experiment with it. Moreover, even if he were so foolish as to entertain such an idea, it would be impossible to do so, as one corner of the teleportation array had sustained damage. Although the damage was minimal, it was sufficient to render the array non-functional. Han Li blinked in realization, suddenly retrieving a jade slip and began to replicate the design and patterns of the teleportation array. Preparing to consult others about the possibility of restoring it, his anticipation was palpable. After completing this task, Han Li scoured the vast cavern once more, seeking any overlooked items. To his astonishment, behind a stout stone pillar, he discovered two crystal-clear spherical eggs, each about the size of a fist. Upon sighting them, Han Li was elated, recognizing them as the eggs of the spider monster. Having personally experienced the formidable nature of this beast, he would not let this opportunity slip away. He promptly rummaged through the storage bag of a spirit beast mountain cultivator to find a special pouch designed for holding spirit beasts, carefully placing the spider eggs within before securing them at his waist. With this newfound acquisition, Han Li diligently combed through the remaining areas, though regrettably, he found nothing else of interest. Nevertheless, feeling thoroughly satisfied, he was no longer concerned that he returned to the corpse of the white spider and, without the slightest hesitation, dismembered it, storing the pieces into his storage bag. He then incinerated the bodies of Xian Lu, LV Tianming, and others with fireballs, reducing them to ashes and burying them on the spot. Upon encountering the multicolored bones, Han Li casually cast several small fireballs at them, intending to incinerate them as well. However, to his astonishment, after the flames had subsided, 7 or 8 colorful beads had formed from the bones, which piqued his curiosity and led him to collect them as Han Li prepared to depart. He took precautions to prevent the teleportation array from being discovered by others. Thus, upon exiting the cave, he used the azure sword light to obliterate the entrance, sealing it completely. Nevertheless, he left some subtle markers nearby to facilitate his future return. Following the direction of the breeze flowing through the stalactite cave, he eventually located an exceedingly concealed exit after several hours, finally stepping onto the surface, fearing that the group of demonic cultivators might still be lurking nearby. Han Li hastily boarded his divine wind boat and set off towards Taiyue Mountain without delay. His journey was uneventful, and after 7 or 8 days, he returned to Huangfeng Valley. After recounting a somewhat abridged version of his experiences to the duty steward within the sect, he retreated to his own cave residence to await further instructions. At this juncture, he learned that the second great battle had already commenced in the early stages, with the substantial support of the other 2 nations. The 7 sects appeared to have the upper hand against the 6 clans, which alleviated the atmosphere within Huangfeng Valley considerably, replacing the initial despondency with a more hopeful outlook. Upon returning to his cave and finding everything unchanged, Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. Although returning to the sect was not a particularly wise decision at the moment, as he was likely to be conscripted, he was acutely aware of the severe penalties imposed on disciples who hesitated in the face of battle. Those who sought to evade their duties faced harsh repercussions, ranging from fines and spirit stones to the potential forfeiture of their powers, an unrelenting decree. It was rumored that nearly 100 individuals within the 7 sects had already faced varying degrees of punishment. Furthermore, all disciples without active missions or those who had completed their tasks were mandated to report back to their respective sects within a designated time frame. Failure to provide a valid reason for tardiness would result in punishment. Naturally, those who chose to evade their responsibilities or flee to foreign lands faced even graver consequences, including the lifelong pursuit by the enforcement teams of the 7 sects, as long as the 7 sects existed. The hunt would never cease. At this moment, Han Li was unwilling to abandon Huangfeng Valley and escape to Yu country. He resolved to return and comply with orders. Indeed, he surmised that with both the demonic and righteous factions expanding their territories, tranquility in the entire southern Tian region would be a mere illusion. The various realms of cultivation would inevitably be embroiled in conflict. It was only a matter of time. Given this reality, it was perhaps preferable to remain in Yu country, for after all, one's homeland is hard to relinquish. The first thing Han Li did upon returning to his cave was to immerse the pair of spider eggs in the Spirit Eye Spring, allowing the spiritual energy to nurture and facilitate their hatching. He then promptly entered seclusion for 2 days, finally mastering the first layer of the Dian secret technique. Coincidentally, the long-stagnant Qing Yuan sword technique also broke through to the 5th layer, elevating Han Li's cultivation to the mid-foundation establishment level. Witnessing this, Han Li felt elated. After all, with each increment in cultivation, his chances of survival amid the turmoil grew significantly. What perplexed Han Li was that, after returning for several days, he had yet to be assigned any tasks within the sect, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Based on his experience, the more abnormal a situation, the more it heralded trouble and danger. However, upon further reflection, he considered that in the current conflict with the 6 paths, there were hardly any tasks that could be deemed safe. Even the mere act of guarding a spirit stone mine could nearly cost one's life, rendering the significance of any task moot. With this thought, Han Li regained his tranquil demeanor and seized the brief respite to investigate the nature of the grand teleportation token AS for his master Li Huayuan and Hong Fu. There was no need to explain matters concerning Dong Xianwei, as they, being cultivators in the core formation stage, were already occupied with their own missions outside the sect, within the Tianji Pavilion of Huangfeng Valley. After 2 days of diligent searching, Han Li finally stumbled upon a concise introduction to the grand teleportation token in a tome titled Dong Xianjia. According to the text, this radiant blue token was an essential artifact for ancient cultivators when executing long-distance teleportation. Without it, the safety of the teleportation could not be assured. Only those possessing the grand teleportation token could avoid being crushed to death by the spatial pressure generated during a long-distance transfer. For short-distance teleportation, such spatial pressure was negligible, akin to the small teleportation array within and outside the Yuelu Hall, which Han Li found entirely unremarkable. The book, however, did not elaborate on how the grand teleportation token ensured the safety of the teleporter, nor did it provide any insights into the method of its creation, which had long been lost amidst the turmoil of ancient cultivation conflicts. The existing tokens had likewise faded into obscurity, becoming mere legends, with no accounts of anyone possessing such an item. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence in the current realm of cultivation, as ancient teleportation arrays had long since transformed into mythical relics. In the southern region, they were nowhere to be found, though it remained uncertain whether any existed in remote locales or within the secret domains of certain sects or families. Presently, the most advanced teleportation arrays that could be constructed in the cultivation world extended only 100 miles at most, a far cry from the ancient arrays that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Despite this, the exorbitant costs associated with constructing a teleportation array meant that even a single sect or family could typically only afford 3 or 4, with any excess causing considerable financial strain. Upon grasping the purpose of the grand teleportation token, the first thought that crossed Han Li's mind was whether the underground teleportation array could indeed be an ancient teleportation array. This conjecture caused his heart to race with excitement, as he recognized the high likelihood of its validity. If so, possessing this grand teleportation token and restoring that teleportation array could potentially allow him to traverse at least tens of millions of miles. He could then extricate himself from the murky waters of the 7 factions and 6 sects, relocating to a new place to continue his cultivation. With such thoughts igniting his ambition, Han Li could no longer contain his eagerness. He began searching for books related to ancient teleportation arrays, hoping to discover methods to restore the underground teleportation array. After spending several more days in the treasure trove of tomes within the Tianji Pavilion, despite perusing numerous books on formations, he found not a single piece of information regarding ancient teleportation arrays, leaving him profoundly disheartened. At this moment, Han Li recalled a certain individual who might assist him in mending this formation. Chapter 272. 1 year. The person Han Li contemplated was his friend, Qi Yunxiao, a master of formations. Given his expertise in the inverted 5 elements array, it was likely that he possessed profound knowledge of other formations as well. This ancient transmission array could certainly be classified as a type of formation, Thus it was conceivable that his friend might be able to repair it. As Hanli pondered this, his heart stirred with hope. He calculated the time and realized that the appointed day for their reunion was fast approaching. However, with tasks arising at any moment within the sect, it was evident that he could not seek out his friend immediately. It seemed he would have to devise another plan for the future. After a period of contemplation, Hanli felt somewhat disheartened and lost interest in perusing the array books. He exited the Tianji pavilion and returned to his cave dwelling. Upon his return, Hanli noticed that the spider eggs appeared to have grown considerably, suggesting that the Spirit Eye Spring was indeed effective in accelerating their incubation. Observing this, he promptly drew a simple controlling array, which is a fundamental technique for cultivators to manage the eggs of demonic beasts. He then dripped a few drops of his essence blood into the array and placed the spider eggs within. Once the array activated, the 2 white eggs absorbed all the essence blood before he returned them to the Spirit Spring. Just as he completed this task, he received a flying talisman summoning him to the assembly hall urgently. A chill ran down his spine as he realized that the mission had finally arrived, in a chaotic area of rocky terrain at the border between the state of Yu and the Cavalry Nation. The main battlefield of the 7 sects and the 6 clans. Hanli directed 2 strands of black light, transformed from the Black Dragon, alongside several golden blades, relentlessly besieging a nascent soul disciple from the Ghost Spirit sect. Despite the ominous black aura enveloping the opponent, which emanated a terrifying presence, coupled with the faint sounds of several skulls echoing ominously, Hanli swiftly discerned a flaw amidst the tempestuous assault of his 2 magical artifacts and promptly cleaved the opponent into several pieces. With practiced ease, he grasped the storage pouch from the fallen foe and vanished into the vast desolation. Having already secured his spoils, and with nightfall approaching, it was customary for the demonic cultivators and the golden core practitioners of the 7 sects to engage in combat. The thought of being inadvertently caught up in the fray sent a shiver of dread through Hanli. He vividly recalled the chaotic battles he had witnessed between golden core cultivators, which had left him in trepidation. The upheaval caused by the clash between the Transformation Blade sect and the Spirit Control sect had nearly drawn him into the fray, despite being several kilometers away. Since that incident, he had made it a point to return at the slightest hint of darkness, even if it meant returning empty-handed. A year ago, he had been tasked with escorting a shipment of spirit stones to this location and had since remained here. Becoming a senior pawn of the 7 sects, he had participated in numerous large-scale skirmishes involving thousands of participants, and encounters like the one he had just experienced in the depths of the Jingu Yuan against scattered enemies had become increasingly frequent. Strangely enough, ever since the demonic cultivators and the 7 sects reached a stalemate in the second wave of their battles, a peculiar pattern had emerged. The 2 sides, stationed at opposite ends of the Jingu Yuan, gradually developed a rhythm of major confrontations once a month, with daily skirmishes of varying intensity. The so-called major battles involved both sides dispatching forces of over 1,000 individuals to engage in combat, while the minor skirmishes consisted of cultivators from each side hunting one another in the heart of the Jingu Yuan, either in small groups or solo. There is no need to mention the fierce battles. Although both sides engage in spirited skirmishes, the casualties remain remarkably few, unless one is truly determined to fight to the death. Once the protective barriers are activated, neither party can easily inflict harm upon the other. The minor confrontations occur because the strength of the Foundation establishment cultivators pales in comparison to that of their core formation counterparts. After a series of tentative exchanges, it has become tacitly accepted that the hours from dawn until dusk are reserved for the Foundation establishment cultivators to engage in their duels. As night falls, the formidable core formation experts emerge for a grand showdown in one-on-one combat. It is relatively easy for a core formation cultivator to defeat an opponent or even inflict severe injuries. But taking a life proves to be a more complex endeavor. After all, when a core formation cultivator decides to flee with all their might, their speed is truly astonishing. Thus, after a year, both sides have suffered hundreds of injuries among their Foundation establishment cultivators. While none of the core formation experts have fallen, much to the dismay and frustration of the leaders on both sides. As for the Chi refinement cultivators, their limited abilities render them mere auxiliary forces, allowing them to remain relatively unscathed. However, the prolonged battles and incessant ambushes over the past year have left the cultivators of the 6 sects and 7 factions feeling utterly overwhelmed. While both sides strive to weaken each other's strength, they are simultaneously amassing power, fully aware that the moment of decisive confrontation is drawing near. Han Li, piloting the Divine Wind boat, arrived at his camp after an hour. The various wooden and stone houses, of differing sizes, flickered in and out of visibility within the confines of the defensive array, arranged haphazardly, without any discernible pattern. These were the temporary abodes constructed by the visiting cultivators, fashioned from wood or earth-based techniques. Naturally, the areas were demarcated according to sect. Han Li first made his way to his own dwelling, a modest stone house. After securing the door, he set up a small ceiling formation to temporarily close off the house. Subsequently, he emptied the contents of the storage bag he had obtained that day, beginning to sift through the items. There were yet again numerous skulls and small banners, aside from the ghostly spirit sect. Who would have any use for these ghastly items? They could only be exchanged for some materials. Ah, this sword is quite impressive. I shall keep it for future use, after mumbling to himself while sorting through the pile of items. Han Li swiftly set aside the useful magical tools and objects, placing the worthless and unusable items into a separate storage bag. With this bag in hand, he dismantled the formation and stepped out of his abode. After navigating a few turns, he headed towards the most conspicuous house within the cluster. This wooden structure spanned an area of 50 to 60 zhang, its exterior dazzlingly painted a golden hue, shimmering in the sunlight as if crafted from pure gold. Without hesitation, Han Li pushed the door open, entering a bustling interior filled with dozens of cultivators engaged in trading. Many were haggling with stall owners or selecting items from the displays. Han Li, well-versed in the surroundings, quickly made his way to several stalls, transforming the contents of his storage bag into a multitude of spirit stones by the time he had dispensed with his items. He found himself in possession of nearly 100 spirit stones. Ignoring the others, he rushed toward the largest stall in the room. This booth extended 7 to 8 zhang, nearly 3 to 4 times larger than the others. Presided over by a portly mid-foundation establishment cultivator, Han Li uttered not a single word of superfluous chatter, immediately tossing the storage bag filled with spirit stones to the rotund man. He then spoke candidly. "Brother Chun, I have gathered 500 spirit stones for that longing grass. So it is, Brother Han. Truly impressive that you procured the spirit stones so swiftly. Allow me to take a look." Upon recognizing Han Li, the chubby man beamed with delight, eagerly grasping the storage bag with his plump hands to sense the quantity of spirit stones within. "Excellent, excellent. Indeed, there are 500 spirit stones. Here is the longing grass. Do take good care of it." Chun, the rotund man, grinned broadly as he retrieved a jade box from his person and handed it to Han Li. Han Li accepted the small box, opened the lid for a brief glance, nodded in satisfaction, and then, with a hint of anticipation, inquired, "Is there still no news regarding the alchemical formula I requested last time? I can offer a slightly higher price if you have it." "My dear brother, that formula is indeed a rare treasure. While some of our foundation establishment cultivators may possess a few, they are jealously guarded. Who would be willing to part with such a valuable item? Moreover, you seek a formula useful for foundation establishment. That makes it even more challenging, but I have done my utmost. But if I cannot obtain it, then I cannot." Chin's expression turned sour upon hearing Han Li's words, and he began to vent his frustrations. Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart, yet maintained a calm smile as he replied, "No worries. If it cannot be procured, then so be it. I must also thank Brother Chun for securing the 2 formulas for me." Chun, upon hearing this, chuckled. "Those 2 are nearly useless formulas. Having languished in my possession for many years, I was quite astonished that you would want them. However, for you to take them back for experimentation and refinement is no small endeavor, as it demands considerable time and effort. It may take generations to achieve." As Chin spoke, he grew somewhat sentimental. Han Li merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Since settling here and discovering this makeshift trading post within the encampment, Han Li was astonished to find a plethora of rare items unavailable in the market. Ranging from herbal materials to magical artifacts and techniques, almost everything one could desire. The ingredients required for the gathering spirit pill could be effortlessly gathered within the trading post, and with a little nurturing upon his return, he could significantly enhance his magical prowess. Even more astonishingly, he had acquired 2 coveted ancient formulas from the rotund man for just under 1,000 spirit stones, leaving Han Li elated. Chapter 273. Fortuitous encounter after thoroughly depleting his pockets of spirit stones. Han Li, with a determined resolve, reluctantly sold 2 400-year-old herbs to cover the remaining deficit, knowing he would have to participate in several more missions to hunt demonic cultivators. This not only promised a handsome reward in spirit stones, but also the potential to exchange items from the enemy's storage bags for even more spirit stones. With several talismans and the power of the great transformation technique at his disposal, Hanli felt confident that even if he encountered a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he could safely extricate himself. Conversely, should a mid to early-stage demonic cultivator cross paths with Hanli, they would undoubtedly find themselves at his mercy. Indeed, how could an extraordinary individual such as the young master of the Ghost Spirit Gate, a practitioner in the Foundation establishment stage, possibly partake in such an endeavor? Consequently, over the course of the past year, Hanli has garnered a modest reputation among the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Seven Sects. It is well known that a formidable character has recently emerged from Huangfeng Valley. Although he is merely at the mid-Foundation establishment level, he has astonishingly eliminated over a dozen demonic cultivators while managing to retreat unscathed, a feat that is nothing short of remarkable. After gathering the remaining materials from the ancient formula using the spirit stones he had acquired, Hanli learned that the other sects also had similar trading posts established within their encampments. He entrusted the Plump Chun to keep an eye out for any alchemical formulas. However, it now seemed that his hopes were dwindling. Just as Hanli was about to take his leave, a fragrant breeze suddenly enveloped him. He turned in mild astonishment to find a strikingly beautiful female cultivator approaching. Upon recognizing her alluring features and voluptuous form, his expression remained unchanged, yet a sense of unease began to stir within him. It was none other than his intimate acquaintance, Junior Sister Chun. The memories of that passionate night surged back, invoking an unfamiliar sensation within him that it had been quite some time since they last met following their parting at the Forbidden Grounds. And he was uncertain when she had arrived at this location. Uncle Wu, here is what you requested. Junior Sister Chun cast a casual glance at Hanli, her eyes flickering with a hint of surprise before she approached the Plump Chun and handed him a storage bag. Xiaoqian niece, your timing is impeccable. We were just in desperate need of this shipment. Chun, upon seeing Junior Sister Chun, spoke with delight, his fleshy face quivering with joy. Uncle Wu, Hanli was taken aback for a moment by this unexpected address from the Plump Chun. He never imagined that this rotund acquaintance, whom he had known for over half a year, was actually a senior relative of Junior Sister Chun. Considering his mid-Foundation establishment cultivation, it was evident that he held a significant position within the Chin family. Aside from an initial glance at Hanli, Junior Sister Chin thereafter regarded him with indifference, not sparing him another look. This left Hanli feeling rather disconcerted. Brother Chin, I shall take my leave now. I look forward to visiting again in the future. Hanli, unwilling to linger any longer, uttered polite farewells before turning to exit the trading post. Only then did Qin Xiaoqian cast a cold glance at Han Li's departing figure, her brows furrowing as she inquired of the Plump Chun, who was examining the storage bag. Uncle Wu, was that timid fellow purchasing something from you? Timid fellow? The Plump Chun was momentarily taken aback by Junior Sister Chin's words. Yes, the one who was just standing here, you mean. Hanli? The Plump Chin blinked his small eyes, a look of disbelief crossing his face. That's him. What of it? Junior Sister Chin asked, somewhat puzzled. During their previous expedition to the Forbidden Grounds, Hanli had not left a favorable impression on her. She had always perceived him as a mere lucky opportunist who shied away from conflict. After a brief silence, the Plump Chin sighed, his tone taking on an unusual quality. Xiaoqian, since you are new here, there are certain matters you may not yet grasp, though I am unsure why you consider him a timid fellow. Your fellow sect member holds quite a substantial reputation here. He has single-handedly vanquished over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators, and he is certainly no ordinary individual. I even contemplate recommending him to the clan leader once this battle concludes. Should one manage to win over this individual, it would indeed be a significant boon. He has vanquished over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. Upon hearing this, Sister Chin's face, usually devoid of emotion, displayed an expression of astonishment. As she could hardly believe the words that had reached her ears, she found herself gazing vacantly towards the entrance of the trading hall. But at that moment, Hanli had already exited the building. After leaving the trading hall, Hanli pondered briefly before making his way to the residence of his master, Li Huayuan, intending to pay his customary respects and fulfill his duties as a disciple. As a cultivator at the core formation stage, Li Huayuan's abode was certainly not comparable to that of ordinary practitioners. He resided in a remarkably comfortable house located at the center of a grand formation. Accompanied by his young wife, the mistress of the house. It is worth mentioning that among Han Li's 7 senior brothers, apart from the eldest brother who remained at Greenwave Cave, the others were all preoccupied with their respective tasks and were not present. Only Han Li and his 4th brother, Song Ming, remained in this place. However, on Han Li's first day here, when he visited Li Huayuan, his mid-foundation establishment cultivation level astonished his master greatly. After all, it had only been a few years since Han Li had successfully established his foundation. Generally speaking, even cultivators with exceptional aptitude take over 10 years to progress from the early to the mid-stage. Han Li's remarkable advancement naturally piqued Li Huayuan's curiosity. After an unsuccessful examination of Han Li's physique, he inquired about the reasons behind such rapid growth in cultivation. Naturally, Han Li refrained from disclosing the truth and feigned ignorance, which left Li Huayuan feeling frustrated for some time before he ultimately decided to let the matter slide. After all, with a formidable enemy looming, he had little inclination to devote extensive time to investigate this issue. Both Li Huayuan and Hong Fu were already aware of the Yin family's betrayal and Dong Xianer being ensnared by the enemy. Apart from their immense anger, they did not overly blame Han Li, recognizing that escaping with his life was no small feat given the overwhelming strength of their adversaries. As Han Li contemplated these matters, he soon found himself standing outside Li Huayuan's residence. To his surprise, he discovered his 4th brother, Song Ming, standing outside with his arms crossed, exuding a spirited demeanor as if he were on guard duty. Upon seeing Han Li, a smile crept onto Song Ming's face as he spoke in a deep voice. "Junior brother Han, here to pay your respects to master again." Han Li chuckled lightly in acknowledgement. It is worth mentioning that ever since Han Li gained prominence, Song Ming had insisted on sparring with him in secluded areas, although Han Li had managed to secure a narrow victory thanks to his formidable artifact. The two gradually grew amicable, sharing laughter and banter as brothers. "Junior brother Han, Master is currently in discussions with several guests. Please wait outside for a while. By the way, I have recently made some progress in my cultivation technique. How about we spar later?" Song Ming explained with a smile, only to follow up with an invitation that caused Han Li considerable distress. Ever since his defeat, Song Ming had been persistently requesting to spar with Han Li at regular intervals. However, Han Li was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities and steadfastly declined. Had they been in Huangfeng Valley, Song Ming would not have been so easily deterred. Fortunately, there were numerous formidable cultivators present in this location, providing ample opponents for him. After several unsuccessful attempts to engage Han Li, Song Ming, unable to contain his impatience, sought out others instead. At long last, Han Li exhaled a sigh of relief. Thus, upon hearing the final words from the other party, he managed a bitter smile, hesitating to engage in casual conversation. However, Han Li's curiosity was piqued regarding the guests accompanying Li Huayuan. After all, the fact that Song Ming employed the term discuss indicated that those within the room were most likely cultivators at the core formation stage. Just as he intended to glean some information from Song Ming, the tightly shut door suddenly swung open, and several male and female cultivators emerged. Li Huayuan and his wife followed closely behind, bowing in farewell. Indeed, they were all core formation cultivators, Han Li observed keenly. The 4 men and 3 women all possessed unfathomable levels of cultivation. He and Song Ming dared not obstruct their path and hastily stepped aside. Standing with their hands clasped, Li Huayuan spotted Han Li at a glance, merely offering a faint smile before disregarding him. The other cultivators also noticed Han Li, but most merely glanced over him. For a mid-foundation establishment cultivator held little significance in their eyes. However, a tall and exquisite female cultivator, her face veiled, halted abruptly after sweeping her gaze over Han Li, her lithe form trembling slightly. A flicker of an indescribable emotion flashed in her bright, autumn-like eyes. Had Fairy Nangong ever encountered a mediocre disciple? Upon noticing this female cultivator's unusual reaction, the other cultivators cast her inquisitive looks. While Li Huayuan voiced his bewilderment, the mere mention of Fairy Nangong sent a jolt through Han Li's heart, akin to a tumult of conflicting emotions. Though he managed to maintain a calm facade, he could not help but steal a glance at the female cultivator. Chapter 274. The Appointment. Not at all. The peculiarity in Fairy Nangong's eyes vanished, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. This statement left Han Li's heart feeling constricted, tinged with bitterness. "Oh, what a coincidence," Li Huayuan remarked with a smile, regarding Han Li anew. Yet Han Li's expression remained as tranquil as water, revealing no sign of peculiarity. The other cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions betraying an understanding, though whether they genuinely believed such claims was a matter only heaven could discern. Fairy Nangong was aware of the difficulty in convincing others of her words. Yet she offered no defense and gracefully departed. The remaining individuals cast Han Li several meaningful glances before bidding farewell to Li Huayuan and his wife. The smile on Li Huayuan's face gradually faded after all the guests had taken their leave. He furrowed his brow and turned to Han Li, speaking in a subdued tone. "Come with me inside. I have questions for you." Han Li felt an inward groan, but could only acquiesce. The matronly wife offered Han Li a few gentle words of comfort before following suit into the room. As Han Li entered the parlor, he found Li Huayuan seated in contemplation, while the matron sat closely beside him. "Do you know that Nangong Wan of the Hidden Moon sect?" Li Huayuan inquired directly as Han Li approached. Han Li pondered in silence for a moment, weighing his response, realizing that Li Huayuan had undoubtedly noticed the female cultivator's unusual behavior. He understood he could not evade the question and thus nodded, admitting, "Indeed, I have had an acquaintance with senior sister Nangong." Li Huayuan was somewhat taken aback to hear Han Li's easy admission, and his expression immediately softened. "What is the story behind this? Could you enlighten us?" The young woman, intrigued by Han Li's words, couldn't help but inquire. Just moments ago, Nangong Wan had vehemently denied any acquaintance with Han Li. Yet now this disciple claimed to know her. There must be a tale to tell. Upon hearing his wife's words, Li Huayuan nodded at Han Li, seemingly eager to learn more about the matter. "Master, I beg your forgiveness, but this matter pertains to some private affairs of Master Nangong, and I had previously vowed never to disclose it. I kindly request your and Madam's understanding." Han Li had already prepared a legitimate and discreet reason, gently declining the inquiry. Upon hearing Han Li's response, the couple exchanged surprised glances. After a moment of contemplation, Li Huayuan, weighing his words, slowly replied, "Since you've made a promise to her, as your master, I cannot allow you to be untrustworthy. However, I must caution you to keep your distance from this Nangong fairy. You see, the disciples of the Inus sect possess remarkable seduction skills, and I genuinely fear that you may unwittingly fall under their spell without even realizing it. Yet, seeing that you are clear-minded and articulate, I find some solace in that." Han Li, relieved by these words, promptly acquiesced. Observing Han Li's respectful demeanor and his earnest attitude towards learning, the last remnants of Li Huayuan's displeasure dissipated. He began to impart guidance on Han Li's cultivation, and Han Li listened intently, not wanting to miss a single word. After some time, Li Huayuan casually inquired about Han Li's insights on his training. Expressing satisfaction with the responses, suddenly, he uttered an unexpected statement. "Han Li, I have a personal task for you. Would you be willing to undertake it?" "A personal task?" Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly affirmed. "Master, please feel free to assign any task. I shall do my utmost to fulfill it." Li Huayuan was pleased with Han Li's unwavering attitude. Rising from his seat, he paced a few steps within the room and spoke in a serious tone. "It's not particularly dangerous that I merely need you to act as a temporary bodyguard, ensuring the safety of a certain family." "Bodyguard? Protecting someone?" Han Li was somewhat astonished, yet remained composed as he listened to Li Huayuan's subsequent words. "Originally, I intended to send your fourth senior brother, Song Meng, but recently, I have heard people mention your exploits in vanquishing numerous demonic cultivators, which truly surprised both me and your master. Who would have thought that under my tutelage a formidable individual like you would emerge? I understand that even the disciples from the other 6 sects frequently discuss your feats. Given this, I feel much more at ease with you taking on this task." Li Huayuan smiled, clearly in high spirits, while the young woman beside him chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. "Additionally, Song Meng has spent most of his life in the Bodong and has seldom ventured into the mundane world. He lacks experience in worldly affairs, making you the only suitable candidate for this task. After all, the individuals you are to protect are mere mortals." Listening to the praises from Li Huayuan and his wife, Han Li felt a touch of bashfulness and managed a shy smile. However, despite being tasked with the protection of a mortal, Han Li maintained a facade of composure, though he felt a twinge of confusion within. Logically speaking, what danger could a mere mortal possibly face? A disciple in the Qi refinement stage would suffice as a bodyguard. There was no need to dispatch a foundation establishment disciple like himself. Perhaps Li Huayuan sensed Han Li's puzzlement, as he began to explain, half clarifying and half narrating. "The individual I have asked you to protect is a descendant of an esteemed senior brother of mine. to whom I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude for saving my life. Unfortunately, his only son possesses no spiritual roots, rendering him incapable of cultivating and relegating him to the mundane world. Thus, upon the passing of his father, I vowed that as long as I drew breath, I would ensure the safety and prosperity of his lineage. Consequently, this family has thrived under my covert support for over a century. And any threats have long been eradicated at this juncture. Li Huayuan paused, seemingly lost in reminiscence, before his expression turned serious as he continued. However, not long ago, I received alarming news that the 6 demonic sects may send low-ranking disciples to infiltrate our secular realm, targeting mortals whom our 7 sects have discreetly supported, intending to disrupt the supply of common resources to us. Given the relationship I hold with this family, they too may fall victim to the machinations of the demonic sects, which is why I require someone capable of navigating this turbulent situation to ensure their safety. Naturally, if the demonic forces do not trouble them, that would be even better. Upon hearing this, Hanli nodded solemnly, indicating his understanding. Very well, I shall compose a letter to the current head of this family, detailing your identity and circumstances, as he is the sole individual aware of my history with his ancestor. Furthermore, I have made arrangements for you. During this period, you will be considered as being on a mission, so there is no need to worry about penalties. This jade slip contains detailed information regarding the family. Take it and return to prepare your belongings. We shall depart by dawn to avoid any unforeseen complications. Li Huayuan concluded, deep in thought before issuing his command. As you command. Hanli replied softly. Bowing respectfully, seated upon the divine wind vessel, Hanli soared at full speed several dozen zhang above the ground. His destination was not the city where the mortal family resided, but rather the direction of Yuanwu Kingdom. Seizing this opportunity for a relatively unencumbered task, he intended to honor an appointment with Qi Yunxiao and ascertain whether the array master could repair the allegedly ancient teleportation array. This could serve as his last resort should the 7 sects face a disastrous defeat in battle. Otherwise, should the demonic sects gain the upper hand, he would find himself relentlessly hunted, with little time left for cultivation. Hanli estimated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the round trip would take no more than 20 days, thus posing no hindrance to Li Huayuan's mission, allowing him to proceed with confidence. The meeting place with Qi Yunxiao was a tea house located in a small town within Yuanwu Kingdom. According to his account, the tea house was established by one of his subordinates, making it relatively easy for Hanli to locate the establishment and subsequently contact Qi Yunxiao. As he sped along, Hanli paid no heed to the few cultivators he encountered, brushing past them without the slightest inclination to engage in conversation. After 7 or 8 days of relentless flight, Hanli finally arrived at a quaint little place known as Jinma City. To avoid causing a commotion, he stowed away his magical artifacts several miles away from the town and descended, leisurely making his way towards the city gates. Although Jinma City was modest in size, the area around the gates was bustling with activity, with a considerable number of people entering and exiting, giving it a lively ambience. Hanli, with his unremarkable appearance and dressed in a somewhat worn scholarly robe, blended seamlessly into the crowd, thus merging with the throngs of people entering the city. This tea house had quite a reputation, and Hanli casually approached a nearby child, who readily informed him of the location of the Qingchuan tea house. Without difficulty, he obtained the information he sought and proceeded there. Upon arriving in front of the so-called Qingchuan tea house, he was intrigued and began to take in the surroundings. Chapter 275. The aroma of tea. The tea house was not large, consisting merely of 3 adjoining rooms. Yet before Hanli even stepped inside, he was greeted by a delightful aroma of tea wafting through the air. He felt a twinge of surprise. Though he was not well versed in the art of tea, he was nonetheless captivated and stepped inside without hesitation. The 3 rooms, arranged in a row, 1 large and 2 small, were filled to capacity with groups of tea patrons. Due to the lack of available seating, 7 or 8 individuals, dressed in various styles, stood quietly to the side, patiently awaiting their turn. Despite the throng of customers within the tea house, not a single person raised their voice. Most had their eyes gently closed, savoring the flavors of the tea before them, while only a few engaged in hushed murmurs. On the wall of the central room, a large piece of yellow paper was prominently displayed, inscribed with several bold characters proclaiming a limit of 1 pot of tea per person each day, which struck Hanli as rather amusing. It was his first encounter with an establishment that imposed restrictions on consumption. However, he merely chuckled to himself and did not dwell on it further. After surveying the interior, he promptly approached a man who appeared to be the proprietor, situated in a corner. The man, likely the tea house owner, appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a small mustache and an exceptionally shrewd demeanor. At that moment, he was seated behind a counter, intently calculating on an abacus while occasionally glancing at a ledger beside him. Han Li approached and stood in front of the counter, remaining silent. This unexpected presence startled the proprietor, who looked up in surprise. Upon recognizing Han Li, the man's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily pushed aside his abacus and ledger, emerging from behind the counter with an air of respectful trepidation. "Esteemed senior, how may I assist you?" he inquired with a tone of earnest deference. "I will do my utmost." It turned out that the proprietor was also a cultivator, albeit of rather meager cultivation. Appearing to be at the 4th level of qi refinement, faced with the enigmatic presence of Han Li, he naturally felt a wave of apprehension. Without uttering a word, Han Li gently swept his robe sleeve across the counter, revealing a gleaming azure jade pendant that materialized on the table. Upon seeing the pendant, the proprietor initially froze, but then his face lit up with delight. It is truly an honor to welcome you. Senior Han, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. Young Master Qi has instructed me to expect your arrival in the near future, and I have been eagerly awaiting your presence." Upon hearing the words of his interlocutor, Han Li calmly retrieved the jade pendant in the same manner and stated, "I wish to see your young master now. Please lead the way. As you command, esteemed senior." The innkeeper obediently replied. Subsequently, he summoned a young waiter, dressed in the appropriate attire, and after a few brief instructions, he guided Han Li out through the back door, leading him beyond the small city. Heading westward, the west of Jinma City lay an expansive expanse of hills, a patchwork of yellow and green, countless in number. Yet the innkeeper, seasoned and familiar with the terrain, adeptly navigated through the undulating hills with Han Li, making several turns and winding paths until they arrived at a sunken area spanning over 100 acres. At the center of this hollow, there stood 7 or 8 white stone houses, surrounded by sparse clusters of emerald green bamboo, seemingly inconspicuous and scattered about. Upon reaching the vicinity, the innkeeper bowed slightly to Han Li and remarked, "Esteemed senior, my young master resides within. However, there are certain formations outside the house. Ordinarily, I should inform my master before bringing in outsiders. Yet, my young master has already instructed me regarding your matters, so you may follow closely behind me. Otherwise, triggering the prohibitions could lead to considerable trouble." Han Li, contemplatively surveying the surroundings of the hollow and the seemingly erratic bamboo, nonchalantly replied, "I understand. You may proceed ahead." Hearing this, the innkeeper let out a breath of relief and cautiously led Han Li towards the houses. His path was notably peculiar, taking 3 steps forward, then 2 steps back, followed by 5 steps to the east, only to retrace 6 steps. His movements were chaotic, devoid of any discernible pattern. Gradually, they approached the houses in the hollow. "Young master, Han Li has arrived. Please come out and meet him." As they neared the house, merely a dozen paces away, the innkeeper finally exhaled, calling out to the largest of the structures, "Is Han Li here?" "Splendid. Please wait a moment. I shall be out shortly," came the excited voice of Qi Yunxiao from within. However, shortly thereafter, a dull thud echoed, followed by Qi Yunxiao's lamentations. Alas, yet another failure. As the stone door opened, Qi Yunxiao emerged, his expression marred by disappointment, a heat radiating from him. Yet, upon spotting Han Li, his demeanor transformed from gloom to elation, and he hurried forward, exclaiming, "Esteemed senior, this is wonderful. Please follow me. Allow me to extend my humble hospitality. We may not have much here, but I assure you, we do have some exquisite tea." Qi Yunxiao, brimming with enthusiasm, invited Han Li into the adjacent room, displaying a maturity and poise far beyond his years. "I appreciate your kindness, my friend," Han Li replied courteously, recognizing the need to maintain good relations. He then entered the room and seated himself at a long rectangular table. "Esteemed senior," as Qi Yunxiao instructed the innkeeper to prepare a pot of tea. He turned, appearing somewhat hesitant, as if he wished to convey something further. Han Li, smiling quietly, waved his hand, and the tome titled Yunxiao Insights appeared on the table, still shimmering with a silvery light, indicating that it remained under a prohibition. Upon encountering this tome, Qi Yunxiao felt a surge of excitement. Just as he was about to reach for it, a sudden realization struck him. He hurriedly uttered a phrase requesting his senior to hold on for a moment, then swiftly exited the room. Han chuckled softly, seemingly discerning the other's intent. Not long after, Qi Yunxiao returned with enthusiasm, bearing a wooden box approximately a foot in length. Senior, within this box lies a set of improved array formation tools for the inverted 5-elements array. Although their potency does not reach the originally anticipated levels, achieving half the strength of the original formation is commendable, and it has indeed enhanced to a third of its original might. Significantly surpassing the previous version, Qi Yunxiao spoke with a hint of apology, clearly perturbed by his inability to elevate the array tools to the promised efficacy. A third. Han Li's expression shifted, astonishment flooding his mind. It is worth noting that he had not truly expected to enhance the set of array flags. The original inverted 5-elements array, which could exert a mere tenth of its potential, had already left him quite satisfied that it was known that cultivators at the core formation stage, like Lei Wankai, found this array to be quite troublesome if its power were to increase by 2- or 3-fold. Would it not be capable of warding off core formation practitioners entirely? With this thought, Han Li could not help but accept the wooden box, preparing to examine it closely, while Qi Yunxiao also picked up the silver book for scrutiny. Upon opening the box, a striking array of flags and discs, imbued with spiritual energy, revealed themselves within. Han Li meticulously examined each piece, noting that the number of flags and discs in this set greatly exceeded that of the previous one, and the intricate patterns and runes upon them were evidently more complex. It seemed the claims made by his companion were indeed substantiated. The power was assuredly greater than that of the earlier set. With a heart full of joy, Han Li stored the array flags away, then glanced at Qi Yunxiao, who was beaming with delight, gently caressing the Yunxiao heart, evidently having verified the seal as well. I am quite pleased with this improved array formation tool. I truly appreciate your efforts, my friend, Han Li remarked with a smile. Senior, you flatter me. I must express my deepest gratitude for your safe return of this book. It is I who should be thanking you. Qi Yunxiao responded, shaking his head fervently, sincerity evident in his tone. Han Li chuckled, exchanged a few humble words, and then engaged in conversation with Qi Yunxiao. Shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper returned, presenting 2 cups of vibrant green tea. The aroma of this tea surpassed that of the fragrant teas from the Clear Spring Tea House, indicating it was of a superior quality. With a richer infusion of spiritual energy, under Qi Yunxiao's eager invitation, Han Li took a couple of sips, instantly feeling a refreshing clarity wash over him, prompting him to exclaim, "What exquisite tea! I did not expect it to possess such spiritual essence. Truly remarkable. This must have been crafted by your own hands, my friend. I am immensely impressed." Han Li's words were heartfelt. The ability to imbue ordinary tea leaves with spiritual energy was indeed something he had never encountered before, especially given the tea's unparalleled fragrance, rivaling any renowned tea in the world. Upon hearing Han Li's compliment, Qi Yunxiao's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly clarified, "Senior, you are mistaken. This tea was not concocted by me, but rather a gift from a friend. This tea has been meticulously crafted by my esteemed friend, a process that has taken nearly a decade of earthly endeavor." Chapter 276, Taking Action. A friend? Could it be that this refers to the companion in search of a spiritual herb to save a life? Han Li inquired seemingly at random. He had been troubled by his inability to steer the conversation towards the topic of the array master, and, seizing this opportunity, he could not let it slip away. Qi Yunxiao, taken aback by Han Li's question, hesitated momentarily. However, recalling something, he resolutely nodded and replied, "What you say, esteemed senior, is indeed correct. This spiritual tea was indeed concocted by my dear friend. Moreover, we owe a great debt of gratitude to your 1,000-year spiritual herb, which served as the catalyst for preserving his life. Yet, though his life is no longer in peril, his injuries remain stubbornly unresolved. Thus, I humbly wish to inquire if you have any aged spiritual herbs remaining. Even if it is not a 1,000-year herb, a 700- or 800-year one could provide my friend with a significant chance of recovery. I am even willing to exchange various array flags for the spiritual herbs." Upon uttering these words, Qi Yunxiao's face brimmed with hope as he fixated his gaze upon Han Li. After hearing Qi Yunxiao's plea, Han Li felt a mix of surprise and relief wash over him. Since the other party still sought his assistance, it seemed that persuading him to repair the teleportation array would be a natural progression. Nevertheless, he needed to maintain an appearance of reluctance, ensuring that Qi Yunxiao would feel indebted to him. With this thought in mind, Hanli adopted a contemplative expression, taking quite a while before reluctantly stating, "As for the spiritual herbs, I do possess a modest quantity. However, I had intended to use these for refining a batch of elixirs." And thus, though Han Li's sentence trailed off, his visage of hesitation had already conveyed to Qi Yunxiao the difficulty of the matter. After all, a batch of high-quality elixirs held significant value for a cultivator, a fact that Qi Yunxiao surely understood. Upon hearing that Han Li indeed had spiritual herbs, Qi Yunxiao's face lit up with unrestrained joy. Yet, as he absorbed Han Li's subsequent words, his expression shifted to one of extreme anxiety. Not even waiting for Han Li to finish, he immediately interjected in a half-pleading tone, "I realize that asking esteemed Senior Han to part with the spiritual herbs is somewhat unreasonable. But witnessing my dear friend's daily suffering is truly heart-wrenching. If you would be so kind as to relinquish the spiritual herbs, I am willing to offer all my array instruments for your choosing. Even if you were to take them all, I would harbor no grievances." Hearing these words stirred Han Li's heart considerably. Although Qi Yunxiao's other array instruments might not possess the astonishing capabilities of the inverted 5-elements array, they were undoubtedly rare treasures. Acquiring a few more sets could greatly enhance his defenses. Moreover, some arrays were known for their formidable offensive capabilities. If he could ensnare formidable foes within them, it would serve as a sharp means of eliminating threats. However, Han Li's primary objective in this endeavor was to have the damaged teleportation array repaired. If he were to accept the array instruments, it would likely complicate the discussion of the repair, potentially leading Qi Yunxiao to view him as greedy. Han Li was not inclined to foster animosity with these individuals. Weighing his options, he resolved to decline the proposed exchange and instead address the matter of the teleportation array. Suddenly, a frantic cry from a young woman pierced the air outside. "Master Qi, something terrible has happened. My lady is in trouble. Please, hurry and save her." As soon as her voice reached the room, Qi Yunxiao's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily rose to his feet, rushing out without even sparing a word to his guest. Han Li, the innkeeper, who stood nearby, also dashed out in a state of panic. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly. Though his demeanor remained unchanged, he felt a twinge of curiosity and slowly walked outside with his hands clasped behind his back. In the open space outside, Qi Yunxiao and the innkeeper listened intently to a girl of around 16, who was speaking with evident anxiety. This young woman had fair skin and striking features, and as she recounted the situation, her face was etched with worry. However, upon noticing the unfamiliar figure of Han Li emerging from the building, she immediately fell silent, her eyes flashing with suspicion. Han Li, observing this, merely smiled nonchalantly and stood his ground, refraining from approaching further. Yet, upon catching sight of Han Li, Qi Yunxiao rushed forward as if he had grasped a lifeline. His expression filled with urgency as he implored, "Senior, my friend is trapped by a group of malicious cultivators. You are the only one who can save her. If you agree to help, I shall be eternally grateful." Han Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "Could you elaborate further, my friend? Is the lady in question the adept formation master you mentioned?" "Indeed, the formation device you used for the inverted 5-elements array was crafted by myself and Miss Xing together," Qi Yunxiao exclaimed eagerly, his gaze fixed on Han Li. Meanwhile, the charming young woman, realizing her qi cultivation level of the 5th layer provided no insight into Han Li's prowess, gaped in astonishment and regarded him with a hint of trepidation. Turning to her, Han Li spoke in a deep tone, "Miss, could you please recount the events once more so that I may understand the situation clearly?" Although he recognized this was an opportune moment to extend his assistance, he also needed to ascertain the number and strength of the adversaries involved. He had no desire to jeopardize himself while attempting to rescue another doe. "The matter is as follows," the young woman began, her voice trembling slightly. "Today, my lady and I ventured to gather some fine tea leaves for our spiritual tea. As we had run out, following our usual practice, we headed to the nearby Biyun Mountain to collect some. However, we unexpectedly encountered a group of male cultivators of similar cultivation levels. Sensing the presence of so many practitioners, we felt uneasy and intended to retreat immediately. Unfortunately, one of the cultivators recognized my lady as a formation master. Having witnessed her set up an array for a minor clan, that he promptly informed his companions, and their intentions turned sinister. They plotted to capture her and force her to divulge her knowledge of formations. Yet, my lady proved remarkably astute. Before they could act, she and her maidservant swiftly fled the mountain, retracing their steps. However, during her flight, she soon realized that those individuals were relentlessly pursuing her, drawing ever closer. If this continued, she would undoubtedly fall victim to their capture. Left with no other choice, she hastily set up a rudimentary formation in a thicket using a set of flags she carried, ensuring her own protection first. Subsequently, she instructed her maid to flee ahead and seek help from Qi Yunxiao before the enemy arrived. As Han Li listened to her account, he pondered in silence. From what the woman described, the adversaries were merely 7 or 8 Qi refinement stage cultivators, posing little concern. He felt compelled to assist. With this thought in mind, Han Li nodded and said, "My lady, please guide me on the path. Let us depart at once." Upon finishing, Han Li, under Qi Yunxiao's grateful gaze, waved his sleeve, and a small white boat appeared, growing larger before their eyes. "Everyone, please board. Time is of the essence." Although this artifact was somewhat diminutive, its speed was remarkable, capable of carrying 4 or 5 individuals without issue. Han Li swayed slightly, positioning himself at the bow of the boat, and addressed the others. Qi Yunxiao and the young woman, realizing the urgency, promptly leaped aboard. When the innkeeper attempted to join them, Qi Yunxiao halted him, saying, "Uncle Lin, your cultivation is too weak. If you go, you may face danger. It is better for you to remain here. We shall return as soon as we have rescued her." Hearing this, the innkeeper hesitated, but understanding Qi Yunxiao's genuine concern, he reluctantly stayed behind. Thus, Han Li and the others propelled the small boat, transforming into a beam of white light. Vanishing into the horizon, the divine wind boat sped southward, its velocity under Han Li's full command leaving the two in no time. They soared above the thicket where the formation was established. Below, the 7 or 8 adversaries had not yet departed, relentlessly assaulting with various magical artifacts, visibly weakening the thin layer of azure light that enveloped the woods. Witnessing this, Qi Yunxiao's eyes reddened with urgency, ready to leap down, but Han Li grasped her arm, calmly advising, "Do not rush. These individuals wield impressive artifacts. They are likely from a certain cultivation family if they realize this young lady is a formation master. Even if we repel them now, they may persistently pursue her in the future. It would be better for me to eliminate them once and for all." Upon hearing that these foes might continue to be a nuisance, Qi Yunxiao, filled with indignation, instinctively nodded in agreement. Han Li smiled faintly at this, casting a glance at the oblivious cultivators below, his eyes glinting coldly. Suddenly, he raised both hands, unleashing 2 streaks of black light and 6 beams of golden light, which swiftly reached the adversaries in an instant. Encircling them, the cultivators fell to the ground, having been instantaneously slain without even activating their protective shields. Qi Yunxiao and the maid stared in astonishment at this scene. While they knew that Qi refinement stage cultivators were no match for those in the foundation establishment stage, they had never anticipated Han Li would dispatch several of them so effortlessly. It is evident that among these individuals, the one with the highest cultivation level appears to have reached the 11th or 12th layer of foundational techniques, while Qi Yunxiao himself has only attained the 9th layer. Han Li disregarded the awe-stricken expressions of these 2 individuals as he descended upon his flying vessel. Before the divine wind boat could fully alight, Qi Yunxiao, unable to contain his impatience, leapt out and hurriedly dashed into the woods, frantically calling out, "Iner, are you unharmed? The enemies have all been vanquished. You may come out now." At long last, his father was discharged from the hospital in the afternoon, and Wang Yu would resume regular updates starting tomorrow. Due to overwhelming fatigue from the recent days, he decided to take a brief respite today to recuperate. There would be no late-night updates this evening, but he hopes for everyone's understanding. To be continued. For further developments, please visit www.qijian.com, where more chapters await. Support the author and embrace authentic reading. He was a blind man of around 50, having played the Eru in the same spot for over a decade. The morning air was particularly refreshing as 2 horse-drawn carriages set out from Longfeng town, gradually making their way onto the northern official road. She found herself enveloped in the embrace of the silver-masked man. Catching a whiff of a scent reminiscent of the sea, which caused her brow to furrow slightly as she began to speculate on the man's identity. On this day, Mu Wanga had exchanged her usual simple attire for a resplendent crimson robe. Her veiled face still unable to conceal her breathtaking beauty, her willow-like waist delicate, outshining the blossoms around her. Luo Xia quickly greeted Sam and the others before retreating to a nearby room to activate his earpiece. Mu Jioga gazed at the tightly shut door in the distance, her brow knitting slightly. She recalled that her grandfather's bamboo courtyard always had its door wide open during the day, with no servant guarding it, nor any maids attending to it. However, the scholars were not satisfied with this. They intended to continue mocking Wang Yi until he completely broke down. Luo Xia seized the handgun, releasing the grip of the man with the bushy beard, who then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. If you cry again, go outside and do it. Mu Jioga's voice rang out impatiently, as her subordinates remained composed, administering injections to Mu Qi's abdomen, while Xiang Cao covered her mouth, too afraid to utter another sound. Qingliang Mountain was not without its disturbances. This was merely an excuse to summon him. Yet, Uncle Liani spoke this reason with utmost seriousness, leaving Ziqing visibly exasperated. Zhou's intentions were crystal clear to everyone present in the hall, including Luo Mama. Shishu is a renowned black market where one can find all manner of treasures and dare to purchase anything, contingent upon whether the Qi refiners dare to buy or possess the discernment to do so. It must be noted that the Shishu black market is a legitimate venue for the Donghai Immortal Mansion to sell a variety of counterfeit goods. Altanese was not as thrilled. I hear you. But would you truly send me to such a distant place as Greece? That is the crux of the matter. What acquaintances? Not a chance. How absurd. Hundreds claim to know him daily. Does he intend to meet them all? The pressure exerted by the 10,000-year corpse king grew increasingly formidable, far exceeding Su Wen's expectations. Even in death, ancient powers remain astonishingly formidable. Su Wen cast his gaze around, observing the spatial storms swirling in the void, alongside various toxic gases and rays. Thus, Gu Qingqing's forbearance regarding his extramarital affair stemmed entirely from the overwhelming disparity in their family backgrounds, leading her to realize that voicing her concerns was futile. Upon hearing the news of purchasing a vehicle, Xiao Mimi found herself wide awake. With a day off at her disposal, she decided to indulge in some leisure activities. The two promptly rose from their slumber and began their morning preparations. Just as they were finishing, the doorbell rang. Inside the chamber, the lights blazed brightly, and Baruni and Kabusi hurriedly made their way over. On the bed, Artemis leaned against Salu, her complexion pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead like pearls. As she gritted her teeth in agony, "How did you come to be here? Did I not instruct you to wait outside?" Zhang Zhao inquired, as he and Lian assisted Miao Rulin to lean against him. Soon after, a heavy downpour ensued, accompanied by a fierce wind. When the storm finally abated, the mountains and forests outside the city ignited in flames once more. Kong Jiao, already a believer in the supernatural, became even more convinced that it was the vengeful spirits of his sect at play. He hastily boarded a carriage and made his way to the outskirts to offer prayers. After completing his supplications, Kong Jia returned to the city, but tragically, he succumbed to death in the carriage halfway through the journey. Life seldom unfolds as one wishes. It is said that 7 or 8 times out of 10, things do not go as planned. There are ways for success and ways for failure. Even the living can succumb to distress. Is there truly anything that goes perfectly in life? One must consider oneself fortunate if they manage to navigate through life, albeit with some additional time and effort. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, life must go on. Chapter 277. Henri and Hanli glanced at Qi Yunxiao, who had plunged into the forest. Observing his flustered demeanor, Hanli, though inexperienced in matters of romance, immediately discerned that Qi Yunxiao's feelings towards this woman skilled in formations were far from platonic friendship. They likely involved a deep romantic entanglement, which explained his evident anxiety. The maid accompanying him was equally impatient as she followed closely behind. After a leisurely wait outside the forest, Hanli soon saw Qi Yunxiao and the lovely maid emerge, accompanied by a woman in blue, all of them radiating joy as they approached him. Hanli, unreserved, scrutinized the woman in blue upon their meeting. She was of average stature, with a petite nose and a pair of bright, clear eyes. After exchanging a glance with Hanli, she revealed a gentle smile, suggesting that Qi Yunxiao had indeed disclosed his identity to her. To be candid, the woman's features were not strikingly beautiful, and when compared to the charming maid, she seemed somewhat lacking. However, her graceful demeanor and the elegance of her movements, combined with her expressive dark eyes, more than compensated for any deficiencies in her appearance. Anyone who beheld her would not merely perceive her as plain. Rather, they would be struck by her charm, unable to confuse her with the maid beside her. Yet upon witnessing this extraordinary presence, Han Li felt an acute sense of unease. He could surmise without doubt that she was the kind of astute and perceptive woman whose intellect surpassed that of ordinary folk. Engaging with her would undoubtedly prove to be a considerable challenge. Far removed from the ease of his interactions with Qi Yunxiao. Thank you, esteemed senior, for coming to my aid. I am Xen eternally grateful. The woman in blue gracefully approached Han Li, her movements fluid and enchanting. She performed a courteous bow and spoke with a voice that was both clear and melodious. Miss Xen, there is no need for such formalities. It was merely a small effort on my part. Han Li replied, waving his hand in a gesture of politeness, while subtly urging the group to hasten their departure. It would be wise to return swiftly, as these individuals may possess some noteworthy backgrounds. If their elders happen to be nearby, it could lead to complications. As Qi Yunxiao overheard Han Li's words, a flicker of concern crossed her face, and she nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should hasten our departure from this place. It is undeniably perilous. Ever since Qi Yunxiao laid eyes upon Xen, her gaze had been steadfastly fixated on the maiden's exquisitely fair visage, and now her endearments were exceedingly affectionate, causing Han Li to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Xen's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, two rosy blooms gracing her countenance. With a hint of bashfulness, she cast a sideways glance at Qi Yunxiao, and after a brief hesitation, she parted her lips slightly to acquiesce. Very well, let us depart at once. However, these corpses. She glanced at the lifeless bodies, intending to voice her concerns further. This is easily resolved. We can incinerate them on the spot. Han Li replied nonchalantly, extending his right hand as 7 or 8 fireballs, each the size of a bowl, shot forth, incinerating the remains into ashes, leaving only a few storage bags behind. The ease with which Han Li executed this grim task caused a subtle change in Xen's expression, sending a chill through her heart. Yet, she was no ordinary fragile woman. She quickly regained her composure and exchanged a few casual remarks with Qi Yunxiao. The contents of these storage bags hold little value for me. If the young lady does not mind, please feel free to take them, lest they leave behind traces. At that moment, Han Li turned to the charming maid standing beside Xen, speaking gently. Senior, are you truly offering these to me? The maid's face lit up with surprise upon hearing Han Li's words, her disbelief prompting her to ask again. When she saw Han Li smile and nod affirmatively, she immediately expressed her gratitude and rushed over to gather the storage bags with great enthusiasm. For her, this was indeed a stroke of luck, as these bags contained treasures. Xen observed this scene, momentarily taken aback, but soon she returned to her usual demeanor, politely acknowledging Han Li before boarding the small vessel that hovered in midair alongside Qi Yunxiao. As the exuberant maid clutched a considerable number of storage bags and boarded the artifact, Han Li, with a slight shift in his form, was the last to step onto the small boat. He then released his spiritual energy, propelling the vessel skyward. During their journey back, the woman in blue extended an invitation to Han Li and Qi Yunxiao to her abode, expressing her desire to formally express her gratitude for their life-saving intervention. Qi Yunxiao, eager to draw closer to her long-admired companion, readily accepted without a hint of reluctance. Han Li, recognizing this as an opportune moment to request the restoration of the teleportation array, pondered briefly but offered no objections. Thus, under Han Li's guidance, the small vessel veered slightly, soaring toward the northwest. After several hours, guided by Xen, Han Li descended upon an unassuming little hill. Aside from the faint mist that enveloped the surroundings, he perceived no signs of peculiarity. Like many nameless hills scattered across the world, it appeared quite ordinary. However, Han Li was acutely aware that a formation master would not reside in a place devoid of defensive measures. It was highly likely that formidable formations were laid in the vicinity. Having but a scant understanding of the intricacies of formations, I find myself unable to discern any remarkable subtleties in the vicinity. Nonetheless, I dare not harbor even the slightest sense of disdain. Under the guidance of the woman in blue, Han Li and his companions paused before a cluster of bamboo huts nestled halfway up the mountain, which served as Xen abode. Xen ushered Han Li and Qi Yunxiao into a larger bamboo dwelling to rest, while she and her maid retreated to another room to refresh themselves and change their garments. After the tumultuous chase, both ladies were dusted with the remnants of their exertion, a fact that was utterly intolerable for those who naturally cherished cleanliness. Seated upon a bamboo chair, Han Li observed with keen interest as Qi Yunxiao fidgeted restlessly. Occasionally, she would approach the door, casting her gaze outward, as if the brief interval had rendered her unbearably anxious, embodying a portrait of infatuation. Hanli found her demeanor rather amusing, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips, revealing a hint of mirth, which Qi Yunxiao inadvertently caught sight of as she turned. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she stammered a few vague defenses before sheepishly returning to her seat. A graceful lady deserves a noble suitor. This is a matter of utmost propriety. What cause for concern does Taoist Qi possess? Hanli remarked, savoring a sip of fine spiritual tea, his expression composed as he spoke. Senior, I did not. Qi Yunxiao became increasingly flustered. Just then, the charming maid entered, providing a much-needed distraction for Qi Yunxiao. Shortly thereafter, Xen Ruyin appeared clad in a pristine white garment, exuding an enchanting elegance akin to a blooming snow lotus, captivating all who beheld her. Grateful am I for the timely assistance rendered by Senior Han and Brother Qi. This kindness shall not be forgotten. Allow me to offer tea in lieu of wine. As a humble token of my appreciation, Xen Ruyin declared upon entering, gracefully accepting 2 cups of tea from her maid and presenting one to each gentleman. As Hanli accepted the cup, he could not help but smile wryly to himself, reflecting, this woman is truly remarkable. Her words are artfully crafted to leave no room for misinterpretation, though she makes no promises. She offers no grounds for reproach. Meanwhile, Qi Yunxiao, ecstatic at receiving tea from her beloved, was utterly lost in her joy, savoring none of the flavor, merely lost in a fit of foolish laughter. Observing Qi Yunxiao's exuberance with a mix of exasperation and amusement, Xen Ruyin turned her attention to Hanli, seeking to subtly probe into his identity, curious whether he hailed from a prestigious lineage or esteemed sect. After all, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage surely possessed a noteworthy background. Hanli, however, was far from naive and deliberately engaged in a circuitous conversation with Xen Ruyin, leaving her with no useful information. After a lengthy exchange, Xen Ruyin found herself increasingly frustrated, yet her wariness towards Hanli deepened. For her, despite the significant favor Hanli had done, it did not preclude the possibility that he harbored intentions akin to those of others. Thus, she resolved to remain ever vigilant, fortifying her caution against any unforeseen developments. Senior Han, I had promised you that as long as I could save Ruyin, you could take any of the array flags and array discs I had previously crafted. At this moment, I happen to have a few sets with me. Why don't you take a look and see if they meet your satisfaction? Qi Yunxiao finally emerged from his obsession, yet he uttered these words to Hanli, which took Hanli by surprise and filled him with joy, as he could finally address the matter he cared about most. Upon hearing this, Xen Ruyin was initially taken aback, but soon her expression blossomed into a grateful smile towards Qi Yunxiao, which made him break into a few blissful chuckles. Let's not rush into discussing the array flags and discs just yet. In fact, I have another matter I wish to seek Xen Dao's assistance with. As long as you can help me resolve this issue, we need not mention any rewards. Instead, I can offer you a rare spiritual herb, aged 800 years, to aid in your recovery. Hanli suddenly made a statement that left both of them astonished. Senior, are you truly willing to part with such a spiritual herb? Qi Yunxiao couldn't help but stand up in excitement. His voice brimming with joy was evident that he was completely enraptured by the hope that his beloved could be cured with the herb. Chapter 278. A half-year agreement. As the party involved, Xen Ruyin was equally thrilled. After all, this concerned her long-standing ailment. However, after a few changes in her expression, she bit her lip and hesitantly replied, Senior, what exactly do you need me to assist with? Please feel free to speak. As long as it does not transgress moral boundaries or my conscience, I shall certainly agree. Xen Ruyin spoke these words while gazing directly into Hanli's clear eyes. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Hanli couldn't help but smile knowingly. This reminded him of his own early days in cultivation, where he too had tread carefully, fearing any misstep might cost him his life. There is no need for such tension. Taoist Xen. I merely wish for you to help me restore an item related to the array formations. Once it is restored, I will gladly present the spiritual herb to you. Hanli said calmly, maintaining direct eye contact, exuding an air of sincerity. After hearing this, Xen Ruyin felt somewhat skeptical, yet she relaxed with a sigh, her delicate features brightening as she replied, if it is merely a matter of restoring an item, then of course that is no problem. Ruyin will do her utmost to restore it. So please rest assured, Senior. Her previously neutral expression transformed with a sudden radiant smile, captivating Han Li and momentarily leaving him in a daze. Not to mention Qi Yunxiao, who had long harbored feelings for her, was once again lost in admiration, unable to extricate himself from her charm. Noticing the change in Han Li's gaze, Xinru Ying felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Adding to her allure it was then that Han Li realized he had momentarily lost composure, and he quickly gathered himself to continue. To be honest, while I know that Taoist Xian possesses profound knowledge of array formations, I am still uncertain whether this item can be effectively restored as the original object was immovable and situated at a considerable distance. I have taken the liberty of transcribing it into a blueprint, hoping that my esteemed companion can discern some insights from it to facilitate its restoration. Han Li remarked, as he retrieved a jade tablet from his storage bag and presented it to the other party. Upon receiving the item, Xinru Ying, filled with curiosity, immediately delved into the essence of the jade tablet. The contents astonished her so profoundly that she exclaimed, "An ancient teleportation array?" Upon hearing her exclamation, Han Li felt the last vestige of his concern dissipate into thin air. Indeed, the array was an ancient teleportation array. Now it remained to be seen whether this woman could restore it. Lost in thought, Han Li attentively observed Xinru Yin's expression, anxious that she might reveal any signs of difficulty. Meanwhile, Qi Yunxiao, upon hearing the words ancient teleportation array, displayed a look of utter astonishment, his eyes brimming with incredulity. After a period equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, Xinru Ying exhaled deeply, finally retracting her focus from the jade tablet. After pondering for a moment with her head bowed, she raised her delicate face and said earnestly to Han Li, "This indeed is a genuine ancient teleportation array. Given my current capabilities, I would ordinarily be unable to restore a completely destroyed ancient array. However, the damage to this one is minimal, merely a small corner. Coincidentally, this particular segment of the array is one of the few ancient formations I have studied. Thus, it appears there is a significant possibility of successfully restoring this ancient teleportation array." A look of relief spread across Xinru Yin's face as she concluded her statement. Upon hearing her words, Han Li's heart brimmed with joy, though her subsequent remarks tempered his enthusiasm. However, this ancient formation is not commonly employed, and my understanding is not profound. Therefore, I will require some time to thoroughly restore the diagram of the ancient teleportation array within the jade tablet. Xinru Ying continued, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. "Of course, but may I inquire how long you anticipate it will take?" "I shall return at that time," Han Li responded after a moment's contemplation, readily agreeing. "Approximately half a year should suffice. After all, I have conducted some research on it previously," Xinru Ying stated without hesitation, evidently having assessed the situation beforehand. "Very well, I shall return in half a year to retrieve the restored blueprint. And I trust that Miss Xin will not disappoint me," Han Li replied with a smile and a nod. Thus, Han Li officially entrusted the task of restoring the ancient teleportation array to Xinru Ying, the esteemed array master. After conversing with Qi Yunxiao and the others for the remainder of the afternoon, he prepared to take his leave. Before departing, Han Li offered a few words of caution to the two, advising them to exercise greater care. It would be prudent for them to change their place of residence, as it was highly likely that someone would come seeking the perpetrators of the slain cultivators, and their proximity made them exceedingly vulnerable to exposure. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Qi Yunxiao and Xinru Ying exchanged glances, both exhibiting expressions of concern. Ultimately, they maintained a non-committal stance regarding Han Li's suggestion to vacate the area. Although Han Li found their reactions somewhat perplexing and worrisome, he refrained from pressing the matter further and took to the skies, steering his artifact towards the Kingdom of Yu. The capital of the Kingdom of Yu is none other than the illustrious Yuejing. Not only is it the largest city in the state of Yu, but it also fortuitously lies at the very heart of the nation, characterized by its extensive network of roads, making it a pivotal hub for economic and cultural exchanges throughout the country. Within this urban expanse, land has become exceedingly valuable. The prices of properties far exceed those found in ordinary cities, and even when individuals are willing to offer exorbitant sums, no one is inclined to sell. After all, residing in Yuejing itself symbolizes a certain status. The entire city of Yuejing has been artificially divided into 4 distinct regions. The northern district, home to the imperial palace, is naturally off-limits to anyone outside of the royal family. In contrast, The southern district is the dwelling place of various officials and nobles, where only those holding positions of authority are deemed worthy of residence. Should any household lose its connection to the court, they are compelled to vacate the area. In stark contrast to the southern district, the western quarter is characterized by its uneven rows of modest dwellings, inhabited by the lower echelons of society, including laborers and petty vendors. There are also a number of idle rascals and destitute families who have relocated from other districts. Opposite the western area lies the eastern district, where affluent merchants and wealthy families reside. Although they lack official titles that would permit them to occupy the southern district, their opulent mansions are constructed to outshine one another, each family vying to display their wealth and prominence. Some of these households are so illustrious that the nearby residents dare not engage in comparisons. Their estates not only occupy vast expanses of land, but also exude an air of grandeur that far surpasses that of others. With the inhabitants being immensely wealthy magnates, at the eastern corner of the district stands the grand residence of the Qin family, a household of considerable prestige. Spanning dozens of acres, it leaves those acquainted with the city's real estate values utterly astounded. The Qin family is not only immensely wealthy, rivaling nations in their fortune, but they also monopolize a quarter of the copper mining industry in the state of Yu. It is said that the head of the family wields significant influence, with high-ranking officials in the court advocating on their behalf. Naturally, the servants of such a prominent household carry themselves with great confidence, their voices resonating more loudly than those of servants in lesser estates. Qin Gui, the doorman at the Qin residence, embodies this sentiment. Whenever individuals arrive at the Qin estate seeking an audience with the master, regardless of their status or official rank, they treat this seemingly insignificant servant with utmost respect, wary of incurring his displeasure. Over time, this has led Qin Gui to develop a sense of self-importance, as if he too were a personage of great significance. Consequently, whenever someone sends a request for an audience with a member of the Qin family, it is customary to offer a token of respect. Otherwise, Qin Gui is unlikely to bestow a favorable countenance, and one might find themselves waiting several days for a response. Of course, should individuals of considerable stature arrive, Qin Gui behaves with the utmost decorum, portraying himself as a diligent and loyal servant. He is particularly attentive to the young masters and mistresses frequently traversing the estate, ensuring their needs are met with the highest degree of courtesy. This attentiveness has indeed garnered him considerable satisfaction from many of his superiors. Rumors have even circulated that he is soon to be elevated to oversee external affairs, potentially managing business elsewhere. Upon learning this, Qin Gui's heart swelled with delight, and he felt as if he were walking on air in the days that followed. Presently, the esteemed Qin Gui had moved a long bench and was reclining upon it in the cool shade at the entrance, seeking respite from the summer heat. Early that morning, the master of the house had departed to conduct business, while several young masters and ladies had ventured to the nearby Chongshan Temple for leisure. Thus, within the courtyard, aside from a few ladies, only the widowed cousin remained. This allowed Qin Gui a moment to breathe easy, granting him the liberty to indulge in a bit of leisurely respite. As the gentle breeze lulled him into a slight stupor, a timid voice suddenly broke the tranquility. "Excuse me, is this the Qin residence?" The drowsiness that had begun to envelop Qin Gui was abruptly shattered by the intrusion of this voice, causing him great discomfort. Without opening his eyes, he erupted in a fit of ire. "What are you shouting about? Are you mourning? Can't you see your esteemed master has just settled down?" After uttering these words, Qin Gui reluctantly opened his eyes, his face a portrait of vexation. His assumption, based on the speaker's timid tone, was that this individual was a mere nobody, emboldening him to treat the matter with such disdain. Upon finally discerning the speaker, he found a young man of about 24 or 25, clad in coarse fabric, whose unremarkable appearance exuded an unmistakable air of rusticity, clearly a bumpkin fresh from the countryside. This realization bolstered Qin Gui's confidence even further. He sat upright and, without hesitation, launched into a scathing tirade, as if the mere act of disturbing the rest of the esteemed Qin Gui was an unforgivable transgression. His reprimand was a veritable deluge of words, lasting an entire tea's worth of time. With the rustic youth rendered utterly speechless, his expression one of bewilderment as he stood there, helplessly absorbing the onslaught of Qin Gui's denunciation. After a considerable duration, once Qin Gui had thoroughly vented his ire, he finally relented, albeit with lingering dissatisfaction. Casting a sidelong glance at the young man, He seemed to recall the initial inquiry and carelessly inquired, "What brings you to our Qin residence? We are not in need of errand boys or servants, so you might as well leave. The servants here are not to be trifled with, and we do not accept just anyone without a proper background. You would be wise to find a guarantor before seeking employment here." Drawing upon his previous experiences, Qin Gui swiftly concluded that this rustic lad, still reeking of the earth, must be foolishly aspiring to secure a position in the Qin household, a scenario he had encountered numerous times before. "I am not seeking employment. Qin Yin is my uncle. I have a letter from my family to deliver to Uncle Qin." The young man seemed to awaken from the storm of reprimands, and upon hearing Qin Gui's words, he hastily produced a crumpled letter from his bosom, stammering an explanation. "What? The master is your uncle?" Qin Gui, feeling parched and reaching for a nearby teapot for a sip, was so taken aback by the young man's revelation that he spat out the tea in shock, exclaiming in astonishment. The young man scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he replied, I am not quite sure, but my family insists on referring to Uncle Qin in this manner." However, this time, Qin Gui no longer dared to mock him lightly. After all, should this individual truly have some connection to their master, he might find himself in a precarious situation. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "Might I be permitted to take a glance at this letter? I assure you, I shall merely inspect the envelope and would never dream of opening it." To Qin Gui's surprise, the young man nodded in agreement and, while handing over the letter, muttered, "I intended to deliver this to you so that you could assist in passing it on to Uncle Qin." Qin Gui accepted the rather crumpled letter and quickly glanced at it. Although most servants were illiterate, he had attended a private school for 6 months in his youth, which endowed him with the ability to read and write. It was this very skill that had secured him the enviable position of a doorkeeper, admired by countless other servants. The bold characters on the envelope read, "To my esteemed nephew, Qin Yin." These words sent Qin Gui's heart racing, for it seemed to imply a familial connection to their master. Realizing this, Qin Gui's expression shifted dramatically as he forced a few smiles and addressed the young man. "Dear sir, while my master is currently absent, several ladies are present within the residence. Would you prefer to entrust this letter to one of them?" Qin Gui's demeanor underwent a swift transformation, elevating his address to the young man. "This simply would not do. The letter must be opened by Uncle Qin himself." The young man hesitated before resolutely shaking his head. "In that case, may I first inform the lady and ascertain her response to you?" Qin Gui was reluctant to let the young man depart, fearing that if something of significance were at stake, he would bear the consequences. However, if the matter were left to the lady, it would no longer be his concern. Having spent so long as a servant in this world, he possessed a modicum of cunning. To his relief, the young man readily acquiesced. With a sigh of relief, Qin Gui quickly summoned a passing family member to keep an eye on the young man while he hastened back to the main house. Other servants, witnessing his hurried demeanor, looked on in surprise. Qin Gui made his way directly to the backyard, conversing briefly with a stout maid who oversaw the courtyard before returning to the front entrance to await a response. Upon his return, he exchanged a few polite words with the young man when a rather attractive young maid came sprinting toward them. Upon reaching the two, she cast a curious glance at the rather unrefined young man before conveying a message from one of the ladies. He was to wait in a guest chamber until the master returned to ascertain the young man's true identity. After all, the Qin family was extensive. It was possible that a distant relative from a side branch had come seeking something. With the matter being addressed by higher authority, Qin Gui felt a sense of relief and resumed his post at the entrance. Meanwhile, the young maid guided the young man toward the temporary guest chamber. Along the way, many who encountered the young man, noting his rustic appearance, cast him curious glances, which only seemed to heighten his unease. He simply lowered his head, trailing silently behind the young maid, his gaze fixed on the ground. This prompted a glance back from the youth, who couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing such a peculiar little maid. With a beaming smile, she stole a few more glances at the young man, finding him exceedingly amusing. After settling the youth in a guest room within the main residence, the maid admonished him not to wander off before playfully returning to report back. No sooner had the maid departed the room than the previously clumsy young man suddenly straightened up, the foolishness in his eyes vanishing in an instant, replaced by an air of subtle nonchalance that dispelled any trace of rusticity. It was hard to believe that the Qin family was so renowned. It seemed the forces of the demonic path would undoubtedly not overlook such an obvious target. The young man glanced toward the outside, his brow furrowing slightly as he muttered to himself. He was none other than Han Li. who had hastened his journey on a flying vessel for over 10 days, finally arriving in the capital of Yuejing. And the Qin residence was the very place he was tasked with protecting at the behest of Li Huayuan. However, the thought of the identity that Li Huayuan had arranged for him filled Han Li with great dismay. In the letter, he had instructed the head of the Qin family to assign him the identity of a distant relative from a branch of the Qin family, necessitating Han Li to masquerade as a poor country cousin to remain inconspicuous in the Qin residence. Although the identity of a rural pauper was somewhat displeasing to Han Li, he found the act of donning it effortless. After all, he had genuinely emerged from a remote village as a farm boy in his youth. So he knew precisely how to conduct himself to appear convincing, sparing him the need for excessive thought. After securing the door, Han Li began to meditate on the bed, hoping to make some progress in his cultivation during his time guarding the Qin residence. Unbeknownst to him, after a substantial cycle of meditation, evening had arrived, and at that moment, someone finally knocked on the door. Han Li's spirit lifted, but his expression quickly dulled as he reverted to the guise of the rustic fool. Upon opening the door, he found a servant standing outside, dressed in the attire of a lower servant. "My master has returned. Now the lady requests your presence, so come with me," the servant said curtly to Han Li before turning to leave. Clearly dismissive of him. This was hardly surprising, as this servant, unlike Qin Gui, who guarded the gate, was a trusted aide to a certain lady and had encountered many of the Qin family's impoverished relatives seeking charity over the years, rendering him indifferent to Han Li's presence. In his estimation, it was likely that the master would merely entertain this country bumpkin for a short while before offering him some silver to send him on his way. Never intending for him to linger in the residence, Han Li obediently acknowledged the servant's command and followed him out of the guest room, heading directly to the Qin family's parlor at that moment. In the parlor, a woman in her 40s, exuding grace and elegance, was discussing Han Li with Qin Yan, the head of the Qin family, who sat in the main seat. "Since he dares to come bearing a letter of introduction, he is likely not a charlatan. It seems that a certain elder from a family has entrusted someone to seek him out. Let us see what requests he may have. If they are reasonable, we should endeavor to accommodate them. We must not allow our branch to be tainted with the bad reputation of being disdainful of the poor. We cannot afford to lose face." Qin Yan, in his 50s, appeared remarkably youthful, as he had taken excellent care of himself, giving him the appearance of someone in their 40s, showing no signs of aging whatsoever. After sipping a cup of bird's nest tea to soothe his throat, he spoke slowly. Chapter 280. The audience that my lord. It is true that our family does not lack for silver, but we cannot afford to tarnish our reputation, remarked the woman across from him with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. This third wife had been by his side for many years, yet her thoughtful and delicate nature had never diminished, which made him increasingly at ease with her. Even when he had matters to attend to outside, he entrusted her with all affairs concerning the Qin residence, and she managed them to his utmost satisfaction each time. "My lord, I have already sent someone to summon this individual," the woman continued gently. "After you have met with him, allow me to handle such trivial matters." Qin Yan smiled slightly at her words. Just as he intended to respond, a servant's voice interrupted from outside. "My lord, Qin Ping has brought the guest. Shall we summon him now? Have Qin Ping bring him in," Qin Yan instructed casually, then closed his mouth, offering an apologetic smile to his third wife. "To your command," the servant replied and fell silent. Moments later, Qin Ping entered the parlor, accompanied by a somewhat simple-minded young man. As the young man walked in, he glanced around the room, seemingly filled with curiosity about everything within. Upon reaching the hall, Qin Ping reported and then discreetly exited, leaving the young man alone, somewhat apprehensive, facing Qin Yan and his wife. Seeing the young man's awkward demeanor, Qin Yan and the third wife exchanged knowing smiles. Qin Yan then cleared his throat and spoke amiably to the young man. "I hear that you possess a letter from an elder of the Qin family. Is this true? May I have the pleasure of seeing it?" The young man, known as Han Li, glanced at the head of the Qin household, hesitating as if uncertain, and asked, "Are you truly Uncle Qin? My grandfather has explicitly stated that the letter can only be delivered to Uncle Qin himself." The third wife paused in surprise at Han Li's words, nearly bursting into laughter. Who would dare impersonate the esteemed head of the Qin family in the reception hall? This young man's question was indeed amusing. Qin Yan, taken aback, wore a wry smile. He had no choice but to respond. "I assure you, I am the genuine head of the Qin residence. However, whether I am indeed your Uncle Qin will need to be confirmed after I have seen the letter." Qin Yan's flustered demeanor greatly entertained his third wife. It was quite a spectacle to witness the illustrious head of the Qin family, renowned throughout the capital, being questioned by a rather unrefined young man. After hearing Qin Yan's words, Han Li's face reflected a mix of belief and skepticism, and he hesitantly handed over the crumpled letter to Qin Yan. Impatiently, Qin Yan suppressed the overwhelming urge to snatch the letter away, ultimately managing to maintain his composure as he accepted the missive. However, he refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Han Li before unexpectedly placing the letter upon the table and lightly clapping his hands twice. With the sound echoing in the air, an elderly man clad in a green robe, his hair a striking white, entered the hall. Without uttering a word, Qin Yan pointed to the letter, prompting the old man to approach with utmost reverence. Take the letter and scrutinize it in the sunlight streaming through the hall. After a thorough examination, he gently returned the letter to the table, declaring, "No issues." Following this, the elder bowed slightly and silently exited, moving as stealthily as a specter. With a sense of relief washing over him, Qin Yan cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, who appeared thoroughly perplexed, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Without offering an explanation, he deftly opened the letter and began to peruse its contents. Observing this, the third madam, smiling warmly at Han Li, lifted her teacup, eager to take a sip. Yet, before she could bring it to her lips, Qin Yan, who had been engrossed in the letter, suddenly stood up, his face a mask of utter astonishment. "Master, what has happened? Could it be that the letter is a forgery?" the startled third madam inquired. Hastily setting down her teacup, her expression one of deep concern. "No, the letter is indeed genuine. Moreover, it is from a venerable elder who has bestowed great kindness upon me," Qin Yan replied, his demeanor returning to normal almost instantaneously. His tone calm and measured. After exchanging a reassuring glance with his beloved wife, he turned his attention back to Han Li. "May I inquire if you are Han Li?" Qin Yan asked tentatively, his tone remaining unchanged, although the third madam sensed an underlying tension. Just as she was enveloped in uncertainty, Han Li nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I am Han Li. As my grandfather mentioned, may I remain here?" "Ah, certainly," Qin Yan exclaimed, his laughter ringing out joyfully, so exuberant that it startled the nearby servants, who exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the cause of their master's mirth in the parlor. "Come, let us retire to the side hall to discuss the recent happenings concerning Uncle Hua Yuan. No one else is permitted to accompany us. I wish to converse with my esteemed nephew, Han." With that, Qin Yan grasped Han Li's arm and, overflowing with enthusiasm, led him towards the side door, effectively halting the third madam's attempt to follow. This only served to deepen the confusion of the already astonished third madam, who could only watch as Qin Yan and Han Li exited through the side door, unable to defy her husband's command. At that moment, she was engulfed in a cloud of uncertainty. Following Qin Yan, Han Li entered a secluded side hall of remarkable tranquility. Without a word, Qin Yan turned an ornamental ancient vase within the hall, revealing a hidden chamber that materialized within the wall. Without hesitation, Qin Yan stepped inside. After Han Li smiled briefly, he followed suit into the secret chamber. The room, though modest in size, was remarkably well equipped. It boasted not only a table and chairs but also an exquisitely crafted sandalwood bookshelf standing about a meter tall within, exuding an air of refinement. "Since you are someone sent by Master Li, you must also be a cultivator, correct? I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused in the living room earlier. I hope Master Han will not hold it against me." Qin Yan, having securely closed the door to the secret chamber, spoke respectfully in his apology that it is of no consequence. "Ignorance is excusable," Han Li replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, this performance must continue." As he casually seated himself at the table, his demeanor transformed, regaining his original carefree essence. "Thank you for your magnanimity, Master." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yan became even more deferential, standing attentively to the side without displaying a trace of dissatisfaction. He was acutely aware of the nature of cultivators. They were akin to living deities. Furthermore, were it not for Master Li's substantial support, the Qin family would never have attained such prominence today. Out of both sentiment and reason, Qin Yan dared not harbor any disrespect. "Please, Master of the Qin family, do take a seat. There is no need for excessive formality. The Master Li you mentioned is, in fact, my own mentor, which makes me no stranger to the Qin family," Han Li said with a smile. "How could I? I am but a mere mortal." How could I dare show any disrespect to a master? Qin Yin insisted, shaking his head repeatedly and refusing to sit, preferring to stand by and await Han Li's instructions. This prompted Han Li to ponder for a moment before ceasing to press the matter. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Master Han? Master Li's letter merely indicated your identity, but it did not elaborate on the specific matters at hand. Might I be privy to some details? Qin Yin cautiously posed the most pressing question in his mind. According to his father's dying wishes, Master Li, who had bestowed great kindness upon the Qin family, would only personally intervene or send assistance when the family faced insurmountable danger. Was the Qin family on the verge of encountering significant trouble? Observing the anxious expression on the face of the Qin family head, Han Li reflected briefly before thoughtfully responding. The situation is as follows. It pertains to foreign cultivators. We have received information indicating that. Han Li, maintaining an impassive demeanor, gradually conveyed to Qin Yin the possibility of the demonic sects targeting the Qin family, employing terms most comprehensible to a mortal. This revelation left the head of the Qin family in a state of shock. After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Yin stammered, "So did our foreign cultivators indeed planning to target us mortals? What shall we do?" The head of the Qin family appeared utterly at a loss. Han Li, with a faint smile, calmly reassured him, "There is no need for concern, Master Qin. The intruding cultivators from the foreign realm are not particularly powerful. With my presence at the Qin residence, I will ensure they do not succeed easily." Chapter 281. The Qin residence's guests. Miss Biao. More than an hour later, Han Li emerged from the secret chamber alongside Qin Yin. Upon returning to the living room, the head of the Qin family immediately ordered, in the presence of the third madam, that a clean and tidy accommodation be prepared in the back residence for Master Han to reside in the Qin estate long-term. On the surface, the rationale appeared ostentatious. Lord Qin was determined to nurture this young prodigy as a way to repay the great kindness bestowed upon him by the elder's predecessors. The third madam, witnessing this, parted her lips slightly, yet refrained from voicing any objections. Possessing a keen intellect, she astutely discerned that Qin Yin had already made up his mind, leaving no room for dissent. Furthermore, her intuition hinted at an underlying intrigue between this Han Xinzi and her husband. However, since Qin Yin had not divulged any specifics, she would not engage in actions that might provoke displeasure or jeopardize her standing. Yet, she could not help but entertain fanciful conjectures. Could it be that her husband held such gravity towards this Han Xinzi because he was, perhaps, a hidden illegitimate child from his youthful escapades? Otherwise, how could he exhibit such a pallor upon receiving the letter, only to later display such enthusiasm? The third madam, with her astute perception, found this increasingly plausible, and a sense of unease began to swell within her. Nonetheless, she maintained an air of nonchalance on her visage, growing increasingly cordial towards Han Li. Thus, under Lord Qin's repeated admonitions, Han Li once more followed Qin Ping out of the hall, tasked with inspecting his accommodations. This time, Qin Ping's demeanor was no longer the rigid countenance from earlier. Instead, he wore a beaming smile, incessantly addressing Han Li as young Master Han, completely opting to selectively forget his previous indifference towards Han Li. Although Han Li feigned astonishment at such favor, inwardly he marveled at the extraordinary adeptness of these servants in navigating the tides of social circumstance. Such abrupt shifts from disdain to deference revealed not a hint of awkwardness. One might question whether it was their thick skin or their accustomedness to such a lifestyle. Subsequently, Qin Ping led Han Li along the winding paths of the rear courtyard until they arrived at a tranquil Sihiyuan. The environment here was elegant and exquisite, remarkably serene, prompting Han Li to nod in quiet approval, feeling quite satisfied. It seemed that Qin Yin had indeed expended considerable effort in selecting a suitable residence for him. Young Master Han, this is your dwelling. This place is the finest courtyard within the Qin residence. Typically, only esteemed guests held in high regard by the master are permitted to reside here. Qin Ping elaborated with a tone of flattery as he ushered Han Li into the yard. Han Li scratched his head, grinning foolishly, seemingly at a loss for words. Qin Ping, perceptive as ever, tactfully sidestepped the awkwardness and shifted the conversation. Young Master Han, I presume you have yet to dine this evening? Allow me to summon the kitchen to prepare a meal for you. Please hold on for a moment. With that, Qin Ping respectfully withdrew from the courtyard and turned to depart. As Han Li watched the man gradually recede, he offered a faint smile before turning to push open the door to the room. The arrangement of the several rooms was indeed befitting of the surrounding environment, equally distinctive and elegant. After surveying the space, Han Li felt even more contented and began to ponder who might have orchestrated such a lovely setting. Qin Ping certainly worked swiftly. Before long, a maid approached, carrying a large bamboo box to deliver the meal. The enticing aroma of the food stirred a pang of hunger in Han Li, who had abstained from eating for several years. Without hesitation, he devoured several exquisite dishes and a bowl of rice in one sitting. When Qin Ping returned to find the remnants of the feast, he couldn't help but chuckle, though he maintained a facade of respect as he invited Han Li to return to the hall once more. Due to the request of the esteemed Master Qin, he sought to introduce the members of the Qin residence to Han Li. When Han Li entered the living room for the second time, the space was no longer occupied solely by Qin Yin and the third madam. Rather, it was filled with no fewer than 20 or 30 men and women, both standing and seated. As Qin Yin warmly invited Han Li to sit beside him. The older guests exhibited a mix of surprise, but refrained from any overtly dramatic reactions. However, the younger Qin ladies and gentlemen could hardly contain their restlessness. The particularly favored young master stepped forward, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, and inquired, "Grandfather, who is this brother? We have never seen him before. Is this gathering merely for his sake?" Qin Yin, having discerned the discontent in his grandson's tone, did not grant him a favorable response. Instead, he shot him a stern glare, his countenance darkening as he coldly retorted, "Withdraw. Is it your place to speak here? What do you mean by this person or that person? This is Han Li, Han Xianzi, whose ancestors have rendered life-saving grace to our Qin family. You are not to show him any disrespect." At this proclamation, a ripple of commotion swept through the living room, with all present, save for the third madam, casting curious glances at Han Li. For his part, adeptly exhibited a demeanor of unease, shifting restlessly as if seated upon a bed of nails. The young Qin master, meanwhile, retreated in silent embarrassment, his face alternating between crimson and pallid. He had not anticipated that Qin Yin, who typically indulged him, would speak so harshly today, causing him to lose face in front of his numerous siblings. Consequently, he harbored no favorable feelings toward Han Li. However, he was wise enough not to act against Han Li after Qin Yin's admonition. After all, it was evident that the seemingly unsophisticated individual held significant importance in his grandfather's eyes, and he had no desire to jeopardize Qin Yin's favor with this example set by the young master. The others refrained from any hostile gestures, instead exchanging amiable glances with Han Li. This moment, Qin Yin smiled and began to introduce the individuals in the room to Han Li, gesturing as he spoke. "This is my eldest son, Qin Shi, who currently manages all of our business affairs in Yuejing. He possesses a reasonably sharp mind. That is my second son. As Han Li nodded along absent-mindedly, he committed to memory the names of each Qin family member introduced, for they were all individuals he intended to safeguard. Indeed, the venerable Qin patriarch was quite prolific, having sired 5 sons and 3 daughters, along with several grandchildren. Among them, the eldest and second sons appeared to be in their 30s, both already with families of their own. The young master who had just inquired was the second grandson of the eldest son. Amusingly, the youngest son, merely 5 or 6 years of age, was nothing more than a little child who suckled his thumb. The thought of a youth of 16 or 17 addressing this thumb-sucking toddler as fifth uncle struck Han Li as particularly comical. As for Qin Yan's wives, aside from the third madam whom he had met that morning, there was also a second madam in her 40s, along with 7 or 8 younger concubines. However, Qin Yan's original wife was not present in the hall. It was said that she was currently engaged in vegetarianism and Buddhist practices, rarely emerging to meet others. Additionally, there were 2 men in their 40s, who were Qin Yan's second and third brothers. Each managed a portion of the Qin family's business, thus holding significant positions within the Qin household. Naturally, they also had a few children present in the hall, but Han Li merely noted their names and chose not to pay them further attention. After all, his energy was limited, and he could only focus on protecting the members of Qin Yan's direct line. "Where is the cousin?" After Qin Yan had introduced all the individuals in the drawing room, he suddenly realized that one person was missing and turned to the third madam beside him to inquire. "Master, the cousin feels that as a widow, it is inappropriate for her to meet outsiders, so she did not come. Should we summon her?" The third madam replied softly, a hint of hesitation crossing her face. "It's all right. Han Xianzi is not an outsider. It would be good for her to meet him." Qin Yin responded after a moment of contemplation. "Understood. Master, Xiao Yin, quickly go fetch the cousin and tell her that the master has invited her." The third madam instructed the young maid standing behind her with a calm demeanor. Yes, madam. The maid, who had previously guided Han Li, promptly darted out through a side door to tea this moment. Qin Yin turned back and quietly explained to Han Li. There is another person who has yet to arrive. She is a young woman whom my first wife rescued from the river while visiting her family about 7 or 8 years ago. This girl was in a pitiable state, having lost her memory from a head injury and covered in bruises. My wife, possessing a kind heart, treated her, and upon realizing she was homeless, arranged for one of her relatives to adopt her as a foster daughter, thus providing her with a place to stay. However, misfortune continued to plague this girl. Although she was matched with a husband through her adoptive father's efforts, her fiancé tragically fell into the river and drowned just 3 days after their marriage. Logically, being so young, she could have chosen to remarry. Yet, this girl exhibited an extraordinary sense of loyalty, choosing to remain a widow in honor of her husband whom she had only shared 3 days with. This became a celebrated tale in the local community, greatly enhancing my wife's family's reputation. Eventually, her adoptive father passed away, and seeing her alone in an empty house, my wife brought her here to keep her company and perhaps to offer some solace to the girl. As Qin Yin spoke, he couldn't help but express his heartfelt sentiments. Chapter 282. Transformation. Upon hearing Qin Yin's words, Han Li feigned surprise on the surface, but inwardly he felt that she was yet another unfortunate woman deeply affected by the tales of virtuous maidens. As soon as the young lady was mentioned, the young gentlemen in the hall visibly brightened, whispering excitedly among themselves, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. This caused Han Li to momentarily pause, but soon he deduced that this cousin must indeed possess remarkable beauty. As he pondered this, a young maid and a modestly dressed young woman entered the hall. Though the woman had delicate features and an exquisite grace, an inexplicable, fiery charm radiated from her entire being. The enchanting charm of the lady stirred an impulse within the hearts of most men in the hall, compelling them to embrace her tenderly. As for the young lads, their eyes widened in awe. Entirely captivated by her beauty, it seemed that the young masters of the Qin family had been infatuated with this maiden for quite some time. However, when Han Li discerned the features of this woman, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and the foolish expression upon her face vanished instantaneously. Fortunately, Han Li swiftly reined in his emotions, restoring his original demeanor, as this transformation transpired in the blink of an eye. All eyes soon turned to the young matron who had just entered the hall, narrowly avoiding revealing their surprise. Yet, within Han Li's heart, tumultuous waves of emotion surged uncontrollably, although the lady's appearance had undergone certain changes. Acquiring a hint of mature allure, it was her soulful eyes and delicate oval face that allowed Han Li to instantly recognize her as the second Miss Mo of the Mo family. A refined young woman he had met only a handful of times in the past, Mo Fengwu, the girl fond of delving into the art of medicine. Upon entering the room, Mo Fengwu felt her cheeks flush under the scrutiny of the crowd, instinctively lowering her gaze, thus failing to notice Han Li seated beside Qin Yin. Witnessing the utter lack of composure among the younger generation, Qin Yin felt an immense sense of frustration, clearing his throat. He adopted a stern expression and coughed several times, prompting the enamored youths to return to their senses, hastily assuming the guise of upright gentlemen, fearful of inciting the wrath of their host. "Pinger, come sit by your aunt," the third madam, with her keen perception, called out, inviting Mo Fengwu to take a seat beside her. "Thank you, third aunt," Mo Fengwu replied softly, gracefully moving to sit beside her. "Pinger, do not confine yourself indoors. It can stifle one's spirit. It is far better to venture outside." Clearly, Qin Yin held great sympathy for Mo Fengwu, his tone gentle. "Thank you, uncle. I understand," Mo Fengwu replied, still not lifting her head, embodying a demeanor of submissive humility. "Ahem." Qin Yin sighed softly, feeling helpless as his niece consistently complied, yet returned to her old habits after their conversations. However, he soon recalled the matter at hand and gestured towards Han Li, introducing him to Mo Fengwu. "Pinger, allow me to introduce you. This is Han Li, a descendant of a venerable elder who has rendered great kindness to your uncle. You may greet him as elder brother henceforth." Han Li was wholly focused on Mo Fengwu's actions and noticed a slight tremor run through her frame at the mention of his name, instantly understanding the implications. After a brief pause, Mo Fengwu gradually lifted her gaze, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. In this moment, her captivating visage bore an air of tranquility, and as her lips brushed against one another, a soft voice emerged. "Greetings." Elder brother Han. It seemed that Mo Fengwu truly did not remember Han Li. Upon hearing her greeting, Han Li appeared momentarily dazed by her proximity, stammering for several moments before managing to respond with a few words of greeting in return. The scene elicited stifled laughter from the young men and women who witnessed it. With a cold glance, Qin Yan surveyed the crowd, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Meanwhile, Han Li remained obliviously scratching his head, appearing utterly at a loss. The subsequent proceedings unfolded with relative simplicity. Before the assembled family members, Qin Yan coldly declared that from this day forth, Han Li would reside in the Qin manor for a period of time, during which he would be regarded as one of the young masters of the household. No one was permitted to treat him with indifference. Failure to comply would result in severe consequences. As soon as these words left his lips, the entire Qin manor began to regard Han Li with curious glances. That moment, it was not just the third madam who speculated about the true relationship between Han Li and Qin Yan. That night, Han Li lay awake in his bedroom, staring at the ceiling as if lost in thought. That a gentle knock echoed twice from outside the door, and a subtle smile crept across Han Li's lips, revealing a hint of intrigue. Unhurriedly, he rose and opened the door. Standing before him was a woman clad in a cloak and hood. The moment she saw Han Li had opened the door, she swiftly lifted the veil, revealing her exquisite visage. It was none other than Mo Fengwu, who had not acknowledged Han Li earlier in the day. Han Li, upon seeing her, silently stepped aside, allowing Mo Fengwu to enter without hesitation. Standing at the threshold, Han Li extended his senses outward, detecting no presence nearby, indicating that Mo Fengwu had approached with caution. He gently closed the door behind them, and upon turning around, he found Mo Fengwu silently unfastening her cloak, unveiling her alluring figure. Without any reservation, she seated herself at the table, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Han Li. With a sigh, Han Li contemplated the stark contrast between the enchanting yet aloof woman before him and the gentle girl he remembered, who had a passion for the healing arts. It was evident that Mo Fengwu had undergone many experiences over the years, transforming into someone he scarcely recognized. Should I address you as Junior Brother Han or as Senior Brother Han? Mo Fengwu inquired, her eyes betraying a fleeting, inscrutable emotion, her voice slightly hoarse. Please, call me Han Li, Miss Fengwu, he replied. After regaining his composure, his response, a barely perceptible disappointment flickered across Mo Fengwu's countenance, but she quickly regained her composure, stating, I am uncertain why a cultivator like yourself would find himself at the Qin residence, nor do I wish to pry into its secrets. I have come to beseech you, in light of the past bond between my father and yourself, to assist me in eliminating a nemesis. Would you be so kind? Upon uttering these words, Mo Fengwu could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor and looked at Han Li with an anxious expression, fearing a swift rejection. Han Li's demeanor remained unchanged. He neither declined outright nor agreed immediately. Instead, he poured a cup of fragrant tea from the pot he had just brewed, offering it to Mo Fengwu before leisurely uttering a surprising inquiry. Are you asking me to eliminate the leader of the Wuz men? Seated opposite Mo Fengwu, Han Li spoke slowly and deliberately, observing the astonishment that crossed her delicate features. The surprise in Mo Fengwu's eyes quickly faded. Her gaze lingered peculiarly on Han Li for a moment, and after a prolonged silence, she spoke with a hint of bitterness. It appears that Junior Brother Han is already aware of the situation concerning the Mo family. Truly, nothing can escape the keen eyes and ears of you cultivators. Although Mo Fengwu's words were uttered lightly, Han Li discerned an underlying resentment directed towards him. After a brief contemplation, he grasped the reason behind her feelings. Thus, he chuckled softly and began to clarify. It seems that Miss Fengwu has misconstrued my intentions. Regardless of the circumstances, I do share a certain bond with the Mo family. If I were to learn of their dire predicament, while I may not be able to do much else, I could certainly ensure that the esteemed matrons are able to retreat unscathed and enjoy their twilight years. As he concluded his statement, his demeanor became exceedingly sincere. He was not fearful of Mo Fengwu harboring a grudge against him. Rather, he simply refused to bear the weight of unjust blame. Upon hearing his words, Mo Fengwu merely acknowledged with a sound, her expression reverting to one of aloofness. It remained uncertain whether she truly believed his previous defense. Observing this, Han Li furrowed his brow and, after a moment of hesitation, felt compelled to divulge the truth. Originally, he had intended to keep this information to himself due to its ties to the realm of cultivation. In fact, it was Cai Huan, that young girl, who informed me of the events concerning the Mo family. Accompanying her was the fourth matron. What? You mean Tsai Huan and the fourth matron are still alive? Mo Fengwu exclaimed, her disbelief transforming into palpable excitement, as a rosy hue blossomed on her alabaster cheeks. Indeed, they are alive. They currently reside in a very secluded location, Han Li replied softly. After his escape from Yinling Fortress, he had inquired discreetly about the situation of ordinary folk following the Yin family's abandonment of the castle. To his astonishment, he learned that the fortress had been completely vacated, with the commoners seizing the opportunity to flee in the chaos. Thus, the whereabouts of Mo Tsaihuan and her mother remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 283. Old affections. Han Li believed that if he were to share the news of Mo Tsaihuan and her mother's disappearance, it would suffice for Mo Fengwu to know that her relatives still lived. He estimated that she would refrain from broaching the topic of reuniting with them, as the passage of time had rendered such notions nearly impossible. He then recounted the circumstances of his encounter with Mo Tsaihuan, which nearly brought Mo Fengwu to tears of joy. Mo Fengwu was acutely aware that, given Han Li's status as a cultivator, there was no need for him to fabricate lies to deceive a vulnerable woman like herself. His courtesy towards her was likely rooted in their past acquaintance. Consequently, with her hands clasped together in silent prayer, she regained her composure. However, when she faced Han Li again, it was evident that her demeanor had softened considerably. She understood well that had it not been for Han Li's timely intervention at Yinling Fortress, the Yin matron and her daughter would still be ensnared in their plight. Thank you, young Master Han, for revealing the whereabouts of Tsai Huan and the fourth matron. This is the first piece of good news I have received in 7 or 8 years, Mo Fengwu said slowly, once she had calmed herself. Yet before she awaited any response from Han Li, she once again brought up the matter, saying, although my sister and her daughter are safe, my elder sister and several other aunts remain missing, most likely having fallen victim to foul play. I cannot let this grudge go unavenged. However, I am utterly powerless, and my esteemed junior brother Han will surely lend me his aid, won't he? As Mo Fengwu spoke, a look of profound fragility washed over her features, and a veil of mist clouded her bright eyes, rendering her as if on the verge of tears. Observing this, Han Li rubbed his nose. Feeling an overwhelming mix of headache and helplessness, he had anticipated that upon learning the whereabouts of Mo Tsaihuan and her daughter, she would no longer be so eager for revenge. Yet, to his astonishment, the Mo Fengwu he had not seen for years had become so fixated on this matter. Frankly, it would be far easier for him to eliminate a Qi refinement stage cultivator than to unjustly slay a person of status in the mundane world. For since entering Huangfeng Valley, Han Li had realized that the entirety of the Yu Kingdom, comprising over a dozen prefectures, had already been thoroughly divided among the 7 great sects and several prominent families. Within each prefecture, any enduring secular power would invariably have cultivators discreetly observing them, often supported by these very sections. The Mo family in Lanzhou, having monopolized the mountain villa, had been a fledgling force. Hence their lack of interaction with the world of cultivation. Otherwise, when Han Li had assassinated Ouyang Feitian, the overlord of that mountain villa, it would not have been so effortlessly accomplished without consequence. However, the Five-Colored Gate was a different story. This sect had risen over a century ago, thus firmly established in the annals of time. Furthermore, Lanzhou was recognized as the territory of the Beast Mountain by the 7 great sects, implying that its influence likely loomed in the background. This was why the Mo family had suffered a crushing defeat upon their first encounter as a disciple of Huangfeng Valley. Han Li believed it would be rather difficult to justify the unwarranted elimination of a secular leader supported by another sect. Yet, given the recent incursions by demonic forces into the Yu Kingdom to wreak havoc upon the mundane world, this presented a fortuitous opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. Should he act during this tumultuous period, as long as he exercised caution, he should be able to avoid trouble. Contemplating this, Han Li maintained a stoic expression, rising to pace back and forth within the room. After weighing his options, he fixed his gaze on Mo Fengwu's delicate face and said with calm resolve, Miss Fengwu, under normal circumstances, I cannot acquiesce to this request, as it would bring me considerable trouble. However, given the unusual circumstances within the cultivation realm, I cannot say there is absolutely no opportunity. Here's what I propose. If the chance arises, I may attempt to remove the leader of the Five-Colored Gate. But if the situation proves untenable, I implore you, Miss Fengwu, to relinquish thoughts of vengeance. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mo Fengwu was instantly overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. The vibrant beauty she exuded left Han Li momentarily entranced. He recalled the first time he had encountered the enchanting second miss of the Mo family, feeling a genuine stir of emotion. The warmth and charm she had radiated lingered vividly in his memory, evoking a sense of nostalgia he often found himself lost in. That must have been his first experience of romantic feelings. This modest promise could be seen as a heartfelt commitment to Mo Fengwu as Han Li contemplated. He maintained an outward composure, choosing to bury his feelings deep within his heart and refrain from mentioning them to others. Meanwhile, Mo Fengwu, having emerged from the joy of Han Li's agreement, was filled with gratitude. Without uttering a word, she stepped closer to Han Li, and with a sudden, gentle brush of her fragrant lips against his cheek, she shyly yet somewhat bewilderedly expressed, "With this promise from junior brother Han, even if I cannot vanquish that person, I am immensely grateful." After speaking, the young woman silently draped her cloak around herself and hurriedly departed from Han Li's quarters. Han Li touched the spot on his face where her lips had landed, an odd expression crossing his features. Moments later, he supported his chin with one hand, lost in contemplation for a long, long time. The following morning, Han Li awoke from his meditative state, reflecting on the events of the previous night, and couldn't help but sigh. If only Mo Fengwu possessed spiritual roots, he would undoubtedly guide her into the fold of Huangfeng Valley, forging a partnership in their pursuit of the Tao. With such thoughts in mind, he completed his morning routine and stepped outside. He intended to familiarize himself with the layout of the Qin residence before considering other matters. However, to his surprise, he found Qin Ping standing cheerfully outside the courtyard. Before Han Li could express his astonishment, Qin Ping quickly explained, "I am here on the orders of the master to temporarily serve as your personal attendant. Should you require assistance with any tasks, young Master Han, simply command me." As Qin Ping spoke, his demeanor was marked by a blend of respect and excitement. He thought quite simplistically. Although young Master Han hailed from a modest background and appeared somewhat unsophisticated, he held significant weight in the master's eyes, a fact sufficient to warrant Qin Ping's eager servitude. Moreover, should he serve this young master well, he might even earn favor from the master himself. As Qin Ping mused over this, he inwardly scorned those fools who hastily distanced themselves upon hearing they would serve this rural young master. He had long heard whispers from the maidservants around the mistress that this young man was likely the master's illegitimate son. As long as the master lived, how could he possibly neglect this young master? Serving Han Li would undoubtedly elevate Qin Ping's own status, a far better prospect than being a mere errand runner for the third madam. Unaware of Qin Ping's true intentions, Han Li simply appreciated that Qin Yan had indeed chosen a capable person. Recognizing his unfamiliarity with the Qin residence and the capital of Yuejing, it was a timely gesture. With a smile gracing his face, Han Li directly addressed Qin Ping. "I have yet to see this vast estate. I intend to explore, and I would appreciate your company." Of course, young master, Qin Ping replied with renewed vigor, eager to embark on his first assignment. Thus, under Qin Ping's guidance, Han Li began to wander around the expansive Qin estate. While certain areas were inhabited by the ladies of the household, making it less convenient for Han Li to approach closely, he was able to observe from a distance without anyone daring to voice their objections. After all, the words spoken by Qin Yan yesterday have spread throughout the entire Qin residence. This is the Fugua courtyard of the second master's family, where, apart from the second master himself, the two youngest sons also reside. Next door, Qin Ping, the guide, performed his duties exceptionally well. Not only did he inform Han Li of the names of each courtyard, but he also pointed out the residents within, allowing Han Li to memorize them thoroughly. However, when he mentioned the residence of the young lady Mo Fengwu, Han Li's expression subtly shifted as he gazed for a prolonged moment before departing with an unperturbed demeanor. In a brief span of time, Han Li managed to survey the entirety of the Qin estate, yet he still appeared somewhat unsatisfied. Ultimately, he opted to have Qin Ping lead him out of the Qin residence and accompany him as they meandered through some of the more bustling locales in Yuejing, prompting Qin Ping to continue his incessant explanations. Strolling through the city's most renowned attractions and lively districts consumed the entirety of the morning. The originally exuberant expression of Qin Ping had long since vanished, replaced by a pained countenance as he limped along behind Han Li. Weariness etched upon his face. Anyone who had traversed for several hours without rest, all the while engaging in continuous discourse, would likely wear a similar expression. It was the first time Qin Ping found himself questioning whether he had chosen the right master. Chapter 284. Whispers. Though Qin Ping served as a subordinate within the Qin estate, it had been quite some time since he had embarked on such a lengthy journey on foot that he felt utterly exhausted. His heels throbbed with a dull ache, akin to the sensation of being pricked by needles. Not to mention that his throat had grown hoarse from incessant chatter, leaving him feeling equally uncomfortable. However, upon witnessing his new master, still brimming with enthusiasm as he approached a small porcelain shop, glancing around with keen interest, Qin Ping could only grit his teeth and force himself to follow suit. After all, if his master showed no signs of fatigue, how could he, as a servant, dare to voice any complaints? "I'm feeling a bit hungry. Should we find a place for lunch?" As Qin Ping hurried to Han Li's side, he heard the latter's straightforward suggestion, which instantly filled Qin Ping with excitement. He eagerly proposed dining at a nearby small tavern and extolled the virtues of several signature dishes to the skies. Han Li found the situation somewhat amusing, yet maintained a facade of indifference, allowing Qin Ping to take the lead as they entered the modest two-story establishment. The first floor was occupied by ordinary patrons enjoying simple fare, while the second floor was reserved for individuals of a certain standing and status. Naturally, Qin Ping would not allow Han Li to dine on the first floor, despite the latter appearing somewhat inclined towards it. The second floor, however, was scarcely populated, with only 3 or 4 tables occupied. One table, in particular, caught Han Li's eye. It was comprised of 3 men and 2 women sharing drinks, a sight quite remarkable in its unconventionality. Upon entering, Han Li couldn't help but glance at the group, and his heart skipped a beat, for the 5 individuals before him were all cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, possessing foundational skills of level 10 or above. This was indeed unusual. Could they possibly belong to the 6 evil sects? Han Li pondered initially. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced, as Han Li employed the Qi drawing technique, a skill reserved for foundation-building practitioners, to draw his own spiritual energy back into his body. Consequently, to the eyes of the low-ranking cultivators, whose abilities paled in comparison, Han Li appeared no different from an ordinary mortal. "Young master, please take a seat here." Qin Ping, suppressing the pain in his foot, guided Han Li to a table by the window, diligently wiping the wooden chair with his sleeve before inviting Han Li to sit down with a beaming smile. Han Li, feeling a bit embarrassed, hastily urged Qin Ping to join him. This time, Qin Ping did not hesitate too much. After a few polite refusals, he seated himself obediently. The excruciating pain in his foot made him disregard social hierarchies. And fortunately, this newly arrived young master Han was not one to fuss over such matters. Once both of them were settled, the waiter approached swiftly, bowing humbly as he inquired, "Esteemed guests, what would you like to order? Our establishment boasts several signature dishes that are quite renowned. Bring forth a splendid array of food and wine, and ensure that you provide one of each of your signature dishes, utilizing only the finest ingredients." "My master happens to be the young lord of the Qin residence." Qin Ping, aware that Han Li might struggle with ordering, took the initiative to speak on his behalf. Mentioning the Qin residence instantly enlivened him. Indeed, the name of the Qin residence proved to be quite effective. Upon hearing it, the waiter nodded enthusiastically, bowing profusely in obsequiousness, before hastily departing to expedite their order. Han Li, however, was not preoccupied with his companion's ostentation. Instead, he focused all his attention on a table of cultivators not far away. Yet, he found it peculiar that one of the men in blue, appearing to be in his 30s, seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered him before. However, upon further contemplation, he could not grasp any specific details. This was certainly not someone he knew well. The group of men, including the blue-clad individual whom Han Li found familiar, all bore somber expressions, with their heads bowed as they drank in silence. The 2 somewhat attractive women at the table, however, stared blankly at the lavish spread before them, showing no inclination to eat, as if they possessed no appetite whatsoever. Their demeanor suggested they were entangled in considerable trouble, far from resembling infiltrators from the demonic sect in Yu country. Among them, the blue-clad man appeared to be one of the younger members, second only to a woman in her 20s. "Young master, the food has arrived. Please enjoy." At that moment, Han Li heard Qin Ping's respectful voice beside him. The waiter had deftly arranged the dishes, filling the table to the brim. "Ha ha, let us dine together." Han Li responded with a somewhat shy smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He then proceeded to unceremoniously take a bite of the dish, chewing heartily in reality. However, His spiritual sense was discreetly extended, closely monitoring the movements of the cultivators. Just as Qin Ping began to eat alongside Han Li, the oldest among the group of cultivators, a black-faced elder, ceased his drinking and suddenly conjured an invisible sound barrier that enveloped them all. Before speaking, let us eat something, for since our lives have already fallen into the hands of others, we, the 5 friends of Mount Ming, can only take it one step at a time, regardless of the circumstances. Avoiding a fate of utter despair is a significant improvement compared to others. Although the soundproof barrier is in effect and the elder's voice is relatively soft, his words are crystal clear to Han Li. The soundproof spell employed by Qi refinement stage cultivators is as ineffective as air in the face of Han Li's astonishing spiritual perception. Nevertheless, the elder's words indicate to Han Li that there is hope, revealing some clandestine matters. Perhaps the elder's counsel has had some effect, as the 2 women have finally fallen silent and taken a few bites of their meal. However, judging by their distracted demeanor, it is highly likely that the food holds no flavor for them. Brother, are we truly to be at their mercy from now on? If all else fails, we could discreetly inform the 7 great sects. Surely they could deal with these ruffians, exclaimed the man in blue after gulping down a couple of shots of strong liquor, his expression turning somewhat ferocious. Ahem, 4th brother, this matter is not so simple. The elder in black gently shook his head, a look of resignation etched across his face. Upon hearing his words, the youngest among the white-clad women could not help but inquire further. Brother, why is that? The members of the 7 sects, do they not wish to eradicate this band of villains? It is known that several hundred compatriots from the state of Yuk have fallen into their hands. The white-clad woman spoke with a face full of unwillingness as she articulated her thoughts. In contrast to the impassioned rhetoric of the younger pair, the 2 individuals in their 40s exchanged silent, bitter smiles, seemingly understanding the elder's concerns. Han Li, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of surprise, as if he had grasped something of great significance. Yet, maintaining an expression of calm, he continued to consume several mouthfuls of the dishes, prompting Qin Ping beside him to commend Han Li's hearty appetite. Han Li's face flushed slightly as he smiled, seemingly aware of the impropriety of his actions, and thus moderated his pace of eating. Meanwhile, the elder in black sighed and began to elucidate the situation to the man in blue and the woman in white that in truth, seeking aid from the 7 sects would be of no avail. Firstly, we are all aware of the current plight of the 7 sects. They have exhausted all available manpower. Whether they can withstand the invasion of the demonic forces remains uncertain. It is improbable that they could spare anyone to assist us scattered cultivators. Bear in mind that among these ruffians, there are cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Ordinary cultivators would be utterly ineffective against them. Otherwise, how could we 5 have been subdued so rapidly? He continued. Furthermore, even if the members of the 7 sects genuinely wish to lend a hand in eliminating them, let us not forget that these individuals always wear masks, never revealing a hint of their true identities. The place where they forced us was merely an abandoned temple they randomly selected. There is simply no way to track them down. Moreover, we are bound by their peculiar restrictions. If we do not comply with their spells in a timely manner, we may very well perish. Can you be certain that the members of the 7 sects can dispel our restrictions, given that our adversaries are so confident in allowing us to leave? Their restrictions must possess unique characteristics. They are certainly not so easily broken. The elder's brow furrowed deeper with each word, and as he spoke, even he seemed to grow somewhat disheartened. Are we truly to aid the wicked in their malevolence? To assist them in ensnaring other cultivators? The pale-faced woman uttered with evident reluctance. Sister, as our elder brother stated, for now, we must take each step as it comes. Fortunately, we have ample time to consider our options. Let us hope that in due course, the 5 friends of Mount Mengshan can devise a strategy that will allow us to extricate ourselves from this predicament. A lean, tall man in his 40s consoled. Yet, all present were acutely aware that such words were mere palliatives, a deceptive comfort to themselves. Having been unable to devise a viable plan over the past few days, what hope was there that a solution would manifest in the coming months? With this thought lingering, silence enveloped them once more, as a cloud of worry settled heavily upon their hearts. Chapter 285. Indifference and rumors. Upon hearing this, Han Li discovered that these individuals spoke of a troubling trend in the Shui Kingdom's cultivation community, where cultivators had been mysteriously disappearing in recent years. That it seemed they had once found themselves ensnared by these shadowy figures, only to be released after threats were made. Yet, The tone of their discourse suggested they were now beholden to someone. Coerced into committing malevolent acts, the whirlwind of thoughts raced through Han Li's mind, and in an instant, he resolved that it was best to steer clear of this matter. After all, the very existence of such a cunning puppeteer, who could orchestrate the vanishing of so many cultivators without ever being exposed, indicated a level of deceitfulness that was far from ordinary. Moreover, if they could manipulate foundation-building cultivators, it was plausible that those at the core formation stage lurked behind them. As a mere foundation-building cultivator himself, Han Li deemed it wise to avoid attracting trouble during these tumultuous times. With this resolution, Han Li promptly withdrew his consciousness, choosing to disregard the plight of these cultivators. While they may be unfortunate and pitiable, he had no familial ties to them and would not risk himself in their affairs. He could only wish them good fortune in their endeavors. Furthermore, the current situation of the seven sects, as the black-faced elder had analyzed, was one of full engagement in the battle against demonic forces, leaving them little capacity for other matters, even if Han Li were to report their plight. It was unlikely they would intervene. Thus, Han Li maintained his indifference. Freed from the need to eavesdrop on others' conversations, he felt at liberty to enjoy his meal, occasionally feigning curiosity about the peculiar sights outside the window. Posing questions to Qin Ping out of course, Qin Ping eagerly provided detailed explanations. They essay result. By the end of the meal, nearly half of the dishes had vanished into Han Li's stomach, leaving Qin Ping astonished. Contemplating the prodigious appetite and boundless energy of his young master at that moment, the group of cultivators rose to depart, and Han Li observed their dejected demeanor as they left, indicating they had yet to conceive a viable plan. After witnessing this, Han Li took a few more bites of food before instructing Qin Ping to settle the bill. However, Qin Ping merely chuckled and produced a waste token from the Qin residence. Boldly making his way downstairs in a short while, he returned to inform Han Li, "Young master, I have placed the waste token with the innkeeper, instructing him to settle the account at our residence by the end of the month. We need not produce any silver for this meal. The young master of the Qin residence has a monthly allowance of several hundred taels to report back for expenses. I have already recorded the meal expenses under the young master's account." Han Li was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this, reflecting on the extravagance of the Qin residence. Yet, he displayed a vague expression, nodding absent-mindedly a few times before descending the stairs with Qin Ping. In the afternoon, Han Li refrained from continuing his journey on foot. Instead, at the suggestion of Qin Ping, who had learned from experience, he called for a two-wheeled carriage and took a tour around several significant locations in the capital. Although many places were overlooked, he managed to gain a preliminary impression of the general terrain and neighborhoods, ensuring that upon exiting the Qin estate, he would not be utterly bewildered in the city. As evening approached, a content Han Li returned to the Qin residence. Qin Gui, who was at the door, rushed out of the entrance before Han Li could alight from the carriage, eager to curry favor with him. He was quite apprehensive that the newly appeared young master Han might still hold a grudge over yesterday's incident of his unperceptive behavior. It was imperative for him to improve this young man's impression of him. However, Han Li had long since dismissed the trivial matter of the previous day from his mind at that moment. He was preoccupied with thoughts on how to ensure the safety of the Qin residence. If all else failed, at the very least, he must secure Qin Yan's life. Otherwise, he would have difficulty explaining himself to Li Huayuan. With this in mind, Han Li formulated a plan and entered the Qin residence with a sense of tranquility. That evening, Han Li did not shy away from anyone and directly sought out his uncle Qin. After a detailed discussion in a private chamber, he returned home in high spirits. From the following day onward, those who interacted with Qin Yan suddenly noticed a stranger, a young man with an earthy demeanor, who seemed decidedly uncharacteristic of a local. Qin Yan enthusiastically introduced this young man to every acquaintance, claiming he was a descendant of a family elder, urging his close friends to mentor him generously. The acquaintances of Qin Yan were either high-ranking officials or wealthy merchants, although they found it somewhat peculiar that the young man stayed constantly by Qin Yan's side. Their shrewdness led them to adopt a benevolent demeanor towards Han Li after failing to uncover any details about him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed. Han Li seemed to have truly become the young master of the Qin residence, enjoying the same privileges as Qin Yan's children. Moreover, the head of the Qin family, in both business dealings and social visits, consistently brought Han Li along, suggesting a genuine intent to cultivate him. Consequently, rumors regarding Han Li being the illegitimate son of the Qin patriarch swiftly circulated beyond the confines of the Qin estate. stirring a flurry of speculation among those acquainted with the Qin family. However, Qin Yin paid no heed to these rumors, adopting an attitude of indifference that allowed others to speculate as they pleased, only serving to reinforce the credibility of such conjectures. As a result, some restless Qin family members, whether under the guidance of their elders or emboldened by a sense of cleverness, attempted to subtly probe the veracity of the rumors surrounding Han Li. Yet, confronted with Han Li's feigned ignorance and apparent obliviousness, these individuals naturally returned empty-handed. Over time, the inhabitants of the Qin residence came to an unspoken consensus regarding Han Li's identity as the young master of the Qin family, believing that Qin Yin's affection towards Han Li was merely an attempt to alleviate his own feelings of guilt. Although the other young masters and misses of the Qin family, who were originally favored by Qin Yin, were deeply displeased by this turn of events, they dared not act against Han Li under the old patriarch's stringent oversight, and thus could only grit their teeth and endure the situation for the time being. Nevertheless, in private, they did not hesitate to disparage Han Li with derogatory terms such as country bumpkin and illegitimate child. Unbeknownst to them, however, each night, while cultivating his techniques within his chambers, Han Li would envelop the entirety of the Qin estate with his spiritual sense. Although he could not maintain this for long, it was sufficient to uncover many secrets. He heard their resentful mutterings with perfect clarity. Han Li had no intention of stooping to the level of these immature youths. Yet, some of their elders were secretly devising schemes to undermine his standing, which left Han Li somewhat exasperated. While he naturally did not wish to engage with these mortals, should the forces of the demonic path launch a sudden assault, he would undoubtedly place these individuals at the end of the line for protection. This could be considered a small reprisal on his part. On this particular day, Qin Yin once again ventured out for a banquet, this time extending an invitation from a figure of considerable stature. One of the current royal princes, Dai Ti, was said that a favored concubine of this leisurely prince had recently recovered from a serious illness, prompting him to host a grand banquet in celebration and to invite several renowned individuals. Although the Qin family was not the wealthiest merchant house in the capital, they certainly ranked among the top 3 in terms of overall strength and influence. Thus, receiving an invitation was only natural. Moreover, it was not just Qin Yin attending. He was specifically requested to bring along several well-connected young masters and so-called talented ladies of the Qin family, at the special behest of a young prince with whom they were acquainted. Reluctantly, Qin Yin acquiesced and allowed these younger relatives to accompany him. Upon receiving the news, the younger generation of the Qin family was instantly filled with joy. It was well known that since discovering the Qin family was in peril, Qin Yin had been adamant about keeping the younger members from gallivanting during this precarious period. Should they attract the attention of the demonic entities that Han Li had warned about, it would spell disaster. Thus, for the past 2 months, Qin Yin had concocted various excuses to effectively confine these youngsters, which had undoubtedly led to their silent lamentations. What further infuriated them was that Han Li, who was only a few years their senior, seemed to accompany Qin Yin on his daily outings, appearing utterly unconcerned, which only fueled their indignation. Now, with this opportunity at hand, the young members of the Qin family were naturally elated to embark on the outing together. The prince who sent the invitation bore the title Prince Xian and was one of the brothers of the current ruler of the Yu Kingdom. According to Qin Yin, despite being a member of the royal family, he was known for his open and generous nature, forming friendships with a wide array of individuals. Not only did he mingle with high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants, but he was also acquainted with various eccentric characters from the common folk in the martial world. Naturally, out of caution, he refrained from associating closely with military officials who wielded power. Nonetheless, this prince had earned a considerable reputation among the citizens of Yuejing, and his standing was quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Han Li had formed a preliminary impression of the king. However, to ascertain the true nature of this individual, he would need to rely on his own eyes for confirmation. After all, while one may appear reputable on the surface, there are far too many prominent figures in this world who are, in reality, involved in illicit activities. Chapter 286. The royal residence. The residence of Prince Xian was not located within the imperial city, but rather situated in the southern district. After a journey of an hour in their carriage, Han Li and his companions noticed a distinct change in architectural style as they entered the southern district, which was markedly different from the residences in the eastern district, such as the Qin household. The buildings here were predominantly uniform and meticulously designed. The size and style of each residence indicated the rank and status of its occupants. making it abundantly clear just by observation. These homes were constructed by the government and were strictly allocated according to the hierarchy of official ranks and titles. No one dared to make unauthorized modifications, lest they incur the penalty of overstepping their bounds. A member of the imperial family and a noble, Prince Xian's residence was among the most distinguished in the southern district. Its expanse was slightly larger than that of the Qin residence. Resembling a colossal mansion, the carriage halted before the gates of Prince Xian's estate. Hanli immediately sensed the opulent aura of nobility that permeated the air. The entrance was approximately 5 or 6 zhang high and 3 to 4 zhang wide, enveloped in thick bronze plating, adorned with dozens of massive door studs that lent an air of grandeur and solemnity to the entrance. Flanking the nearly 10 zhang high steps were 2 imposing bronze lion statues, polished to a brilliant sheen, standing out strikingly. Yet, what most conveyed the authority of the Xian residence were the 16 meticulously uniformed guards stationed on the steps. These men had been specifically borrowed from the imperial city's guard to ensure the safety of the gathering. The steward of the estate, a slender old man, stood in place of Prince Xian, greeting each arriving guest with a broad smile, eager not to slight anyone to this moment. Dozens of carriages had already accumulated before the gates, nearly filling the entire courtyard. On the massive bluestone steps, several guests lingered, engaging in cordial exchanges, each adorned in elegant attire and exhibiting graceful movements, clearly individuals of significant stature. Observing this scene, Qin Yan adjusted his garments and disembarked from the carriage with poise. Hanli, remaining vigilant, scanned the surroundings and, upon detecting the presence of fellow cultivators, felt reassured enough to follow suit. Meanwhile, several young masters and young ladies of the Qin family had already alighted the moment the carriage came to a stop, animatedly discussing amongst themselves as they stood at the entrance. Hanli glanced at the other guests still on the steps and noticed that, aside from the younger members of the Qin household, many of the other attendees had also brought along their children or young relatives. Were they all invited by this so-called young prince, or was it a deliberate gathering orchestrated by the Xian residents under the guise of invitation? Pondering this, Hanli felt somewhat at a loss and turned his gaze toward Qin Yan, who, with a similarly furrowed brow, appeared equally taken aback. "Grandfather, shall we enter the estate? The young prince is awaiting our arrival." A young gentleman of the Qin family, aged around 16 or 17, observed that his venerable elder remained stationary near the carriage. Encouraged by his siblings, he mustered the courage to approach and uttered a few words. Fearing a reprimand from Qin Yan, understood. "Everyone, please proceed inside." To his utter astonishment, Qin Yan merely nodded in response, his demeanor warm and agreeable. This unexpected kindness left the young man quite taken aback, and he excitedly returned to his peers. However, before Qin Yan could lead his companions forward, the steward of the royal residence, having just concluded an engagement with a guest, immediately spotted the Qin entourage. With a beaming smile, he approached them eagerly. Upon reaching them, he warmly exclaimed, "Master Qin, you have finally arrived. My lord has been inquiring for days, wondering why you haven't graced us with your presence. Please, make haste to the manor. The prince will be exceedingly delighted to see you." The steward's eloquence was remarkable, and his few words were enough to envelop the listeners in a pleasant warmth. Qin Yan couldn't help but chuckle and engaged in light conversation with the steward. Yet, as more guests began to arrive at the royal residence, their exchange was brief, and soon the steward ushered Qin Yan and his party inside, bowing in deference before hastily departing. Though Hanli had remained silently by Qin Yan's side, he cast a glance at the steward's retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. For reasons unknown, Hanli sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy from this individual. Nevertheless, he experienced a sudden chill, as if a fearsome beast were drawing near. This unsettling sensation left Hanli profoundly uncomfortable. Despite his uncertainty, he held a firm confidence in his instincts and promptly placed the royal steward on his mental list of individuals to regard with caution and suspicion. "Han Shinji, let us proceed. I would like to introduce you to a few esteemed relatives you have yet to meet," Qin Yan said with a smile after the steward had departed. This remark elicited a pang of envy among the other Qin family members standing beside him, who felt that their patriarch was showing a particular favoritism. However, Hanli merely smiled inwardly, recognizing that Qin Yan was providing him an opportunity to remain close, and thus he accepted without hesitation. He was then guided by Qin Yan into the reception hall of the Xian Wangfu, where approximately 100 guests were gathered. Although the number appeared considerable, Most had arrived in pairs or small groups. Only a handful, like the Qin family, had come in larger numbers that moment. The Xian Wanya had yet to make an appearance, seemingly waiting for all guests to arrive before revealing himself as soon as Qin Yin stepped into the hall. Several familiar families warmly beckoned him over. Naturally, he reciprocated their greetings with respectful gestures. After scanning the room, he offered his apologies to the others and made his way towards an elderly gentleman with a frail countenance, accompanied by a young man and woman. The young man, possessing thick brows and large eyes, exuded an air of composure. Though the woman's beauty was rather ordinary, her large, fiery eyes unapologetically roamed over the younger generation behind Qin Yin, naturally including Han Li within her sweeping gaze. Brother Hua, I never anticipated that such a renowned physician as yourself would grace this gathering. I thought that, given your temperament, you would surely decline such an occasion. Qin Yin remarked as he approached the elder and unceremoniously took a seat, playfully teasing him in a hushed tone. Ahem, I indeed had no desire to attend, but the curious case of the prince's favored concubine being miraculously cured piqued my interest. I wished to ascertain which esteemed individual possesses such remarkable healing skills. The elder, affectionately referred to as Brother Hua by Qin Yin, showed no signs of formality, offering a mild smile before responding gently. Oh, so it is true that Prince Xian once sought your esteemed services for his concubine's ailment. With your medical prowess, is it truly so difficult to cure this affliction? Han Li observed Qin Yin's utter astonishment, indicating that the elder's medical skills were likely quite renowned in Yuejing. The world is rife with peculiar ailments, and it is sheer luck that I, Hua, have managed to attain my current reputation with such limited skills. There are countless baffling diseases that remain untreatable. What is so surprising about that? The elder chuckled nonchalantly, his demeanor seemingly very magnanimous. Yet I remain unconvinced that there exists a physician in Yuejing whose skills surpass yours. Brother Hua, Qin Yin replied, shaking his head, clearly placing great trust in the elder's expertise. However, the elder merely smiled faintly in response, gesturing towards the two individuals beside him, saying, Hua Nan, Hua Fong, you have met them before. Come forth and pay your respects to Grandfather Qin. The elder's authority was evidently profound in the eyes of these two, as they promptly approached Qin Yin without a hint of hesitation. Bowing respectfully, I did not expect my grandchildren to have grown so much in the years since we last met that I possess little of value, but please accept these jade pendants as a token of our reunion. Qin Yin said kindly, reaching into his robes to produce a pair of exquisite white jade pendants inlaid with emeralds, clearly worth a substantial sum. The young man briefly exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes, though it quickly vanished, while the young woman's face radiated joy, her gaze fixated passionately upon the pendants. How ungrateful! If you desire them, then take them. We are not strangers in our family. Brother Hua chided playfully upon witnessing their reaction. Hearing this, the pair felt emboldened to accept the jade pendants from Qin Yin, the young woman's expression brimming with excitement. Aside from these two, I have met the rest of your younger relatives on several occasions. Is this the new nephew who has just arrived in the capital? The elder finally directed his attention to Han Li, examining him with keen interest. Indeed, this is Han Li, a descendant of one of my elders. Han Xianshi, this is your uncle Hua, one of the two great physicians of Yuejing, renowned alongside Dr. Yi, who specializes in treating the emperor. Qin Yin suddenly recalled that he had yet to introduce Han Li to this esteemed elder. Greetings, Uncle Hua, Han Li replied earnestly. Quite good, quite good. The elder offered a few casual praises, seemingly unable to discern any extraordinary qualities in Han Li. However, when he suddenly recalled the recent rumors circulating about the young man, he hesitated for a moment before extending his thin, bony hand to retrieve a small white bottle from within his robe and offered it to Han Li. This is a meticulously concocted heart-protecting pill. While I cannot claim it to cure all ailments, it is certainly effective for minor ailments and injuries. I present it to you, Han Xianji, for your protection. Upon hearing these words from the elder, Han Li immediately sensed the envy and jealousy emanating from several members of the Qin family behind him, while Hua Nan and Hua Fong also displayed expressions of surprise, clearly indicating that the reputation of this heart-protecting pill was not insignificant. Chapter 287. The Celestial Master as a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage. Han Li certainly could not decline the goodwill being offered at that moment. With an air of modesty, he hesitantly accepted the gift. Han Xianji. This heart-protecting pill is a secret elixir crafted by Brother Hua, seldom given away lightly. To present it as a greeting today is indeed a generous gesture. Qin Yin understood that Han Li might not regard this item highly, yet he still spoke a few kind words on behalf of his friend, hoping that the Hua elder would leave a favorable impression in Han Li's mind. The elder cast a curious glance at Qin Yin, perplexed by the intent behind his words. His decision to bestow such a precious pill upon the young man was solely based on Qin Yin's reputation. Otherwise, such a valuable remedy would be beyond the reach of a mere stranger met for the first time. Just as the elder pondered whether to inquire further, a sharp voice rang out. The Prince of Xin has arrived. This announcement from a servant instantly silenced the din within the hall, as all eyes turned with solemnity toward the side door. 4 maidservants emerged first from the door, taking their places on either side of the main seat, followed by a man and a woman who approached with an air of composure. The man was a middle-aged individual in his 40s, sporting a short beard, with a square face and fierce eyes that exuded an imposing presence. The woman, on the other hand, was a stunning beauty in her early 20s, adorned in elaborate court attire, her long skirt trailing the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, those seated rose in unison to pay their respects, exclaiming, "Greetings, Your Highness, and esteemed Madam." This young lady was not the prince's legitimate wife, but rather a recently favored concubine. Hence the attendees could only address her as Madam. "You are all friends of mine, so there is no need for such formality," the Prince of Xin remarked as he spoke, his demeanor starkly contrasting his appearance, refreshingly straightforward and amicable, evoking a sense of goodwill among those present. The favored concubine beside him merely smiled alluringly, saying nothing. After exchanging knowing glances, the others took their seats as instructed. "I am a man of forthright nature. I shall speak plainly to all of you." The prince settled comfortably into his seat, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. This prompted a lively chatter among those across from him. "Your Highness, please, share your thoughts. Indeed, we have known you for many years, Your Highness. Everyone is well aware of your temperament." Clearly, within this assembly, there were sincere remarks mingled with flattery directed toward the Prince of Xin. "I have gathered you all here for 2 reasons. Firstly, the peculiar ailment afflicting my beloved Qing has finally been cured. Naturally, given my disposition, I am inclined to celebrate this joyous occasion in grand style. Secondly, I have a tremendous boon to bestow upon each of you, though whether you are fortunate enough to receive it rests solely upon your own destiny." The words of His Highness the Xin Wang took everyone by surprise, causing them to exchange bewildered glances. That it was truly astonishing that this prince had summoned them merely to bestow favors. Such a notion seemed almost unbelievable. "Do you see? Everyone appears to be just as astonished as I had anticipated," observed the Xin Wang, turning to the enchanting concubine by his side with a smile. The captivating woman, known as Qing'er, responded with a melodic laugh. "Your Highness, anyone who hears such news would surely be taken aback." Their reactions are entirely reasonable. Upon hearing her words, the Xin Wang chuckled softly, stroking his short beard as he turned back to the somewhat awkward assembly to elucidate. "There is no need for confusion. The truth is that Qing'er's strange illness was cured by a remarkable sage who recently arrived at my estate. This sage possesses the extraordinary ability to command the elements and perform miraculous feats. Truly a celestial being. Moreover, upon healing Qing'er, this divine figure discerned that my young son possesses the potential for celestial cultivation and has taken him under his wing, preparing to guide him on the path of immortality." At this point, the Xin Wang could no longer contain his delight, his face radiating pride. Instantly, a rotund gentleman in the hall exclaimed, "A cultivator? Could it be that this individual is indeed the fabled cultivator?" His words stirred a wave of excitement among the guests. Though cultivators were shrouded in mystery for the common folk, none present were mere commoners. They had all heard whispers of such beings, some even having ancestors who interacted with wandering practitioners. Rumors had long circulated that a cultivator guarded the imperial palace, further heightening their reverence for these ethereal beings. The revelation that a living deity had graced the Xin Wang's residence ignited expressions of exhilaration across the attendees' faces. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin felt a jolt of surprise and instinctively turned to glance at Han Li. However, Han Li's countenance remained unchanged, betraying no emotion whatsoever. Not wishing to press further, Qin Yin redirected his attention to the Xin Wang's ensuing remarks. Seeing the astonishment etched on the faces of his guests, the Xin Wang chuckled and continued, "I naturally inquired of this esteemed sage, and he indeed confirmed his identity as a cultivator. Furthermore, after my earnest entreaties, He has graciously agreed to remain in my estate for several months to impart insights on health preservation. During our conversations, I learned that this celestial being has come to the mortal realm specifically to seek out disciples with celestial potential. Upon realizing this, I immediately thought of all of you, my cherished friends. Indeed, the esteemed young nephews and nieces were summoned, for this immortal master is known to accept disciples of both genders. Shortly, I shall present Master Wu to everyone, allowing an introduction. As for whether they are destined to be accepted, that will depend on their affinity for the mystical arts. If the preceding words merely stirred envy among those present, then the subsequent remarks from the XN Queen descended upon them like a colossal pie, overwhelming them with delight. Instantly, a chorus of gratitude resonated throughout the hall. Cultivators of the immortal path, they are akin to living deities in this world. It is said that with successful cultivation, one may live for several centuries and wield extraordinary magical powers. If one's offspring or nieces and nephews were fortunate enough to become disciples, what a tremendous support they would possess. HNL, while maintaining a dazed expression, felt an oddity within. Initially, upon hearing the XN Queen speak of living deities, he thought he had discerned the tracks of those from the demonic path. However, now learning that the individual intended to take on numerous disciples, he sensed a contradiction. What kind of infiltrator would brazenly seek the spotlight? Was this not akin to presenting oneself as a target? Unless this immortal practitioner was HNL pondered. As the excitement of the crowd escalated, the living deity made a grand entrance into the hall. Clad in a gray Taoist robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, and a complexion as rosy as an infant's, he appeared just as the legends described an enlightened master. Such a visage, even before casting any spells, had already convinced a significant portion of those present. Yet, as HNL scrutinized this almost picture-perfect immortal, he found himself at a loss for words. This individual was clearly merely a fledgling cultivator, at most at the 5th or 6th level of chi refinement. A mere finger from HNL could likely crush him effortlessly. Yet, this so-called exalted being was surrounded by prominent figures among mortals, who vied for his favor with constant flattery, hoping that he would graciously accept their progeny as disciples. QNYN, standing before HNL, was unable to suppress his growing impatience, while the younger generation behind him wore anxious expressions, fearing that they might arrive too late and lose their chance at celestial fortune. Just as QNYN hesitated, HNL's voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "Do not worry. This individual is not from the demonic path. Whether your grandchildren should take him as their master is entirely up to you. My sole concern is the safety of the QN family." However, regarding this immortal's cultivation, amidst a few scoffs, HNL's voice abruptly faded away. Startled, QNYN quickly glanced around, only to discover that apart from himself, no one else seemed to have heard those words. The elder who, still wearing a look of bewilderment, inquired why he did not approach the immortal for his younger generation to test their celestial affinities. Simultaneously, the Hu elder, with sudden realization, exclaimed that it was no wonder his chronic ailment could not be cured. The immortal was capable of miraculous healing, so he was indeed a cultivator. With this revelation, the elder hastily abandoned QNYN and his companions, making his way toward the white-haired immortal, his grandchildren trailing closely behind. Chapter 288. The enigmatic dual Qin Yin observed the usually composed elder of the Hua family, who appeared unusually eager, although he discerned a hint of disdain for this immortal master in Han Li's tone. It was undeniable that the individual in question was indeed a cultivator willing to take on disciples. As for the elder's level of cultivation, Qin Yin found himself unconcerned. He had previously contemplated having his descendants apprentice under Han Li. But through their interactions over time, he realized that Han Li showed no inclination towards accepting disciples, making any attempt futile. It was said that during his father's lifetime, when the Qin family had just begun to prosper, the immortal master Li Huayuan had visited their household, inquiring whether any of the younger generation possessed the affinity for immortality. Regrettably, none were deemed fortunate enough, leading to a disappointing departure. Since then, Master Li had refrained from mentioning the subject of taking on students during subsequent visits to the Qin family. According to Master Li's own words, the bond between him and the Qin family was limited to a single generation, and the descendants henceforth were devoid of any fateful connection with him. Now, with another opportunity for cultivation presenting itself before him, it was only natural that Qin Yin felt compelled to seize the moment. Resolute in his decision, he called out to a few of his juniors, and proceeded towards the immortal master. Han Li regarded this scene with a cold gaze, choosing to remain silent. Having already cautioned Qin Yan, he felt no need to interfere further. As Han Li pondered over the situation, he suddenly noticed a couple of Qin family youths approaching Master Wu, casting him mocking glances, their expressions brimming with self-satisfaction, as if they were deriding him. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then silently chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Clearly, these individuals believed that Qin Yan's failure to invite Han Li to join him in seeking the immortal's favor indicated that the elder still favored them the most. Hence their smug demeanor. With a subtle shake of his head, Han Li dismissed them from his thoughts and instead surveyed the surroundings of the hall. The number of those still seated had dwindled to a mere handful. Perhaps 6 or 7 individuals. Most were solitary figures without any kin, their faces betraying profound regret. The only pair that caught Han Li's attention was an elderly man and a young boy seated at a corner table. The elder, a man in his 60s clad in a green robe, had graying hair and appeared to be savoring his tea with an expression of indifference towards the unfolding opportunities. The younger one, a strikingly handsome boy with delicate features, occasionally displayed a look of disdain towards Master Wu. Though they seemed to lounge leisurely, Han Li couldn't help but smile upon observing them to his surprise. Both were cultivators of considerable prowess. The elder appeared to be at the 9th level of cultivation, while the youth exhibited a commendable 5th level, rivaling even Master Wu. What astonished Han Li further was the peculiar method of cultivation they employed, which allowed them to conceal their own spiritual energy to such an extent that it was nearly imperceptible. Had it not been for Han Li's vastly superior cultivation, he would have found it quite challenging to discern the identities of the two practitioners before him. As for that Wu Xianshi, he undoubtedly lacked the ability to notice the peculiarities of the elderly and youthful pair. The prospect of a technique capable of concealing one's aura from fellow cultivators of the same level instantly captivated Han Li. If he could master such a method, would he not gain a significant advantage in confrontations with peers? With this thought in mind, Han Li scrutinized the duo once more, and this time, he detected something unusual. The fair-skinned youth possessed 2-minute holes in their delicate earlobes, revealing that they were, in fact, a girl disguised as a boy. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but as the youth inadvertently caught his gaze, a blush crept onto her face, and she shot him a fierce glare. The boyish girl's actions drew the attention of the elderly man beside her, who furrowed his brow and turned to regard Han Li with an impassive expression. In response, Han Li offered a smile. The elderly man in the azure robe was taken aback. He had initially assumed that some frivolous young master had seen through his girl's disguise and was teasing her with his gaze. To his surprise, the individual before him was an unremarkable young man, who exhibited no sign of fear whatsoever. A flicker of irritation sparked within the elderly man, and after a moment of contemplation, he gently closed his eyes. This gesture momentarily stunned Han Li, who could not help but speculate. Could the other party be intending to? Before he could finish his thought, the elderly man's subsequent actions confirmed Han Li's suspicion. As he opened his eyes once more, they glimmered with a violet hue, and he unleashed some form of spell upon Han Li, evidently seeking to embarrass him and impart a minor lesson. Han Li found this scene rather amusing. With the elder's 9th layer Qi refinement cultivation, attempting to cast a spell upon a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner was akin to courting death. That a slight retaliation from Han Li would surely result in the spell rebounding upon its caster. Nevertheless, since Han Li was intent on gleaning insights into the other party's aura concealing technique, he refrained from cultivating enmity. Thus, he merely maintained a smile and locked eyes with the elderly man, displaying no signs of distress. This caused the elder's expression to shift from an initial smirk to one of astonishment, which soon morphed into sheer horror. As the elder inwardly cursed his misjudgment and attempted to avert his gaze. It was already too late. A faint yellow light began to emerge in Han Li's eyes, akin to a magnet, rendering the elder incapable of shifting his gaze even a fraction. Fear and dread gripped the elder's heart. Along with profound regret, he had never anticipated that this seemingly unassuming young man was, in fact, a fellow cultivator, and one whose prowess appeared to far surpass his own. Had he known, he would have refrained from employing the nightmare technique. Now, his mind was wholly ensnared by the other's control, leaving him unable to escape the backlash. The more he pondered, the more fear consumed him, and beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, began to trickle down his forehead. His complexion paling, yet his eyes remained fixed on Han Li. The boyish girl beside him finally sensed something amiss with her elder, and in a moment of panic, she tugged at the elder's sleeve. The outcome was unexpectedly astonishing. After tugging the old man in the blue robe halfway around, he effortlessly freed him from Han Li's gaze, rescuing him from the backlash of the nightmare technique. The old man suddenly transitioned from a state of demise to one of revival, escaping from the brink of death. The drastic shift in his mental state left him momentarily stunned, and only after a brief interval did he awaken from his stupor and turn back. However, the garments on his back were already thoroughly soaked with cold sweat at this juncture. He appeared visibly anxious and hurriedly whispered a few words to the young girl beside him, thereafter daring not to cast another glance in Han Li's direction. The old man was acutely aware that the girl had managed to extricate him with such ease only because her opponent had shown him mercy. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly suffered severe mental damage and fallen gravely ill. Though he was perplexed as to why the other party would act in such a manner, he concluded that it was best for himself and his granddaughter to steer clear of this individual. The seemingly ordinary young man possessed an utterly terrifying level of cultivation. It was beyond their capacity to provoke. Furthermore, he was baffled. Despite having employed the heavenly eye technique to scrutinize this person, he had detected not a trace of magical energy emanating from him. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly utilized the nightmare technique. How could it be that this individual's cultivation had reached such heights? As the old man pondered his suspicions, his complexion began to pale. If his assumptions were indeed correct, then he had inadvertently entangled himself with a formidable figure whom an entire clan could not afford to provoke. With this thought, the old man, having just regained some composure, found his mind once again in turmoil. Meanwhile, the girl, clad in male attire, stared in astonishment at the old man's face, which was a tumult of colors. Utterly shocked, in her mind. Her grandfather had always been the epitome of composure, steadfast as a mountain. To witness such a countenance was truly disconcerting. Could it be that the seemingly unremarkable young man was genuinely that formidable? This notion compelled her to contemplate casting a glance back at Han Li. However, before she could act, the old man seemed to perceive her intentions and urgently whispered to her, "Do not provoke that young man again. If I am not mistaken, he is very likely a foundation establishment cultivator. Under no circumstances should you further irritate him." "What? A foundation establishment cultivator? That cannot be. How old could he possibly be?" the girl gasped, covering her mouth with her delicate hand, her face paling in shock, though she dared not speak loudly. Chapter 289. Celestial Arts. Although disbelief was etched across the girl's fair visage, she understood that her grandfather would not speak frivolously, and her heart was filled with trepidation. Han Li, satisfied that he had imparted a minor lesson without truly harming them, felt content at that moment. His lips subtly moved, transmitting a message. Instantly, the old man in the blue robe heard Han Li's voice in his ear. "Once you exit the Xian Wang mansion, do not rush to leave. Wait for me at the back door of the mansion. I have matters to discuss with you." Han Li's voice bore an undeniable tone of command, causing the old man to stiffen momentarily, silently lamenting his plight. How rare it was that this esteemed individual would not let them off the hook. Did he harbor ulterior motives towards them? Nevertheless, it seemed that the other party did not possess a ruthless disposition, suggesting that there might not be any imminent danger. Moreover, establishing a connection with a foundation establishment cultivator appeared to be a rare opportunity for the family's revitalization. The elderly man in the azure robe could only find solace in such thoughts, his heart a tumultuous sea of anxiety and torment. Observing this, Han Li offered a faint smile before redirecting his attention to the silver-haired Taoist. At that moment, Master Wu had already examined a considerable portion of the crowd, but had yet to identify a single individual with a celestial affinity. The young men who were declared devoid of such fortune could only return to their seats with downcast spirits. Their elders, equally somber. What celestial connection, one might ask? This was evidently a search for those with spiritual roots. Yet the old Taoist did not appear to be simply going through the motions. He genuinely seemed intent on accepting disciples among these individuals. Otherwise, he could have merely pointed out a few at random. Han Li, observing the Taoist's earnest demeanor as he scrutinized each young person's spiritual potential, remained impassive in his thoughts. However, he suspected that the old Taoist's chances of finding disciples here were rather slim. Among these 50 or 60 individuals, the likelihood of selecting one with spiritual roots was, quite frankly, minimal. Just as this thought crossed Han Li's mind, the silver-haired Taoist suddenly proclaimed in a booming voice, "This young man possesses celestial affinity. I shall take him as my disciple." Han Li was momentarily taken aback by these words. His gaze shifting to the fortunate individual, there stood a plump young man, seemingly bewildered and at a loss before Master Wu. Beside him, a rotund, middle-aged man clad in a purple silk robe wore an expression of incredulity as he pressed on. Master, does my son Tong Jing truly possess celestial affinity? Surely there is no mistake. The man, having been unexpectedly struck by fortune, found it hard to believe that his son, often regarded as a glutton and sloth, would be the one chosen by the Taoist. While so many other promising youths had been overlooked, that it felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. Rest assured, good sir, I have examined him thoroughly, and your son indeed possesses spiritual roots. He can study the celestial arts alongside the young prince, Master Wu assured him, stroking his snowy beard with a smile. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Although I am not a man of great wealth, my family does possess some modest means. I shall prepare a substantial gift of gratitude for you on the morrow. Son, quickly bow to the master and pay your respects. The middle-aged man, now convinced of the truth, began to dance with joy, his words tumbling out in a disordered rush. Meanwhile, the unsuccessful young men looked on in stunned disbelief. The individual favored by Master Wu was none other than the very Tong Jing they often regarded as a mere layabout. The notion that such a seemingly worthless person could possess spiritual roots was almost too much to bear. Not only the youths, but their elders exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with their disbelief. After all, Tong Jing's ineptitude was notorious within their circle. Han Li, however, maintained a composed expression. The possession of spiritual roots was not determined by one's appearance or charisma, nor did it correlate with intelligence. There was no discernible pattern. Otherwise, before the emergence of cultivation families, practitioners would not have struggled so to find worthy disciples. Nevertheless, Han Li was somewhat surprised that amidst such a small gathering, a person with genuine spiritual roots had indeed been discovered. It seemed the Taoist was fortunate after all. While Han Li and the elderly gentleman understood this principle, the others in the hall remained oblivious to such insights. They began to whisper among themselves in hushed tones. Some astute individuals even started to question the authenticity of this Master Wu, casting doubt upon his credibility. Those who had yet to undergo the test hesitated, their confidence waning at a essay result. An awkward silence enveloped the old Taoist. Observing this, King Xian displayed an expression of displeasure. However, as the gathered individuals were longtime friends, he refrained from uttering any harsh words and instead tactfully suggested to the old Taoist, Master Wu, we are but mere mortals. Few of us have ever witnessed true celestial arts. Might you showcase your skills to enlighten us? Upon hearing King Xian's words, the crowd fell silent, their attention wholly captured by the celestial master. The elder Taoist pondered briefly before readily acquiescing, then beckoned everyone to follow him to the open space before the hall. With his invitation, the assembly surged forth from the hall in unison. Han Li, indifferent, followed suit, while the elderly duo remained steadfast in their place, evidently still troubled by their meeting with Han Li. Outside the hall, the old Taoist positioned himself within a large circle formed by the onlookers and began his incantation. With hands forming intricate seals and feet firmly planted, he murmured incantations under his breath, the faint sound of his spells lending an air of mystery to the scene. The spectators held their breath, riveted upon the Taoist's every movement. Han Li, upon hearing the incantations, could not help but roll his eyes internally at that moment. The old man brought his hands together, then swiftly parted them, revealing a fireball, roughly the size of a fist, hovering between his palms. The temperature in the vicinity surged as a wave of heat enveloped the crowd. This was the fireball technique, a fundamental skill for fire affinity cultivators. Yet its commonplace nature elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. However, the next spectacle not only left the mortals dumbfounded, but also startled Han Li profoundly. The old Taoist continued to manipulate his hands in a series of intricate gestures, causing the searing fireball to gradually morph before their eyes. First, it sprouted wings and a sharp beak, followed by slender claws and a tail, transforming into a diminutive and exquisite fiery bird. Could it be the firebird technique? Han Li's nerves tightened, hardly able to believe his eyes. The firebird technique was a legitimate mid-level spell, one that even Han Li had not yet mastered. The fact that this mere chi refinement stage cultivator could wield it so effortlessly was utterly astonishing. It was no wonder Han Li questioned his own perception. Yet, his shock was fleeting that he soon discerned the significant disparity between this fiery bird and the authentic firebird technique. although the transformed creature bore a striking resemblance to the spell's manifestation. Its size was drastically disproportionate. The firebird produced by the firebird technique spread its wings to nearly 10 feet in span, while the one conjured by the old Taoist maintained a size comparable to a clenched fist, rendering any comparison utterly inconceivable. However, what truly convinced Han Li that this was merely an imitation of the firebird technique was the magnitude of the magical fluctuations emanating from both entities. The destructive power harbored within the firebird, conjured by the firebird technique, was something that even a Foundation establishment practitioner would not dare to confront directly. Yet, this diminutive creature, no larger than a sparrow, exhibited magical fluctuations identical to those of a fireball, showing no sign of enhancement whatsoever. It appeared to be nothing more than a mere transformation. Upon realizing this, Han Li felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. He had nearly been deceived by such a trivial trick. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Nevertheless, the old man's mastery over the transformation of flames was astonishing. Han Li pondered how a mere chi refinement practitioner could achieve such meticulous control, a feat he himself deemed impossible. This old man was quite intriguing. The subsequent performance by the old man thoroughly validated Han Li's thoughts. The vibrant red bird, which had been soaring majestically, suddenly descended to the ground, transforming into a red pug that joyfully scampered around the old man. Before long, the little dog morphed into a fire serpent, which then evolved into a miniature human. This astonishing series of transformations left the onlookers, who had never witnessed such magical alterations, utterly dumbfounded and speechless. It was only when the old man pointed with his hand that the last transformed fiery steed charged towards a nearby cherry tree, resulting in a conflagration that instantaneously reduced the tree to ashes. With that, the old man concluded his performance. At this moment, the spectators awakened from their stupor, fervently calling out to the old man as a mortal master. Their earlier doubts had long since been cast aside, leaving no trace of disbelief. Chapter 290. The young Prince Xan gazed at the scene of enthusiastic cheers from the crowd with a smile. It is worth noting that practitioners of the mystical arts had once frequented the grand estates of the affluent and noble families. However, for reasons unknown, they gradually disappeared from the mortal realm, becoming increasingly distant from ordinary people. This has led to the present-day scenario where figures such as immortal masters have become nearly legendary. Even Prince Xan, a member of the royal lineage, was seeing a genuine practitioner of the mystical arts for the first time. The old man's display of such magical prowess astonished the audience, undoubtedly enhancing Prince Xan's sense of pride. Little did he know that during the time when practitioners frequently appeared in the secular world, the Immortal Ascension Conference had yet to take place. In those days, some practitioners who felt hopeless in their Foundation establishment endeavors, along with lower-tier cultivators from immortal families, chose to indulge in the worldly pleasures of life. However, once the Immortal Ascension Conference emerged, every practitioner harbored the hope of achieving Foundation establishment, leading them to retreat into the mountains for rigorous cultivation, thus shunning the secular world. Of course, exceptions existed, such as those like Yuzitong, who could not maintain their resolve and fell into depravity while navigating the mortal realm. Nevertheless, such practitioners were few and far between. Even those who truly became esteemed guests of affluent families would go to great lengths to conceal their identities, wishing to keep their true nature hidden. After all, being a practitioner of the mystical arts while serving as a mere guest in the mortal world was considered an utterly humiliating circumstance within the realm of cultivation. Thus, it came to pass that although there were numerous secular practitioners, very few were willing to associate with the nobility, even among those who were inclined to become esteemed guests of the affluent. Their identities were meticulously concealed to avoid ridicule from other acquainted cultivators. The onlookers, having never encountered fellow practitioners of the immortal arts, were utterly astounded by the old Taoist's exquisite manipulation of flames. Regarding it as nothing short of miraculous, in this atmosphere of awe, the white-haired Taoist returned to the hall with a hint of pride. Those who had yet to undergo testing eagerly called out to the immortal master, quickly gathering around to have their spiritual roots assessed by Wu Xianshi. The old Taoist, brimming with vitality, graciously examined each individual in turn. Alas, among those remaining, including the elderly Hua and the younger members of the Qin family, none were found to possess spiritual roots. They were merely ordinary mortals. This revelation struck the newly assessed individuals with considerable disappointment, prompting them to leave the old Taoist's side in a dejected manner. It seemed that such celestial opportunities were indeed not easily attained. Consequently, the rarity of Tong Jing's spiritual root became even more pronounced, eliciting envious glances from the others, while the father and son duo standing beside the old Taoist could hardly contain their grins. Han Li maintained his composure as he observed Qin Yin returning with the dejected young master and miss of the Qin family, who appeared somewhat disheveled. I still refuse to accept this. Why should that good-for-nothing possess spiritual roots when we do not? Each of us is superior to him by 100-fold, exclaimed a petite young miss of the Qin family, her discontent evident as she muttered incessantly. Enough with the foolishness. If you lack the destiny for it, what is there to complain about? Qin Yin scolded the young girl with a stern expression before taking a seat. This remark caused the famed little firecracker of the Qin family to pout, her face still brimming with indignation. At that moment, the elderly Hua approached with a couple of young men and women, silently taking a seat beside Qin Yin. After exchanging a glance, they simultaneously broke into wry smiles, sharing a sense of camaraderie in their plight. Qin Xian, it seems that chubby boy is about to shine, the elderly Hua jested. Ahem, this is quite normal. Who wouldn't thrive with such a fine son? Especially with an immortal master as a backing? Qin Yin sighed, appearing somewhat resigned. Nevertheless, the elderly Hua and Qin Yin engaged in a spirited conversation, though their attention remained divided between Wu Xianshi and the actions of the Xin Wang. At that moment, Xin Wang, having noted that all the younger guests had tested their spiritual roots, turned to a nearby maid to quietly issue some instructions. The maid promptly exited through a side door, her purpose unknown. Xin Wang then cleared her throat and, with a smile, spoke slowly. Now, to celebrate the recovery of AIG from her peculiar ailment, and the fact that my son and this young Tong have become disciples under Wu Xianshi, let us all celebrate together. With that declaration, Xin Wang unhesitatingly clapped her hands twice. With the sound of applause resonating through the hall, a procession of impeccably attired servants and maidens, each bearing ebony trays laden with exquisite delicacies and bottles of fine wine, entered through the grand entrance. They skillfully arranged the sumptuous offerings upon every table, filling each wine goblet to the brim with a luscious, rose-hued elixir that wafted enticing aromas of culinary delights and fine spirits throughout the expansive hall. Come, allow me to propose a toast to everyone, exclaimed Prince Xin, as he raised a wine cup presented by a dutiful attendant high above his head, his voice resonating with exuberance. Your Highness, please. Instantaneously, the atmosphere within the hall surged with vivacity, as guests joined Prince Xin in their libations. Before long, the clinking of cups and the exchanging of drinks became a jubilant affair. The banquet had finally commenced. Prince Xin and his concubine, a lady named Qing'er, mingled among the guests, engaging in light-hearted banter with close friends, exhibiting none of the airs typically associated with royalty. It is no wonder that Prince Xin enjoyed such a stellar reputation among individuals like Qin Yin. However, Master Wu, the celestial being, did not partake in the festivities. He quietly departed as Prince Xin raised his cup, leaving many who had hoped to cultivate a connection with the esteemed immortal rather disheartened. Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural. How could a living deity indulge in the frivolities of mortal revelry, partaking in copious food and drink? With this realization, the guests cast aside their disappointment and surrendered to the merriment around them. As the banquet progressed into its later stages, Prince Xin summoned a troupe of graceful dancers from his household, who elegantly performed a palace dance, elevating the atmosphere to new heights of exuberance. At that moment, a young man in white, appearing to be in his 20s, emerged from the hall. He was the embodiment of refinement, tall and poised, exuding an air of gentility that would undoubtedly enchant many a young maiden. Ming'er, come and meet your esteemed relatives. Prince Xin joyfully beckoned the young man over. Coincidentally, he approached the table occupied by Qin Yin and his companions. The elegant youth strode forward with a smile. Greetings to the two esteemed relatives, he said politely. Not at all, young prince, you are too courteous. Qin Yin and the elderly gentleman from the Hua family quickly rose to return the gesture, not daring to presume too greatly. Ah, they are your elders. It is only fitting that Ming'er pays his respects to you. Why such formality? Prince Xin remarked, somewhat discontented. Exchanging glances, Qin Yin and the Hua elder manifested slight awkwardness, though the statement held truth. How could they genuinely regard a member of the royal family as their junior? Nonetheless, being shrewd individuals, they deftly diverted the topic and proceeded to introduce their younger kin, providing this exceptionally generous prince an opportunity to meet them. After all, such occasions for younger generations to shine were rare indeed. Naturally, Han Li was also included in Qin Yan's introductions. Upon hearing Han Li's name, Prince Xian's eyes sparkled with interest, and he scrutinized Han Li with a knowing smile, evidently aware of the rumors surrounding him. This caused the fleeting awkwardness on Qin Yan's face to resurface. Ming'er, come over and greet this esteemed brother Han. Unbeknownst to Xian Wang's true intentions, he cheerfully facilitated an encounter between the young prince and Han Li. Upon hearing this, the young prince approached with utmost courtesy, addressing Han Li as Han Shixiong, and performed a respectful salute, his countenance perpetually adorned with a gentle expression. This dapper young prince, with every graceful movement, captivated the nearby young ladies of his age, leaving them entranced and utterly spellbound. Externally, Han Li appeared flustered as he returned the gesture, embodying a demeanor of excessive nervousness. However, internally, a tempest of emotions surged within him, rendering any semblance of tranquility utterly unattainable. As the young prince drew near to pay his respects, he emanated a sense of danger reminiscent of that felt in the presence of the royal steward. Though lacking the formidable pressure of the steward, the perilous aura was unmistakably similar. What could be the reason for this? Han Li, amidst his astonishment, found himself engulfed in perplexity. Chapter 291. The Shao family. The handsome young prince remained oblivious to Han Li's tumultuous thoughts, engaging amiably with several familiar members of the Qin family, causing two of the young ladies to blush profusely. Observing this, Han Li couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This young prince posed considerable trouble. Should these Qin maidens indeed cast their affections upon him, they would undoubtedly reap no favorable outcomes. Even if the young prince were to consume them whole, Han Li would find it entirely unremarkable. After a brief interval, Xian Wang exchanged polite words with Qin Yin and others before escorting the young prince to another table for further socializing. This abrupt departure left those Qin family members, who had been enjoying animated discussions with the young prince, feeling somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, Han Li seized the opportunity to cast a contemplative glance at the young prince's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a moment of introspection. At long last, the banquet concluded. After a little over an hour, the satisfied guests began to bid farewell to Xian Wang and his son. Qin Yin also led Han Li and the others amidst the departing guests, expressing their goodbyes as they made their way out of the Xian Wang residence. Just as the venerable Qin elder intended to approach the carriage that had brought them, Han Li suddenly interjected with a question that left Qin Yin astounded. Qin Shu, who are those two individuals? Could you enlighten me? Though Han Li's tone was polite, the elder did not dare to dismiss his inquiry lightly. He hastily turned to look and replied, which two individuals are you referring to? Han Xianzi. Oh, isn't that the esteemed elder of the Shao family? He is quite renowned in the capital as the proprietor of the Idle Cloud Tavern, known for his remarkably low profile. I am not particularly acquainted with him. As for the young man beside him, he appears unfamiliar. He might be his grandson. Upon seeing the elder and the young man that Han Li had been observing, Qin Yan's expression shifted to one of surprise, puzzled as to why Han Li held an interest in them. Oh, I see. Qin Shu, you may proceed ahead. I shall take my leave shortly and return to the residence later. Han Li remarked thoughtfully, nodding as he spoke. Without waiting for Qin Yan's response, he gradually veered towards a narrow path along the estate wall. Qin Yan stood momentarily, gazing at Han Li's departing figure, then glanced at the Shao family elder, who was furtively casting glances in their direction, feeling a twinge of confusion. However, after a moment's contemplation, he resolutely boarded the carriage and commanded his trusted driver to depart. Thus, several horse-drawn carriages belonging to the Qin family departed from the front gate of the Xian Wangfu, making their way towards the eastern district where the Qin residence was located. The young masters and mistresses of the Qin family were entirely oblivious to Han Li's disappearance. Engrossed in animated discussions about their experiences at the Xian Wangfu during the ride in the last two carriages, they were filled with exhilaration, believing that although they had not formed any celestial bonds, they possessed ample material to boast about to their companions once they returned. Meanwhile, Han Li, after walking for a duration equivalent to the brewing of a cup of tea, finally arrived at the back gate of the Wangfu. Following the towering walls that surrounded it, the imposing back gate stood firmly shut, devoid of any presence. Han Li chuckled to himself, pleased that he wouldn't need to employ any concealment techniques. He stood nonchalantly at the entrance, idly gazing up at the sky. In a short while, He appeared somewhat lost in thought, as if pondering something profound. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching cautiously from a distance, prompting him to lower his head and cast a cold glance. It was the elderly gentleman from the Xiao family, accompanied by a young woman dressed in male attire, who had circled around from the opposite side of the Wangfu. Upon spotting Han Li, the elder momentarily froze, revealing a look of hesitation, while the young woman displayed an expression of curiosity, devoid of any fear. Perhaps the elder had come to a realization, for he soon regained his composure and strode forward confidently. With the young woman trailing behind, that I am Xiao Zhan, and I express my gratitude to the esteemed senior for showing mercy within the Wangfu. Should I have caused any offense, I am willing to offer my apologies. Upon reaching Han Li, the elder, unable to gauge Han Li's cultivation depth, felt a surge of reverence and bowed respectfully before speaking. Han Li, maintaining his expression, accepted the elder's gesture before replying nonchalantly, "Why are you not sequestered in a place rich in spiritual energy? Diligently cultivating, do you find yourself enamored with the fleeting glories of the secular world, reluctant to resume your cultivation?" Without hesitation, Han Li sought to impose a significant accusation upon the elder, intending to gain the upper hand in the ensuing exchange, thereby facilitating matters to come. "You misunderstand, esteemed senior. Due to my advanced age, I have little hope of establishing a foundation. I am merely a steward appointed by my family to manage our secular finances, not someone who lingers in the mortal realm without intention of returning." Hearing Han Li's words, the elder felt a wave of relief wash over him and responded with a slightly more relaxed demeanor. "Which family do you belong to?" Han Li refrained from yielding easily and pressed further. Naturally, he wished to ascertain the background of the grandfather and granddaughter duo, if they hailed from a renowned cultivation lineage. He would prefer to avoid unnecessary entanglements. However, it seemed that the Xiao surname did not belong to any particularly illustrious sect. After a moment of hesitation, the elder glanced at the young woman beside him and replied candidly, "I am from the Xiao family of Fenghe Gorge in Yunzhou." The Xiao family of Fenghe Gorge. Han Li furrowed his brow, contemplating carefully, and concluded that he had never heard of such a name. "There is no need for concern, esteemed senior. The Xiao family to which I belong is merely a small clan, and it is quite normal for you to be unaware of it," the elder remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Han Li, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, scrutinized the old man Xiao once more before maintaining his composure and leisurely inquired, "Your words are quite bold. Are you not concerned that I might lose my restraint and swiftly turn against you both?" Upon hearing this, the elder remained unfazed. However, the young woman reacted as if a cat had stepped on its tail, her expression tightening as she hurriedly reached for her waist, where a bulging pouch undoubtedly concealed a storage bag. Yet, upon observing that neither her grandfather nor Han Li seemed inclined to take action, she blushed and withdrew her hand, appearing flustered and unsure of where to place it, which only added to her charm. The elder, witnessing this, cast a tender glance at the young woman before turning back to Han Li with a wry smile, saying, "Though I cannot discern the depths of your cultivation, it is clear that you are a senior who has surpassed the foundation establishment stage. I am well aware that you would not covet any magical artifacts or pills that might tempt someone of your profound mastery. Should you truly be such a person, I would have no recourse. With my limited cultivation, any attempt to flee or resist would be futile. It would be far more prudent to surrender and allow you to have your way, rather than incurring wrath upon my entire family. All I wish is for you to spare my granddaughter. She is my only kin." The elder's final words resonated with a somber melancholy, inciting the young woman's indignation as she exclaimed, "Grandfather, do not be afraid. If he truly intends to harm us, we shall fight back. I am not afraid of him." Han Li, initially taken aback by the exchange, soon found himself both amused and exasperated as he scrutinized the pair. Despite the elder's seemingly tragic demeanor and self-sacrificial rhetoric, Han Li detected no inkling of a death wish in his eyes. The aura of his unleashed spiritual energy suggested he was poised for action, clearly indicating that should the situation escalate to violence, he would not hesitate to fight fiercely. The young woman was even more intriguing. Although her words were filled with righteous anger, her gem-like black eyes darted around, revealing a hint of cunning whenever Han Li's attention waned. Unbeknownst to her, Han Li, having mastered the first layer of the Great Transformation technique, possessed a perceptive awareness far surpassing that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Rendering her subtle movements entirely visible to him, he mused to himself, It is likely that their mention of the Fenghe Gorge Shao family is merely a casual remark. I harbor deep skepticism regarding the existence of such a clan. Thus, a bemused expression graced Hao Li's face as he fixed his gaze upon the duo. Remaining silent, he neither indicated that they could depart nor showed any immediate intention to turn hostile, leaving the elderly man and the young woman momentarily at a loss. Initially, they maintained their solemn expressions, but as time elapsed and Hao Li's languid demeanor persisted, they exchanged glances of uncertainty. They sa senior. What exactly do you intend to do? The young girl could no longer contain herself. Ignoring the old man's disapproving gaze, she leaped directly in front of Han Li, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at him as she loudly demanded. Her face a portrait of grievance. Chapter 292. Dominance. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, his gaze towards the girl devoid of any anger, yet a chilling aura emanated from him. Alarmed, the old man had not yet managed to pull the girl back behind him when a tremendous force erupted from Han Li, the terrifying spiritual pressure compelling the girl, who stood merely inches away, to stumble back several steps, utterly defenseless. Fortunately, the old man was quick-witted, swiftly darting to the girl's side and placing his hands on her shoulders, finally halting her retreat. At that moment, the young girl's face turned as pale as a sheet. Fully grasping the formidable nature of Han Li's cultivation, her eyes filled with panic as she glanced back at her grandfather. The old man's expression was equally grave. If he had previously harbored a modicum of confidence that together they could escape Han Li's grasp, this slender hope was utterly dashed upon witnessing even a glimpse of the man's true power. The terror of a post-foundation cultivator surpassed anything he had ever imagined, far beyond the reach of these minor practitioners. The old man felt a cold sweat break out as he recalled the trivial tricks he and his granddaughter had attempted before Han Li. This esteemed figure was clearly not akin to the reclusive cultivators he had encountered before, who merely toiled away in dull seclusion. The sharpness of his intellect and the swiftness of his reactions were extraordinary. Could it be that this person was, in fact, an ancient being who had lived for centuries, possessing the means to retain such a youthful appearance? The more the old man contemplated, the more plausible this notion seemed, and his trepidation deepened, sensing that Han Li's spiritual pressure was only intensifying. The old man swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he implored, "Esteemed senior, please show mercy. My granddaughter is merely too young and unaware of her limitations. I beseech you to quell your anger." After casting a cold glance at the old man, Han Li seemed to discern the sincerity behind his words, and his overwhelming aura suddenly subsided, transforming into an inconspicuous depth. The old man, trembling with fear, cautiously withdrew his hands from the girl's shoulders. By now, the young girl had become exceedingly obedient. After stealing a furtive glance at Han Li, she quickly averted her gaze, appearing too intimidated to meet his eyes. The contrast between her former audacity and her current demeanor was stark indeed. However, the girl, with her petite and delicate frame, coupled with her shockingly pale visage, resembled a frightened little bird, evoking immense sympathy. Han Li, upon witnessing this, found his perspective shifted. He was struck by the beauty of her vulnerability, which was profoundly captivating, imparting an enchanting allure that compelled him to gaze a moment longer. Upon closer inspection of her features, he discerned that despite her tender age of merely 14 or 15, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty, destined to grow into a breathtakingly exquisite woman who would captivate all who beheld her. Perhaps it was the peculiarity of Han Li's gaze towards the young girl that caused the elder, who witnessed this scene, to feel a sudden weight in his heart. Could it be that this individual, who summoned both himself and his grandson here, had developed an infatuation with the beauty of his granddaughter? What a predicament this would be, for this man possessed inscrutable magical powers, and he was utterly incapable of resisting. The elder's mind was plagued with anxious thoughts. Since you two are unwilling to disclose your lineage, or perhaps you are merely solitary cultivators without any familial ties, I shall not press the matter. My purpose in seeking you out is simply to propose a transaction. Once it is completed, you may depart. After a prolonged silence, Han Li finally broke his silence to transaction. The elder was momentarily taken aback, sensing that he might have misjudged the situation. Indeed, I have taken a liking to an item of yours and wish to propose an exchange, Han Li stated with an expression of indifference. Upon hearing this, the elder could not help but glance at the young girl again, inwardly pondering, surely what is to be exchanged cannot be my granddaughter. Yet upon reflection, he dismissed the thought, for aside from the earlier fleeting glances he had cast upon her, Han Li had not shown any further interest. With this realization, the elder felt a sense of relief and respectfully inquired, "May I ask, esteemed senior, what it is that has caught your eye? Whatever it may be that I possess, I shall willingly offer it up to you. However, I truly cannot fathom what could possibly be of interest to you." The elder's final words revealed his inner confusion. Noticing the elder's perceptiveness, Han Li's expression softened, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. "What cultivation method are you two employing in this hall? It has managed to conceal your spiritual energy so effectively that even that fellow Taoist of the Qi refinement stage remained oblivious to your true identities." Han Li did not answer the elder directly. Instead, his tone became gentler as he posed another question. After displaying a formidable demeanor, it was only fitting that he adopt a more conciliatory approach. A balance of firmness and gentleness is indeed the best strategy. The elder, upon hearing Han Li's inquiry, exchanged a doubtful glance with the young girl beside him before hesitantly replying, "Esteemed senior, I am unaware of the specific cultivation method we are utilizing." Upon hearing this, Han Li did not display anger. Rather, he continued to regard the elder with an unchanging expression. He understood that since the elder had responded in such a manner, he would surely provide a reasonable explanation. Indeed, the elder cautiously continued, "The method I employ is derived from a fragmentary, nameless Taoist text. It does not specify the name of this technique for suppressing spiritual energy. My granddaughter and I have merely practiced it haphazardly." "Nameless Taoist text? Pray tell, from where did you acquire it? Do not tell me it was passed down through your family," Han Li inquired, his face betraying a keen interest as he spoke with significant undertones. If this technique were known among the cultivation families, the various sects would have long since seized it through both overt and covert means. Yet Han Li had never heard of a similar method. "Esteemed senior, I assure you, this text was discovered by my granddaughter during a solitary excursion in an uninhabited mountain range from a cave. However, aside from the technique for suppressing energy, we are unable to comprehend any of its other contents." The elder explained, "If the senior desires it, I shall return to my residence at once to retrieve it and present it to you," the elderly man said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li displayed a look of satisfaction and responded, "Rest assured, I shall not take your belongings without due compensation. You two may return home and await my arrival. Meanwhile, consider what you might wish to exchange for, as I believe you would not want to feel at a loss." Han Li's voice was remarkably calm. However, after uttering these words, he suddenly raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. Instantly, 2 pea-sized beams of green light shot forth from his fingertips, vanishing into the bodies of the elderly man and the young woman. "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" The elder, astonished and enraged, did not expect Han Li to act against them after their amicable conversation. Although he was unaware of the nature of the objects, he was certain they could not bode well. The young woman similarly displayed a look of panic. "Do not be alarmed. These are merely 2 tracking markers. With them, I can locate you with precision, and when the time comes, I shall remove them," Han Li stated impassively. Upon hearing this, the elder breathed a sigh of relief, yet inwardly he began to grimace. This senior was indeed meticulous, leaving no room for maneuver. With these markers on them, should they attempt to flee, they would likely not escape far. Nevertheless, the elder was acutely aware that had the other party not possessed such a contingency, he might have absconded with his granddaughter at the first opportunity. After all, dealing with an individual capable of effortlessly annihilating them was fraught with peril, particularly given the unpredictable nature of this person. Even the greatest of benefits would warrant consideration of whether they had the fortune to enjoy it. Yet, it appeared that this transaction was one they could not evade. His only hope now was that the other party would not resort to eliminating witnesses once he acquired the talisman. In the brief interaction with Han Li, he had been unable to ascertain the true disposition of the man. All he knew was that this individual possessed unfathomable powers and was exceedingly difficult to handle. Any attempts at cunning would likely prove futile. "Very well. We shall await your visit at home." The elder reluctantly feigned nonchalance, ultimately responding with a respectful tone. "Excellent. I shall come this evening to collect the items." "Take care of yourselves," Han Li remarked as his form gradually became indistinct. As the final word left his lips, he vanished before their eyes, leaving the space utterly desolate, witnessing Han Li's otherworldly technique as he departed. The elder's complexion turned pale, and despair settled in. Weary, he called to the young woman and began to retrace his steps. However, unbeknownst to the elder, his astute granddaughter, having observed the enigmatic manner of his disappearance, was filled with immense envy. It was only after he beckoned her that she snapped out of her reverie and followed him. Yet, even as she walked behind him, she frequently glanced back at the spot where Hanli had vanished, revealing a sense of longing. Truly, she was small in stature, yet possessed a spirit of great ambition. Perched silently upon a nearby tree, Hanli cast a cold gaze at the two figures receding into the distance, gently shaking his head in contemplation. Chapter 293. Infiltration. That he recalled the infatuated expression displayed by the young girl as she took her leave. It reminded him of the first time he had witnessed Li Huayuan commanding that immense serpent, also revealing a gaze brimming with envy. Reflecting on this, Hanli found the enchanting young lady to be quite intriguing. After a faint smile, he vanished soundlessly from the tree, only to reappear within the high walls of the royal residence. At that moment, Hanli employed not only an invisibility technique, which could deceive ordinary mortals, but also the Qi induction method, a skill reserved for those who had reached the foundation establishment stage. This allowed him to flit swiftly among the servants and maids of the royal household, appearing as transparent as air, unnoticed by anyone. Before long, Hanli infiltrated the inner quarters of the royal estate, stealthily concealing himself behind a pillar in a secluded corridor, observing everything around him with a discerning eye. Shortly thereafter, as a somewhat attractive maid passed nearby, Hanli suddenly flicked his finger, sending forth a fist-sized orb of yellow light that struck the maid on the head. She staggered, on the verge of collapsing, but before her body could touch the ground, Hanli had already darted forward, catching her and retreating once more to the safety of the pillar with practiced ease. Hanli propped the unconscious maid upright, positioning her to face him. He then exhaled a breath of azure spiritual energy, directing it at her tightly shut eyes. Instantly, the maid's eyelids fluttered before slowly opening to reveal a pair of golden yellow eyes. Coldly fixated upon her, startled, she instinctively attempted to struggle and scream, but those eerily captivating eyes suddenly blazed with a radiant yellow light, piercing straight into her OWN. In that moment, the maid felt the world spinning, transforming into a golden haze. Before her head tilted, and she lost consciousness, Hanli glanced at the maid who had succumbed to slumber once more, letting out a soft sigh as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Although the execution of this mind-controlling technique lasted but an instant, it had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. No wonder this spell was ranked among the 10 most impractical techniques of the foundation establishment stage. While successful application could render the target utterly obedient for a time, akin to a slave, its limitations were rather excessive. In truth, few cultivators pursued the mastery of this technique. Firstly, it could only be employed on mere mortals, proving ineffective against fellow cultivators. Even with a vast disparity in cultivation levels, a mere flicker of spiritual energy circulating within the mind could easily negate the spell's effects. Secondly, the practitioner must not only be a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, but also possess a level of spiritual awareness that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. The majority of foundation establishment cultivators simply lack the qualifications to learn this technique. Given these constraints, the number of cultivators interested in mastering it is lamentably small. Yet, for Hanli, none of these challenges posed any significant obstacle. Hanli had been troubled by the meager number of foundational spells at his disposal. Upon encountering the incantation for such a spell at the Tianji Pavilion, he felt compelled to inscribe it out of sheer curiosity. To his astonishment, after a brief period of practice in his cave dwelling, he found the spell flowed effortlessly, devoid of any hindrance. Now, employing this spell on the young maid, he achieved immediate success, after cautiously surveying his surroundings. Hanli extended a finger and gently waved it, causing a small orb of milky white light to emerge from his fingertip. He then tapped it lightly onto the maid's forehead, whereupon the orb merged and vanished. The young maid awoke instantly, sitting upright, her eyes wide and fixed on Hanli, speechless. "What is the background of your steward? When did you enter the royal residence? What places do you frequent, and with whom do you often associate outside the palace?" Hanli queried in rapid succession, his gaze fixed intently on the maid. The maid he had chosen was the very one dispatched by Prince Xin to seek out the young prince at the onset of the banquet, indicating her relatively high status among the servants, which would likely yield more reliable information. "Which steward are you inquiring about?" The maid replied, her expression devoid of emotion. "Are there many stewards within the palace?" Hanli asked, slightly taken aback, his curiosity piqued. "There is Steward Wang, who oversees all affairs, Steward Li, who is in charge of procurement, and Steward Zhai, responsible for internal management. The maid continued, her face remaining expressionless. Which steward welcomed guests at the palace gate today? Han Li inquired, furrowing his brow. That would be Steward Wang, the one with the greatest authority. She replied, that's exactly who I am asking about. Han Li pressed, a note of urgency in his voice. He was acutely aware that he needed to conclude his inquiries swiftly, for he had no knowledge of how long the spell would hold the maid's consciousness captive. Delaying could complicate matters once she regained her faculties. According to the palace's elders, Steward Wang had grown up alongside the prince as a childhood companion and had been by his side for over 50 years. Apart from the routine monthly visits to the palace, he rarely ventured beyond its confines, interacting only with the prince's circle of friends. As for his relationship with the young prince, it bore a peculiar twist. The former nurse of the young prince recounted that until the age of 10, he had exhibited a volatile temperament, maintaining a strained rapport with Steward Wang, even going so far as to strike him publicly on one occasion. However, post his 10th birthday, he underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming genteel and respectful, particularly towards Steward Wang, even honoring him with the deference due to an elder. This change delighted the prince, who attributed it to divine intervention. As the maid recounted in a flat tone, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, yet inwardly he scoffed. While on the surface, Steward Wang appeared unremarkable, the young prince's anomalous behavior suggested an enigmatic connection between them. The nature of their relationship, one that could invoke a sense of peril even in a foundational cultivator like Han Li, undoubtedly hinted at a complexity beyond that of ordinary mortals. As for their mysterious backgrounds, Han Li had no desire to probe further. As long as they were not practitioners of dark arts, he felt little inclination to discern their true motives, preferring to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Through the recent interrogation, Han Li had developed a considerable degree of assurance that the other party bore no connection to the six sects of the demon path. After all, the peculiar behavior of that young prince was not a recent occurrence. Should it be the case that individuals from the demon path had indeed orchestrated this scheme over a decade ago, Han Li would be left utterly speechless. Contemplating this, Han Li spoke again, instructing, where does Master Wu reside? Please lead the way ahead. At your command, Master. The young maid obediently rose and set off, while Han Li continued to conceal his presence, stealthily following behind her. Under the maid's guidance, Han Li traversed through 7 or 8 expansive courtyards, arriving at a relatively tranquil courtyard, where the maid finally halted her steps. Suddenly, Han Li struck the maid's back twice with his palm radiating white light, then swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby grand tree. Is this not the abode of the old immortal? How did I end up here? The young maid blinked vigorously and suddenly began to exclaim. The look of bewilderment in her eyes completely vanished. Who was making such a racket outside? Did I not instruct that no one should disturb my cultivation? Came the displeased voice of the old Taoist from within one of the rooms. Upon hearing this, the young maid's face drained of color, and disregarding her thoughts on how she had found herself in this place, she hurriedly fled. With a creak, the door to the room swung open. The elderly Taoist, with hair and beard as white as snow, emerged, exuding an otherworldly aura. However, upon noticing the empty courtyard, a look of confusion spread across his face. What is happening? I distinctly heard voices and thought that Prince had come to seek me again. It made me hastily cease my practice. Yet where has everyone gone? The old Taoist stood in the courtyard, scanning the surroundings before returning to the room with a somewhat disgruntled demeanor, but as he closed the door and turned back towards the interior, he was instantly struck dumb. There, beside the 8 immortals table, sat Han Li, gazing at the old Taoist with a smile, his demeanor radiating keen interest. Who are you? The old Taoist inquired, his expression changing drastically. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand, summoning a fiery red fireball that floated above his palm. If I were you, I would refrain from acting rashly, Han Li said, seemingly unfazed by the fireball, his smile unwavering and devoid of any hostility. Humph, you have intruded upon my abode, either as a thief or a spy. Do you dare to play tricks? Let me see if I'd. The old Taoist, perhaps accustomed to the flattery of those in the royal residence these past few days, was momentarily taken aback, but upon instinctively using his divine sight to scrutinize Han Li, the fury that had adorned his face abruptly froze, replaced by a pallor. You are a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage? The old Taoist stammered, disbelief evident in his eyes. Did you not ascertain this with your spells? Han Li replied, his smile fading into a calm demeanor. Esteemed senior, please do not take offense. I have never before encountered a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. The most accomplished practitioners I have seen were merely at the 11th or 12th layer of the Qi refining stage, making it impossible for me to assess your cultivation level. All I can ascertain is that your prowess is unfathomable. Upon realizing this, the old Taoist abruptly extinguished the fireball in his hand, stepped forward to pay his respects, and repeatedly offered explanations, his face a mask of contrition and caution. Observing that the old Taoist did not exhibit the same fear as the elder surnamed Xiao, but instead revealed a hint of excitement, Han Li felt a moment of surprise. However, after a brief contemplation, he comprehended the other's intentions. This white-haired Taoist, despite his advanced age, lingered at the 6th layer of the Qi refining stage, likely due to being a loose cultivator with insufficient aptitude, thus unable to engage with practitioners of profound magical abilities. After all, even loose cultivators typically interact only with those of similar cultivation levels. Now, encountering a high-tier cultivator at the foundation establishment stage like himself, the old man surely regarded this as a rare opportunity, likely hoping to gain some advantage from him. With this realization, Han Li could not help but smile. Should the old man prove satisfactory, he would not mind offering him a small boon. That he then regarded the Taoist and slowly stated, "You are indeed correct. I am a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the old Taoist's demeanor grew increasingly respectful, and the joy in his eyes intensified. That I wonder if the esteemed senior has any matters to instruct the younger generation about? The Taoist inquired with great reverence. He was quite astute, understanding that to gain something from Han Li, he must first offer something in return. Han Li, pleased by this response, chuckled lightly and said, "First, tell me about your background. I was quite impressed by your fire manipulation technique that I witnessed today at the Wang residence." Han Li's compliment was genuine, and the old Taoist's face momentarily displayed astonishment. He had not anticipated that the esteemed senior had observed his performance. Hastily, he replied with humility, "I dare not claim such merit. I am truly embarrassed before the esteemed senior. My skills in fire manipulation are the only area where I can hold my own. My other techniques are rather lacking. As for my background, there is not much to say. In my youth, I inadvertently acquired a tome titled Li Wang Ju from a dying cultivator, which allowed me to enter the world of cultivation. Unfortunately, my aptitude is rather poor, and without guidance, I have only managed to cultivate to the 6th layer. Is your fire manipulation technique derived from that book?" Han Li inquired casually, a spark of interest igniting within him. "Not quite. This fire manipulation technique was developed out of necessity when I reached a bottleneck with my cultivation and could make no further progress. However, after decades of refinement, it has become my proudest achievement." The Taoist explained, "You devised it yourself?" Han Li was taken aback, scrutinizing the white-haired Taoist with newfound astonishment. "Indeed, esteemed senior, I even compiled my understanding into a book titled Li Wang Ju. If it pleases you, I would be grateful for your guidance on it." The old Taoist, upon encountering Han Li, appeared to take a keen interest in his fire manipulation techniques. With a sudden spark of inspiration, he hastily produced a thin volume from his person and respectfully extended it to Han Li. The latter, taken aback by this gesture, paused for a moment. To be candid, although Han Li found the old man's mastery of flame transformations rather intriguing, he had no intention of demanding the esoteric techniques from him. He did not believe that such rudimentary fire manipulation could hold any substantial value for him at this stage. Nonetheless, the old Taoist's unexpected offering surprised him, and he accepted the book, flipping through its pages. Initially, Han Li approached the tome with a sense of indifference. However, as he continued to peruse its contents, his expression remained composed, while his mind gradually filled with astonishment. The initial tips regarding the transformation of flame forms held little significance for him at present, merely superficial embellishments. Yet, as he delved deeper into the latter pages, he encountered a vague concept of practical spellcasting and several genuinely effective training methods proposed by the old Taoist, which ignited a profound realization within him, leading him to feel immensely enriched. After a brief moment, Han Li gently closed the book. This was not the time for in-depth study. He resolved to ponder its contents during a more leisurely moment. He was confident that this would elevate his understanding and application of spells to new heights. "That I accept this book," he declared. "That I am aware that while you suggest I offer guidance, your true intention is to gift it to me. As a senior, I would not take your offering without reciprocation. Here are some texts on Taoist methods, various tiers of magical artifacts, and several elixirs particularly beneficial for those at the Qi refinement stage. You may choose any category as a token of gratitude for this book." You have a moment to contemplate your decision. After casting a meaningful glance at the old Taoist, Hanli articulated words that set the latter's heart ablaze with excitement. Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you for your kindness. The old man's face flushed with delight, trembling slightly with exhilaration. Hanli offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent as he closed his eyes, sitting back to cultivate his spirit. Meanwhile, the old Taoist fidgeted restlessly, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, pacing back and forth within the room, visibly torn and hesitant. Have you made your decision? Hanli eventually inquired, reopening his eyes and addressing the old man calmly. I have made my choice. I seek an elixir that will enable a Qi refinement practitioner to break through their bottleneck. The old Taoist finally resolved, speaking with determination. Hanli, upon hearing this, displayed no surprise. He had anticipated that the old man would opt for an elixir, as magical artifacts and texts could be procured after making significant progress in cultivation. Nodding slightly, Hanli swept his robe's sleeve across the table, revealing two identical small porcelain vials upon the mahogany surface. Here are 2 bottles of Huanglong Dan, which are notably effective for practitioners below the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Take them, Hanli stated nonchalantly. For those at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, thank you for your generosity, esteemed senior. Thank you. The old Taoist gazed at the 2 vials of elixir with fervent anticipation, repeatedly expressing his gratitude before eagerly stepping forward to claim them. Then, he eagerly uncorked one of the bottles, inhaling its contents twice beneath his nose, a look of profound satisfaction spreading across his face. The reason I sought you this time, in truth, is for another matter. Once it is accomplished, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon witnessing his interlocutor carefully stow the vial into his bosom, Hanli nonchalantly articulated the primary purpose of his visit, under the promise of generous recompense. Hanli had no doubt the other party would be swayed. Indeed, after a moment of surprise, the old Taoist's face lit up with a broad smile as he exclaimed, Senior, whatever you require, feel free to command. This junior shall not hesitate to serve. Hanli, upon hearing these words, offered a slight smile and replied, It is, in fact, not a significant matter that I merely wish for you to keep a vigilant eye on the movements of your apprentice, the young prince, and the steward Wang within the estate over the next few months. Should anything unusual arise, please inform me. Although Hanli's words were uttered with a casual demeanor, the old Taoist was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this esteemed senior would request him to surveil 2 mere mortals, one of whom was soon to become his beloved disciple. In a state of confusion, the old Taoist cautiously glanced at Hanli and asked, in a tone laced with trepidation, May this junior inquire about the reason? Is there something amiss with these 2? The old Taoist posed his question with utmost care, fearful that an inadvertent remark might offend this formidable figure. Hanli's expression betrayed no displeasure, yet he did not respond immediately to the Taoist's inquiry. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke solemnly. I am, in fact, a practitioner from Huangfeng Valley among the 7 sects. The demonic forces are currently invading our nation, as you ought to be aware. I harbor suspicions that the 2 may have ties to these malevolent entities. Thus, I require someone to constantly monitor their movements. Just in case, although Hanli believed that the steward and the young prince were unlikely to be affiliated with the demonic path, it was prudent to exercise caution, given the uncertain nature of these 2 individuals. Hanli maintained significant reservations, prompting him to approach the old Taoist for surveillance. However, he could not disclose the entirety of his concerns to the Taoist. Thus, he conveniently attributed his caution to the demonic forces, sparing himself the burden of elaborate explanations. After all, these 2 posed a potential threat, and Hanli's instincts, albeit unsubstantiated, were not to be taken lightly. Chapter 295. The appointment related to the demonic path? The old Taoist, upon hearing that Hanli was a practitioner from Huangfeng Valley, did not display much astonishment. He had long suspected as much. However, upon learning that the apprentice he intended to take under his wing, along with the steward Wang, might be entangled with the demonic forces, his complexion turned ashen. It is well known that the demonic path in the realm of cultivation in this nation is synonymous with bloodshed and cruelty. As a mere Qi-refining cultivator, the old Taoist naturally wished to steer clear of such dangers. Could it be that the senior is mistaken? I have thoroughly examined the young prince and found no trace of magical power within him. The old Taoist exclaimed, his heart racing. After a moment of reflection, he found it hard to believe. After all, he had engaged with the young prince for some time and had seen no indication of the characteristics typically associated with those of the demonic path. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Han Li refrained from engaging in any superfluous dialogue and calmly remarked, "As for whether these two individuals are practitioners of the demonic path, you shall personally observe them in due course and will undoubtedly discern their peculiarities. There is no need for me to elaborate. I do not intend for you to take any hostile actions against them, merely to monitor them discreetly. Furthermore, you must abstain from any probing maneuvers. Should they become aware of your knowledge regarding their identities, your life may be in grave peril." Han Li issued this final warning to the elderly Taoist. The skepticism in the old Taoist's eyes vanished immediately after hearing Han Li's words, replaced by a look of trepidation. After a brief moment of hesitation, he opened his mouth and timidly expressed, "What if these two discover that I am observing them? My meager magical power is insufficient, and I fear I might jeopardize your significant endeavors." Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brow, and it appeared that the old Taoist was reconsidering his commitment, which was unacceptable. It seemed he needed further persuasion. With this thought in mind, Han Li reached into his storage bag and withdrew an item, gently placing it upon the table. Indeed, monitoring these individuals carries certain risks. "Here is a suitable upper-tier magical artifact, which I bestow upon you for self-defense. Once this matter concludes, it shall rightfully belong to you," Han Li stated, gesturing toward a purple orb emanating a faint glow. An upper-tier magical artifact. The old Taoist spirits soared upon hearing this. He typically found himself in dire financial straits, unable to procure even a mid-tier artifact, let alone an upper-tier one. This is the purple light orb. When infused with magical energy, it will immediately create a protective barrier around you. I believe that ordinary cultivators in the Qi refinement stage would find it quite challenging to breach such defenses. "This should suffice to handle the majority of dangers you might encounter," Han Li said, his expression unchanged as he spoke slowly. "Is this a defensive artifact?" After the old Taoist received a thorough explanation, a renewed fervor ignited in his eyes. Defensive artifacts are among the rarest and most precious of all types of magical items. Should the old Taoist attempt to accumulate spirit stones to purchase such an upper-tier defensive artifact, it would likely take a lifetime, if not longer, to achieve that goal. "Very well, I shall do my utmost in this matter." After a considerable period of fluctuating emotions, the old Taoist finally steeled himself and agreed. It appeared that the adage "birds die for food and men perish for wealth" held true even in the realm of cultivation. Han Li, although smiling at the old Taoist's acceptance of this significant risk, felt a tinge of lamentation within. "This spirit mark shall be temporarily embedded within your body. Thus, should any mishap occur, I will be able to locate you without delay, perhaps even save your life. Furthermore, upon the completion of this task, I shall present you with a vial of Huanglong pills as a reward," Han Li stated, employing the same technique to inscribe a mark of spiritual energy within the old Taoist's form, both coaxing and compelling him. The old Taoist, slightly taken aback by Han Li's actions, feigned ignorance of the true intent behind them and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Observing the old Taoist's perceptiveness, Han Li couldn't help but smile as he rose to take his leave. Subsequently, under the old Taoist's respectful escort, he quietly departed from the Wang residence. He harbored no immediate intention of returning to the Qin residence. Instead, he casually sought out a tea house, where he settled in to savor tea and engage in quiet contemplation. He began to reflect on the recent events that had transpired, pondering whether there were any missteps or oversights on his part. This habit of introspection and meticulous self-examination had become ingrained in Han Li. Only by continually addressing his weaknesses and compensating for his deficiencies could he navigate the perilous world of cultivation with relative safety. Thus, Han Li lingered in the tea house for the better part of the day, leaving only as dusk began to settle, under the curious gaze of the tea house attendant. Having consumed a cup of tea over the course of several hours, the attendant, taken aback by such a peculiar customer, would later regale others with tales of this unusual occurrence, unwittingly turning Han Li into a subject of amusement among the common folk, a source of embarrassment he had never anticipated. The appointed time set by the elderly man surnamed Xiao had yet to arrive. However, Han Li did not intend to wait until the dead of night to make his way there. He preferred to arrive early, lest the other party concoct any tricks. After walking for a while, Han Li suddenly furrowed his brow. The marks of the Xiao grandfather and grandson he had sensed were not located in the expected eastern district, but rather appeared in the opposite western district. Inciting a flicker of annoyance within him, with a cold huff, he seized the opportunity of being alone and tossed the divine windboat skyward. transforming himself into a streak of white light as he sped towards the synth's direction. It is worth noting that the technique of using spiritual energy to trace individuals is a commonly employed method among Foundation establishment cultivators, although most can only detect a radius of several dozen miles at best. In contrast, Han Li, having cultivated the Great Yin method, could subtly trace across a span of over 100 miles, an astonishing feat indeed. This remarkable ability fueled his anticipation for mastering the second layer of the Great Yin method. Moments later, Han Li stood atop the Divine Wind boat, coldly surveying an unremarkable small courtyard some dozens of feet below, which contained only 3 modest, somewhat dilapidated houses, standing on the boat, as pure and white as jade. Han Li refrained from descending recklessly. Instead, he remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. At last, he gently pressed his foot down, and the boat plummeted like a meteor. However, when it was still 5 or 6 yards above the ground, the artifact abruptly halted, and Han Li gracefully leaped off, landing within the courtyard. Simultaneously, he gestured with his right hand, causing the boat to shrink in size and fly into his grasp. The entire process was executed with a fluidity akin to flowing water, producing not a single sound. Next, Han Li, like a phantom, positioned himself before the central house. Unfazed as he extended his spiritual sense to probe the interior, he distinctly sensed 2 clusters of spiritual energy that resonated faintly with his own, undoubtedly present within the dwelling. Indeed, as Han Li's awareness penetrated the house, he clearly heard the voice of a young girl. "Grandfather, do you think our actions will provoke them? If that person truly comes, will our prepared statements be of any use?" The voice of the girl was laced with concern, indicating that the powerful impression Han Li had left on her was profoundly etched in her mind. You foolish girl. Do you truly believe that with just a touch of intuition one can locate us? Your grandfather has consumed more salt than you have rice. Such alarmist rhetoric and deliberate intimidation are matters your grandfather is all too familiar with. I find it hard to believe the claims made by that individual. Moreover, even if there exists a method of divination, a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage should not be able to perceive us from such a distance. If we remain at home in the Eastern District, it would indeed be possible for that person to find us. After a disdainful snort, the elder admonished the young girl. If that is the case, why don't we leave Yuejing under cover of night, merely relocating to the Western District? The girl retorted, still unconvinced. What do you know? The aforementioned remarks are merely your grandfather's conjecture. Whether there is any truth to it remains ambiguous. Should the speculation prove correct, we, the grandfather and granddaughter, would no longer have to face the threats posed by this individual, and we could live freely elsewhere. However, the other party is a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. It is entirely possible they possess the ability to conduct far-reaching surveillance techniques. If we venture beyond Yuejing, and they were to confront us, we would find it impossible to justify our presence there. Conversely, in the Western District, we could easily fabricate an excuse to navigate past such inquiries. The elder, seemingly indulgent towards the girl, found it necessary to elaborate patiently. Heh, Grandpa, you are quite cunning. However, I perceive that this person does not appear to be one capable of despicable deeds. Must we truly hide from them? In my opinion, we might as well utilize that tome to engage in a fair exchange with them. We may even reap considerable benefits. After all, that book is far too profound for our understanding. The girl chuckled lightly before speaking nonchalantly. The world is fraught with peril. It is not as simple as you envision. Indeed, under normal circumstances, engaging in a straightforward transaction would not necessitate evasion. But have you ever considered that fair trade can only exist when both parties possess comparable strength and status? When one party is strong and the other weak, what fairness can there be? Furthermore, while that tome may seem superfluous to us, it could be a treasure in the hands of that individual. I have witnessed far too many instances in my life where a treasure is seized and the possessor is silenced immediately. How can I trust this person? After all, the disparity in cultivation levels between us and them is vast. Extinguishing our lives would require minimal effort on their part. As the elder spoke, his tone grew despondent, clearly overwhelmed by the grim reality of his life resting in the hands of another. Grandpa, there is no need to be so disheartened. Did you not say that although that person appears quite youthful, they might very well be an ancient fiend who has lived for countless years? The girl quickly offered words of comfort, but at that moment, a chilling voice, the very voice they feared, sounded from outside. What? Do I truly resemble an ancient fiend? As the expressions of the grandfather and granddaughter changed dramatically, The previously closed door of the room opened silently, and Hanli entered unhurriedly. Upon entering, Hanli took a seat at the main position without ceremony, then regarded the two with an expression of utter calmness. Remaining silent. Chapter 296, Seeking a Master. What ancient fiend? No one has uttered such words. The young girl, her complexion drastically altered, forced a smile as she spoke, hastily lowering her head. Hanli let out a soft chuckle, choosing not to dwell on the girl's demeanor, instead casting a frosty gaze towards the elder. The elder's expression was equally one of panic. He was utterly unaware of how much Hanli had overheard, and inwardly he lamented his misfortune, daring not to voice the words he had prepared. To his astonishment, the senior had arrived so swiftly. The younger generation had assumed they would have to wait at least another couple of hours. Reluctantly, the elder steeled himself to address Hanli's unfriendly demeanor, cleverly bringing up the Taoist text, hoping to mitigate Hanli's ire. Very well, fetch it, Hanli finally replied, after fixing the elder with a piercing gaze. This brought a momentary relief to the elder's anxious heart, as he sensed that the other would not unleash his wrath immediately. The elder hastily agreed and made his way to the adjoining room. Observing this, the girl moved to follow him, but the elder halted her with a mere glance. What nonsense! If both of them were to leave this esteemed individual alone in the room, it would undoubtedly provoke his anger. It might lead him to think that they, as grandfather and granddaughter, were plotting some trickery. The elder, having cast aside all unrealistic notions, feared any misunderstanding from Hanli. Thus, the girl remained pouting in the room, standing silently beside Hanli, afraid to utter a word. The elder was remarkably swift in his actions. In no time, he returned with a weathered wooden box in hand, evidently containing the Taoist text. Esteemed senior, my granddaughter and I learned our breath-concealing techniques from this tome. Please take a moment to examine it and see if it is of any use to you, the elder said respectfully, approaching Hanli and gently opening the box to reveal a somewhat darkened yellowed book, which he then offered to Hanli at first glance. It was clear that this book was an ancient artifact. Hanli squinted, studying the book in the elder's hands before nodding and accepting it. Although the book had discolored due to its age, Hanli felt a smooth and delicate texture beneath his fingers, suggesting it was made from an exceptionally durable material. It appeared this book was not crafted from ordinary materials, but rather from a specially prepared hide of some mythical beast. Otherwise, it would not have endured the passage of time so well. Hanli gently caressed the book for a moment, pondering deeply, before he slowly began to turn the pages. However, after merely glancing at a few, he furrowed his brow. Upon opening the book, he was met with a series of unfamiliar ancient characters. Hanli was certain he did not recognize these symbols and had never encountered anything resembling them in the various collections within Huangfeng Valley. Given his unfamiliarity, he did not waste any time and swiftly flipped through the pages. Ultimately, on the last two pages, he discovered what seemed to be a set of nameless incantations that someone had added. This set of verses employed a script that was commonly used in the realm of cultivation, allowing him to easily comprehend it. Hanli recognized this as the breath-concealing technique and proceeded to immerse himself in its study without hesitation. After the passage of a meal's time, Hanli gently closed the book, revealing a contemplative expression on his face. The elderly man beside him, who had not dared to breathe, felt his heart race violently, fully aware that this moment would determine the fate of him and his granddaughter. Their destinies rested entirely on the whim of the other. Hanli, undistracted by the old man's palpable tension, leisurely retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch, carefully securing the book within. Only then did he turn to the elder and calmly declare, I shall accept this book. Now, if you and your granddaughter wish to exchange something, feel free to share your thoughts. I shall endeavor to accommodate your request if possible, though Hanli's voice was soft. To the ears of the old man and the young girl, it resonated like a melodious symphony. They understood at that moment that not only had they preserved their lives, but there appeared to be genuine benefits to be gained, eliciting expressions of surprise and delight from them. Senior, may we converse briefly to discuss our exchange? After the crisis had passed, the elder, eager to maximize the benefits of this negotiation, quickly offered a smile to Hanli. Prior to Hanli's arrival, they had been preoccupied with fears of being silenced, and had not even contemplated the possibility of exchanging items. Now, faced with Hanli's inquiry, they found themselves somewhat unprepared. Moreover, seeing that Hanli was not the type to turn ruthless at a whim, the elder gathered his courage to pose the question. Take your time, but do not linger too long, Hanli replied, feeling elated after acquiring a highly valuable secret and a mysterious ancient tome. Thank you for your generosity, Senior. We will require but a moment, the elder responded with renewed joy. He promptly took the girl outside, where they began to converse in hushed tones. Hanli observed this scene with a faint smile. Though he could have effortlessly eliminated them, he prided himself on not being a villain of unprincipled nature. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not resort to such treachery. Shortly thereafter, the elder and the girl returned with peculiar expressions, their demeanor hinting at unease. Hanli found their behavior somewhat odd, but inquired nonetheless. Have you reached a decision? Senior, my granddaughter and I have reached a consensus. The elder hesitated for a moment before summoning the courage to utter a request that took Hanli by surprise. What is your request? Hanli furrowed his brows and asked slowly, a sense of impending trouble stirring within him. The elder hesitated again, until he noticed Hanli's growing impatience, at which point he spoke in a somewhat vague manner. Well, my granddaughter truly admires your profound cultivation and exceptional techniques. She wishes to become your disciple, willing to serve you henceforth. I hope that, considering the sincerity of this old man's granddaughter, you might accept her as your pupil. After the elderly man stammered his words, the young girl promptly and cleverly knelt before Hanli, bowing deeply and striking her forehead against the ground with a resounding thud. This unexpected action left Hanli, who had not anticipated such a turn of events, utterly astonished, leading him to a state of bemused laughter. Was he to take on a disciple? Surely, this was no jest. He himself was still treading cautiously within the realms of cultivation, barely able to ensure his own safety. How could he possibly bear the burden of an additional responsibility? He certainly would not acquiesce to such a request. However, upon reflection, though he had not thoroughly examined the girl's aptitude, it seemed promising. After all, it was no small feat for one so young to have reached the 6th level of chi refinement. His own ascension to that stage had been achieved solely through the consumption of numerous medicinal pills. In light of this, it would indeed be a pity to allow such a talented young girl to languish among the lowly ranks of cultivators. While he could not accept her as a disciple, he could certainly recommend her to a suitable master. The girl's mischievous demeanor was quite endearing to him. He distinctly recalled that his senior, Master Ma, had yet to take on a disciple, and after he had vacated the 100 Herbs garden, Master Ma had lamented about having to tend to the garden himself, expressing regret for not having taken on a well-behaved apprentice. This young girl, appearing exceedingly intelligent, seemed a worthy candidate, provided her aptitude was indeed commendable. Introducing her to Master Ma as a potential disciple might be worth a try for whether Master Ma would be satisfied or genuinely willing to accept her. That was no longer his concern. Contemplating this, Hanli displayed a thoughtful expression, which elicited excitement from both the elder and the girl, who believed he was genuinely considering the matter of apprenticeship. Come here and let me examine your spiritual roots, Hanli said, snapping out of his reverie and beckoning to the girl with a tranquil demeanor. Yes, esteemed senior, she replied, appearing exceedingly obedient, and gracefully approached Hanli, extending her delicate, fair wrist. A hint of shyness evident upon her face, Hanli gently grasped her jade-like wrist with his right hand, allowing his spiritual energy to flow gradually through her body. However, after a brief moment, he released her wrist. Double spiritual roots, indeed excellent aptitude, Hanli murmured as he gazed at the girl's face. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of both the girl and the elder, convinced that Hanli was about to accept her as a disciple. Yet, Hanli's tone shifted abruptly as he continued. Unfortunately, I do not take on disciples. Otherwise, with your aptitude, you would be more than sufficient to be my apprentice. His words struck the pair like a bucket of cold water, leaving them momentarily stunned. Observing the disappointment etched on the girl's face, Hanli suddenly chuckled and gently reassured her, though I cannot accept you as a disciple, do not lose heart. Whether you succeed in finding a master will depend on my senior brother's satisfaction with you. Really? The girl's earlier disappointment vanished, replaced by renewed vigor upon hearing his words. Without further ado, Hanli retrieved a communication talisman from his possession, murmuring a few words to it before handing both the talisman and a jade token to the girl. Take this talisman and jade token to the 100 Herbs garden in Huangfeng Valley, and seek out an elder surnamed Ma. Whether you become his disciple will ultimately depend on your fortune. Hanli spoke with an expression of indifference. The young girl, taken aback by Hanli's reluctance to accept her as a disciple, felt a flicker of hope ignite within her, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude to him. The elderly man, too, experienced a surge of excitement, as the matter of introducing a master is uncertain, Allow me to bestow upon you 2 upper-tier magical artifacts as a token of gratitude for the ancestral bond you share. Han Li remarked, retrieving a piece of emerald silk and a small blue sword from his storage bag, casually handing them to the elder. The elder's face lit up with joy upon seeing this. He had initially thought that the introduction of a master was already a significant benefit, but he was astounded that Han Li would additionally grant them such treasures, leaving him profoundly grateful. The elder hurriedly expressed his thanks multiple times before respectfully accepting the magical artifacts, his delight evident as he admired the items. Having practiced for many years, he possessed only 1 upper-tier artifact. Now, receiving 2 at once left him utterly content. Subsequently, Han Li chose not to linger, effortlessly retracting the 2 strands of spiritual energy he had concealed within the elder's body. He then floated away amidst the respectful gazes of the grandfather and granddaughter. Once Han Li had distanced himself, the elder joyfully handed the silk to the young girl. Keeping the small sword for himself, he planned to set off soon to Huangfeng Valley to seek out the esteemed Ma, hoping to ascertain whether his granddaughter might have the fortune to study under one of the 7 sects. Yet, the elder pondered, he found it curious why Han Li would entangle himself with the Qin family, as those individuals were undeniably ordinary mortals. Leaving the elder's musings aside, Han Li returned to the Qin residence with great enthusiasm as he landed directly at his dwelling using the magical artifacts. His arrival went unnoticed, and he appeared in his bedroom without a soul being aware. The newly acquired, unnamed technique for concealing his presence struck Han Li as exceedingly practical, prompting him to delve into ancient texts for study throughout the night. The technique was merely a collection of minor skills regarding the application of spiritual power, and with Han Li's profound magical prowess, mastering it posed no difficulty to By dawn. He had grasped the essence of it. The following morning, as Han Li commenced his meditation and felt fortunate about his recent luck, a sudden dull thud emanated from his storage bag, as if something had shattered. His expression instantly darkened, and his countenance fell. After a moment, he reached into the storage bag and retrieved a purple orb, identical to the magical artifact he had given to the white-haired elder, yet this orb's smooth, lustrous surface was marred by several cracks of varying depths. After a moment of silence, Han Li wordlessly exited the room and surveyed the courtyard, ensuring no one was present. He then summoned his spirit wind boat, which floated before him, and in a flash, he boarded the small vessel, vanishing quietly from the Qin estate. A quarter of an hour later, Han Li materialized above a small village outside Yuejing City. His expression unchanged as he gazed around the village from the sky, seemingly searching for something. Finally, he descended upon a remote hill several miles from the village, landing the artifact and fixating his gaze on a massive willow tree with keen interest. After a while, Han Li formed a series of hand seals and softly uttered the character for reception. Instantly, a luminous green orb emerged from the roots deeply buried in the earth, encasing a round bead of a resplendent purple hue, which bore several cracks on its surface. Remarkably, the shape and size of these fissures were identical to those on the bead in Han Li's hand. With a sigh, Han Li gestured towards the glowing orb, and the fractured bead swiftly flew into his palm, enveloped by the radiance. Upon its arrival in his hand, the outer light immediately dissolved into Han Li's body, leaving behind only the bare bead for him to ponder over. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li flicked his finger, releasing a fireball the size of a fist from his fingertip, which struck the base of the tree, creating a sizable crater while the willow tree was instantly reduced to ashes. Han Li approached the site, inspecting it closely, yet found nothing of significance. It appeared that the situation had indeed turned dire. He muttered to himself, shaking his head. The purple orb he had initially selected to gift to the old Taoist was, in fact, fully named the Purple Light Induction Orb. Once forged, it manifested as a pair. These orbs not only released a protective shield, but also, should one orb be destroyed due to the breach of the shield, the other would simultaneously shatter within 1,000 miles, a truly astonishing phenomenon. This artifact was most commonly employed by the disciples of the Hehuan sect among the 6 demonic sects as a defensive measure. Han Li had acquired several of these during skirmishes at the border and, finding them intriguing, chose to keep them rather than sell them. When he presented this artifact to the old Taoist, he harbored a hidden intention. In the event of any misfortune befalling the old man, he would be instantly aware. However, to his utter astonishment, within just one night, the old Taoist had already made use of the artifact, and it appeared that the situation was rather perilous. This was far beyond Han Li's expectations, leaving him feeling caught off guard. Standing motionless at the edge of the crater, he seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, his expression shifted slightly, and then, with a blank face, he released the Shinfeng boat, leaping aboard as it transformed into a streak of white light, fleeing into the distance. The desolate hillocks seemed to return to silence, becoming once again lifeless, save for the occasional chirping of birds. Half an hour later, a deep, drawn-out sigh echoed nearby. Then, from beneath a small tree a dozen paces from the crater, a figure slowly emerged, completely shrouded in black cloth, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes that glimmered ominously, topped with a yellow protective shield. Yet, as soon as this person fully emerged from the earth, the yellow shield faded and then vanished without a trace. After cautiously surveying the surroundings and the sky, the figure spoke in a low voice. "Come out. The person has truly departed." As the words fell, several patches of ground around them simultaneously undulated, and 3 more individuals, similarly attired, emerged, each adorned with the same yellow shield and black cloaks. Among them was one whose slender figure suggested she might be a woman. "Eldest brother, what shall we do?" They instructed us to either capture or kill the intruder. Yet now, we have allowed this person to escape right before our eyes. Will there be consequences? A newly emerged figure, tall and slender, could not help but anxiously inquire. Judging by his accent, he seemed to be quite young. Upon hearing this, the first person to step forward trembled slightly as the words struck directly at his fears. They had all experienced the ruthless cruelty of those who issued commands to them. Surely, it cannot be that serious. When they gave their orders, they did not specify that the incoming individual was a foundational stage cultivator. This was far beyond our capabilities, even if we were to act. It would merely amount to seeking death, the individual said with a hint of uncertainty. "Humph, the elder brother speaks the truth. Why should we expect to detain a foundational stage cultivator? I refuse to believe that those people would completely disregard reason." The only woman among the 3 said indignantly. Upon hearing this, the other 3 exchanged wry smiles, their expressions betraying a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Their young sister, even at this moment, remained so innocent. Their lives hung in the balance, and yet she thought reason would prevail. However, her words were not entirely devoid of merit. They likely had not anticipated that such a formidable opponent would arrive. Otherwise, they would not have entrusted this matter solely to us. At the very least, they should have dispatched a foundational stage cultivator to assist us, remarked the final tall and lean figure. Indeed, if we clarify the situation, we should not face severe repercussions. The slender figure seemed to perk up at this notion, hastily agreeing. Yet, the tone of his words bore an air of self-reassurance. However, something felt amiss. I have an uncanny sense of familiarity with this foundational stage cultivator. It seems I have encountered him before. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he muttered softly to himself. This statement left the other 3 momentarily stunned, their surprise palpable, particularly the woman, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity, opened her mouth to inquire further. Yet, the one referred to as elder brother abruptly raised a hand, interrupting, "Enough. We should hasten our departure from this place. Any matters can be addressed later." Seeing this, the woman reluctantly swallowed her words and nodded in agreement. Chapter 298. Captured alive, where are you for planning to go? Would you like me to escort you a short distance? Before they could retrieve their flying artifacts to leave, a voice, icy and chilling, startled the masked individuals, causing them to simultaneously cast protective spells and scatter in all directions before daring to look upwards. There, at a height of several dozen zhang, Hanli stood upon the Shinfeng boat, his attire billowing as he gazed at them with an impassive expression, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. A simultaneous sense of dread gripped the hearts of the 4, as they collectively pondered, when did this person return here, and how did we remain completely oblivious? Scatter, the elder brother commanded without hesitation. He was the first to shoot backward, a disc-shaped artifact soaring from his robes as he stepped onto it and ascended into the sky. The other 3, each choosing a different direction, also fled in haste. They were acutely aware that they stood no chance against a foundational stage cultivator. Their best hope for survival lay in an immediate escape. The young woman found herself among the least powerful of the group. And despite her rapid flight on the magical vessel, she couldn't help but glance back at Han Li in the sky to her astonishment. She beheld the sight of Han Li standing motionless on the small boat, showing no inclination to pursue her and her companions. This unexpected revelation filled her with both shock and delight, as she felt a renewed sense of hope for her escape. However, at that very moment, an ear-piercing shriek suddenly erupted before her. Startled, She quickly turned her head, only to see a blinding arrow of crimson light hurtling towards her with great ferocity. In her panic, the masked woman swiftly raised her hand, managing to hurl an ice spear talisman into the air just in time. Upon contact, the crystalline ice spear and the red light produced a burst of white mist, yet it failed to impede the oncoming crimson projectile, which struck her protective water barrier. Instantly, the red and blue lights clashed in a dazzling display before her eyes. She staggered back, forcefully propelled several paces away, but fortunately, the barrier remained intact, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, she gazed forward in a mix of astonishment and anger, her heart racing with apprehension. Could it be that the foundation establishing practitioner had accomplices lying in wait? As she focused on the assailants ahead, disbelief washed over her. Concealed beneath her veil was an expression of incredulity. Before her stood two soldiers, eerily lifelike automatons clad in iron armor. Hovering in midair, one wielded a large bow, drawing back an identical arrow, while the other brandished a thick, yellow-glowing longsword, steadily advancing towards her. Though taken aback by the audacity of these lifeless figures attacking her, as if they were sentient beings, she knew that if she did not immediately destroy these two automatons, her chances of escape would be utterly diminished. Gritting her teeth, she reached into her storage pouch and retrieved a glimmering blue flying dagger, an artifact she had exchanged all her savings for. A prized possession she rarely dared to use. Yet, with her safety at stake, she had no choice but to go. She murmured, launching the flying dagger, which transformed into a streak of blue light, hurtling towards the approaching automaton. The blue dagger reached its target in an instant, striking decisively at the automaton's head. But to her dismay, with a swift motion, the automaton raised its longsword, deflecting her dagger effortlessly, and continued its relentless advance. The masked woman's expression shifted to one of horror as she pointed towards her flying weapon, commanding it to loop around and strike from behind. Yet, to her utter astonishment, the automaton seemed to possess uncanny awareness, once again intercepting her dagger with a single swing of its sword. Panic surged within her. Just as she contemplated alternative strategies, the shriek sounded anew, and the arrow from the bow-wielding automaton was loosed. In a desperate bid to evade the projectile, the masked woman dove to the side, attempting to sidestep the arrow. Yet, the crimson light appeared to be guided with intent, following her movements as if it were a sentient entity. Caught off guard, she had no choice but to endure another blow, resulting in her being forced back several steps once more. That moment, the doll wielding a long blade finally soared before her, raising the weapon without hesitation to strike her protective shield with force. The masked woman, unwilling to allow him to succeed, hastily dodged backward, thus besieged by the two dolls, one close and the other distant. Despite her remarkable cultivation, the masked woman was compelled to retreat continuously, unable to find an opportunity to escape. She commanded her flying daggers, barely fending off the doll's assault, while drenched in sweat from the exertion. The doll engaged in close combat suddenly leaped back, vacating her immediate space. Simultaneously, the archer lowered the large bow in hand, ceasing their offensive. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a sigh resonated from behind her. "Cough, fifth sister, you too have been forced back." Upon hearing this, the masked woman froze momentarily before slowly turning around. Behind her stood three other masked men, all despondent, each accompanied by 3 to 4 dolls resembling those before her. Among them were not only soldier-like figures, but also several beast-like dolls resembling tigers and leopards. Her eyes filled with despair as she surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, she had unwittingly been driven back to her original position. Her 3 brothers appeared dazed, seemingly under some form of restraint. The masked woman raised her gaze to the sky, where Hanli hovered, and dejectedly tossed the flying dagger artifact to the ground, ceasing all resistance. Observing this, Hanli nonchalantly raised his hand, and immediately several beams of green light entered the masked woman's body, causing her to feel the intrusion of foreign energy, while her true essence became sluggish, no longer flowing freely. Having completed these actions, Hanli did not hasten to question the 4 individuals but instead beckoned with his hand, drawing them all into his divine windboat. This was not a place to linger. Should any formidable opponents arrive, it would spell considerable trouble. Choosing a direction remote from the city of Yuejing, Hanli, along with the 4, transformed into a streak of white light, truly departing from the area. Shortly after Hanli's departure, 2 individuals appeared atop the small hill, dressed similarly to the 4 he had taken, their garments of vivid crimson reminiscent of blood, eliciting discomfort in onlookers. The two surveyed their surroundings before standing before the large pit created by Han Li's strike. After a moment of silent contemplation, one of them suddenly sighed and remarked, "It seems the 5 friends of the Meng clan have failed." The speaker's voice bore an aged quality, suggesting he was no stranger to the passage of time. "Humph, a bunch of useless fools. Not only did they fail, but they may have also been captured by someone else." The other, appearing younger, perhaps in his 20s, spoke with a disdainful glint in his eyes. "This poses quite a dilemma. The 5 friends of Meng are not merely a bunch of ineffectual beings. Otherwise, they would have been sacrificed long ago rather than left with their lives. It is likely that they have either encountered an overwhelming number of Qi refinement stage cultivators, outnumbered and outmatched, or that a Foundation establishment stage practitioner has intervened in this matter." The first individual expressed a hint of disagreement, his voice tinged with a trace of concern. "What? Are you still afraid that those few individuals might spill secrets? They are merely newly recruited outer disciples of our sect, having had no exposure to any of our confidential matters. Moreover, before assigning them tasks, I had already placed a hidden hand upon them. At most, they have half a day left to live." The young man chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern that that is reassuring. I believe that with just half a day's time, they should not be able to divulge a single detail. After all, they must be wary of the blood curse binding them. By the time they realize the predicament, they will likely be unable to utter a word. The elder sighed in relief, speaking slowly. However, the elder's tone shifted, becoming somewhat chilling as he said, "But what exactly transpired? Wasn't it all agreed upon that Wu Laodao would serve as your puppet master, allowing you to gradually make your presence known in the cultivation world? This was essential for our sect to execute the Golden Cicada's shell escape plan, enabling our core disciples to maintain alternative identities in the cultivation realm. Yet, how did you suddenly burst into the old Taoist quarters and drain his essence? Surely, you should not be in need of his meager magical energy for your own sustenance." Upon hearing the elder's words, the younger masked individual let out a bitter laugh, responding helplessly, "Do you think I wished to act in such a manner? I was left with no choice." Chapter 299, each with their own thoughts. "What? Is that so?" The elder was taken aback. "Indeed, I experienced a backlash of my magical energy and urgently required the blood essence of a cultivator to suppress the true essence within me. Aside from you, old fellow, the only other practitioner nearby was Wu Laodao, and I could hardly recruit you for such a purpose, could I?" The situation was genuinely perilous. The backlash occurred 2 days earlier than anticipated, and I nearly lost control. The young man spoke with a bitter smile, clearly still shaken by the memory of Da. "In that case, I cannot fault you entirely. However, you must provide a thorough explanation to those above. Yet, I suspect that your recent fervent practice of the Black Shashura technique has led to this premature backlash. For the time being, refrain from practicing in the blood prison. It would be prudent to solidify your foundation instead." The elder reflected for a moment before speaking slowly. "Rest assured, after absorbing that old Taoist's essence, my backlash has completely subsided. As long as I remain vigilant in the future, such unforeseen incidents should not occur again. I have also recognized that my cultivation progress has been too rapid lately. I was already contemplating ceasing my visits there." The young man replied calmly. "Good, as long as you are aware. However, although that old Taoist has been eliminated, the spiritual mark planted within him remains a significant issue. We cannot simply leave this matter unattended. We must devise a way to eliminate any potential future troubles. Indeed, while that is true, however, I had assumed that the friends Wu Laodao associated with were surely of low cultivation and scattered practitioners. Thus, after setting the trap, I only summoned the 5 friends of the Meng clan to ambush. Who would have thought it would attract a big fish? Do you believe it was a group of low-tier cultivators or the hand of a Foundation establishment stage practitioner?" The young man could not help but inquire of the elder. "Heh. Based on my conjecture, they are most likely practitioners in the Foundation establishment stage. After all, no matter how numerous the Qi refinement cultivators may be, if those 4 are united in their desire to flee, capturing them would not be an easy task." The elder masked man stated without hesitation that in that case, should we not take a step back and bide our time? We can resume our plans once the leader emerges from seclusion, for practitioners in the Foundation establishment stage are not to be trifled with. The younger man, upon hearing the other's certainty regarding the identity of those who abducted the 5 friends of Meshan, spoke hesitantly. "Retreat. Why must we retreat? Are you not aware? News has just arrived from the leader that, due to the necessity of cultivation, Some Foundation establishment practitioners are currently required for a blood sacrifice. Since this individual has fortuitously crossed our path, we certainly cannot let him slip away easily. After all, Chi refinement practitioners are abundant, yet solitary Foundation establishment practitioners are a rare find. The elder man chuckled coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. The young masked man was momentarily taken aback, but soon spoke with difficulty. However, within the capital, under the leader's watch, aside from the 4 blood servants by his side, our sect lacks any adept practitioners at this location. They are all overseeing various branch affairs in different locales. It would be impractical to summon them back to the capital solely for this purpose. There is no need for such trouble. The leader urgently requires Foundation establishment practitioners for cultivation. As long as I report this matter, the esteemed leader should be willing to assign 1 or 2 blood servants to our command. With our assistance, dealing with a Foundation establishment practitioner would be a trivial task that in this manner, we could achieve great merit. And who knows, we might even gain the opportunity to advance to the Foundation establishment stage like the 4 blood servants. A glimmer of greed flickered in the elder masked man's eyes. The young man, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement, as if entirely swayed by the elder's words. Very well, I shall return and make preparations. I will ensure this person is captured alive, he said with a fierce determination. Subsequently, the two engaged in a hushed discussion for quite some time before silently departing from the hills, their destination unknown. Strangely, throughout their conversation, the two never broached the topic of how to accurately locate Han Li within such a vast capital, as if it posed no concern to them at all. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away in a desolate area, Han Li brought the Divine Wind boat to a landing, allowing the 4 individuals to disembark from the magical vessel. Although these 4 were aware that the forthcoming events would likely be unfavorable, they felt no inclination to resist and could only obediently follow orders as they exited the small boat. Han Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing the few individuals before him, his gaze cold and assessing. After a pause, he finally spoke. "Remove your masks. There is no longer any purpose in concealing your faces." Han Li's voice bore no trace of emotion, causing the 4 to shudder and exchange glances. "Ahem, take them off." The eldest among them sighed deeply, resigned to the situation. The other 3, seeing this, could only lower their heads dejectedly and remove their black masks, revealing their true identities. After Han Li had scrutinized each of their faces, his expression remained unchanged, yet internally he sighed. Indeed, it was the 5 friends of Mengshan. While eavesdropping on the conversation of these individuals from above, he found their voices somewhat familiar, coupled with their levels of cultivation and techniques. He naturally associated them with the 5 friends from Mengshan, whom he had encountered only 2 months prior. Aside from the woman in her 40s who was absent, the others were all present. However, despite confirming their identities as he had speculated, Han Li felt an overwhelming headache. It was evident to him, without further contemplation, that the young prince of the Xin Wangfu and the chief steward were likely the shadowy figures responsible for the mysterious disappearances of numerous cultivators. Now that they were aware of his attempts to uncover their secrets, it was highly probable that they would pursue him relentlessly. His initial intention had been to avoid such troubles, yet unexpectedly, this significant dilemma had befallen him. Had he foreseen this, he would never have allowed that old Taoist to surveil these 2. It had nothing to do with the demonic path, and it was merely his own excessive caution that had led to this predicament. However, reflecting upon it, he could not have anticipated that Wu Laodao would prove so inept, being discovered merely after a single night of surveillance, and ultimately jeopardizing his own life. This left Han Li feeling even more frustrated and speechless. If Wu Laodao had any awareness in the afterlife, knowing Han Li's grievances towards him, he would likely feel even more aggrieved. He had not even begun to monitor the young prince and his companions when they had intruded upon his quarters, draining his essence without cause. His demise was indeed unjust. Although Han Li had somewhat misjudged the cause of Wu Laodao's death, he remained unaware that the young prince and the chief steward had no knowledge of his impending observation, nor did they realize that their identities had been prematurely exposed to Han Li. Nevertheless, this did not prevent both parties from sounding the alarm simultaneously, finding themselves irrevocably at odds. Han Li's thoughts were heavy. After all, the recently vanished cultivators included several who had achieved the Foundation establishment stage. The opponents he now faced were truly formidable, and one misstep could lead him to share the fate of those who had mysteriously disappeared. Initially, Hanli had contemplated that given the perilous nature of the surroundings, it would be prudent to retreat at a safe distance. After all, a gentleman does not place himself in danger beneath a crumbling wall. There was no necessity for a life-or-death confrontation with this group. It would be best to distance himself as much as possible. Yet, he was troubled by the responsibility he bore to protect the Qin family. If, during his absence, the Qin family were to encounter misfortune, he would have no explanation to offer to Li Huayuan. He could not simply assert that he deemed the capital suddenly perilous, and thus fled at the first sign of danger. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, his expression fluctuated between dark and light, causing considerable unease among the 4 captives before him. They had assumed that now they were in this desolate place, he would surely subject them to intense interrogation. However, to their astonishment, this young foundation establishment cultivator fell into contemplation after observing their faces, his expression gradually turning peculiar. Was he perhaps devising some malicious means of coercion? With such errant conjectures, the captives felt an increasing chill down their spines, their unease intensifying. "What exactly do you intend to do with us?" a young woman in her 20s suddenly exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Upon hearing these words, Hanli emerged from his contemplation, casting a cold glance at the woman before him, and retorted icily, "Do you truly require my assistance in dealing with you? Simply handing you over to the families of the missing cultivators and declaring that you are among the instigators behind their loved ones' disappearances would surely ensure that you are treated most generously." As Hanli spoke, his expression remained impassive, instilling a profound sense of dread in the 4 individuals, whose faces paled with fear. "That we have never kidnapped those cultivators. Not even once. We merely..." "Silence, 5th sister. He is merely probing for information." The dark-faced elder interjected sharply, forcefully cutting off the woman's words. This caused the 5th sister to startle, casting an angry glare at Hanli. "Probing for information? You must think highly of yourselves." Hanli replied with a faint smile, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 300. Blood Curse Humph. "As a senior, you need not humiliate us so. Feel free to employ whatever methods you wish," declared the lanky individual, the second of the Mengshan 5, suddenly raising his voice at Hanli. This took the other 3 aback, for in their eyes, this second brother had always been one to act with caution. Far from being impulsive, the 30-something youth, who found Hanli somewhat familiar, seemed to connect the dots and abruptly shouted in a mix of anger and alarm, "Second brother, what do you mean by that? Are you intentionally trying to provoke this senior, hoping he will be enraged enough to kill us all?" Upon hearing this, not only did the dark-faced elder and the young woman look surprised, but even Hanli raised an eyebrow in confusion at the youth's unexpected outburst. The second brother, however, turned pale, unable to muster a defense. "Fourth brother, have you lost your mind? Why would second brother wish for our deaths?" The young woman, feeling a surge of indignation, defended the lanky man. She then turned back, seemingly about to say something to the dark-faced elder, but was met with a face shrouded in ominous gloom. Instantly, she felt a pang of trepidation, unsure of how to proceed. "Second brother, is it because the 3rd sister remains in their grasp that you wish for all of us to perish, leaving her alone to survive?" The dark-faced elder inquired coldly. "That I apologize, elder brother, but you must understand their methods. If any word slips, the 3rd sister, still in their clutches, would undoubtedly suffer unspeakable torment, a fate worse than death. It would be far more merciful for her if we were to simply vanish." The lanky second brother finally spoke, shame evident on his face. Upon hearing this, the young woman's complexion turned ashen, her lips moved as if to speak, yet no words escaped. "Humph, even if the 3rd sister is your partner, can you truly bear to trade our 3 lives for hers?" shouted the enraged young man in his 30s at the second brother. Though 4th brother's words may be somewhat rash, they hold a kernel of truth. The dark-faced elder added, his voice laced with disappointment, "We pledged our lives to one another when we swore brotherhood years ago. Yet now, for the sake of your own selfish desires, you would deliberately bring about our demise. This is utterly unacceptable. Indeed, my intention is to bring about the demise of all. Yet, what recourse do I possess? My dear sister carries within her a child of my own blood. I cannot allow the Li family to face extinction. Otherwise, it is better to endure life than to seek death. Who would willingly choose to meet their end?" The gaunt figure, upon hearing these words, felt a rush of blood to his face, alternating between crimson and pallor, and could not help but clench his fists, joining in a roar of his own. This proclamation momentarily stunned the elder and the man who had been pleading, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the woman gaped in astonishment, her expression reflecting sheer surprise. "Have you all finished speaking? If so, it is now my turn, interjected Han Li, who had been silently observing from the front. His icy tones startled the three, reminding them that the true arbiter of their fates was this cultivator at the Foundation establishment staged. In an instant, their fervor dissipated, leaving them exchanging apprehensive glances. I care not whether you genuinely seek death or are merely performing for my benefit. I simply wish to uncover every detail about the mastermind behind this. If death is your fate, it must occur only after you have divulged the information to me. Do you still believe that your lives are yours to govern? Han Li's words dripped with an unforgiving coldness, causing the expressions of the three men and one woman to shift dramatically. What do you wish to know? Our knowledge is limited, and we are bound by a curse known as the Blood Curse, which forbids us from disclosing any vital information to outsiders. Should we attempt to reveal such secrets, the curse will take effect, leading to our hearts bursting and our demise, confessed the dark-faced elder, his resolve wavering, indicating a reluctant submission. The Blood Curse? Intriguing. Allow me to examine it, Han Li remarked with a burgeoning curiosity. Upon hearing this, the elder's spirits lifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he extended his arm forward in a gesture of hope. He yearned for Han Li to alleviate this dire affliction, though he felt the prospects were grim. The caster of the curse had spoken with utmost confidence, asserting that no cultivator had ever leaked their secrets after being afflicted by the Blood Curse. Those who attempted to inform others or intentionally divulge secrets had perished on the spot. That moment, Han Li seized the elder's wrist, allowing his spiritual energy to flow gently within the elder's body. His demeanor shifted, becoming exceedingly solemn. The other three members of the Mengshan Five Friends focused intently on the two, hoping that Han Li, this esteemed individual, might indeed possess the means to lift the Blood Curse. After a cup of tea had passed, Han Li released the elder's arm and, with a contemplative expression, inquired, "What is the cultivation level of the individual who cast the curse upon you? Did they recite any peculiar incantations or utter strange words during the cursing?" Upon hearing this, the four opposite him simultaneously displayed expressions of surprise, mingled with a hint of hope. Yes, they spoke some incomprehensible phrases. It sounded like a spell, yet it also resembled a dialect from a distant region. We are certain that none of us understood those words. The caster was a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, the youth proclaimed eagerly, not waiting for the dark-faced elder to respond. Moreover, after uttering these words, he took a bowl of some unknown black liquid and inscribed a peculiar symbol on the arm of each of us, a mark that seemed impervious to any attempt at cleansing. The old man hastily added, revealing his entire arm, at the end of which appeared a dark and sinister symbol. Han Li approached, scrutinizing it closely, before nodding thoughtfully and returning to his contemplations. Before long, he suddenly lifted his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, and proclaimed, "This is precisely it. It seems I have come to understand the nature of this blood curse. Is what you say true?" "Senior," stammered the old man with a blackened face, trembling slightly, while the other three displayed expressions of disbelief. It is crucial to note that this blood curse hung over them like a razor-sharp blade, compelling them to obey the dictates of those who wielded it. If Han Li could indeed eliminate this dire affliction, would they not be liberated, no longer subject to the whims of others? This so-called blood curse is, in essence, merely a verbal incantation. The constraints imposed upon you are entirely reliant on those peculiar incantations, with the subsequent black liquid and the symbols drawn upon your arms bearing no relation whatsoever. It is simply the machinations of that individual," Han Li elucidated with a calm demeanor, exuding an air of confidence. Yet, internally, he could not help but lament his fortuitous encounter. Thankfully, during his inquiries about the Great Teleportation Decree, he had stumbled upon a rather obscure tome that mentioned this verbal incantation. Otherwise, he would have been utterly at a loss. "Can the senior dispel this curse?" The young woman could not restrain herself from asking. "Unknown," Han Li replied curtly, causing their hearts to sink. The previously visible elation on their faces quickly faded. "What do you mean by that, senior?" the old man inquired, his tone now cautious and ingratiating. The key to breaking the curse lay firmly in Han Li's hands, and he dared not offend him in the slightest. "There are two methods to dispel the verbal curse. The first involves knowing the incantation for its dissolution. I merely need to recite it with my spiritual energy, and it can be dispelled without incident. The second method entails invading your consciousness with my own, forcefully erasing the traces of the verbal curse. This method requires the one dispelling the curse to possess a consciousness significantly greater than that of the one who cast it, allowing for the immediate eradication of the mark. However, Should it fail, it would undoubtedly trigger the curse's effects, and you all should be well aware of the consequences, Hanli remarked with a furrowed brow, his tone less than amiable. What? It will trigger immediately, the young woman exclaimed in shock. The gruesome scene that unfolded when the curse was activated was forever etched in their memories, as the one who cast the curse had used a living person as a demonstration, leaving them with vivid recollections of the horrific spectacle of shattered hearts. This memory instilled a deep-seated fear of the blood curse within them. The expressions of the other three mirrored her distress. Did this not mean they were gambling with their lives? Hanli cast a glance at them, a cold smirk on his lips, and was about to speak when the tall, thin second man suddenly interjected. Senior, please proceed with the forceful dispelling that we are all bound by the same blood curse. If I can break it, my other companions surely can as well. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other three individuals widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing blankly at the speaker. Second brother, what on earth are you doing? This is far too perilous. The woman, regaining her senses, urgently implored. Chapter 301. Exorcising the poison and lifting the curse. Do not speak any further. My mind is made up. The young woman, now frantic, swiftly turned to cast a pleading glance at the young man and the elderly gentleman. After exchanging glances, the young man remained silent, while the elder sighed and remarked, Fifth sister, let the second one proceed. He is atoning for his previous actions. Only by doing so can he find some solace within himself. But, second brother, this is... The woman attempted to argue. Yet the second brother had already stepped before Hanli, calmly stating, Senior, let us begin. Use me as your subject for the experiment. His words carried a somber weight, yet what transpired next left the four of them as if doused with cold water, rendered utterly speechless. Have you all made a grave mistake? When did I ever agree to lift your blood curse? Han Li's chilling declaration left the Mengshan five friends exchanging bewildered glances. If the senior does not intend to relieve us of the curse, then why conduct research on my elder brother regarding it? The second of the Mengshan five friends, after regaining his composure, hastily inquired, Did I ever state that I was researching this blood curse to lift it for you? My curiosity alone drives me. Han Li replied with an impassive expression. Staring at Han Li's frigid demeanor and listening to his heartless words, the group stood there dumbfounded. But, Senior, did you not wish to learn about those individuals? If you do not relieve us of the blood curse, how could we possibly answer your inquiries? The young man asked, anxiety etched on his face, clearly unwilling to let go of the glimmer of hope before him. Upon hearing this, Han Li shot him a sidelong glance, then scoffed lightly before looking up to the heavens in silence. Such an obvious question was beneath his consideration. Fourth brother, do not inquire further. This senior believes that the information obtained from us is insufficient to warrant the preservation of our lives, which is why he hesitates to act. The dark-faced elder, having far more experience than the young man, incisively identified the crux of the matter. What conditions must be met for you to take action? Just state them plainly. If you can indeed eliminate the blood curse, we, the Mengshan five friends, will not hesitate. The elder continued calmly. Excellent. Had this been stated earlier, we would have avoided this roundabout discourse. Han Li suddenly clapped his hands and smiled faintly, his demeanor turning amiable. Yet, to the four, his unpredictable nature only deepened their sense of reverence. The conditions are quite simple. If you can rid yourselves of this dire affliction, not only must you divulge all that you know, but from this day forth, you shall also follow my commands temporarily, aiding me in countering the assaults of this group that I suspect they shall not easily relent, and I likewise wish to resolve this matter swiftly. However, fret not about being outnumbered. I am a cultivator from Huangfeng Valley, and my presence in the capital is merely to handle some sect affairs. Once we endure this period, I will summon reinforcements to take that moment. There was no need to fear those scoundrels any longer. Han Li, with a gentle demeanor, articulated the conditions without any reservations, unfurling the banner of his sect. It was only through such measures that they could instill unwavering loyalty. The senior is a cultivator from Huangfeng Valley. Although the elder had already surmised that Han Li's origins fell within the seven sects, hearing it confirmed from his own lips brought a smile to his face. Very well, we shall abide by what the senior has stated. We will not remain indifferent, for once the blood curse is lifted, we too shall inevitably become targets of their pursuit. Staying by the senior's side may provide us with a modicum of safety. The dark-faced elder readily acquiesced. Upon hearing the elder's words, the young man and the woman exchanged pleased glances, refraining from any dissent, clearly in agreement with his approach. To them, the seven sects were undoubtedly far more formidable than those who wielded the blood curse to control them. making allegiance a natural choice. However, the tall, thin second brother wore a hesitant expression, as if he wished to voice something but faltered. If the senior's method for dispelling the blood curse truly proves effective, we have another request, and we hope the senior will consent. After casting a glance at the second brother, the dark-faced elder suddenly adopted a solemn tone and directed a request towards Hanli. Sensing the situation, Hanli felt a measure of anticipation but maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "What is it? As long as it is not too outrageous, I shall do my utmost to accommodate." At that moment, Hanli appeared surprisingly amenable that my fourth sister remains in a residence within Yuejing City. Now that we have been captured by the senior, we are uncertain of her safety that I hope the senior can extend a hand to rescue her when the time comes. The elder stated earnestly. Elder brother, the tall, thin second brother expressed profound gratitude upon hearing this. Very well, since you have temporarily allied with me, I shall naturally endeavor to rescue your companion. However, we must first address the potent poison coursing through your veins. Otherwise, within the blink of an eye, you shall meet your demise. And what then of the curse's dispelling? Hanli readily agreed, but then his tone shifted, uttering words that sent a chill down the spines of the four. What potent poison? We should only have the blood curse upon us. The young man's expression changed dramatically, a mix of alarm and skepticism evident in his voice. Observing the youth's doubt, Hanli remained calm, his expression stern as he replied, "During my examination of the blood curse, I discovered that aside from the blood curse itself, your elder brother harbors a potent toxin within. This poison is not only exceedingly virulent, but also highly unstable. It is likely on the verge of manifesting. Fortunately, I possess some knowledge of antidotes, and alleviating it is merely a matter of effort. There is no need for excessive concern out of course, if you do not believe me. You may wait and see for yourselves whether you perish from the poison within the hour." After Hanli's declaration, the four began to believe him to a significant extent. Oh, that is how it is. I wondered why the one who instructed us suddenly insisted we share a drink before our departure. It turns out that the wine was poisoned. We all assumed that since we bore the blood curse, they would not resort to further treachery, and thus, we paid no heed to this matter. Their methods are truly insidious, the tall, thin second brother remarked, his expression grim. The youth and the young woman displayed expressions of sudden enlightenment, while the elderly man wore a somber countenance, seemingly having anticipated the matter long ago. Since Hanli had resolved to enlist the 5 friends of Mengshan as his allies, he would not dawdle and allow the toxicity to manifest in these individuals. He promptly extended his hand and retrieved 2 porcelain vials, one white and one green, from his storage bag, tossing them to the dark-faced elder. Each individual was to consume 1 pill from these vials to dispel a significant portion of the poison, and subsequently, they could gradually circulate their energies to expel any residual toxins. Hanli's instructions were exceedingly straightforward, and the dark-faced elder immediately complied, distributing the pills among the other 3 without a shred of doubt. And he was the first to swallow his. It was evident that the elder was well aware that if Hanli intended to take action against them, he need not tamper with the antidote. Thus he swallowed it with ease. Shortly after ingesting Hanli's pills, the group felt a violent pain erupt within their abdomens. The young woman's face flushed a deep crimson, and suddenly, she stomped her foot, managing to rise into the air and fly toward a nearby hill. However, she was still bound by Hanli's restrictions, and her speed of flight was considerably sluggish. Observing this, the other 3 men sheepishly sought out secluded spots to expel the toxins from their bodies. After a brief interval, the 3 men returned to Hanli, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Moments later, the young woman returned as well, though her cheeks still bore a rosy hue. "Very well, let us commence the dispelling of the blood curse. Who shall go first?" Hanli stated without delay. Of course, it should be. Just as the second elder began to speak and stepped forward, a remarkably thin hand grasped his arm firmly. "Second brother, you still have third sister to consider. As an old relic who cannot establish a foundation, my time is limited. I shall go first. After all, third sister's child requires your care," the dark-faced elder calmly asserted. "Elder brother, this is unacceptable. How could you allow?" The tall, lean second elder, agitated, shook his head vigorously, refusing to acquiesce. The youth and the young woman, witnessing this, also voiced their objections, eager to be the first to risk themselves. "Enough of this quarrel. Let your elder brother proceed first. After all, I have just assessed his physique, thus the chances are greater." Despite the profound camaraderie displayed by the 4, Han was not inclined to delve into their sentiments, as his focus was solely on whether he could indeed break the blood curse. Should he fail, all his previous efforts would be in vain, necessitating alternative plans. Upon Han's assertion, the four ceased their contention, and the elder solemnly approached. The other three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern as they observed the elder's actions. Bang, bang, but a series of 6 or 7 sounds erupted. Han raised his hand, and several life-size soldier puppets emerged from a radiant white light, brandishing weapons at his back, while I am dispelling the blood curse. I am unable to defend myself. These puppets serve as a precautionary measure. Anyone who ventures within a Tinjong radius of me will be met with their aggressive response. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance. Han's words unambiguously conveyed his lack of trust in them at this moment. The three individuals had no choice but to retreat helplessly. Chapter 302. Countermeasures to in the early evening. Within the drawing room of the Qin residence, Qin Yin paced back and forth restlessly. Earlier that day, a servant who had gone to deliver food to Han reported back, stating that Han was unexpectedly absent from his quarters, seemingly having not returned all night. This caused Qin Yin a measure of concern, not for Han's safety, but rather out of fear that this bodyguard might abruptly disappear without notice. How would the Qin family contend with the threats posed by the demonic sect in such a scenario? Qin Ping, go check if young Master Han has returned. Report back immediately upon receiving any news, Qin Yin instructed, his tone tinged with impatience. Yes, sir, Qin Ping replied respectfully, a hint of delight creeping into his heart. He dashed out of the hall, believing that Qin Yan's growing concern for young Master Han only reinforced the notion that he had indeed aligned himself with the right person, and that his rise within the Qin household was imminent. Why must you fret so? It is entirely normal for the young man to venture out occasionally. There is no need for such urgency. The third madam, Qin Yan's most favored wife, spoke up in defense of Han. Yet, the acidity in her voice was unmistakable. That it was no wonder, for since Han's arrival at the Qin residence, the master of the house had kept him close at all times, neglecting to promote the once favored young masters and mistresses of the Qin family, including the children of the third madam, thereby inciting her jealousy. Humph, what do women know? Qin Yin discerned the underlying tone of the third madam's words. However, with the safety of his family hanging in the balance, he could hardly concern himself with such trivial matters of rivalry. After casting her a disapproving glance, he chose to ignore her. Qin Yan's demeanor only served to intensify the third madam's sense of grievance. Yet, aware that her husband detested displays of feminine petulance, she suppressed her resentment, opting for silence, although her worry for Han only deepened her irritation. Uncertain how much time passed, Qin Ping suddenly returned, his face alight with joy, and upon entering the room, he exclaimed, "Sir, young Master Han has returned and has brought several guests with him. Young Master Han hopes you can arrange accommodations for them near his residence." Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's anxious heart finally settled. As long as this esteemed individual had not left without notice, he would welcome not just a few friends, but even dozens, without a hint of complaint. Since young Master Han has made such a request, let us offer them lodging at the nearby Qingyin courtyard, that we must not neglect the guests of our esteemed young Master Han, Qin Yin remarked without hesitation, causing the third madam's expression to darken further. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Qin Ping dashed out once more, brimming with enthusiasm. Sir, is this truly wise? Our Qin residence is vast and prosperous. Allowing several strangers to suddenly take up residence seems rather reckless. The third madam could not help but voice her concerns. Her words were not solely directed at Han, but reflected genuine unease. Upon hearing her, Qin Yin paused for a moment, yet after a brief hesitation, he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It will be of no concern. Young Master Han's friends should pose no problem." Listening to Qin Yan's indulgent words towards Han, the third madam was rendered utterly speechless at that moment. Han sat comfortably in a chair at his residence, with 5 others gathered around him, the 5 friends of Mengshan. Among them, a young man was animatedly recounting a tale, while the others occasionally interjected with comments, as Han wore a contemplative expression. In the desolate wilderness outside of Jing City, Han, relying on his formidable spiritual sense, had indeed succeeded in erasing the blood curse that had afflicted the 4 individuals earlier. Subsequently, he led them to the only remaining middle-aged woman who had stayed behind. To their surprise, the extraction went remarkably smoothly, without the slightest hint of difficulty. Although slightly taken aback, Han nonetheless dispelled her blood curse as well, before returning with them to the Qin residence. In truth, it would not have been impossible for these individuals to find another place to stay. Yet Hanley felt a twinge of unease regarding their intentions. Without his vigilant oversight, he could not guarantee that the 5 friends of Meng Shan would remain steadfast allies in the face of great peril. Even though he had previously shown them kindness, the human heart is the most inscrutable of mysteries. Today, one might express profound gratitude and be willing to risk life and limb for you. Yet tomorrow, they could find their own survival paramount, resorting to any treacherous and ungrateful act. Hanley was well aware of this. Moreover, they shared no bonds of brotherhood with him. Most likely, they valued their own lives far more. Of course, should he choose to impose restrictions or utilize poison, it would not be impossible to exert control over them. However, such actions would render him no different from those he despised in their eyes. In the long run, he would surely face their backlash. If he were to leave nothing but a negative impression, Hanley would not be overly concerned about employing such tactics. Yet, deep within, he harbored additional thoughts. If the 7 sects could indeed withstand the encroachment of the demonic path and restore their former cultivation lives, Hanley intended to recruit individuals to assist him in gathering alchemical formulas and medicinal materials. This way, he would no longer be burdened by endless errands and could dedicate all his time to arduous cultivation, significantly enhancing his progress. The 5 friends of Meng Shan, with their moderate prowess, were ideal candidates for this purpose. Thus, Hanley had no intention of resorting to underhanded means to control them. Nonetheless, Hanley was self-aware. Without sufficient benefits, even the most lowly cultivators would not willingly serve as errand runners for others. Moreover, he needed to interact with them longer to ascertain their true natures before placing his trust in them. Everything would have to wait until this matter was resolved before he could make any final decisions. How shameful it is. Up to this point, aside from recognizing a few fellow cultivators who had also been abducted, we have yet to catch even a glimpse of the true identities of those 2 who issue commands. We are truly at a loss. After finishing his account, the young man let out a bitter laugh. It's nothing that we already know that they belong to a nefarious cult known as the Blackshaw sect, and that their primary motive for capturing people is to practice wicked arts. That is sufficient information. After listening to this, Hanley smiled indifferently. However, Senior Han, shall we remain hidden here, awaiting reinforcements before taking action? The newly rescued middle-aged woman suddenly inquired, testing the waters with her question. Upon hearing this, the other 4 individuals also cast concerned glances at Hanley, eager to see how he would respond to the matter. Hanley, feeling a cold amusement within, noted that these individuals seemed all too eager to avoid further contact with the disciples of the Blackshaw. However, there were no reinforcements to be dispatched from the 7 sects. At present, each sect was stretched thin, grappling with the need to contend against the forces of the demonic path, leaving even their station's strength significantly diminished. Even if he were to report the situation faithfully, it was certain that no one would come to their aid. Fortunately, during his return, he had managed to send a letter of plea for assistance to Li Huayuan through a contact in Huangfeng Valley within the capital. Briefly outlining the circumstances, the sect may not inquire into this issue, yet surely this master would not turn a blind eye. After all, it was for the sake of fulfilling his duties that Hanley had entangled himself in such a predicament. And now he could only endure the situation without fleeing. If he could not confront this, could he not simply escape? He would have long since taken his leave. Yet, he truly had little confidence in what reinforcements might arrive. He surmised they would likely send a few of his senior brothers. With these thoughts in mind, Hanley maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Of course not. At the very least, we should ascertain the locations of the enemy's strongholds and key figures before the reinforcements arrive. This way, we can launch a comprehensive strike. Otherwise, remaining idle within the Qin residence would be overly passive, granting them the opportunity to track our movements, which would be detrimental to us. We cannot allow them to prepare at their leisure." Upon hearing Hanley's words, the 5 friends of Meng Shan exchanged glances, while the elderly man with a dark complexion stroked his beard and remarked solemnly, "What the senior says is quite reasonable. Yet with the scant clues we possess, we cannot possibly catch their trail. The stronghold we previously occupied must have been abandoned by them. It seems we have no avenues to pursue." The tall, thin second elder nodded in silent agreement. "Rest assured, based on your descriptions of the 2 commanding figures from the Black Shajia, I already know who they are as long as we capture them alive. We can uncover a significant portion of the mysteries surrounding the Black Shajia." Hanley spoke with an air of calm assurance, as if he had anticipated this. His words momentarily stunned the group, before expressions of delight emerged, deepening their sense of wonder regarding Hanley's capabilities. "Excellent. Since Senior Han already has a plan, we shall adhere to your instructions without reservation, declared the dark-skinned elder resolutely. Hanli, satisfied, nodded in response. We act tonight. The sooner we strike, the less time they have to prepare. Hanli narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Tonight, the 5 friends of Mengshan displayed looks of astonishment. Chapter 303. Shocked though the 5 friends of Mengshan were taken aback by Han Li's decision, they recognized the logic in his reasoning. However, the middle-aged woman, seemingly curious, inquired about the true identities of the 2 individuals from the Black Shajia. Only to encounter a subtle rebuttal from Han Li. He merely smiled faintly, stating that everyone would naturally come to know their identities when the time for action arrived. This response left the middle-aged woman unable to pursue her questioning further, adopting an indifferent demeanor instead. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ping, accompanied by a message from Qin Yan, led the 5 friends of Mengshan to another courtyard nearby, where they were settled. As Han Li gazed at the retreating figures of several individuals. An odd expression flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly began to murmur to himself, though none could discern the content of his utterance. Later that evening, after the group had dined, the 5 friends of Mengshan gathered in the living room of Qinin courtyard, preparing to commence their actions at the late hour that Han Li had indicated. It was peculiar. Why could he not recall? The young man, known as the 4th brother, wandered restlessly in circles within the hall. Confusion etched upon his face. 4th brother, have you not remembered yet? Inquired the youngest woman, languidly reclining in her chair, a half-smile playing on her lips. You often claim that Senior Han seems familiar, insisting you must have encountered him somewhere before. Yet you cannot recall when or where, which makes me somewhat skeptical. Surely, you are not overly eager to forge a connection with Senior Han, are you? It seems you may be deluding yourself. Her words were laced with playful sarcasm. Indeed, that is quite plausible. After all, this senior's appearance is rather unremarkable. It is only natural for the 4th brother to feel a sense of familiarity, the tall and slender 2nd brother added, savoring his fragrant tea while jesting. However, his gaze remained fixated on the middle-aged woman beside him, his eyes roving over her enduring beauty and seemingly normal abdomen, a look of bliss adorning his countenance. Yet, the 3rd-ranked middle-aged woman found his scrutiny irksome. Casting him several exasperated glances, which were met with his foolish grin, his usual astuteness seemingly vanished. Humph, let you all say what you wished. I know for certain I have encountered him. However, it appears it was not a recent affair. Surely it must have been some years ago, or else I would not have forgotten so completely, the young man retorted, casting a disgruntled glare at the young woman and the tall man. Some years ago, 4th brother, we have been diligently cultivating on Mengshan for the past few years without ever descending the mountain. How could you have met Senior Han? Surely, you did not encounter him while still in your breeches, the middle-aged woman teased, laughter lacing her words. 3rd sister, you. The young man stammered, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment. A few years ago, the 4th brother was not perpetually engaged in cultivation on the mountain. Have you all forgotten that before we met the 5th sister, we attended a celestial ascension conference that lasted 2 to 3 months? Alas, we returned empty-handed, but fortunately, none suffered severe injuries. The dark-faced elder interjected matter-of-factly. What? Everyone participated in the celestial ascension conference, the 5th sister blinked. Her expression one of curiosity. In contrast, the 2nd brother and the middle-aged woman wore wry smiles. There is nothing of consequence to recount. It was our first encounter with the concept of sitting in a well and observing the sky. The middle-aged woman sighed. What? 4th brother? Do tell me about it. Then do. The young woman, now even more intrigued, turned to the young man, eager to hear about the celestial ascension conference, only to be met with a visage of utter shock. 4th brother, what is the matter with you? The others exclaimed, noticing the young man's odd demeanor, their astonishment palpable. Brother Air, do you still recall the day we attended the Ascension Conference and parted ways with Brother Da and Sister San? I was momentarily tempted and clandestinely indulged in the food and drink at the tavern in Jiyuan City. The young man did not respond to the other's bewilderment, but instead suddenly reminisced about past events. Leaving the tall, thin man feeling somewhat perplexed. Of course I remember. Although I managed to keep it from you at the time, Brother Da eventually found out and gave you a thorough scolding. Brother A replied with a hint of confusion. Exactly. Upon my return, did I not mention encountering a young cultivator, who also seemed to have participated in the Ascension Conference at the tavern? His cultivation was only at the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement, and we thought he was rather overestimating himself. The young man said with a wry smile. It has been so long. I don't recall it clearly, but there must have been such an incident. Brother Air hesitantly replied, genuinely uncertain as to why the 4th brother had brought it up. The others listened with equal curiosity, bewildered by the exchange between the two. However, that young cultivator from back then is none other than the esteemed Han before us today, the young man stated, delivering a revelation that left everyone present in stunned silence. What? Esteemed Han was that lowly cultivator. The tall, thin man sprang from his seat, disbelief etched across his face. What exactly transpired? Please elaborate. In the wake of shock, the dark-faced elder furrowed his brow and inquired that it was like this, brother da. The tall, thin man hurriedly recounted the events of that year, leaving the others incredulous. Fourth brother said that esteemed Han was merely a cultivator at the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement back then. The young woman swallowed hard, then suddenly became aware of her impropriety, her face flushing. Yet, the others remained in a state of astonishment, oblivious to her small gesture. Surely fourth brother cannot be mistaken. After all, this was over a decade ago, and esteemed Han's appearance and age should have changed. The dark-faced elder stroked his chin thoughtfully. No, that individual must be esteemed Han. He looks exactly the same as he did back then, save for appearing slightly older. The young man initially expressed surprise, but then asserted confidently. The firm conviction in his words caused the others to exchange glances. In the span of just over a decade, a cultivator of such humble beginnings had transformed into a foundational practitioner, leaving a bitter taste in their hearts. For a moment, no one felt inclined to speak, regardless of whether esteemed Han is indeed that individual from years past. He is now a bona fide foundational practitioner, and we must not disregard basic courtesies. Not pose inappropriate questions. Understood? The elder pondered for a moment before speaking. I understand, the young man replied after a brief hesitation, his expression finally returning to normal. All right, everyone, retreat to your quarters to recuperate and refine your chi. Prepare yourselves. We do not yet know what fierce battles await us tonight, the elder addressed the group. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and then indeed returned to their rooms. Instantly, Qingyin courtyard fell into a profound silence. Approximately half an hour later, darkness enveloped the sky. In a secluded chamber of the Qingyin courtyard, a figure emerged cautiously. This individual carefully ajar the door, glanced around furtively, and then silently slipped out into the small courtyard. Under the cover of the pitch-black night, he made his way to a distant corner by a wall, where a flicker of hesitation flashed in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by resolve. With a hint of nervousness, he retrieved a small box from within his garments, just as he was about to open it. Suddenly, a sigh echoed from behind him, causing him to startle, nearly dropping the box onto the ground. The sound bore an uncanny resemblance to Han Li's voice. Why would you do this? Came another voice, one he knew all too well, filled with profound sorrow. If responding to this lament, several figures emerged from the vicinity, each holding a moonstone, their expressions tinged with disbelief under the faint white glow. What is the meaning of this? The dark-faced elder lamented. What do you mean? Why? I merely stepped out to test a magical artifact, the man replied, his previously pallid visage gradually returning to normal as he spoke with an air of nonchalance. Might I ask you to present what you hold for my inspection? Han Li floated down gracefully from the inky darkness above, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. How peculiar. My magical artifact cannot be shown to outsiders. Absolutely not. Can it? Fourth brother? The secretive figure turned out to be the young woman from the 5 Friends of Mengshan. Although she endeavored to maintain an ordinary expression, her hands clutched the small box tightly, unwilling to relinquish it even a fraction. Fifth sister, hand over what you possess to Senior Han, the dark-faced elder commanded, his countenance grim and filled with icy resolve. Brother, do you not trust me either? She implored. It is precisely because everyone believes in you, fifth sister, that we afford you this opportunity to explain as long as the contents of the box are not of a dubious nature. Your voluntary revelation will alleviate our concerns, the elder responded coldly. Upon hearing his words, the fifth sister's face became a canvas of emotions, alternating between crimson and pallor. She glanced at the sorrowful expressions of the others, especially that of the tall, lean man who had held a fondness for her. Her heart sank, rendering her speechless. After a moment of contemplation, she steeled herself, swiftly concealing the small box and brandishing a blue orb above her head, declaring with fierce intensity, "Do not force my hand. You all recognize this thunder pearl. I only seek to leave this place." Her bold action caused the expressions of the other members of the 5 Friends of Mengshan to shift dramatically, particularly the young man who had harbored feelings for her, his face turning ashen. It seems we need not concern ourselves with the contents of that box any longer. Fifth sister, Have you truly allied with those of ill repute? The elder exclaimed in anger, stepping forward with clenched fists. Do not come any closer, brother. Otherwise, I shall truly unleash it. Panic flickered in her eyes as she held the blue orb before her, preparing to invoke its power. Witnessing this scene, despite his disheveled appearance, the elder hesitated to advance, fully aware of the devastating force the Thunder Pearl could unleash. Sister Wu, do you truly intend to confront us with this thunderous talisman? It is essential to bear in mind that this artifact was procured by our collective efforts, as we deemed your cultivation insufficient at the time that I in particular, our fourth brother nearly exhausted his entire savings to obtain it for your protection. How could you now wield it against us? This seems rather excessive, remarked the middle-aged woman with palpable disappointment. The young man beside her, upon hearing this, felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him, his lips moving silently, yet no words escaped his mouth. Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's words, a flicker of shame crossed Sister Wu's countenance, but it vanished as swiftly as it appeared. She retorted defiantly. What good is it to dwell on the past now? I am unlike the rest of you. I must succeed in Foundation establishment. The members of the Blackshaw sect have assured me that if my contributions are significant enough, the sect leader can facilitate my Foundation establishment without the need for a Foundation establishment elixir and without any risk whatsoever. The tall, slender man, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in concern and could no longer restrain himself. Sister Wu, it is not too late to turn back. Do you truly believe that Foundation establishment can occur without the elixir? They are undoubtedly taking advantage of your youth and naivety. The second eldest of the Mengshan 5 friends spoke with sincerity and earnestness. Humph, you need not lecture me, second brother. I am well aware of what is true. Sister Wu replied defiantly. At this point, there is nothing left to conceal. In fact, I joined the Blackshaw sect 2 years ago during an outing. Thus, the powers of our sect leader are beyond your imagination. With a cold snort, the young woman revealed a shocking piece of information that left the others astounded. So you joined the Blackshaw sect 2 years ago, which means your machinations led to the capture of our companions, did they not? Suddenly interjecting was Han Li, who had remained silent until now. His words sent ripples of disbelief through the hearts of the elder members. Their gazes fixated incredulously on the young woman. They could scarcely believe that Sister Wu had committed such an act. Sister Wu's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolution. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly confessed. Indeed, I disclosed everyone's whereabouts to the Blackshaw sect. However, my intentions were not malicious. I merely wished for us all to have a chance at Foundation establishment. Otherwise, according to the Blackshaw sect's customs, those captured are almost certain to be blood sacrificial offerings, with little hope of survival. Feeling that further concealment was futile, the young woman decided to speak plainly. So, by your reasoning, we should be grateful to Sister Wu for this predicament. Should we? The dark-faced elder said, his anger bubbling to the surface with a bitter laugh. Regardless of how you perceive it, I assure you that I harbor no ill towards any of you. Please, do not force my hand, she said, her delicate features contorting slightly as she raised the thunderous talisman in her grasp. Just then, Han Li flashed her a faint smile and remarked, the thunderous talisman is indeed a remarkable item. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure blurred and vanished from sight. You, Sister Wu, quick-witted as ever, immediately sought to shake her wrist in response to the unfolding scene. As a gentle breeze swept through, Wu Mei felt a sudden tightening around her wrist, and Han Li appeared behind her like a wraith, seizing her jade wrist with a firm grip. This object is far too perilous. It is best entrusted to me for safekeeping. Without a hint of hesitation, Han Li forcibly extracted the Tian Lazy from her grasp and casually tossed it into his storage bag, witnessing her most significant reliance being so easily dismantled by Han Li. Wu Mei's complexion turned a pallid shade of iron, momentarily forgetting to struggle, fear evident in her eyes for the first time. She is your sworn sister. I leave her in your hands. As long as she reveals what she knows about the Haisha sect. You may deal with her as you wish. However, I trust you would not be foolish enough to allow her to return and alert others. Han Li spoke with profound meaning as he regarded the remaining members of the Mengshan 5 friends. His demeanor calm and collected. Subsequently, a flash of white light emanated from his hand, and in a movement as swift as lightning, he touched several points on the woman's delicate body, binding her true essence and rendering her unable to wield her powers. Without a shred of hesitation, Han Li deftly retrieved the box from the young woman's embrace and tossed her lightly to the somewhat dazed youth nearby. Thank you, Senior Han. The dark-faced elder understood that Han Li's actions had granted them a significant favor, and thus expressed his gratitude. Han Li waved his hand dismissively, releasing several yellow talismans that dismantled the soundproof barrier he had secretly set up, before gradually vanishing into the darkness. Eldest brother, what should we do now? The second brother gazed at Han Li's retreating figure with a complex expression and whispered to the dark-faced elder. First, let us take Wumei back to the house and secure her. We shall deal with her after our actions tonight are complete. The elder pondered for a moment before responding. That seems wise. At the very least, it allows everyone time to calm down. The second brother nodded in agreement. He then turned to the youth still holding the young woman and instructed. Fourth brother, take Wumei back to the house. The bewildered youth nodded absently and turned to walk towards Qingyin courtyard, still cradling the young woman in his arms, observing the desolate figure of the youth. The second brother let out a sigh, a look of compassion crossing his features. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached, inquiring, is fourth brother all right? He has always been devoted to Wumei, yet now. The middle-aged woman shook her head repeatedly. Her expression filled with sympathy. Alas, I once had high hopes for them, but now it seems impossible. The elder suddenly wore a look of utter exhaustion. The recent series of tumultuous events had left this typically resolute elder feeling profoundly weary. The eldest members of the Mengshan 5 friends lamented for a considerable while. Wait, is fourth brother the only one taking Wumei back? The elder suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting dramatically. Indeed, eldest brother. Is there something amiss? Rarely do you think fourth brother is. The second brother was momentarily taken aback by the question, and then his expression changed to one of realization tinged with concern, without uttering another word. The two hastily made their way towards Qingyin courtyard, leaving the still bewildered middle-aged woman wearing a puzzled expression. In the quiet confines of the Qingyin courtyard, a solitary young man sat despondently in the living room chair. Lost in thought, before him stood a pair of men, one an elderly figure with a dark complexion, and the other a tall, lean man, both exchanging glances of concern. The young woman had long since vanished from sight. Second brother, the fifth sister is still under the restraints set by our predecessors and cannot wander far. You must pursue her at once. I will go and seek forgiveness from Senior Han and request his assistance. We cannot allow the fifth sister to return and inform the Black Shajia of our movements. If she proves uncooperative or is aided by someone, we must take decisive action, the elder proclaimed with a grave expression. Understood, elder brother. The second brother was initially taken aback, yet he quickly grasped that this was not the time for leniency, and he solemnly nodded in agreement before hastening out. Fourth brother, the elder began. But as he turned to glance at the young man, he noticed his distant demeanor and could not bring himself to continue. With a heavy sigh, he departed in search of Han Li. Nothing to worry about. If she has fled, so be it. If my second brother fails to catch her, there's no need to pursue further. To the elder's astonishment, Han Li, upon hearing the news of the young woman's escape from the Qin residence, displayed no signs of alarm, merely responding with a nonchalant remark. Chapter 305, the backup plan. Given Han Li's response, the elder was left with a multitude of unanswered questions. Shortly thereafter, the second brother returned, his expression ashen, confirming that he had indeed failed to apprehend the fifth sister. Fortunately, Han Li's prior comments alleviated the concerns regarding the elder's potential ire. Meanwhile, in a particularly secluded alleyway of Yuejing City, a slender figure was stumbling southward, illuminated by the faint glow of the moonlight. It was none other than the flustered young woman, the fifth sister. As she ran, she frequently glanced over her shoulder, her expression betraying her anxiety over the possibility of someone suddenly appearing behind her. Although her magical abilities had been largely suppressed by Han Li's restraints, she was grateful that her spiritual awareness remained intact. Upon realizing that no one was pursuing her, she felt a semblance of relief. This was made possible by the concealment talisman the young man had given her when he allowed her to escape, which enabled her to reach this point. Not long after her escape, she noticed the tall figure of her second brother passing overhead. Fortunately, she had acted swiftly and utilized the talisman, narrowly evading detection. At this moment, her second brother had either pursued in another direction or returned to the Qin residence, allowing her to run boldly through the alley. Her destination was a secret stronghold of the Black Shajia in the southern district. She believed that by informing her superiors of Han Li's whereabouts and the detailed situation, she would earn considerable merit. That in doing so, she would be one step closer to realizing her dream of forming a foundation. In years past, she and several other promising outer disciples of the Black Shajia had been utterly captivated by the mysterious leader who possessed the extraordinary ability to help Qi refinement stage cultivators establish their foundations. They had eagerly pledged their allegiance to the Black Shajia, hoping that one day, through their accomplishments, they might receive the leader's favor and assistance in entering the foundational stage. As far as she knew, most outer disciples willingly serving the Black Shajia harbored similar aspirations, and she had never doubted the correctness of her choice. Given her qualifications, it is evident that reaching such a level of cultivation is essentially the pinnacle of her capabilities. Should she aspire to advance further, even to the point of establishing a foundation, there remains no alternative for her sworn siblings. While a sense of regret lingers, having embarked on this path, she must sever all ties of affection. If they were to be captured, their fates, whether to be offered as a blood sacrifice or to be controlled once more, would depend solely on the whims of those above. She harbors no intention of pleading for mercy any longer. From this moment forth, her existence will be solely for herself. As the young woman contemplated these thoughts fiercely within her mind, she began to dream of the possibility of foundation establishment, feeling a notable lightness in her steps. In the distance, she caught sight of the street corner in the southern district, and a surge of joy compelled her to quicken her pace. However, she was suddenly struck by a damp sensation beneath her nose. Curiously, she reached up to wipe it away and, upon inspection, was met with a jolt of horror. Her expression contorted in disbelief. There, on her 5 pristine fingers, was a sticky, dark red liquid. "What is this?" In a panic, she hastily used her sleeve to wipe away the black blood from beneath her nose. Yet at that moment, the flow of blood burst forth like a dam released, and in an instant, black blood began to stream from her eyes and ears as well. The young woman felt an overwhelming weakness envelop her, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. At that moment, she was engulfed in an icy chill, devoid of any warmth in her chest. She longed to cry out for help, yet her throat was parched and hoarse, rendering her utterly voiceless. Gradually, her consciousness began to fade. Before long, she succumbed to eternal darkness. The following morning, passers-by would find it peculiarly odd that a pool of blackened blood had inexplicably appeared in that spot, compelling them to take a detour and drawing considerable speculation. At the very instant of her demise, Han Li was within his chamber, meticulously inspecting his array of talismans and artifacts, preparing for his departure. Once he had efficiently organized his belongings, he gazed out at the crescent moon, a hint of solitude crossing his visage, and murmured softly to himself, "It should be about time. The poison must have taken effect." With a gentle sigh, Han Li exited his dwelling, making his way towards Qingyin courtyard. His suspicions regarding the young woman had already taken root when he was administering the antidote to the 5 comrades of Mengshan. Although she too had been afflicted by the same poison, its potency was significantly milder than that of the other 3, suggesting that even if it were to manifest, it was unlikely to be fatal. In stark contrast, the blood curse upon her required considerable effort on Han Li's part to dispel. This indicated that the young woman had likely been under the influence of the blood curse for some time, as it would not have left such deep imprints upon her consciousness otherwise. With a cautious mindset, Han Li had intentionally placed a minor restriction while lifting the blood curse from the girl, as a precautionary measure. The purpose of this restriction was straightforward: to temporarily concentrate the residual potency of the 2 antidotes she had ingested in a specific area of her body, which could, at Han Li's discretion, transform into a highly toxic substance. The 2 elixirs in question were known as Wuchang pills, capable of serving as miraculous antidotes or, through particular methods, being converted into poison, one of the spoils Han Li had chosen to retain. That night, Han Li covertly summoned several of the Mengshan 5, allowing them to witness firsthand the young woman's role as an informant before he apprehended her, deftly applying his spiritual energy to mark her with several fingers. These few fingers not only managed to restrain most of her internal magical powers, but also inadvertently activated the latent seal that if Han Li does not undo this in a fleeting moment, the woman will meet a silent demise, leaving no trace behind, akin to the earlier scene. Han Li's heart wavered on whether to take lethal action against her, caught between the sentiments of the 5 friends of Mengshan. However, he was resolute that she must not divulge any connection between the Qin residents and themselves. This was Han Li's unwavering boundary. The activation of the seal was merely a precautionary measure on Han Li's part, and he had not anticipated it would indeed prove useful. Hence, he remained remarkably composed when faced with the report from the dark-faced elder, displaying not a hint of panic. In truth, had the woman remained at the Qin residence as a captive, Han Li would have suppressed the activation of the seal on her behalf. Yet now that she had escaped, regardless of whether the 5 friends of Mengshan had facilitated her flight, her disappearance from this world ensured that she would not leak a single piece of information to the Black Shaman sect. Moreover, he had rendered a significant favor to the 5 friends of Mei Shan, which should greatly aid in their endeavor to subdue these individuals. Upon reaching Qingyan Courtyard, although the dark-faced elder and his companions appeared somewhat fatigued, they had nevertheless prepared everything and awaited Han Li's arrival with bated breath. Upon entering the room, Han Li spoke succinctly, "Let us depart." Under the cloak of night, the Xian Wang mansion loomed like an immense beast, intimidating any petty thief who dared to covet its treasures. However, this night, Han Li and his companions employed stealthy concealment spells to infiltrate quietly. The Xian Wang mansion, having been in an uproar all day due to the inexplicable disappearance of the old immortal Wu, was now shrouded in deep silence. Aside from a few guards and sentinels, most inhabitants had long succumbed to slumber, indulging in sweet dreams. Once inside the mansion, Han Li quickly located a patrolling guard and employed a mind-controlling technique to extract the whereabouts of the steward and the young prince, subsequently rendering the guard unconscious with a swift strike. He then addressed the other 4, saying, "Among these 2, the young prince possesses the lowest cultivation. We shall first deal with him and then take care of the steward." The 4 friends of Mengshan were astounded to discover that the minions of the Black Shaman sect were, in fact, personnel from the Xian Wang mansion. Upon hearing Han Li's words, they naturally expressed no dissent, nodding in agreement. For these cultivators, although the young prince was of royal blood, his affiliation with the core disciples of the Black Shaman sect made him all the more formidable. Subsequently, the group approached the young prince's residence, a modest 3-story building, without making a sound. Noticing several guards nearby, the 4 friends of Mengshan acted swiftly to subdue them before Han Li could intervene, ensuring that any potential disturbance during the ensuing conflict would be mitigated. Observing their adept skills, Han Li inwardly nodded, realizing that some of his subordinates were indeed quite capable. Discovering that the young prince resided on the highest 3rd floor, Han Li instructed his companions to conceal themselves around the vicinity instead of ascending the stairs, in case the young prince proved too elusive and attempted to escape. This way, they would be poised to intercept him, buying Han Li precious time. Moreover, to prevent alerting the steward situated at the opposite end of the mansion, Han Li expended his magical energy to cast an expansive soundproof barrier, enveloping an area of several dozen yards around the building. Then, Han Li soared lightly to the 3rd floor and swiftly slipped into the attic. As the 4 friends from Mengshan anxiously gazed at the 3 stories of the small building, not daring to blink, a shadow darted out from within. Startled, they soon realized it was Han Li, which instantly eased their hearts. Yet they were also filled with curiosity. Had this senior, Han, succeeded so quickly? But where was that young prince's presence? Han Li descended from the upper floor with a grim expression and, upon noticing the 4 of them gathered, furrowed his brow and remarked, "There is no one upstairs. Only an illusionary puppet. It seems he must have left for some reason." Han Li's words left the others exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 306. Crisis. It was fortunate that 5th sister had informed the other party, allowing them to leave early. Or perhaps there was some trap? No. If they had truly set a snare, they would have sprung it as soon as we entered. At that moment, we would have been completely unprepared. Han Li shook his head in denial. Upon hearing Han Li's explanation, the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet they instinctively scanned their surroundings, finding no signs of disturbance. "Senior, what should we do next? Should we retreat for now and act another day?" The second one hesitated to ask. "Let us first seek out that steward Wang. If he is not present, we will cancel today's operation and retreat immediately," Han Li replied coldly. After hearing Han Li's words, the 4 friends from Mengshan exchanged glances and silently nodded in agreement. Han Li cast several spells to retract the barrier and promptly moved toward the other side of the Wang residence, with the others closely following behind. Although the steward Wang's abode was not as grand as the young prince's attic, it was still a small courtyard exclusively occupied by one person. As Han Li and the others approached the vicinity, they noticed a faint light emanating from one of the rooms, suggesting that he had not yet retired for the night. Han Li raised an eyebrow. It seemed this time would not be in vain. With that thought, he gestured to the others to remain hidden and vigilant, then immediately employed the newly learned nameless breathing technique, causing his aura to vanish without a trace, rendering him akin to an ordinary mortal. With a few swift movements, Han Li suddenly appeared at the base of the wall in the brightly lit room, pressing his ear closely against it. Due to the peculiar impression Steward Wang had left on Han Li, he refrained from recklessly extending his consciousness to probe the interior for information, fearing detection. However, After just a brief moment of listening, Han Li's expression changed drastically, and he swiftly retreated, concealing himself behind a massive flowering tree. This scene left the four friends from Mengshan, who were observing nearby, utterly astonished. Yet, soon they heard Han Li's voice. "Be cautious, the young prince is also inside. Everyone, act according to the situation." These words sent a chill down their spines, and they instinctively held their breath. Carefully watching the door, afraid to make a sound, with a creak, the door opened. A young man dressed in a light green brocade robe emerged, revealing himself to be the young prince of the Xin Wang residence. He turned back and quietly exchanged a few words with someone inside before taking several steps into the courtyard, at which point the door closed automatically behind him. Subsequently, the brightness emanating from the paper windows of the room flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. The individuals within appeared to be preparing for rest. Han Li, with an impassive expression, observed every movement of his counterpart. What puzzled him was the absence of any discernible magical aura about the other person. Yet, upon their appearance, an undeniable sense of danger had washed over him, indicating they were likely a disciple of Haisha, perhaps due to still being within his own estate. This young prince did not hasten to return but instead stretched languidly like an ordinary person, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky before suddenly exhaling a sigh. Thereafter, he began to pace back and forth in the small courtyard, wearing a troubled expression, as if burdened by some perplexing dilemma. It seemed he would not be departing any time soon, much to the chagrin of the four friends from Mengshan. Acting immediately was, of course, out of the question, as the royal steward was situated in the adjacent room. A slight skirmish would inevitably awaken him, leading to significant complications. The most prudent course of action would be to wait for the young prince to return to his quarters and then strike individually. Fortunately, as cultivators, they possessed the requisite patience, remaining expertly concealed without revealing any vulnerabilities. Approximately the time it takes to enjoy a meal later, the young prince finally ceased his pacing and exited the courtyard, eliciting a surge of joy among the concealed figures. However, the subsequent scene left them utterly astonished, quickly transforming their surprise into seething fury. Just as the young prince stepped out of the courtyard, he suddenly conjured an illusion, producing a set of garments from seemingly nowhere, swiftly changing into a figure clad entirely in blood-red attire, resembling the very individual who had commanded them to assassinate Han Li. Although the elder and his companions were brimming with rage, they recognized the gravity of the situation and restrained themselves from acting rashly. It was at this moment that they truly believed Han Li's words. Realizing they had not misidentified their target, the transformed young prince radiated a faint aura of malevolence and displayed formidable magical fluctuations, indicative of being at the 11th layer of qi refining. Rather than returning to his abode, he cast a blood-red, elongated magical artifact into the air, then, with a swift movement, soared into the sky on his flying device. Witnessing this spectacle, a glint of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes. He promptly conveyed a message to the other four. Follow him, regardless of his destination, apprehend him en route. The friends from Mengshan, eager to comply with Han Li's directive, hastily took to the skies on their flying artifacts. Meanwhile, Han Li remained behind to monitor the royal steward, deliberately lingering for a moment longer. Observing that there were no signs of disturbance within the house, he hesitated briefly before casting his divine wind boat and following suit. The speed of Han Li's divine wind boat was unparalleled compared to that of the artifacts wielded by the four friends, and moments later, he traced their lingering spiritual energy markers, arriving above a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of Yuejing City. The friends from Mengshan were currently in midair, looking rather disheveled and anxiously circling, appearing indecisive. Upon spotting Han Li, they quickly approached him with expressions of surprise. What transpired? Han Li inquired, furrowing his brow as he slowly posed the question. We pursued him here, and just as we were about to strike, the wretched scoundrel, perhaps sensing our presence, unexpectedly darted into this decrepit temple. The temple was ensnared by a formidable barrier, seemingly protected by a complex formation. When we attempted to breach it, we suffered a minor setback and promptly retreated, apprehensive of further ambushes lurking within. The dark-faced elder discerned Han Li's displeasure and hastily stepped forward to elucidate. A formation? Han Li echoed, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He was no expert in the intricacies of formations either. However, in the presence of these individuals, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "Allow me to examine it first." With that, he activated his celestial vision, scrutinizing the surroundings. Indeed, he detected unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy enveloping the dilapidated temple. Yet, upon closer inspection, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely a rudimentary rockfall formation, one of the simplest earth attribute formations. While it posed some challenge to loose cultivators and those in the chi refining stage, for Han Li, though he was unaware of the precise method to dismantle it. Such a low-level formation could easily be shattered through sheer brute force. With this thought, Han Li remained silent as he rummaged through his storage bag, subsequently casting his hands outward. Instantly, four towering beast-shaped puppets materialized before him. This sight caused the dark-faced elder and his companions, who had previously suffered the brunt of Han Li's puppet arts, to instinctively take a few steps back. Ignoring their astonishment, Han Li maneuvered the puppets to open their maws, unleashing several colossal beams of light, each as wide as a basin, directly towards the dilapidated temple. Just as the beams were about to strike, a thin yet immense light barrier suddenly manifested above it, forming a semicircular shield that radiated a faint yellow glow, completely enveloping the small temple. The beams collided with the barrier, causing it to ripple like gentle waves, as it valiantly resisted the onslaught. At that moment, Han Li, without a hint of hesitation, raised his hand, releasing a pair of black dragons that surged forth, rapidly expanding to a size of several feet, and crashing down onto the barrier. A crisp shattering sound echoed as the barrier finally succumbed to the relentless barrage, shattering into oblivion. The rockfall formation dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing this spectacle, the four friends from Mengshan gasped in astonishment. The ability to dismantle the formation purely through brute force indicated something profound. They understood that Han Li's offensive might had to be several times greater than that of the formation's protective barrier. Otherwise, a typical attack would have been effortlessly mitigated by the formation's clever prohibitive principles. Having recently experienced the formation's might, they couldn't help but regard it with newfound respect. Down with him, we must not allow this fellow to escape, Han Li declared, his expression as cold as frost. However, at that moment, the four friends from Mengshan were thoroughly convinced of Han Li's prowess and promptly surged forward in response. Just then, a mocking voice echoed from behind them. "Looking for me? This temple is merely a temporary stronghold of our sect. There is no one here now." The voice startled the Mengshan quartet, nearly causing them to tumble from their artifacts as they quickly turned to behold the source. Their faces drained of color as they beheld the prince they had been pursuing, standing several dozen feet above them alongside another similarly clad, gaunt figure. Surrounding them were a dozen or so figures clad in black and masked, unmistakably akin to the outer disciples of the Black Sha sect who had previously been under the control of the four friends of Mengshan. Yet, the most striking presence was that of a robust, bald man devoid of eyebrows, standing behind the young prince, clad in the same blood-red garb. His face was unmasked, and his eyes glinted with a murderous intent, exuding an aura of bloodthirsty ferocity. This man was, astonishingly, a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, just like Han Li. Upon witnessing this, the four friends of Mengshan simultaneously felt a sense of impending peril. Chapter 307. Blood Servant Han Li heard the voice of the young prince, and his expression shifted slightly. However, as he slowly turned around, his demeanor returned to normal, devoid of any signs of panic. Instead, a cold smirk graced his lips as he gazed at the individuals from the Black Sha sect and the bald Foundation establishment cultivator. Han Li's composed demeanor had a calming effect on the four friends of Mengshan, instilling a slight sense of reassurance within them. After exchanging glances, they unanimously took flight towards Han Li, positioning themselves in a stance of confrontation against the minions of the Black Sha sect. "It's you. Aren't you from the Qin family? You are a Foundation establishment cultivator?" the young prince exclaimed, astonishment evident in his eyes upon recognizing Han Li's visage. Beside him stood a gaunt figure, who, though silent, mirrored the shock in the prince's gaze. Only the bald man fixed his unwavering gaze on Han Li, his expression turning solemn as he suddenly spoke. "Be cautious. This individual is a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, surpassing my own level that we may need to deploy the Black Wind formation to capture him." Upon hearing the bald man's words, the young prince did not display any concern. Rather, he inquired with a hint of excitement, "Lord Blood Servant, if this person is offered as a blood sacrifice to the sect master, the effects should be even more pronounced, correct?" The bald man responded with a sinister chuckle. "Indeed, the previous Foundation establishment cultivators we captured were merely at the early stage. This one's essence blood will undoubtedly surpass theirs." With the confirmation from the bald man, the young prince cast a greedy glance at Han Li, suddenly erupting into laughter. Excellent, regardless of your intentions or lineage. You shall not leave this place alive today. Deploy the Black Wind formation and make your move. Once the young prince finished laughing, his expression darkened as he barked an order. Instantly, the black-clad figures drew forth dark, ink-like banners from their persons, swiftly encircling Hanli and his companions, beginning to wave the banners with fervor. All you need to do is focus on defense. Leave the rest to me. Hanli remarked nonchalantly to the four friends of Mengshan before his figure became a blur. Vanishing from sight. Be careful, the bald man exclaimed, his face paling as he witnessed Hanli's disappearance. But it was too late. Hanli's form flickered behind one of the black-clad cultivators, who was in the midst of waving his banner. The moment he halted his actions, his head rolled away without preamble, and his decapitated body erupted in a fountain of crimson, splattering onto the ground. At this moment, the final word of the bald man's thunderous shout had just escaped his lips. This scene sent a chill down the spines of the other flag-bearing cultivators, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. Hanli's figure reappeared once more, materializing behind another individual, vanishing as swiftly as before, resulting in this person's head rolling to the ground that instant. The other black-clad cultivators dared not hesitate any longer. They halted their movements with the black chess pieces and summoned vibrant protective shields and various defensive artifacts. Yet, in the blink of an eye, two more black-clad individuals, unable to activate their defensive measures in time, fell victim to Hanli's ruthless assault, their bodies sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Foolish child, seeking death, the bald man's eyes glinted with a sinister red hue upon witnessing this, and with a low growl, he unleashed a sanguine radiance that enveloped his entire being, charging towards Hanli with astonishing speed. Hanli cast a cold glance at the imposing figure rushing towards him, cloaked in crimson light, then redirected his gaze to the black-clad cultivators who had activated their protective shields, their expressions filled with horror as they watched him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retreated several dozen yards to the side of the four friends of Mengshan. The thwarted bald man let out a beast-like roar, immediately pivoting without delay to continue his advance toward Hanli and his companions, appearing utterly unperturbed by the absence of any defensive artifacts. Observing this, the second member of the four friends of Mengshan felt a surge of inspiration and, seizing the opportunity, he raised his hand, sending forth a green glowing trident that silently darted towards the bald man's face. As the bald man beheld this artifact approaching, a cruel smile crept across his face. He did not falter but instead charged headlong to meet it. The lean, tall second member felt a surge of elation at this sight, exclaiming, "This fellow is doomed. My artifact is a supreme treasure among high-tier artifacts. It will surely How can this be? My green radiant spike." Just as he uttered those words, he was rendered speechless by the unfolding scene before him. It turned out that upon contact with the trident, the blood-red glow surrounding the bald man reacted as if it possessed a life of its own, suddenly swirling and ensnaring the artifact within its grasp, rendering it utterly incapable of escaping. No matter how it struggled, a mere spark dares to flaunt itself. The bald man cackled uproariously, extending a blood-red hand to seize the trident with brutal force. And with a mere shift of his hands, the artifact's green light erupted in a splatter of energy before losing all its potency, appearing utterly rendered useless. This turn of events instilled not only fear in the faces of the four friends of Mengshan, but also caused Hanli's heart to skip a beat. It was evident that the bald man had cultivated a technique far beyond the ordinary. It was highly likely that he practiced a top-tier demonic art akin to that of the young master of the ghost spirit sect. The bald man would not allow Hanli and his companions a moment to ponder. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them, raising a massive blood-red fist and bringing it crashing down upon the protective shield jointly conjured by the four friends of Mengshan. With a resounding boom, the shield, forged by four chi refinement stage cultivators, buckled deeply under the impact of that single punch, instantly dimming considerably. The faces of the four friends of Mengshan paled in an instant. Such a powerful blow would likely reduce even a standard defensive artifact to mere scrap metal. "Senior, what do you think?" The dark-faced elder turned hurriedly to Hanli, seeking a means to thwart their adversary. After all, in the face of such an assault from the opponent, their united shield could scarcely withstand much more. Hanli remained silent, yet with a mere lift of his hand, a small shield radiating resplendent white light was released. In the blink of an eye, it expanded several-fold, firmly positioned in front of the shield to meet the crimson fist of the bald man. A deafening crash reverberated through the air, shaking the nearby, unsuspecting cultivators and nearly causing them to falter to the ground. The four friends from Mengshan were similarly left dazed for quite some time, while the only two individuals unaffected in expression were Han Li and the bald man. Han Li, with an impassive gaze fixed on the white phosphorus shield, observed that although it had absorbed the impact of the punch, the previously smooth surface had developed a slight dent, stirring an inner alarm within him. Han Li was acutely aware of the shield's durability, and his wariness of the giant man grew even stronger. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and promptly tapped his storage bag. Instantly, 2 streams of dark light and 6 streams of golden light shot forth simultaneously, unreservedly hurtling towards the giant man. The overwhelming momentum generated by such a multitude of top-tier magical artifacts elicited a look of dread from the bald man, who could not help but betray a hint of fear. With a furious roar, the blood-colored radiance enveloping him surged dramatically, transforming him into a massive sphere of crimson light, towering 2 to 3 meters high, hovering motionless in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li's golden blade and the dark dragon's claw lunged forward mercilessly. However, an eerie phenomenon ensued, and no matter how fiercely his magical artifacts struck the sphere, it remained utterly unperturbed. Once the artifacts penetrated to a depth of half a foot, they could advance no further. As an impenetrable barrier akin to a protective shield repelled all assaults. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Han Li suddenly recalled something and hurriedly glanced around, only to discover a scene that ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. The black-clad figures, under the command of the young prince and the masked person who appeared to be the royal steward, had once again regrouped, continuing to encircle them while desperately waving their black flags. The flags emitted a mournful wailing sound and released a strange, swirling black mist that coiled around them. This sight reminded Han Li of the relentless Qingyang demonic fire he had encountered at the Spirit Stone Mine. Its summoning ritual strikingly similar. Han Li was determined not to allow them to succeed. With this thought in mind, he swiftly summoned the white phosphorus shield back to him, then unceremoniously thrust it into the hands of the dark-faced elder, coldly stating, "I shall borrow this for a moment. I will deal with the others first." With that, Han Li's figure flickered, appearing outside the protective shield, while the several magical artifacts that had been frantically stabbing at the crimson sphere whirred back to his side, circling around him in an erratic manner, buzzing incessantly. Chapter 308. A grand display of skills. Han Li glanced at the magical artifacts beside him, and suddenly, he reached into his storage bag. With a gentle toss, he released 3 beams of red light, hurtling towards a certain black-clad cultivator. This set of flaming chain forks was a prize that Han Li scavenged from some unfortunate soul who perished during the battle with the blood spider. Possessing commendable power, moreover, due to its completeness and ease of manipulation, Han Li decided to retain it. With a mere gesture, he directed his hand towards other magical artifacts, and after a resonant clang, 2 streams of black light and 6 streams of golden light surged forth in different directions. At this moment, the true terror of Han Li's grand yin-yang technique was revealed, as he effortlessly controlled such a multitude of magical artifacts without the slightest hint of chaos. This spectacle instilled a sense of dread in the flag-wielding cultivator, who could only watch in horror as numerous top-tier artifacts hurtled towards him, devoid of any notion of resistance. Hastily, he hurled the black flag towards the 3 beams of red light and attempted to evade with his flying device. However, the black flag, ensnared by the 3 red beams, erupted in a burst of black radiance, fracturing into countless pieces. The 3 beams of red light showed no sign of hesitation and swiftly reached the cultivator, striking forcefully against his protective shield. Alas, the low-tier shield of a mere chi refining stage cultivator was no match for the combined might of 3 top-tier artifacts. It barely held for a moment before shattering with a crisp sound, dissipating into nothingness. In the face of the cultivator's despairing gaze, the 3 red lights circled him gently, and with a soft pop, the black-clad cultivator transformed into a massive fireball, reduced to ashes. Concurrently, the 2 streams of black light and 6 streams of golden light, having emerged behind, ascended towards the heads of 2 other cultivators, effortlessly breaching their defensive artifacts and shields, cleaving them in twain. This turn of events sent the remaining cultivators into a frenzy. Thoughts of setting up a grand formation were abandoned in the face of survival. Most immediately turned to flee, while some, emboldened and somewhat dim-witted, unleashed their prized artifacts in a desperate attempt to thwart Han Li's onslaught. Unfortunately, Han Li had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out battle. He relentlessly pressed forward without an ounce of mercy. Over a dozen beams of gold, black, and red light, regardless of the artifacts they encountered, surged forth in a frenzied assault, rendering the defensive artifacts to mere fragments in an instant. As for their owners, Hanli naturally did not spare them, effortlessly annihilating them in passing. At this juncture, save for the few black-clad cultivators who had managed to escape several hundred zhang away. Only the incredulous young prince and the masked figure, presumably the steward, remained in place. The so-called Black Wind formation had failed to exert any power, having been preemptively neutralized by Han Li's foresight. Han Li's gaze shifted toward the young prince and his companion, eliciting a silent gasp of alarm from them as they instinctively adopted a defensive posture, enveloping themselves in a faint black light that obscured their forms, instantly becoming shrouded in an ominous aura. Humph, putting on an act, Han Li scoffed. Although unaware of the nature of the technique employed by these two, it was evident that it bore similarities to the demonic arts of the bald giant. He could not discern why they radiated black light rather than the blood-red light of the giant, pondering if it stemmed from a difference in cultivation levels. Little did Han Li know that the young prince and his companion were inwardly lamenting their plight. His prowess and the sharpness of his artifacts far surpassed their prior scheming. They had encountered Foundation establishment practitioners before, yet the prowess of Han Li, a cultivator at this stage, was unparalleled compared to the sect leaders of similar rank in their school. It was not merely a matter of one-on-one combat. Even if 2 or 3 sect leaders were to unite, they would likely find themselves no match for him. His almost imperceptibly swift body technique and the uncanny ability to manipulate over 10 magical artifacts simultaneously were phenomena they had never before witnessed. It now appeared that even the Blood Servant might not be a worthy opponent for this individual, despite the fact that he seemed to have employed some arcane method. Although the two of them were confident in their superiority over other Qi refinement stage cultivators, they were not so arrogant as to believe that their combined strength could contend with Han Li. Consequently, despite activating their secret techniques, they found themselves not advancing, but rather retreating with great caution. In stark contrast, the 4 friends of Meishan stood agape in astonishment at Han Li's display of formidable might. They were aware of his extraordinary strength, but without a point of reference, they could not fathom the extent of his power. Now, having witnessed him single-handedly dispatching 5 or 6 cultivators of similar cultivation levels in an instant, while the others fled in terror, their admiration for his mastery was undeniable. Taking a deep breath, Han Li aimed to seize both the young prince and the chief steward in one fell swoop when suddenly, a primal roar filled with madness erupted from the nearby blood-red light. Startled, the young prince and his companion exchanged a glance of surprise. Han Li's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He disregarded the two before him and quickly reached into his storage pouch. Producing a petite yet exquisite artifact, without hesitation, he hurled it towards the sanguine light. A small yellow bell elongated in the wind, swiftly transforming into a massive copper bell towering 5 or 6 zhang high. This was the Zhetian bell, a prized possession obtained from the cultivator Xian Lu of the Hidden Moon sect, which had previously ensnared the fearsome blood spider beneath it, showcasing its formidable nature. With a resounding clang, the bell accurately captured the bizarrely morphing blood-red light, silencing any further roars. The young prince and his companion, who had just exhibited signs of relief, were momentarily dumbfounded. Could the blood servant truly have been so easily captured? Han Li turned back and flashed an enigmatic smile at them before raising both hands simultaneously. In an instant, countless fireballs surged forth from his palms, a torrential downpour of fiery projectiles that painted the nearby sky crimson. This spectacle startled the young prince and his companion, prompting them to hastily deploy defensive circular artifacts before them. The cacophony of deafening explosions erupted, leaving the young prince momentarily dizzy. Indeed, due to the sheer number of fireballs, several managed to slip through the defenses, striking the young prince directly and causing his protective dark aura to scatter. The disheveled young prince, filled with both astonishment and fury, was acutely aware that such a tremendous spectacle could only be wrought by a multitude of talismans unleashed in unison. After enduring the barrage of fireballs, he was suddenly startled by a blood-curdling scream beside him, prompting him to instinctively turn his gaze. What he beheld made him gasp in horror. The emaciated masked figure who had stood near him was now devoid of the dark aura that once surrounded him. Rendered powerless and held aloft by Han Li, his body gruesomely mutilated, with only a single arm remaining. This sight instilled a profound dread within the young prince, making him acutely aware of the futility of resisting Han Li. And he couldn't help but silently curse the ineptitude of the blood attendant. Han Li cast a frigid glance at the young prince before callously tearing away the masked man's veil. revealing the steward of the Xian Wang mansion. However, the steward's once gaunt visage was now grotesquely contorted in agony from the loss of his arm. Impossible. How did you capture him? Our protective malevolent aura is not so easily breached. The young prince exclaimed, exhaling sharply, yet suddenly, he thrust both hands upward, unleashing a flurry of dark projectiles that shot towards Han Li. A flicker of derision appeared on Han Li's impassive face as he raised a hand, summoning a large, dark, shield-like object that materialized before him. The oncoming black projectile struck the shield with a muffled thud, producing no discernible effect. Startled, the young prince focused intently, realizing that the shield was an enormous turtle shell, crafted specifically through a ritualistic process to absorb attacks. Observing this, the young prince's eyes glinted with cunning. As the dark energy surrounding him surged, he suddenly propelled himself backward with lightning speed, intending to escape like the other fleeing cultivators. However, as one of the crucial targets meant to be captured alive, Han Li would not allow him to flee so easily. With a mere flicker, Han Li appeared directly in front of the young prince, raising his hand to conjure a massive azure sword that materialized from thin air, descending mercilessly upon the young prince. In that moment, the young prince felt a surge of triumph. His protective aura was adept at countering various magical artifacts, and he had no fear of the giant sword inflicting harm upon him. Instead, he saw an opportunity to use it as cover to escape. With that thought, he vaulted upward, intending to soar over Han Li's head. Chapter 309. Transformation into a demon. Dodge quickly. The steward, enduring excruciating pain, shouted loudly. Clearly, his warning came too late. Despite instinctively shifting to evade the azure sword's edge, the blade unexpectedly altered its trajectory, grazing his legs and effortlessly dispersing his protective aura. As his lower legs were severed with a light touch, the young prince let out a piercing scream and promptly lost consciousness, having been pampered since childhood. Even with his cunning, he was unaccustomed to such suffering and could not withstand the excruciating pain of his severed limbs. Nevertheless, this scene startled Han Li, who momentarily feared that the azure sword's prolonged disuse had caused him to inadvertently eliminate his opponent. Upon discerning the situation, Han Li, both amused and exasperated, seized the individual and soared towards the four friends of Meng Shan. His heart swelled with triumph, yet a sense of perplexity lingered. The trepidation he felt from the young prince and the chief steward suggested that these two should have proven formidable adversaries. However, capturing them so effortlessly raised doubts about the reliability of his mystical perception. Shaking his head in bewilderment, Han Li found the situation peculiar. Meanwhile, the remaining black-clad cultivators, witnessing the scene from a distance, recognized that lingering here would yield no benefit. After exchanging glances, they began to scatter in earnest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Han Li harbored no intention of pursuit. These were merely peripheral figures, akin to the four friends of Meng Shan, unworthy of his effort to hunt down. Contemplating this, he returned to the four friends of Meng Shan, casually discarding the two captives. With a nonchalant tone, he instructed, tend to their wounds and extract information from them. The young man and the second elder of the four friends immediately sprang into action, showing no signs of hesitation at that moment. Their regard for Han Li transcended mere respect. It was rooted in profound awe, as his recent display of formidable prowess left an indelible impression upon them. The senior truly possesses profound mastery of the arts. We are greatly enlightened, exclaimed the elder with a solemn expression. Nothing remarkable, merely a trivial skill, Han Li replied, feigning modesty despite the satisfaction swelling within him at the awe directed his way, which only deepened their perception of him as an enigmatic figure. At that juncture, a series of thunderous booms resounded, causing Han Li's expression to shift slightly. The four friends of Meng Shan turned their gaze anxiously, and the middle-aged woman, after discerning the source, pointed in alarm, exclaiming, "Senior, look, your magical artifact." Turning to observe, Han Li beheld the colossal bell that had entrapped the bald giant, emitting earth-shattering sounds while undergoing a bewildering transformation. With each resounding clang, the bell's walls grotesquely bulged, and after a cacophony of thunder, it became unrecognizable, its original form utterly lost. Yet, more troubling was the waning yellow glow upon the bronze bell. It appeared as though the bald giant within was on the verge of breaking free. A chill of dread gripped Han Li. While the cause of this astonishing phenomenon eluded him, it was evident that the bell could no longer contain its captive, and alternative measures would be required. Resolving this, Han Li retracted the dozen or so magical artifacts orbiting above him and unleashed 7 or 8 beast-shaped puppets, aligning them alongside the 4 previously deployed puppets, forming a barrier between himself and the 4 friends of Mengshan. No sooner had he completed this arrangement than a resounding explosion erupted, and the colossal bell shattered into fragments, from which emerged a creature that was both human and yet not. "What is that?" The middle-aged woman gasped in disbelief. The expressions of the 3 others mirrored her shock, their faces pale with incredulity. Han Li's eyes betrayed a profound astonishment that words could scarcely convey. The towering figure of the bald giant emerged, having undergone a complete transformation into a fiendish entity. Standing at an imposing height of 2 zhang, he revealed sharp fangs and bore 2 dark, curved horns atop his head. A long, armored tail, covered in scales, trailed behind him, and most unsettling of all were the black and red demonic patterns that adorned his body, obscuring much of his once human form while exuding an indescribable aura of malevolence. A faint semblance of his original visage could still be discerned, yet his eyes now gleamed with a fierce, greenish light, saturated with the essence of bloodlust and slaughter, devoid of any trace of humanity. He cast a frigid glance at Han Li and his companions, and in an instant, his body lunged forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow. The 4 friends from Mengshan were gripped by trepidation, unsure of how to respond, when suddenly, Han Li's voice pierced the air, commanding, "Deploy the magical artifacts." In accordance with his directive, the more than 10 puppet beasts before him opened their jaws wide, unleashing a flurry of beams of light that shot forth in a flash, striking the transformed giant with such swiftness that he was knocked to the ground. The Mengshan quartet rejoiced at this sight, hastily activating their magical artifacts, surrounding the fallen behemoth in a frenzied assault, eager to eliminate this fearsome creature at once. Alas, their moment of hope was fleeting, for an overwhelming aura of malice erupted from the downed giant, who, in a fit of rage, leapt to his feet. Impervious to the barrage of magical strikes that rained upon him, sustaining no damage whatsoever, the Mengshan friends stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. With a thunderous roar, the demonized giant swung his arms in a whirl, akin to a windmill, shredding the surrounding magical artifacts into mere fragments with his razor-sharp fingers. Before the Mengshan quartet could fully process the turn of events, the giant's eyes flared with a sinister light. And in a bewildering instant, he appeared before Han Li and the others' protective barrier, extending a clawed hand to strike down with ferocity. With a sharp crack, the dark-faced elder reacted swiftly, summoning Han Li's white phosphorus shield just in time to intercept the blow. However, the surface of the shield bore 5 deep gashes, and the elder's complexion turned pale, clearly indicating his waning magical strength. Seeing this, the giant let out a menacing grin, and with a lightning-fast motions, his other claw lunged toward the shield. Yet suddenly, his expression shifted. He retracted his claws and crossed his arms in a defensive posture just as a second barrage of light beams struck him once more, hitting him squarely. This time, having anticipated the assault, the demonized giant did not falter, but was instead forced back several zhang by the sheer force of the impact. The dark-faced elder, having barely withstood the blow, finally caught his breath and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, anxiously addressing his 3 companions. "The enemy's offensive is too fierce. One person's magical strength cannot withstand much. Everyone, combine your efforts to channel this shield." Upon hearing their elder brother's words, the remaining members of the Mengshan quartet wasted no time, placing a hand upon the elder's shoulder and gradually channeling their spiritual energy into him. Instantly, the elder's face regained its color. The transformed beast, having failed to achieve any success on 2 consecutive occasions, grew increasingly irritable. As the radiant beam from the first-tier beast puppet dissipated, it immediately lunged forward again, claws bared, only to be thwarted once more by the white phosphorus shield, which deflected its assault, sending it back to its original position. Observing this scene, Han Li furrowed his brows in concern. Given that this beast could tear apart the celestial bell and withstand the beam attacks from the beast puppet, it was evident that ordinary top-tier magical artifacts would be of no use against it. Only talismans could prove effective. With this thought in mind, Han Li wasted no time and instructed the 4 friends from Mount Ming. "You must hold off the beast puppet for a while. I require some time to cast a spell." Without waiting for their response, he retrieved a greenish talisman from his storage pouch, seated himself cross-legged with reverence, and began to cultivate with closed eyes. Han Li refrained from explicitly mentioning the talisman, fully aware that, given their status as loose cultivators, they were likely unfamiliar with its nature, and this was not the moment for explanations. His decisive actions left no room for dissent from the 4 friends, who exchanged glances before the elder with the dark complexion reluctantly acquiesced. Subsequently, The transformed beast launched a series of 7 or 8 vigorous assaults, each time returning empty-handed and disheveled. Although Han Li's white phosphorus shield bore numerous scars from the beast's grasp, it ultimately managed to withstand the beast's razor-like claws, and the beams from over a dozen beast puppets would immediately push it back a certain distance, preventing the transformed beast from mounting a continuous attack, thus granting the four friends a brief respite. In Chapter 311, the royal family, Han Li, relying on his mid-foundation cultivation, witnessed the green talisman in his hand transform into a jade ruler. Several inches in size, delicate and shimmering with flowing fluorescence. At that moment, the magical energy of the four friends reached its limit. Under the fierce onslaught of the transformed beast, the white phosphorus shield was sent flying as if struck by a heavy blow, leaving them utterly fatigued and their faces ashen. "Senior, hurry," the elder with the dark complexion urged, having caught sight of the talisman's extraordinary manifestation. Han Li had no time to heed the elder's call. Seeing the transformed beast being repelled by the beams, he immediately channeled all his spiritual energy into the jade ruler. In an instant, the small ruler emitted a brilliant azure glow, swiftly splitting into 2, then 4, then 8 in the blink of an eye. It had multiplied into hundreds of identical small rulers, each buzzing and vibrating around Han Li. This astonishing spectacle left the four friends from Mount Meng speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief, convinced they had fallen under an illusion. Han Li did not pause for a moment. With a stern expression, he pointed towards the transformed beast, and instantly, a multitude of small rulers surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, rushing towards it. Although the bald beast appeared somewhat dazed after its transformation, it seemed to sense the impending danger from Han Li's talismanic attack. A look of fear crossed its face, and suddenly, a crimson glow enveloped it, propelling its form backward like a shooting star, moving with a speed that rivaled even the divine wind vessel. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he observed the other party had already fled over 100 paces, leaving only their retreating silhouette in the distance. With a sigh, Han Li chose not to pursue. Instead, he gestured with his hand, summoning back the jade talisman, which reformed into a blue talisman that floated down into his palm. It was not that he wished to eliminate future troubles entirely, but the remaining power of the jade talisman was indeed limited. If he were to engage in a prolonged chase, he was uncertain whether he could endure such an endeavor. Having already captured a hostage, it seemed wiser to proceed with caution. The four friends from Mengshan, seeing their formidable foe deterred by Han Li, felt a collective sense of relief as they supported each other to stand. Noticing their rather grim expressions, Han Li decided to reach into his storage pouch and retrieved a small vial of medicine. Tossing it to them, "Each of you should take one. It will greatly benefit your injuries," Han Li said with a faint smile. Regardless of the circumstances, these individuals had assisted him in today's battle, and he felt it was only right to express his gratitude, ensuring they understood he was not an ungracious individual. Indeed, the four friends from Mengshan displayed expressions of gratitude. The elder with the dark complexion respectfully received the vial, gently pouring it out to reveal 4 pills the size of longan fruits, their vivid red color emanating a fragrant aroma that invigorated the senses. The elder, being seasoned and experienced, immediately recognized the preciousness of the medicine and repeatedly expressed his thanks to Han Li before consuming it alongside the others. As soon as the pills entered their stomachs, they transformed into a warm current that spread throughout their bodies, allowing them to feel a significant alleviation of their injuries, filling their hearts with joy. "Let us depart. This is no place to linger. If reinforcements from the Blackshaw sect arrive, it will become troublesome," Han Li stated with a grave tone, glancing at the captured young prince and the chief steward. The four friends from Mengshan had no objections, promptly tossing the 2 captives into the Shinfeng boat, and Han Li led the others as they swiftly sailed away. The skies above the dilapidated temple returned to tranquility, with no one able to discern that a fierce battle among cultivators had transpired here. Han Li and his companions journeyed back to the Qin residence without incident, descending directly from the skies into their abode. To avoid any unforeseen complications arising from prolonged delays, Han Li made slight adjustments and, that very night, commenced the interrogation of the young prince and his steward. Han Li intended to question only the young prince, leaving the chief steward to be handled by the four friends from Mengshan, confident that with the elder's astuteness, a satisfactory answer would be forthcoming. Forcing a cultivator to speak the truth may pose challenges for others. Yet for Han Li, who possessed a rudimentary understanding of magical arts and was well versed in the pharmacological sciences, it was hardly an obstacle. especially given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Although the young prince initially adopted an unyielding demeanor, Han Li merely posed his inquiries once, and upon encountering refusal, he unceremoniously administered a vial of potion to him. The result was a dazed state. Ensnaring the prince's consciousness in a haze, subsequently, Han Li employed a simple magical art to create an illusion, effortlessly seizing control of the prince's mind. From that moment onward, the prince obediently responded to every question as if he were a mere puppet. Listening to the young prince's narrative, Han Li's expression shifted unpredictably, transitioning from an initial seriousness and coldness to midway astonishment and bewilderment, and ultimately settling into a visage marked by confusion and melancholy. Upon confirming that the secrets concealed within the young prince's heart had been fully unveiled, Han Li pondered for a moment, retrieving a prepared black pill from his pocket, which he emotionlessly placed into his mouth. Before departing without a glance back, heading towards the Qingyin courtyard of the four friends of Mengshan, this soul-severing pill would allow him to pass away silently and without a trace. Although the thought of poisoning an unresisting individual left Han Li feeling somewhat uncomfortable, the young prince's practice of dark arts, which had necessitated the blood sacrifice of numerous cultivators, rendered his demise not entirely unjust. Upon arriving at the Qingyin courtyard, he found the four friends of Mengshan gathered together with solemn expressions, deliberating the testimonies they had inquired about. Seeing Han Li approach, they all rose to welcome him to the seat of honor. After taking his place without demur, Han Li inquired, "What news? Has the royal steward imparted any instructions?" The four friends exchanged glances, and the elder with a dark complexion, being the leader, stood and replied, "You may already be aware, esteemed senior, that if our informant here has not lied, the situation appears rather intricate." After uttering these words, the elder furtively glanced at Han Li, but Han Li's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any indication. The elder, feeling the weight of the moment, continued with a forced resolve, "I have gleaned a wealth of information pertaining to the Black Shaman cult from the royal steward, yet amidst it all, only one matter bears immense significance and is exceedingly perilous. The leader of the Black Shaman cult is, astonishingly, concealed within the imperial palace, and the current emperor of the mortal realm in the kingdom of Yu has been entirely manipulated by him, having become his puppet. Presently, the imperial palace serves as the stronghold of the Black Shaman cult, with the chief steward, a eunuch named Li Poyan, being the cult's leader. It is said that he is currently in seclusion, cultivating his powers. As the dark-complexioned elder spoke, his brow furrowed, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, even though cultivators may look down upon mortals, there remains a degree of apprehension towards the highest ruler of the mortal realm. Han Li, upon hearing this, maintained a stoic facade, yet internally lamented incessantly. His lack of fear towards the emperor stemmed from a profound understanding that the current royal family of Yu was, in reality, propped up by the collective support of 7 sections. However, due to this very fact, an unwritten rule had emerged among the sects. Disciples of the 7 sects were strictly forbidden from stepping foot into the imperial city, to prevent any one sect from leveraging influence to seize control of the royal family, potentially causing detriment to the others. Thus, for centuries, not a single disciple from the 7 sects had set foot within the imperial city. As long as the emperor of Yu did not commit any egregious acts of disrespect towards the 7 sects, they would grant him complete freedom. It was perhaps this very leniency that provided the Black Shaman cult with an opportunity to exploit. Han Li's reflections on this matter had already been mulled over numerous times since uncovering the truth from the young prince, yet he remained indecisive on how to proceed. This regulation had endured for such an extensive period. Even if he were to expose the true identity of the Black Shaman cult's leader, who could ascertain whether such an intrusion into the imperial city would lead to redemption, it was entirely possible that not only would he achieve nothing, but he might also suffer severe repercussions. Such a state of moral ambiguity, causing immense frustration, is not unfamiliar within the ancient sects of the 7 great schools. At times, certain authoritative rules overshadow the distinction between right and wrong, becoming untouchable, which instills great trepidation in Han Li. He certainly does not wish to be a person who exerts effort, yet garners no favor. Nevertheless, it is quite astonishing that he has so easily uncovered the true identity of the Lord of the Black Shroud, a revelation that greatly exceeds Han Li's expectations. However, this revelation is also a matter of fortunate coincidence. It is known that even the several foundation-building leaders of the Black Shroud cult have never laid eyes upon their leader. nor do they possess any knowledge of his origins, as conveyed to him by the young prince. The two of them are among the very few who are privy to the identity of the Black Shroud's leader. Entirely due to the extraordinary connections that both the Steward Wong and the young prince share with the leader of the cult. One is the elder brother of the Lord of the Black Shroud, who owes him a life-saving debt, while the other is his sole registered disciple, enjoying his utmost favor. Such a close relationship grants them access to his true identity. Otherwise, in such a vast capital city, it would be improbable for mere Qi refinement stage disciples like them to oversee the affairs of the cult. Chapter 312. The Blood Ritual's Secrets. As Hanli pondered, the dark-faced elder continued to speak at length. We cannot ascertain the true cultivation level of the Lord of the Black Shroud. He is accompanied by formidable guardians like the 4 blood attendants we encountered today, and we are certainly no match for them. Thus, I advise the esteemed elder not to provoke them further and to await reinforcements. Rest assured, this Lord of the Black Shroud is at most at the late foundation building stage. Hanli interjected suddenly, interrupting the elder with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, the dark-faced elder was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy, while the others also displayed expressions of relief. Although they were uncertain why Hanli was so confident, they felt reassured by his declaration, believing it to be highly reliable. Just moments ago, they had been deliberating the dire consequences should their adversary prove to be a core formation cultivator, leaving them with no choice but to flee in despair, even if reinforcements from the 7 sects arrived. It was unlikely they could contend with the Lord of the Black Shroud. Now, with Hanli's assertion, the 4 friends from Mengshan naturally felt a sense of calm settle within them. Could the esteemed elder enlighten us further? The Steward Wong we interrogated possesses no knowledge regarding the cultivation level of the Lord of the Black Shroud, a young man who had significantly recovered from the blow dealt by the 5th sister. Inquired earnestly, "Fourth brother, what are you saying?" The dark-faced elder scolded the youth sternly. Since Elder Han has spoken, he must possess complete confidence. Hanli, having listened to their exchange, offered a faint smile and replied nonchalantly, "There is nothing confidential about this. The information arises from the fact that this leader requires foundation-building cultivators for blood rituals to ascertain his strength." Hanli's tone was calm and measured as he elaborated. "Although our Huangfeng Valley does not delve deeply into demonic arts, we possess a certain understanding of the nefarious practice of blood rituals. Such techniques, which siphon the essence of other cultivators to enhance one's own power, have been all too common within demonic sects in the past. It can enable a monk to significantly enhance their magical prowess in an exceedingly brief period, thereby alleviating the arduous hours of meditation and cultivation. Consequently, there was a period within the realm of cultivation when not only practitioners of the demonic path, but also many from the righteous sects secretly engaged in the practice of such techniques." At this juncture, Hanli let out a cold chuckle, a hint of derision gracing the corners of his mouth, before continuing. "However, this frenzied method of cultivation necessitates a heart of ruthlessness, requiring the slaughter of numerous fellow cultivators. And its flaws are indeed fatal. Not only is it effective solely for those below the foundation establishment stage, but once blood sacrifices are made, one is irrevocably bound to a life devoid of the ability to form a golden core. Forever lingering in the foundation establishment stage. In the past, many cultivators who clandestinely practiced the blood sacrifice techniques never succeeded in forming a golden core. To exacerbate matters, the act of devouring the magical energy of others through blood sacrifices often leads to backlash, with a single misstep resulting in madness and death. Of course, the primary reason for the disappearance of such techniques lies in the abhorrence surrounding the act of consuming another's essence. All who comprehended this demonic art were gradually hunted down by both the righteous and demonic factions. However, it was later rumored that those of the demonic path, unwilling to part with such a rapid means of cultivation, devised a new method also called blood sacrifice. This new approach, however, no longer involved the direct consumption of others' essence, but rather targeted the souls and primordial spirits of cultivators. It is said that while the enhancement in cultivation is not as swift as the original blood sacrifice, it similarly avoids the dangers of forming a golden core and backlash, earning it the name of soul sacrifice. Concerning soul sacrifice, the sect's texts mention little, only indicating that once established, it was held in the hands of a select few high-ranking members of the demonic path, preventing its widespread dissemination and thus avoiding persecution from the cultivation world. Moreover, it is said that there are numerous restrictions associated with it. Hanli divulged such a wealth of secrets regarding blood sacrifice, enlightening the 4 scattered cultivators of the Mengshan. who then comprehended why Han Li was so certain that the leader of the Blackshaw sect was merely at the Foundation establishment level. Clearly, the method of blood sacrifice employed by the Blackshaw sect was indeed the first type. We have gleaned a general understanding of the Blackshaw sect's circumstances, yet the burly man has escaped. The members of the Blackshaw sect should now be aware of our situation. Would they not immediately abandon their stronghold and flee? Should that occur, the adversary would shift from being in the light to lurking in the shadows, placing us at a disadvantage. Suddenly, one of the second-in-command recalled something and voiced his concern that it will not happen. The current Blackshaw sect will not flee immediately. From the Little Prince's words, I learned that the leader of the Blackshaw sect is currently in a critical period of secluded cultivation, requiring a specific location within the Imperial Palace to complete his practice. It is said that he has prepared for this endeavor for several years and would never abandon it midway. Most likely, they are consolidating their strength and intensifying their precautions against us. There was a hint of mockery in Han's tone regarding the Blackshaw sect. Upon hearing this, the four friends from Mengshan felt invigorated, their faces betraying a flicker of excitement. Senior, what should we do next? The dark-faced elder inquired cautiously after regaining his composure. There is nothing to be done. We shall simply await reinforcements. Although the enemy is aware of our appearance, they remain oblivious to our hiding place. Moreover, the individuals accountable for matters concerning the capital of you are none other than the two captives in our possession. The Haisha sect has sought us out, yet they are unable to dispatch any capable personnel. Nevertheless, it is prudent for everyone to exercise caution. It would be wise to refrain from venturing outside for the time being and to recuperate within the estate. Once reinforcements arrive, we shall deliberate our course of action. Han Li extended a hand to rub his nose, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he spoke, his eyes narrowing into slits. The ambiguous expression on Han Li's face left the others in the room utterly bewildered, engulfed in confusion. The royal city of Yu occupies 1/5 of the entire capital, yet a staggering 1/3 of this area is entirely claimed by the resplendent imperial palace. The intricately carved and exquisitely adorned palace buildings, the countless elegantly styled corridors, and the vibrant gardens adorned with exotic flowers and plants often lead even the eunuchs and maidens who have resided within the palace for years to amusingly misplace their way. Such is the vastness of the imperial palace of Yu. At this late hour, when the palace should be bustling with various eunuchs and palace maids traversing its grand halls, it had transformed into a fortress, with guards stationed every 5 steps and sentinels every 10, maintaining a vigilant watch. Yet, amidst this atmosphere, a figure cloaked from head to toe in a voluminous cape strode confidently past layer upon layer of imperial sentinels. Approaching a remote and desolate hall deep within the palace, this individual possessed an imposing stature. Gazing at the ominous doors of the hall, the mysterious figure suddenly shed the cloak, revealing a large, shining bald head. It was none other than the burly man who had escaped from Han Li's grasp. At this moment, he no longer resembled a monstrous apparition but had reverted to his original appearance. Though his pallor suggested he had suffered considerable depletion of vitality. Who goes there? A chilling voice echoed from within, penetrating the heavy doors. That it is I, the ice demon. The bald man replied nonchalantly, not pausing his stride as he approached the grand entrance. Ah, it is the Iron Luo returned from his mission, but why does he appear so unsteady, lacking in strength? Could it be that the one who boasts of being impervious to injury from both fire and water has encountered a significant setback? The icy voice responded with a note of surprise, only to quickly shift to a tone of schadenfreude. Humph, what do you know, you frigid creature? The opponent I encountered this time was indeed formidable. Not only I, but even if the two of us were to join forces, we would likely fare poorly. If I had not cleverly transformed into a Sha demon in advance, I might have even lost my life there. The bald man retorted with a cold laugh. Utilizing the Sha demon transformation? No wonder you appear so drained. It seems you shall not return to your former self without enduring a month of rigorous cultivation. However, to have been pushed to such an extent, your adversary must be quite remarkable. Will you not regale me with the details? The ice demon inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. This matter shall have to wait until I have first sought forgiveness from the sect master. After all, even the sect master's named disciple has fallen into enemy hands, and I am uncertain what punishment shall be meted out. The bald man answered impatiently. Old Iron, you know as well as I do that we are unlike others. We are almost of one mind with the sect master. How could he impose severe penalties upon us? At most, we shall receive a reprimand. The ice demon remarked dismissively from within. As the words fell, The previously tightly shut doors of the hall creaked open of their own accord, revealing an abyssal portal that resembled the gaping maw of a ferocious beast poised to devour. However, the bald man showed no hesitation as he stepped inside. "What of Qingwen and Yesha?" he inquired casually of a white figure lurking to the side within the hall. "They have gone to the blood prison to train. For now, I am the sole guardian here." This white silhouette flickered in the shadows, emanating a faint white mist that obscured its form and visage. That fellow Qingwen has already reached the mid-stage of Foundation establishment he cultivates so diligently. Does he not fear the backlash of true essence? As for that brat Yesha, when did he become so industrious? The bald man expressed his astonishment, his brow furrowed in confusion. Do not be envious upon hearing this. It seems Yesha has sensed the signs of entering the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, replied the icy specter, though her words were tinged with a hint of envy. After all, he possesses innate talent. He need not cultivate to rival you, and me. What can be done about that? The bald man, recognizing the underlying insincerity in her words, merely grunted in response and strode boldly into the darkness. After winding through several turns and traversing 6 or 7 courtyards, he arrived near an exceedingly secluded and colossal artificial mountain. His countenance beginning to reflect reverence. "Subordinate Tai Luo pays his respects to the master," he declared, bowing deeply. "Tai Luo, how did you incur injuries?" came a magnetic voice from the base of the artificial mountain, revealing the hidden retreat of the Lord of the Black Sha sect, a fact that Han Li and his companions could scarcely have anticipated. "Thank you for your concern, Master, that I merely employed the transformation technique and experienced some depletion of my essence." The bald man replied hastily, keen to assure the master of his condition. After a moment of silence, the master finally spoke. "It appears that this mission has failed. Otherwise, my named disciple should have returned alongside you to report." "Master, forgive me. I failed to protect them. Both the young master and the guardian Wang have fallen into enemy hands. That I am willing to accept your severe punishment." The bald man clenched his teeth, a look of shame manifesting on his face. "Punishment? Why should you be punished? The very use of the transformation technique indicates that the adversary was indeed formidable, and it is not solely your fault for not exerting enough effort. It is merely one disciple and one guardian. This is not a grave matter. Should you have fallen into their clutches, that would truly be a cause for concern. Thank you for your mercy. Master, I shall henceforth dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your service to rectify this mistake." The master of the Black Sha sect was adept at winning hearts, and with just a few words, he stirred great excitement within the bald man, who promptly expressed his unwavering loyalty. "Very well. Now, recount the details of this confrontation. I am curious to know which sect's disciple is so ruthless." The leader of the Black Fiend sect appeared quite pleased with the words of the burly man, yet still expressed a keen interest in inquiring about Han Li.asu command. The burly man hastily responded, "The target this time is a foundational stage cultivator whose technique is remarkably unique. It enables them to manipulate mechanical beasts akin to puppets, and their power is not to be underestimated." The bald man slowly recounted his encounter with Han Li and the subsequent transformation into a demon when the situation turned dire, detailing every aspect meticulously. Once the burly man concluded his account, a profound silence enveloped the area beneath the rockery, as the leader of the Black Fiend sect seemed to delve into contemplation. After a brief pause, their voice, cold and devoid of emotion, resonated once more. "The puppets controlled by this cultivator, based on your description, should belong to the Thousand Bamboo sect's puppet technique. That it is highly probable that this individual is a disciple of the Thousand Bamboo sect. Recently, I have indeed heard whispers of a group from that sect appearing within the borders of the Yuanwu kingdom. Perhaps one of them is among them. However, your instinct to flee immediately upon transforming into a demon was a prudent choice. Otherwise, you would not be standing here conversing with me." The leader of the Black Fiend sect spoke in a measured tone. "Surely not. Even if the opponent wielded a talisman treasure at the time, I refuse to believe that my demon form could not withstand it. Had I not lost control over my demon body after the transformation, I would have confronted them, even if I were not their match. I could have surely retreated unscathed." The burly man retorted, somewhat unconvinced. "Tai Luo, I am aware that you once withstood a talisman treasure without harm, but the power of talisman treasures varies significantly, even if it is the same artifact. The potency of the talisman crafted from it can be drastically different. Just from its manifestations, I can ascertain that with your current demonized form, you would still be unable to endure a single strike from your opponent. However, with the demon form of the Qingwen, you might have a chance." The leader of the Black Fiend sect elucidated with a seemingly gentle smile. Thank you for your guidance, sect leader. Though the burly man still harbored some disbelief, he nonetheless expressed gratitude with obedient nods. Sect leader, how shall we respond to these cultivators? Since they are not disciples of the seven sects, should we mobilize the entire blood servant faction to capture this individual alive and present them to you for cultivation? The bald man proposed eagerly, clearly harboring intentions of revenge against Han El. I'd no need. To assert that he is a disciple of the Thousand Bamboos sect is merely conjecture and not definitive. He may have allies as well. Moreover, I am currently in a crucial period of seclusion and wish to avoid provoking formidable foes. Recently, I have instructed the disciples within the capital to remain stationed in the Imperial Palace. We shall address all matters once my cultivation reaches fruition. Even in the absence of foundational stage cultivators for blood sacrifices, it will only delay matters by a few months. By then, aside from alchemical stage cultivators, foundational stage practitioners will hardly pose any threat to me, the leader of the Black Fiend sect stated, an undercurrent of excitement threading through their previously calm tone. Indeed, the thoughts of the leader aligned perfectly with Han Li's expectations. Congratulations, sect leader, on the imminent completion of your cultivation. I shall immediately arrange for the disciples within the sect to enhance vigilance within the Imperial Palace, ensuring that no one disturbs you in the slightest. The burly man proclaimed with keen understanding. Very well, you may go and make the necessary arrangements. After the leader of the Black Fiend sect concluded their statement, they seemed somewhat fatigued, and no further words followed. The burly man, showing respect, took several steps back before turning to leave. This place has once again transformed into an inconspicuous corner of a cold palace. Time has flown by swiftly. After Han Li dispatched the newly acquired intelligence, more than half a month elapsed. During this interval, both the Black Shajia and Han Li have retreated into seclusion, seemingly in unison. The members of the Black Shajia did not mobilize their forces to scour for Han Li's hidden whereabouts. And Han Li, too, refrained from recklessly intruding into the imperial city, exhibiting remarkable composure and restraint, as if nothing had transpired between them. Strangely enough, the demonic cultivators, who ought to have made their presence known by now, have also not surfaced, leaving Han Li immensely relieved. His greatest fear was a collusion between the Black Shajia and the demonic entities, creating a chaotic scenario, but fortunately, that calamity had not come to pass. Han Li could not help but feel a twinge of gratitude. According to Han Li's calculations, even if Li Huayuan were to send someone, it would take at least another 10 days or so, allowing him to practice diligently each day without haste or anxiety, avoiding unnecessary outings. Under Han Li's subtle encouragement, Qin Yin had also recently declined all invitations for outings, choosing instead to remain within the estate, relishing in the joys of familial companionship. However, this morning, while Han Li was meditating in his bed, he suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a chilling glint that it was that esteemed fellow cultivator paying a visit. There would be no need for stealthy antics. Show yourself. After uttering these words coldly, Han Li patted the storage bag at his waist, causing the phosphorescent shield to soar into the air, hovering protectively before him. Simultaneously, he readied a fire cloud talisman in his hand, adopting a stance befitting a formidable adversary. Han Li's solemn demeanor was entirely warranted, for he sensed the presence of 3 or 4 Foundation establishment cultivators lingering outside his door. Although they had employed concealment techniques, Han Li, having cultivated the nameless incantation, could still faintly perceive their existence. Shocked, Han Li silently pondered. Could it be that the 4 blood servants of the Black Shajia have arrived simultaneously? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he was filled with dread and immediately considered a hasty escape. As for the 4 friends of Meng Shan and the residents of the Qin estate, he could afford them no further thought, leaving their fates to chance. Just as Han Li's mind raced with such chaotic thoughts, the anticipated onslaught of magical artifacts and spells did not materialize. Instead, a clear and hearty laughter rang out. Haha. How about that? I told you, you couldn't escape the keen senses of the little junior brother. The little junior brother has already entered the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. There's no need for you to flaunt your skills before Han junior brother. The voice was exceedingly familiar to Han Li, and upon a sudden realization, he called out in response, could it be that senior brother Song has arrived? The junior brother sends his regards. His words brimmed with delight. Junior brother, you guessed it right, replied the owner of the voice, who then swaggered into Han Li's room, none other than his senior brother Song Meng. Behind him stood 2 other men and a woman. Aside from one handsome young man wearing a serious expression, the remaining pair smiled warmly at Han Li. The refined-looking man among them remarked with a grin, 8th junior brother, I have long heard your name from our master. Yet it is a pity that seventh junior sister and I have never had the fortune to meet you. At last, I have the pleasure of encountering you in person. However, to reach mid-stage foundation establishment so swiftly, remarkable. Truly, words fail me. Upon hearing these words, the graceful lady standing beside him stifled a laugh, her bright eyes curiously surveying Hanli. Upon hearing her remarks and gazing at the appearances of the duo, Hanli quickly discerned their identities. He promptly rose from his bed, his demeanor respectful as he remarked, "You must be the third senior brother and the seventh senior sister. I have long heard of your esteemed names, but alas, I have missed the opportunity to meet you until now. As for cultivation, third senior brother, have you not already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment?" My own meager abilities pale in comparison. Hanli's words brimmed with sincerity, leaving a favorable impression on the third senior brother. At this juncture, Hanli turned to the handsome young man and courteously said, "Sixth senior brother, you have also arrived." Wu Xian merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Hanli smiled, concealing any hint of discomfort. However, he was acutely aware that since the matter concerning Dong Xin'er, this sixth senior brother had not looked upon him favorably. Nevertheless, Hanli paid little heed to him. Dealing with true villains was far less troublesome than contending with hypocrites. Yet, he still caught a flicker of astonishment in Wu Xian's eyes. After all, during their last encounter, Hanli had merely been at the initial stage of foundation establishment. In such a brief span, his ascension to the mid-stage must have left Wu Xian, who still lingered in the initial stage, utterly astonished and envious. "Please, esteemed senior brothers, come in. I shall brew a pot of fine tea." Hanli welcomed the four into the room, smiling as he spoke, before turning to depart. "Why the haste for tea? Let us first discuss the formidable experts of the Black Shaman sect. I have longed for a genuine battle against some foundation establishment cultivators. Yet my master has never permitted me the liberty to slay demonic practitioners as freely as eighth junior brother. Otherwise, I might have experienced a similar surge in cultivation through combat as Han junior brother." Upon entering the room and taking a seat with the others, fourth senior brother Song Ming could no longer contain his curiosity and eagerly spoke up. Typically cold and indifferent, he transformed into a figure brimming with enthusiasm when the topic of fierce combat arose. "Nonsense. Is it truly said that one's cultivation can be enhanced through strife and conflict? The essence of advancement lies in one's own efforts. The reason Han junior brother has flourished in his cultivation is due to his diligent practice." Third senior brother Lu Jing, upon hearing Song Ming's words, straightened his face and spoke with a hint of reproach. Hanli was taken aback by this unexpected harshness from third senior brother. He had anticipated that with Song Ming's temperament, he would surely leap up to refute such claims. Yet, to Hanli's astonishment, Song Ming merely chuckled sheepishly, falling silent. As Hanli marveled at this turn of events, third senior brother suddenly turned back, addressing Hanli with a warm demeanor. "This time, we have gleaned some information from our master, but given the passage of time, I presume the details have evolved. I hope Han junior brother can enlighten us further. Indeed, I am equally curious. What manner of individuals comprise this evil sect that they would dare to abduct so many cultivators? Their audacity is rather remarkable." Seventh senior sister Zhang Wenyang appears to be only slightly older than Hanli, possessing a fair complexion and a round face that, when she smiles, reveals two shallow dimples, rendering her exceedingly endearing. However, Hanli is acutely aware that this sister Zhang is a genuine prodigy in cultivation. It is said that she successfully established her foundation at the tender age of 16, and is now merely a step away from the mid-foundation stage, enjoying the favor of the Li Huayuan couple. As Hanli pondered, he sighed softly and spoke, "Sister Zhang, you may not be aware that the Black Shajiad has kidnapped so many individuals primarily for blood sacrifices to enhance their cultivation. While a minority, under duress, have become complicit in their malevolent deeds, they are a group of wicked cultivators who thrive in the shadows and possess extraordinary audacity. Moreover, after years of development, they have amassed a considerable number of foundation stage experts within their ranks, rendering them exceedingly formidable. Blood sacrifice. You mean the kind that involves siphoning the essence and cultivation of other cultivators to elevate one's own power?" Wu Xian, upon hearing this, relaxed his stern demeanor and spoke with concern. The expressions of Song Ming and the others mirrored his astonishment. "Eighth junior brother, you can't be serious. Is it truly that kind of gruesome technique?" Lu Jing's refined visage darkened, a sinister aura enveloping him, faintly emanating a terrifying azure light. Hanli felt a chill run down his spine. He had long heard of this third senior brother, although his cultivation was not the highest under Li Huayuan. He harbored an innate aversion to evil and was known as the blood-soaked fiend among the younger generation of the seven sects. with countless unscrupulous cultivators having perished at his hands. This was likely the reason why someone like Song Ming, a martial arts enthusiast, held him in such high esteem. Indeed, it is the very technique that has been circulated for many years, Han Li affirmed without hesitation. Unwilling to shield the Black Shagiate from the truth, Junior Brother Han, please recount the events for everyone, Lu's senior brother said earnestly to Han Li. The matter unfolded thus. Initially, I accompanied the head of the Qin family to a banquet at the Xinfang Palace. Han Li gradually narrated the incidents stemming from that day at the Xinfang Palace, though he deftly glossed over any details pertaining to his own secrets. However, he did not anticipate that this third senior brother would be so difficult to deceive. Lu Jing interrupted Han Li several times, probing for clarity on ambiguous details, nearly compelling Han Li to disclose what he wished to conceal, leaving him in a cold sweat on multiple occasions. For the first time, Han Li realized that fabricating a lie was far from an effortless endeavor. Once Lu Jing had gleaned all the pertinent details, the expressions of the other three shifted noticeably. A mere Black Shagiate boasted 4 so-called Foundation Stage blood servants, not to mention several equally formidable altar masters, and that inscrutable cult leader at it was evident that they were ill-equipped to confront such an adversary. Furthermore, the troubling reality was that their stronghold was situated within the Imperial Palace of Yujing, a forbidden zone for the disciples of the 7 sects. Lu's senior brother, should we not consult our master and summon reinforcements from our sect? It would be exceedingly difficult for us to apprehend the leader of the Black Shagiate alone. Wu Xian hesitated, his reluctance evident. Clearly, he did not wish to violate the prohibitions of the 7 sects. Nor did he harbor confidence in their own capabilities. What? Is 6th junior brother feeling timid? Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, Lu Jing's brows furrowed in displeasure, his tone sharp. Certainly not. I merely feel that such an approach might be more prudent. After all, according to junior brother Han's assertions, these individuals are unlikely to flee in haste. It would be more appropriate to consult master for his perspective, naturally. Wu Xian was reluctant to concede this point in front of everyone and hastily argued. Oh, that's a relief. It seems I was overly concerned. However, junior brother Wu need not worry about the aforementioned issues. When I arrived, Master specifically instructed me that in the vicinity of Nanga City near the capital, several disciples of Master Huiming are attending to matters of our sect. Should we encounter difficulties, we can seek their assistance. Given the camaraderie between Master and Master Huiming, they would undoubtedly lend their support. As for the potential violation of the 7 sects' prohibitions by trespassing into the Imperial Palace, now that we are aware that the palace has become a den of corruption, how could Lu disregard this matter? Everyone, feel free to act alongside me. Should any repercussions arise, I, Lu Jing, will bear the responsibility alone, Lu Jing declared with a frosty countenance. The others present exchanged glances, and the 7th senior sister, Zhong Wenyang, displayed an entranced expression, clearly infatuated with this 3rd senior brother for quite some time. Well, since the 3rd senior brother has spoken thus, I, as a junior brother, shall not miss this splendid spectacle and will fight side by side with my senior brother. Song Ming seemed to be invigorated by Lu's words, exuding valiant enthusiasm that I too shall not abandon my senior brother. I will venture into the Imperial City alongside him. Zhong Wenyang echoed, awakening to the sentiment. Upon hearing their declarations, Lu Jing smiled warmly, expressed his gratitude, and then turned to Han Li and Wu Xian, inquiring, "May I ask how the 2 junior brothers intend to proceed? If you believe my suggestion is inappropriate and do not wish to partake in this endeavor, I would never impose upon you." As these words left his lips, Han Li hesitated, weighing the pros and cons, while Wu Xian, after a fleeting moment of fluctuating emotions, clenched his teeth and stated, "Unless master explicitly permits it, I will not knowingly contravene the prohibitions. If my senior brother truly intends to trespass into the Imperial Palace, I cannot participate. We must first seek master's guidance." His reasoning was indeed quite compelling. How could you? Upon hearing this, Zhong Wenyang, consumed by indignation, rose abruptly, ready to voice her thoughts, only to be restrained by Lu Jing. Junior brother Lu's argument holds merit. Accompanying me into the Imperial City is indeed a thankless endeavor, and we should not fault him for opting out, the 3rd senior brother remarked with remarkable composure. What of junior brother Han? Will you also adopt this cowardly stance? You are a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Surely you are not so timid. Zhong Wenyang, in an effort to rally Han Li as a formidable ally for her beloved, resorted to such a crude provocation, causing Han Li to roll his eyes internally. Han Li did not respond immediately, instead lowering his head in contemplation. Lu Jing, displaying great consideration, refrained from urging Han Li, quietly awaiting his decision. Very well, I shall go. This matter originated from me, and it would be unreasonable not to participate. Furthermore, I am quite eager to witness the enigmatic leader of the Black Sha sect. After a moment's pause, Han Li raised his head and, with a sudden smile, spoke softly. Chapter 314. The meeting with Han Li. As soon as Han Li's words escaped his lips, Zhong Wenyang's face brightened with joy, and she began to shower praises upon him. In contrast, Song Meng stepped forward and gave Han Li's shoulder a couple of hearty slaps, grinning widely as he exclaimed, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. If you truly were unwilling to go, I would have no choice but to sever ties with you, but I am well aware that Brother Han possesses a spirited heart. After making this declaration, Song Meng shot a cold glare at Wu Xian, indicating that the latter's reputation among their peers was rather dismal. Wu Xian huffed in response and retorted, If that is the case, I shall seek another place to settle down. So as not to intrude upon your grand affairs, I will relay everything that transpires here to my master, and I sincerely hope he will not hold you in contempt. With that, Wu Xian exited the room with an impassive expression, soaring away on his flying vessel, leaving behind a trail of discontent. How disgraceful of our sixth brother to falter at such a critical moment. It is truly unbecoming of a senior, Zhong Wenyang remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Let it go. Every person has their own aspirations, and we cannot impose our wills upon them. It is prudent that we proceed with our plans without delay. The sooner we act, the safer we shall be, for none can predict whether that nefarious black shaman will emerge prematurely, Lu Jing stated solemnly. With your extensive experience in vanquishing rogue cultivators, you should take charge of the arrangements. We shall follow your lead. Ultimately, my only responsibility will be to engage in battle when the time comes, Song Meng declared, his eyes alight with excitement. Song Shidi, you are quite the character, Lu Jing replied, exasperated yet amused, as he appeared at a loss for what to do with Song Meng. Zhong Wenyang's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she smiled sweetly, while Han Li remained silent. A smile playing upon his lips. Seventh Shimi, you are well acquainted with Qin Shimi, disciple of Master Hui Ming. She is currently in Nanhua City. You should reach out to her for assistance. It would make the request easier to articulate. Lu Jing suggested calmly, once he regained his composure. Qin Shimi is present. It has been quite some time since our last meeting, but our friendship remains strong, so securing assistance should pose no problem. Zhong Wenyang replied confidently upon hearing this. Han Li felt a sudden jolt at the mention of Qin Shimi, wondering in disbelief, could it be that same person? What a remarkable coincidence. Just as he was pondering this, Lu Jing addressed him. Han Shidi, it seems we may need to reside at the Qin residence for an extended period, that we will require your assistance in communicating with the Qin family to arrange accommodations and a place for seclusion for us. The third master stated with composure. Han Li readily agreed. And what shall I do? Song Meng inquired impatiently, unable to contain his eagerness. You will remain here at the Qin residence to guard against any sudden incursions by the black shaman. I may need to scout the streets for any movements among their ranks, and as you have already met with them, it would be unwise for you to reappear, Lu Jing replied nonchalantly. Understood. Upon hearing this, Song Meng's enthusiasm waned, and he responded with a lackluster tone. The days that followed were marked by an unsettling calm, aside from Zhong Wenyang setting out early to seek aid in Nanhua City. The others generally remained within the Qin residence, focusing on cultivating their skills. Meanwhile, Lu Jing, as he had indicated, ventured out a few times, yet he gleaned little in the way of useful information, as it appeared that all disciples of the black shaman had gone into hiding. In a quaint inn situated in Yuejing, Wu Xian took residence and was rumored to have sent a letter to Li Huayuan. However, the contents of that correspondence remained a mystery to all. Subsequently, he wandered through the bustling and vibrant locales of Yuejing with a carefree demeanor, showing no inclination to return to the Qin residence. The distance from Nanhua City to Yuejing was indeed not great. And just 3 days after the departure of Sister Zhang, she returned accompanied by 3 men and 2 women. Among them was a strikingly beautiful woman, none other than Chen Xiaoqian, a familiar face to Han Li, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Upon seeing Han Li, Chen Xiaoqian displayed a hint of surprise, but refrained from uttering any words to to her. Han Li was not a complete stranger. Despite their lack of prior conversation, the other 3 men and 1 woman were Chen Xiaoqian's fellow disciples, 2 of whom were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and the other 2 at the early stage. They expressed remarkable enthusiasm upon encountering Lu Jing, indicating they were acquaintances. Sister Zheng introduced Han Li as her newly appointed junior disciple, and upon hearing his name, the others, save for Qin Xiaoqian, exhibited astonished expressions. "So you are Han Shidi. You truly are quite youthful." One remarked, "We have long heard of your illustrious name. One of our compatriots witnessed you slay over a dozen demonic cultivators at the border. A truly remarkable feat." Another of Qin Xiaoqian's senior sisters, a strikingly beautiful woman in her late 20s, spoke with evident admiration for Han Li. This revelation astonished Lu Jing and Sister Zhong, who had been preoccupied with other tasks and had missed the second skirmish between the seven sects and the demonic path. Thus were unaware of Han Li's accomplishments. Hearing their peers speak of him in such high regard left them both astounded. It is worth noting that while their third senior brother had vanquished countless rogue cultivators, the number of Foundation establishment practitioners among them was a mere 2 or 3, often requiring arduous battles to emerge victorious. Yet, it was Han Li who had managed to slay over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. A feat that compelled both Lu Jing and Sister Zheng to re-evaluate their perception of this seemingly inconspicuous Han Shidi. Fourth senior brother, you should be well aware of Han Shidi's exploits. Why did you not inform me? Sister Zheng suddenly recalled something and, turning to the chuckling Song Ming, scolded him with a playful yet accusatory tone. "Oh, little junior sister, you never inquired about such matters. You were only fixated on questioning Han Shidi regarding his cultivation techniques. I assumed you were already informed," Song Ming replied, obviously pleased with himself. He had long anticipated witnessing the astonishment of his fellow disciples upon discovering this information. And now he had certainly been rewarded. Sister Zheng, discerning the insincerity in his words, shot him a fierce glare. Yet, before she could pursue the matter further, Lu Jing laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Well, I did not expect Han Shidi to be so extraordinary. This certainly gives us more confidence in confronting the Black Sha sect leader." His face was alight with joy at this revelation. However, Han Li felt a chill creeping down his back, filled with trepidation as he silently mused, "Surely, this third senior brother does not intend for me to face the Black Sha sect leader in single combat?" As soon as this absurd notion emerged, Han Li swiftly mocked himself and cast it aside. Subsequently, he and a few others inquired about Chen Shimi and her companions, seeking to discern the prevailing atmosphere. Although their cultivation had reached a point where they could abstain from food for extended periods, having entered the secular realm, they naturally felt inclined to indulge in local delicacies to satiate their appetites. After the meal, Han Li instructed the servants of the Qin residence to clear the banquet, and the group began to deliberate on how to confront the Black Sha sect and breach the imperial city. Lu Jing promptly expressed his willingness to bear the consequences of violating the seven sects' prohibitions, which alleviated Chen Shimi and the others' concerns, allowing them to agree to join him. According to the intelligence obtained from Han Li, apart from the so-called 4 great blood servants, the other masters, such as the altar masters, were likely still presiding over sect affairs across various regions of the Yu Kingdom, making their simultaneous presence in the imperial palace highly improbable. Thus, Lu Jing believed that their current manpower was more than adequate to deal with the Black Sha sect's members, and it would be prudent to take decisive action sooner rather than later to avoid prolonged uncertainties. The others, upon hearing this, found his reasoning sound and decided to allow Chen Shimi and the others to rest for a day. They planned to infiltrate the imperial palace under the cover of darkness the following night, while the common folk within the city were still in slumber, to eradicate the evil forces. Han Li observed with a smile as his companions grew increasingly animated in their discussions, though internally he couldn't help but scoff. Did they genuinely believe that the members of the Black Sha sect were so easily manageable? After the imminent battle, it remained uncertain how many of those present would survive to recount their tales, were it not for the secret gleaned from the young prince, which could prove invaluable for his future advancement in forming the Golden Core. He would never have taken such a perilous risk of infiltrating the imperial palace. The malevolent practices of others bore no consequence for him. The families and friends of the victims would seek their vengeance, and he merely needed to leak this information slightly. Regarding matters of punishing the wicked and upholding justice, Han Li firmly believed in acting within the limits of his capabilities. If there was minimal risk and little effort required, he was more than willing to lend a hand. However, if the adversaries were overly formidable and the situation bore no relation to him, it would be unwise to stake his life on the affairs of others. Although the sixth senior brother, Wu Xian, seemed rather irksome, it was undeniable that his decision to distance himself from this matter was indeed a wise measure for self-preservation. Otherwise, after a bout of impassioned fervor, one might find themselves facing the risk of losing their soul. Han Li, this time, reluctantly agreed to accompany these individuals into the lair of the Blackshaw sect. Yet this decision contravened his principle of self-preservation. Nonetheless, Hanli deemed this gamble worth taking, as his spiritual roots were exceedingly poor. He would not easily overlook anything that could marginally enhance his chances of forming the golden core. Furthermore, he held a degree of confidence in his ability to extricate himself unscathed. To this end, he had even prepared a trump card to ensure his safety during this endeavor. Otherwise, given Han Li's meticulous nature, how could he have consented to such a venture without just cause? Chapter 315, Contingency Plans and Suspicion. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Han Li stealthily slipped out of his quarters without alerting anyone. Standing upon the chiffon boat, he gazed at the enormous, shadowy silhouette of the imperial city's colossal gates before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he soared effortlessly past. To Han Li, the prohibitions imposed by the seven sects, forbidding any disciple from entering the imperial city, were utterly insignificant. He would only adhere to regulations that served his interests. The notion that mere empty words could restrain him was nothing short of ludicrous. He had never been one to meekly submit to authority. As Han Li silently scoffed inwardly, he soared to an altitude of over 100 zhang above the imperial palace. Cloaked by the inky darkness of the night, he surveyed his surroundings with discretion, directing his gaze towards the more obscure and overlooked corners. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he made his way towards a royal garden lush with green bamboo. Upon reaching the expanse above the bamboo grove, Han Li cautiously scanned the area before he retracted his aura. Descending gradually, he was well aware that although the Blackshaw sect had taken control of the entire palace, it was impossible for them to have eyes everywhere. Moreover, even with numerous sentinels, he had no fear of being discovered, thanks to his mastery of the unnamed aura-concealing technique. Furthermore, he had gleaned the usual placement of the Blackshaw sect's sentinels from the Little Prince's revelations. Even if there had been alterations, as long as he avoided the heavily guarded critical areas, he felt at ease. This particular spot was evidently a forgotten corner of the palace, where the bamboo thicket was filled with dead branches and decaying leaves, exuding a faint odor of rot, and the dense foliage had grown wild due to neglect. Observing this patch of bamboo, which spanned about an acre, Han Li's face revealed a look of satisfaction. He formed a seal with his fingers, releasing a soundproof barrier that enveloped the entire grove, before solemnly retrieving a stack of array flags and an array plate from his storage pouch. These were the improved reverse 5 elements array gifted to him by Qi Yunxiao. With this array in hand, he believed that even the formidable leader of the Blackshaw sect would find it difficult to achieve victory. Han Li murmured to himself as he gazed at the array instruments, then steeled himself and stepped into the shadowy bamboo grove. 2 hours later, Han Li emerged with a weary expression. Due to time constraints, he had only been able to set up a small portion of the array. Yet it should suffice. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one had ventured here, he felt reassured enough to retract the soundproof barrier and release the divine windboat, soaring away. The process of infiltrating the palace to set up the grand array went by silently, without alarming any members of the Blackshaw sect. The 4 blood servants, under the orders of the Blackshaw sect's leader, remained vigilant, but, as Han Li had anticipated, they had only established a dense network of sentinels around the cold palace where the leader was in seclusion. In other areas, security was surprisingly lax, which was one of the reasons for Han Li's smooth passage. Upon returning to the Qin residence, the sky had yet to brighten. Han Li chose not to sleep, instead meditating on his bed until dawn. When morning arrived, he nonchalantly walked out of his room, joining others in the hall, engaging in casual conversation and laughter, discussing the impending great battle, without mentioning the reverse 5 elements array. In Han Li's mind, the fewer people who knew of this life-saving contingency, the better. If he could achieve victory without needing to deploy the array, it would bring him even greater joy. This array could still serve as his trump card. Lu Jing and other disciples from Huangfeng Valley, of course, remained oblivious to Han Li's thoughts. However, when the topic of the impending evening battle arose, a palpable eagerness illuminated their faces, tinged with excitement. Among them, aside from Lu Jing and a couple of others, the majority lacked experience in confronting Foundation establishment cultivators, which significantly contributed to Han Li's reservations about the forthcoming endeavor. He firmly believed that cultivators who had not endured the crucible of bloodshed, regardless of their cultivation level, would inevitably suffer grave setbacks when faced with seasoned adversaries. It was not uncommon for such naivety to result in the loss of one's life. Thus, while observing the jovial banter of these individuals, a peculiar expression occasionally flickered in his eyes. After all, any cultivator who had reached the Foundation establishment stage had undoubtedly faced countless hardships to attain their current level of prowess. Yet, following tonight's battle, The likelihood of these individuals meeting their demise here was all too real. Reflecting on this was indeed profoundly lamentable. Han Shidi, might you accompany me for a moment? Chen Xiaoqian, who had been jesting with Zhong Wenyang, unexpectedly issued the invitation upon catching sight of Han Li's face. This statement not only left Han Li taken aback, but also rendered several of Chen Xiaoqian's fellow disciples speechless. They gazed at Han Li and their usually frosty junior sister with incredulity. Observing Han Li's seemingly dazed expression, Zhong Wenyang's eyes twinkled as if a thought had struck her. She leaned in and whispered a few words into Chen Xiaoqian's ear. Instantly, Chen Xiaoqian's face flushed crimson. And after casting her a fierce glare, she gracefully exited the hall, adopting a posture that suggested she was merely waiting for Han Li to follow. Little Shidi, what are you still dawdling for? With a beauty like Chen Shimi awaiting you outside, what are you hesitating about? Lu Jing chuckled as he approached, playfully patting Han Li on the shoulder. Han Li vigorously rubbed his nose, attempting a wry smile. But for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to muster a genuine grin. With a few forced chuckles, he ultimately stepped outside, amid the envious gazes of the other male cultivators. If he hesitated any longer, it would only serve to betray his unease. He certainly did not believe there was anything to fear from her. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found Chen Xiaoqian gazing wistfully towards the garden. Lost in thought, upon hearing Han Li's footsteps, she coldly remarked without turning, "Accompany me for a stroll in the garden. I have a few matters I wish to consult with you." Shidi. Having uttered this, she did not wait for Han Li's response and proceeded onward, as if she was certain he would comply. Observing her enchanting silhouette, Han Li couldn't help but furrow his brow in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he silently smiled and followed her. Walking alongside a captivating beauty was indeed a delightful prospect. Maintaining a few paces behind Chen Xiaoqian, he admired her graceful figure, feeling that this outing was certainly worthwhile. Moreover, the memory of their past encounter stirred within him an indescribable sentiment. Little did he expect that both he and his brother had misjudged her back then, believing her triumph in the blood trial to be merely a stroke of luck. It turned out that Han Shidi was a master of playing the fool to ensnare the unwary. Not only did you deceive both of us siblings, but it seems that even the many esteemed individuals present at that time were similarly kept in the dark. Just as Han Li was lost in thought, Chen Xiaoqian, with her back turned to him, spoke in a nonchalant manner. Han Li had anticipated such a remark, and he did not display any signs of surprise. Instead, after scratching his head, he chuckled softly and replied, "Senior Sister Chun is jesting. The notion of playing the pig to eat the tiger is quite amusing to at that time. I truly was fortunate to have escaped unscathed." As he spoke, there was not a hint of disquiet on his face, as if it were indeed the case. "Han Shidi, are you still attempting to deceive me?" Chen Xiaoqian appeared slightly irked by his words, her tone growing cold as she suddenly turned to face him, her bright eyes icy. Upon witnessing her expression, Han Li displayed a look of astonishment, feigning ignorance of her ire. This former junior sister of Chen, seeing Han Li's demeanor, became even more incensed. "Very well, I shall no longer inquire about the blood trial. However, there is one matter that you must answer me honestly." Though her tone had grown more frigid, her face bore an unusual expression. "What is it?" "Senior Sister Chun, please feel free to ask. I shall respond truthfully," Han Li said, his sincerity apparent, though an uneasy feeling began to brew within him. 7 or 8 years ago. "Did you visit the eastern side of the Taiwei Mountains and encounter any incidents?" Chen Xiaoqian's question was accompanied by a faint blush on her cheeks, lending her an air of shyness as she anxiously awaited his response. 7 or 8 years ago. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly lost in memories that in truth, he was internally troubled. Why had she not given up her search for him after all these years? And judging by her bashful demeanor, could it be that she had developed feelings for the one who saved her? Han Li found himself perplexed. This was not due to a lack of romantic understanding, but rather because he had never entertained the thought of forming a dual cultivation partnership with her. For some reason, despite his normal male feelings towards Chen Xiaoqian, he instinctively excluded any notions of affection when it came to emotional matters. Perhaps the sight of her being intimate with that senior brother Lu Bak then had rendered him unable to accept her until now. Chapter 316. Disappearance. No, 7 or 8 years ago. I was assisting senior brother Ma with the medicinal garden. Wasn't the blood trial occurring around that time? Han Li raised his head and responded candidly. "Why do you ask, Senior Sister Chen?" Chen Xiaoqian's face suddenly turned pale, and after biting her red lip, she replied somewhat stiffly, "No, but I recall that Han Shidi had indeed gone out once during that period, and the timing seems to align perfectly." "Oh, that was when I was preparing for the blood trial." So I went out to procure some magical tools and talismans. However, nothing unusual occurred, Han Li calmly denied. Upon hearing his words, Qin Xiaoqian fell silent for a moment, merely gazing coldly at him, which made Han Li feel somewhat uneasy. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. Shitty, you may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Qin Xiaoqian's face, prompting her to gently turn her head away, her voice imbued with a palpable weariness. Observing this, Han Li let out a sigh, understanding that regardless of whether she believed his words, this esteemed senior sister would no longer intrude upon him. It was evident that she must have discerned his respectful distance, and given her proud disposition, she would not seek him out repeatedly. Senior sister, I shall take my leave, Han Li declared, clasping his hands together. And without a moment's hesitation, he turned and exited the garden. Once Han Li's figure had entirely vanished, Qin Xiaoqian turned back, gazing thoughtfully towards the garden gate, murmuring softly, "If not you, then who else could it be? In those years, only you possessed such strength and happened to be away, Han Shitty." After uttering these words, she glided gracefully towards a blooming peony, delicately plucking the exquisite flower with her slender fingers, bringing it to her nose for a gentle inhalation. As the fragrant scent enveloped her, Qin Xiaoqian found herself lost in a reverie. Han Li stepped out of the garden, exhaling deeply before shaking his head and returning to the hall with a lightened step. The others were somewhat astonished at his swift return, yet none dared to pry into the matter. Although a few exchanged playful banter regarding Han Li and Qin Xiaoqian, he merely smiled in response, betraying no signs of discomfort. Before long, Qin Xiaoqian re-entered, her demeanor unchanged as she resumed her seat beside Zhong Wenyang, continuing their whispered conversation. Observing this, the others felt it inappropriate to jest about the pair and swiftly redirected the discussion towards the impending confrontation with the Haisha sect. Time flowed swiftly, and the daylight soon faded. The cultivators of Huanfeng Valley retreated to their respective quarters, diligently preparing for the upcoming battle. While everyone believed their advantage in numbers among the Foundation establishment cultivators would ensure victory, each remained exceedingly cautious, for no one was willing to gamble with their own lives. Yet, the prospect of the numerous rewards awaiting them after vanquishing the Haisha sect stirred an undeniable excitement within them. After all, how often do these individuals have the opportunity to openly hunt down Foundation establishment cultivators? Of course, such pursuits were distinct from the life-and-death struggles against demonic practitioners, where one's life was perpetually at stake. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Haisha sect were not merely one or two in number. It was likely that they possessed ample valuable materials and exquisite artifacts to share. Notably, many of the Qin Junior sisters who had come to lend their strength were motivated by this very allure. Without such enticing prospects, who would recklessly risk their lives in this endeavor? Han Li remained within his quarters, quietly inspecting several puppet beasts in his possession, while the 4 disciples of Meng Shan stood respectfully before him, clearly aligned with Han Li as their leader. Since the arrival of Han Li's fellow disciples, the dark-faced elder had contemplated approaching these Foundation establishment cultivators to establish rapport in hopes of gaining some benefits. However, neither Song Meng nor the subsequent Qin Junior sisters paid any heed to a mere chi refining stage rogue like him, dismissing him after exchanging a few unceremonious words. It is essential for these individuals to recognize that not every cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage among the 7 major sects is willing to associate with them, which has consequently instilled a profound sense of reverence for Han Li. In light of the impending confrontation with the Black Shaman sect, it would be prudent for you to abstain from participating. Regardless of the outcome, it is wiser to leave the capital under the cover of night for a time of respite. With a flicker of white light, the puppet beast in Han Li's possession was stowed away in his storage bag, and he spoke with an indifferent expression. However, Senior, how can we possibly retreat at such a crucial moment? The elderly man with the dark complexion hastily interjected on behalf of the others. This is not merely a matter of retreating. Rather, you are not equipped to intervene, and any attempt to do so would only lead to your demise. Here are several mid-tier magical artifacts. Take one each as a parting gift from me. Your senior, Han Li replied, shaking his head with a slight smile. Upon saying this, Han Li swept his sleeve across the table, revealing several exquisite magical artifacts that shimmered with light. He possessed no shortage of top-tier magical artifacts, given the numerous Foundation establishment cultivators he had vanquished, resulting in a remarkable collection. However, he had no intention of bestowing them upon these individuals. For these chi refinement stage cultivators, a few mid-tier magical artifacts would suffice as a commendable gift. Presenting top-tier artifacts would likely incite their greed, which would be counterproductive to his future plans to win them over. Indeed, Upon sighting the magical artifacts, the four friends from Ming Mountain were visibly delighted, expressing their gratitude profusely and stating that should Han Li require their assistance in the future, they would be more than willing to serve him. Having received the assurances he desired, Han Li graciously escorted them out of the capital, leaving them immensely appreciative. However, just as they were about to part ways, the elderly man with the dark complexion discreetly pulled Han Li aside and cautiously inquired, "Senior, will the fifth sister truly not appear at the Black Shaman sect again? We, as brothers, are all aware of the underlying truth, and even the fourth brother has likely surmised some of it. Yet, none of us have dared to address this delicate matter, considering the fifth sister has become too deeply entangled. It may be for the best that she does not reappear before us." After uttering these words, the elder seemed to have released a heavy burden, regaining his respectful demeanor as he bid farewell to Han Li. Han Li remained in place, watching the figures of the four friends from Ming Mountain gradually fade into the distance, pondering the implications of the elder's final remarks. Moments later, a sudden realization brought a smile to his lips, and he floated back to the city. Upon returning to the Qin residence, night had already fallen. The members of Huangfeng Valley were prepared and poised for action in the main hall. Yet he was taken aback to find that the third senior brother was absent. In surprise, Han Li turned to Song Ming, who was diligently polishing a blue longsword artifact, and asked, "Fourth senior brother, where is the third senior brother? Senior Lu has gone to persuade sixth junior brother once more. If junior brother Wu agrees to join us, our chances in tonight's battle will increase significantly. However, in my view, senior Lu's efforts are likely in vain. If that rascal Wu Xian were willing to assist, he would not have departed in the first place," Song Ming replied without lifting his head. "Has he gone to find sixth junior brother?" Han Li furrowed his brow, intending to inquire further, when Lu Jing returned from outside, his expression oddly peculiar. "Junior brother Lu, is that martial brother of yours still unwilling to join us? If that is the case, it matters not. Whether he comes or not is inconsequential. The 9 of us are more than sufficient to contend with the forces of the Black Sha sect," remarked a male disciple, seemingly the eldest among Chen Shimi's peers, with a nonchalant demeanor. "If that is the case, then it is for the best. The crux of the matter is that I did not even get to see our martial brother during this trip." Lu Jing sighed with a wry smile, speaking slowly. At this revelation, the others, including Han Li, were taken aback. "What transpired, senior brother Lu? Isn't that timid fellow residing at a nearby inn? Could it be that he checked out prematurely and returned to the sect?" inquired Zhong Wei and I, blinking her large eyes in speculation. "Not at all. I inquired with the innkeeper. After our martial brother departed early yesterday morning, he has not returned. Furthermore, the personal garments he had are still untouched, which does not suggest a return to the valley." Lu Jing shook his head, his words laden with concern. Upon hearing this, the others began to murmur amongst themselves, each uncertain of the situation. However, Han Li stood aside, pondering silently. Could it be that this martial brother Wu Xian has encountered misfortune and been captured by the Black Sha sect? Perhaps Lu Jing shared a similar sentiment, as he glanced at the darkening sky and decisively declared, "We shall set aside the matter of our martial brother for the moment. Let us depart at once. We must achieve victory and completely eradicate the Black Sha sect." Chapter 317. The Four-Symbol Formation. As nightfall descended, a group of uninvited guests arrived over the pitch-black imperial city. As their flying vessels approached the darkened city walls, Lu Jing, leading the charge, cast a glance at this so-called forbidden ground. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand with great fervor. "Let us proceed." His voice was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Subsequently, he surged forward. Naturally, the others followed suit, casting aside their apprehensions regarding the prohibitions of the 7 sects. Han Li, however, did not lead the charge but deliberately lagged behind, flying at the tail end of the group. This was not due to any ulterior motives, but rather because he was quietly attuning himself to the inverted 5 elements great formation he had set up the previous night. Upon reaching a distance of several miles from the imperial palace, a mysterious smile crept upon Han Li's lips. "Excellent. The formation remains intact, and the spiritual energy markers he had discreetly placed were unharmed," filling him with immense joy. Moments later, the 9 of them hovered above the palace, gazing down at the entirety of the imperial grounds. "Everyone, pay close attention. This operation will proceed according to our prearranged plan. Splitting into 2 groups. Point 1 will rush to the current Emperor of Yu's chambers to rescue him from the clutches of the Black Sha sect. This is imperative to prevent them from resorting to desperate measures and using the Emperor as leverage against us. The other group will head directly to the Cold Palace where the leader of the Black Sha sect resides, concentrating our forces to eliminate the 4 great blood servants first. Subsequently, the 2 groups will converge, Ultimately confronting the still secluded leader of the Black Sha sect, Lu Jing reiterated the plan for the evening with a solemn expression, prompting the others to nod in agreement. The personnel had long been allocated, with the two female cultivators, Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang, dispatched to rescue the Emperor of Yu. Lu Jing, accompanied by the remaining members, headed straight for the Cold Palace, guarded by the four blood servants, with Han Li among them. Seventh junior sister, Chen junior sister, do exercise utmost caution, Lu Jing admonished just before they parted ways. The two women responded solemnly and then soared away. Soon after, they vanished silently into the darkness. After a brief moment, upon encountering other cultivators, Lu Jing declared, "Spare no effort. Those who roam freely within this imperial palace must surely be members of the Black Shajia. Let us engage them. We can create opportunities for our two junior sisters." Having uttered these words coldly, he promptly took flight towards the Cold Palace as described by Han Li. Han Li and the others followed closely behind. Moments later, the formidable presence of the seven descending from the sky caught the attention of the disciples guarding the periphery of the Cold Palace. Instantly, piercing shrieks erupted, and an array of spells and magical artifacts surged forth from hidden corners around the Cold Palace, raining down upon them with ferocity. Even a speck of dust dares to vie with the brilliance of the full moon. With a decisive flourish, Lu Jing unleashed a radiant silkworm shawl, which instantaneously morphed into a colossal barrier that shielded him, and even Han Li and the others behind it. His confidence in the power of this artifact was evidently substantial. As anticipated, the moment the silkworm shawl unfurled, the spells and artifacts struck it simultaneously, emitting a dazzling white light. Remarkably, the shawl not only remained unscathed, but also rebounded some spells, sending the nearby Black Shajia disciples into disarray. Their panic palpable. "Brother Lu, what a splendid tactic!" exclaimed Song Ming, who charged alongside Lu Jing, his voice ringing with admiration. Without hesitation, he hurled his own object into the fray. A massive blue sword materialized in the night sky, representing Song Ming's favorite top-tier artifact, the blue silk sword. With a decisive hand gesture, the blue sword emitted a prolonged cry and began to spin like a wheel, causing the Black Shajia disciples below to gasp in shock at its immense form. Observing this, a wicked grin spread across Song Ming's face. He extended two fingers and pointed at the gigantic glowing disc formed by the blue silk sword. Instantly, the azure radiance pulsated, and countless slender blue threads erupted, enveloping an area of several dozen feet beneath. Witnessing this spectacle, the Black Shajia disciples below were struck with terror, hastily deploying various protective spells and artifacts to counter the overwhelming onslaught. The cacophony of anguished cries resonated as. Despite their efforts, most were unable to withstand the assault. Many fell, pierced like honeycombs, while others, though shielding their vital areas, suffered grievous injuries to their limbs, rendering them combat ineffective. A splendid maneuver. Myriad threads under heaven, one of Chen Xiaoqian's senior brothers, witnessing the display of power, couldn't help but offer sincere praise, eliciting a hint of pride upon Song Ming's countenance. At that moment, the group descended with poise before the grand entrance of the Cold Palace. Those disciples of the Black Sha sect, who were fortunate enough to escape death, dared not act recklessly any longer. Their spirits utterly shattered, they activated the Four Sha array, confining themselves within its bounds. Just as the remaining followers of the Black Sha sect found themselves trembling in fear before Lu Jing and his companions, an extraordinarily chilling voice emanated from the Cold Palace, almost instantaneously. A figure clad in white, radiating a hazy white chill, appeared at the entrance. It was the Ice Demon, fortuitously on duty at that moment. Moments ago, he had issued a snarling command, and now he glared with a mix of astonishment and fury at the cultivators of Huanfeng Valley. "Humph, evil beings, prepare to meet your end." Upon hearing these words and observing the man's cultivation level, Lu Jing immediately recognized him as one of the four blood servants. With a cold snort, two beams of silver light erupted from his body, hurtling towards the assailant's head. The others, witnessing this, brandished their various magical artifacts, eager to join forces and eliminate this newly revealed master of the Black Sha sect. They were not engaging in a friendly competition among peers. Naturally, they would not adhere to notions of one-on-one combat. Han Li similarly unleashed 6 beams of golden light from his storage bag. The prospect of dispatching this blood servant was certainly enticing to him. Yet, at that very moment, the surroundings before Han Li and the others suddenly blurred, followed by a dizzying whirl. To their astonishment, they found themselves instantaneously transported to an icy expanse. All around them lay a vast white wasteland, with biting winds howling and enormous snowflakes swirling through the air. The figure clad in white was nowhere to be seen. Although Lu Jing and his companions were taken aback, They quickly realized they had fallen into the four elements array. After a brief moment of panic, they regained their composure. After all, with so many fellow disciples at the Foundation establishment stage present, what threat could a mere small array pose? Hee. You all possess quite the audacity to harm the disciples of our sect. You shall remain within our protective array for a while. The chilling voice echoed eerily, seemingly emanating from all directions, its formidable presence truly astonishing. The four elements array. Does anyone here possess knowledge of this formation? We must hasten to break free from it. Otherwise, if the four blood servants converge, we will be in dire straits. Lu Jing chose to ignore the ice demon's enraged remarks and instead calmly inquired of his companions. Upon hearing his words, the others exchanged glances, and for a moment, none dared to speak. I possess some understanding of formations and have heard of the four elements array, but I have not delved into its specifics. This array is rather obscure in the realm of formations, and most people do not study it. Chun Xiaoqian's senior sister, observing the silence that had fallen over the group, hesitantly spoke up. This poses quite a dilemma. Are we truly to rely on brute force to break the array? Lu Jing furrowed his brow, murmuring reluctantly. It must be noted that while employing brute force to forcibly dismantle the array is a straightforward approach, it not only consumes considerable time but also depletes the cultivator's energy, which would be detrimental to the ensuing battle after breaking the array. This, perhaps, is precisely one of the enemy's intentions in activating this formation. The others, upon hearing this, exchanged concerned glances, their expressions troubled. Just then, a curious voice interjected. Han Shidi, what are you doing? Song Ming, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of array formations, was not burdened by thoughts of breaking the array. Instead, he idly scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Han Li's actions. Han Li was currently retrieving a crystal ball artifact, positioning it before his eyes. Through it, he gazed intently in a certain direction. This peculiar behavior piqued Song Ming's curiosity, prompting him to ask without a moment's hesitation. This remark drew the attention of Lu Jing and the others, who turned their puzzled gazes towards Han Li. With an expression of calmness, Han Li set down the crystal ball and then turned to Lu Jing, saying, I may have discovered a flaw in the formation. What? A flaw? Han Li's declaration brought forth expressions of astonishment from those who were observing him. With Lu Jing appearing particularly elated. Chapter 318, The Resurgence of the Azure Pattern. Indeed, Junior Brother Han is extraordinary. He has identified a loophole so swiftly. What is the flaw? Lu Jing praised. Han Li smiled faintly and suddenly handed over the crystal ball he held. Senior brother, gaze through this purple orb towards that direction, and you shall comprehend. Han Li pointed towards the place he had just been observing. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing curiously accepted the magical artifact and peered through the crystal ball intently. As he did so, Han Li revealed a look of surprise. Moments later, Lu Jing returned the crystal ball to Han Li. Lowering his head in contemplation, after a brief interval, he raised his gaze to the anxious onlookers and declared, Junior Brother Han is indeed correct. For some unknown reason, the spiritual energy fluctuations in this direction differ significantly from those elsewhere. Appearing to be considerably more sparse. It seems the adversary hastily set up the formation, revealing a flaw that should not have existed. As Lu Jing spoke, his voice grew louder, brimming with confidence. So, does Senior Brother mean? Qin Xiaoqian's senior sister could not resist asking. Concentrate all magical artifacts and launch a coordinated assault on this vulnerable point. I believe we can breach the formation without expending too much magical energy. Lu Jing asserted confidently. Then let us act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Song Ming immediately raised his hand impatiently, unleashing the blue silk sword, which began to hover above his head. The others, inspired by Lu Jing's words, were expressions of eager anticipation. Seeing this, Lu Jing no longer hesitated and promptly declared, All right, let us strike forth. We must dismantle this formation and show them our true capabilities. As his words echoed, over a dozen magical artifacts emanated brilliant light, soaring from their positions and hurtling directly towards the identified flaw. Meanwhile, outside, the ice demon, who was directing the disciples to form various encirclements, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Ever since the black shaman had ordered the four blood servants to remain vigilant within the palace, each rotation of the blood servants was meant to consist of a pair. However, Yi Shi, who was supposed to guard the gate alongside him, had grown complacent after recently achieving great merit and, under the pretext of soon entering the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, had secretly slipped away to practice in the blood prison, reluctant to offend this rising star among the four blood servants. He turned a blind eye to the matter. Yet, This momentary negligence had led to the current predicament of numerous formidable foes invading, while he alone stood at the gate to confront them. Fortunately, he was clever. He had first utilized the four symbols formation to contain the intruders and had then promptly dispatched individuals to the blood prison in the rear palace to summon the other three. He understood all too well that the current chi refining stage disciples could not possibly stand against such a multitude of strong adversaries. Fortunately, the four symbols formation has ensnared several adversaries within its confines, allowing for a potential delay. With even a modicum of time to spare, it is likely that my other three colleagues will arrive in a timely manner at that point. The combined might of the four great blood servants will render the iced demon unafraid of any foe. As he contemplated this, a resounding rumble echoed from within the formation. Accompanying this sound, the dense white mist enveloping the area began to roil violently, as if on the verge of shattering the formation and allowing the captives to escape. What could possibly be amiss? The four symbols formation should not falter so swiftly. There must be some underlying issue. Upon witnessing this scene, the Ice Demon's pallid visage, shrouded in frost, took on a tinge of ashen hue. My Lord Ice, the enemy launched their assault with such swiftness that several disciples tasked with maintaining the formation have perished. Consequently, the personnel managing the four symbols formation is now insufficient, and the adversary may have discerned the formation's weaknesses, cautiously explained a disciple from the Blackshaw sect nearby. Upon hearing this, a surge of fury and alarm coursed through the Ice Demon's heart. He was about to vociferously reprimand the disciple when a gentle voice resonated from behind him. Ice Demon, what has transpired? It appears the four symbols formation has been activated, yet it seems unable to contain the foe. Instantly, the Ice Demon felt a wave of relief wash over him. Qingwen, you have finally arrived. Splendid. His voice brimmed with uncontainable joy as he turned to look. There, at a distance of 5 or 6 zhang behind him, stood two figures who had arrived unbeknownst to him. One, in his 30s, possessed a dignified countenance, with a clean-shaven face and garbed in a blue robe, his expression grave as he surveyed the anomalous state of the four symbols formation. The other, a towering figure with a bald head, was none other than Tai Luo, who had previously clashed with Han Li. Who dares encroach upon us? Where is that brat Yi Shi? Tai Luo inquired, his hand brushing over his bald head, revealing a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Before the Ice Demon could finish her sentence, a tremendous crash resonated, and the dense mist within the formation dissipated without a trace amidst the explosive sound. The once mist-shrouded entrance revealed the silhouettes of Han Li and his companions. As they discerned the cultivation levels and numbers of the intruders, Qingwen's expression shifted subtly, while Tai Luo appeared utterly astonished. Ha! You wicked cultivators truly believe that a mere formation can ensnare the denizens of Huangfeng Valley? Such delusions are laughable. Upon realizing he had reappeared before the cold palace, Song Ming could not help but exclaim with exhilaration. Huangfeng Valley? Qingwen and his companions exchanged surprised glances, though upon further reflection, it seemed rather plausible. Besides the 7 great sects, who else could mobilize such a number of foundation establishment cultivators within the borders of the Yu Kingdom? Why have you trespassed into the imperial palace at night? Do you not fear incurring the wrath of the prohibitions? Without waiting for Lu Jing and the others to respond, Qingwen queried with a composed demeanor, hoping to instill a sense of caution in them. Given his profound understanding of the 7 sects restrictions, Lu Jing let out a cold snort, yet before he could speak, an astonished cry emanated from the opposing side. It's you. Are you not a member of the Qian's Hujio? How is it that you find yourself entangled with the cultivators of Huangfeng Valley? Tai Luo's gaze swept across the crowd, landing upon Han Li, who stood at the back, his expression filled with incredulity. This revelation left everyone, friend and foe alike, momentarily stunned, their gazes converging upon Han Li. This moment, the azure-patterned Taoist finally discerned Han Li's visage, causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. When did I ever claim to be a member of the Thousand Bamboo sect? Han Li cast a cold glance at the bald giant before shifting his gaze to the azure-patterned Taoist. The unexpected appearance of this former associate from the Tainan Society, who had once fervently invited him to journey together, took Han Li by surprise. However, this revelation also connected the dots regarding the relentless attempts to recruit lower-tier cultivators back then, and the subsequent inexplicable pursuit and assassination he faced from the man in yellow. With the truth unveiled, Han Li's heart seethed with rage, igniting a fierce desire to kill towards the azure-patterned Taoist. Nonsense. If you are not with the Thousand Bamboo sect, how could you wield puppet techniques? The bald giant insisted, unwilling to relent. Does my junior brother Han need to disclose his cultivation methods to you? Let us engage in battle. These individuals are deliberately stalling for time, and we must not allow them to achieve their aims. Lu Jing interjected, his expression darkening as he spoke. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of silver light that surged towards the iced demon at the forefront. The members from the Huangfeng Valley finally came to a realization, cursing their opponent's cunning, and without hesitation, summoned their own magical artifacts. Plunging into a chaotic melee, Han Li had long since set his sights on the Azure Pattern Taoist, and as the battle commenced, he and a senior brother named Wang from Qin Shaoqian's group surrounded their adversary in a pincer attack. Without uttering a single word, Han Li retrieved a storage pouch from his waist, and in an instant, a dazzling array of over a dozen brilliant golden, black, and red lights erupted forth, soaring skyward. After a brief spiral above Han Li's head, they emitted a faint rumble and hurtled towards their target. Han Li had no intention of engaging in idle chatter or reminiscing with his foe, the Azure Pattern Taoist, and the other senior brother. Upon witnessing the overwhelming force of Han Li's assault, were both struck by a profound change in expression. The senior brother displayed a look of astonishment, silently marveling at Han Li's formidable reputation. Acknowledging him as a master who had indeed slain numerous foundation-building cultivators, that in contrast, the Azure Pattern Taoist wore an expression of seriousness, a faint layer of azure energy enveloping him. Realizing that Han Li harbored murderous intent, he was far from passive. Thus, without uttering a word of superfluous dialogue, he abruptly extended his hand just before the magical artifacts could reach him. 5 azure orbs, resembling spheres, flew from his grasp, instantly arranging themselves in a pentagonal formation around him. With a flash of azure light, an ethereal, 5-sided prism shield materialized, enclosing the Azure Pattern Taoist securely within its protective embrace. As an array of multicolored brilliance erupted, Han Li's golden fire-spitting blade and the dual-headed flame fork struck the azure prism, producing a dazzling spectacle. Yet, remarkably, the peculiar shield remained unscathed. Han Li, my true azure shield can only be breached by core formation cultivators. Foundation-building practitioners cannot harm it in the slightest. You may as well give up. The Azure Pattern Taoist remarked, a smile gracing his face, as though he were well acquainted with Han Li. Not necessarily, Han Li retorted with a cold smirk. He then swiftly formed hand seals, commanding the magical artifacts that were bombarding the azure shield to let out a piercing cry as they soared upwards. Converging in the air, this scene left Qingwen momentarily stunned, perplexed by Han Li's intentions. However, being a cunning and seasoned individual, he would not allow Han Li to cast his spell unimpeded. In an instant, he revealed 2 resplendent golden rings in his hands, emanating an icy aura that unmistakably indicated their extraordinary nature. Go, he instructed in a hushed tone, casting the rings forth, transforming them into 2 streaks of golden light that surged toward Han Li. Han Li's brows furrowed, his expression darkening as he pressed one hand against his white phosphorus shield. Yet, before he could launch this magical artifact, 3 beams of green light suddenly shot in from the side, intercepting the 2 golden rays mid-flight, leading to a fierce entanglement. Demon, it seems you have not forgotten your lord, called Wang Shixiao, directing the green beams while flashing an amiable smile at Han Li. Seeing this, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him and returned the smile. However, Qingwen was not as composed as the 2. His expression grew grim, and his gaze flickered with uncertainty. In that moment, he found himself at a loss. After all, simultaneously controlling the Qingmu True Shield and the locking gold rings had consumed most of his spiritual awareness. Unlike Han Li, who had mastered the Dian technique, he could not effortlessly manipulate such a multitude of artifacts. Though he possessed several advantageous magical items, he dared not employ them recklessly. Devoting all his spiritual awareness to commanding the artifacts was a grave taboo for any cultivator. Consequently, the artifact's master would be blind to approaching dangers. Moreover, Han Li's rare ability to command over 10 artifacts simultaneously was due to their complementary nature, which meant that he only needed to expend the energy of 3 artifacts. Were he to attempt to wield a dozen disparate top-tier artifacts, given his current cultivation level, even with immense spiritual awareness and multiple incarnations, he would lack the necessary magical power to animate them. 5 artifacts were his limit. This was precisely why Han Li favored using sets of artifacts. They allowed him to fully harness the might of the Dian technique. As for Han Li's earlier ability to manipulate 8 subblades with the mother blade of the golden cicada during his chi refining period, that was merely a matter of controlling them through the mother blade itself, lacking the finesse and power he possessed now. Just as Qingwen hesitated, Contemplating alternative strategies, Han Li completed his incantation, giant sword technique. He intoned coldly, in response. All the magical artifacts swirling above Qingwen's head erupted in an astonishing brilliance. As the various hues coalesced, they transformed into a massive sword of intertwined gold, black, and red light. Suspended in the air and stretching several dozen feet in size. Truly an awe-inspiring sight. This giant sword technique was derived from the golden pages detailing the complete set of Qing Yuan's sword radiance. And it was the only sword technique Han Li could employ with his foundation establishment Cultivation, its power manifesting strikingly. Though Qing Wen and Wang Shixiang's artifacts remained engaged in combat, both wore expressions of terror. For even the dimmest of minds could discern the formidable might of Han Li's technique. Qing Wen silently lamented his predicament, disregarding the two golden rings as he swiftly produced a gleaming brass mirror from his hands. Yet at that moment, Han Li pointed frostily at the colossal sword. The colossal sword descended from the heavens with an almost imperceptible swiftness, wielding an astonishing force that seemed capable of cleaving both man and shield asunder. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Shixiang momentarily forgot to seize the opportunity while Qing Wen was distracted, hastily attempting to obliterate the opponent's magical artifact, his gaze transfixed by the formidable might of the falling sword. Rendering him momentarily dazed at that moment, his mind was consumed with the troubling thought of whether he could withstand such a strike should it be aimed at him. The foremost target, the Taoist Qing Wen, wore an expression of utmost gravity as he swiftly hurled his brass mirror upward. The mirror ascended rapidly above the protective barrier, and with a flash of yellow light, it unleashed a massive plume of yellow clouds. Obscuring the sky above Qing Wen in an instant, the yellow clouds solidified into a gigantic bronze shield, spinning incessantly above his head. Han Li's expression darkened as he abruptly formed a hand seal. The immense sword emitted a thunderous roar. Intensifying its already terrifying momentum. In a heartbeat, the sword struck the bronze shield. A tremendous explosion ensued. The shield, despite radiating a brilliant yellow light, could only endure for a fleeting moment against the brutal impact of the colossal sword before it let out a mournful cry and shattered into fragments. With the obstruction removed, the sword continued its relentless descent, unimpeded, towards the azure prism below, producing a deafening sound of shattering pressure. Witnessing the overwhelming power of the inexplicable sword, Qing Wen's demeanor finally shifted to one of alarm. His hands shimmered with azure light as he swiftly spread them apart, pressing against the walls of the protective barrier, desperately channeling spiritual energy to bolster the defense of the Qingmu True Barrier. The three-colored radiance of the colossal sword intertwined with the azure barrier, generating a cacophony of crackling explosions. With Qing Wen's fervent assistance, the Qingmu True Barrier indeed managed to withstand the onslaught of the descending sword. Consequently, Han Li and Qing Wen, one invoking a spell to forcefully breach the barrier and eliminate the opponent, while the other frantically poured spiritual energy into the barrier, striving to sustain it until the opponent's power was exhausted. Both sought to secure their survival. At that moment, Wang Shixiang finally regained his composure, swiftly shattering the two golden rings with deft precision, then directing 3 beams of green light, with ferocity, towards the Taoist Qing Wen. He understood well that now, as Han Li and Qing Wen were locked in a stalemate, his slight assistance could serve as the final straw that would tip the scales, easily slaying this formidable blood servant. The treasures possessed by the blood servant would then rightfully belong to him. The thought ignited a fervent desire within him. Yet, just as Wang Shixiang entertained his ambitions, and Qing Wen's countenance shifted dramatically, a flash of yellow light, swift as lightning, darted past Qing Wen's side. In an instant, the Taoist vanished from his position, causing Han Li's 3-colored sword to strike the ground instead, creating a deep pit in the earth. Wang Shixiang's 3 beams of green light similarly fell short, prompting him to gaze in anger and astonishment towards the direction where the yellow light had fled. Indeed, the Taoist Qing Wen reappeared, now over 20 paces away, accompanied by a young man clad in yellow, who wore a languid expression. Meeting Wang Shixiang's gaze, he spoke without a hint of alarm. "This man once saved my life. You cannot so easily dispose of him." After speaking, he smiled broadly at Han Li and said, "Brother Han, I never anticipated that we would meet again." Wu Jiu pays his respects. This seemingly carefree young man was none other than the boy cultivator Wu Jiu, who had once been caught in the act of thievery by Han Li. However, at this moment, he was exuding a peculiar yellow light, suggesting he had reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Jiu, This individual is fundamentally at odds with us. There is no need for further discourse. Now that you are here, the four of us can engage in a decisive battle. The Qingwen Taoist, finally recovering from the earlier peril, cast a resentful glance at Han Li and spoke bitterly. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiaozhi sighed and ceased further conversation with Han Li. Observing this, Qingwen suddenly emitted a series of two long and one short whistle. Iron Luo and the Ice Demon, who were under siege by Lu Jing and others, perked up at the sound and leaped out of the fray, flying towards Qingwen and Wu Jiaozhi. What is happening? Another person has joined. Lu Jing immediately grasped the situation upon seeing Wu Jiaozhi's sudden appearance and could not help but furrow his brow. Just moments ago, their 5 members were unable to inflict any harm on the 2 blood servants, merely gaining a slight advantage. They understood that these 4 blood servants were not ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, and now that the opposing four had gathered, they would undoubtedly be more formidable. With this realization, Lu Jing cautiously called out, and they all clustered around Han Li and his companion. Han Li regarded Wu Jiaozhi, who had just appeared opposite him, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. He had once held a great fondness for this peculiar and spirited youth. Yet, fate had taken a cruel turn, forcing them into a deadly rivalry. Qingwen and the other blood servants understood that relying solely on ordinary magical tools and Taoist techniques against Han Li and his allies would offer little chance of victory. After all, the numbers from Huangfeng Valley were overwhelming. Even 2 against 1 would be more than sufficient. Thus, as the 4 of them gathered, under Qingwen's cold command, a crimson light erupted from their bodies, transforming them into 4 varying sizes of blood-colored cocoons. Initiating their metamorphosis, that it appeared they intended to annihilate Han Li and his companions in one fell swoop. Chapter 320. Breaking the cocoon. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Jing and the other cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, already aware from Han Li that these demon-like beings could undergo transformations, wasted no time in unleashing their magical tools and techniques upon the 4 cocoons. They understood that before their adversaries could fully metamorphose, these blood servants would serve as excellent stationary targets, and they would not let this opportunity to strike go to waste. Unfortunately, as Han Li had predicted, these orbs of light were remarkably resilient. After a torrential barrage of attacks, they remained unscathed, standing resolutely in place, showing no signs of damage. Lu Jing and the others wore grim expressions. Everyone, hold nothing back. Unleash your ultimate techniques, Lu Jing asserted with unwavering determination. If we do not act now, it will be too late once they emerge from their transformations. After delivering this exhortation, he promptly stowed away his magical tool and solemnly produced a golden talisman. Holding it between 2 fingers, he then began to chant incantations, and amidst the mysterious murmurs, the golden talisman gradually radiated a dazzling golden light. Upon the sight of this, Han Li felt a surge of astonishment within. Although he was unaware of the rank of this talisman, the fact that Lu Jing, a cultivator at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, required incantations to activate it, made it evident that this talisman was far from ordinary. The others exchanged glances, and soon each displayed their own remarkable abilities. Among them, the most striking were Chun Xiaoqian, the senior sister, and Song Meng. They each produced a talisman adorned with the design of a magical artifact, promptly seated themselves, and began to concentrate on its activation. Waves of blue and gray radiance emanated from their talismans, inciting envy among the rest. Such talismans were not easily possessed by every Foundation establishment cultivator. Their existence was a testament to either the support of powerful families behind these 2 or their deep affection from esteemed mentors, allowing them to acquire such treasures. Without such backing, the opportunity to collect such items was simply beyond their reach. While the others envied them, they too were unwilling to be outdone, either casting formidable spells or summoning even more exquisite magical tools. Launching the next round of attacks. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with brilliance, and magical artifacts danced chaotically. Yet Han Li neither summoned his talisman nor employed the previously astonishing sword technique. Instead, he opted for the most effortless approach. With a gentle wave of his hands, a series of thuds resonated as 4 beast puppets materialized before him. As these puppets opened their cold, unfeeling eyes, they gaped wide, unleashing beams of light like long white ribbons that violently shot forth. Han Li positioned himself behind them, seizing the opportunity to replenish the magical energy expended in the earlier conflict. Having yet to lay eyes on the Black Sha sect leader, he was reluctant to exhaust his strength prematurely. opting to conserve his magical energy for unforeseen circumstances, a resolution he had resolved upon prior to this battle. For if his magical energy were to run out, even with his considerable skills and means, he would have no recourse to employ them. The appearance of the beast puppets elicited momentary surprise among his fellow disciples, but they quickly returned to their own endeavors. After all, the methods of cultivation and the secrets of techniques were personal matters, and none would be so rude as to pry into another's affairs. Those with some understanding of the origins of puppet techniques speculated that Han Li had acquired his methods from Li Huayuan. Given Li Huayuan's prowess, it was not extraordinary for him to have slain several cultivators from the Qianzhou sect and obtained some of their cultivation techniques. Thus, the others could only regard Han Li's beast puppets with curiosity. At that moment, Lu Jing successfully activated the golden talisman. With a slight tremor, it transformed into a beam of golden light that soared into the air above the blood-red cocoon. Then, with a resounding burst, the golden light exploded into a shower of sparkling motes, cascading through the air like a dream, dazzling and mesmerizing. Yet, beneath this stunning spectacle lay a deadly intent, for after Lu Jing's series of intricate hand gestures, the multitude of light points exhibited a bizarre transformation, gradually contracting and elongating into numerous golden miniature swords. Although only about an inch in length, each radiated a chilling aura and was remarkably sharp. Thousand Blade Technique, Lu Jing murmured, uttering the name of this golden spell. This scene left all but the two still activating their talismans momentarily stunned, given that gold-based spells are inherently among the rarest within the realm of elemental sorcery. Predominantly comprising auxiliary spells such as golden armor and iron skin, the emergence of Lu Jing's talisman, an offensive gold-based spell, and moreover, a mid-level area attack, left several, including Han Li, utterly astonished. Their hands instinctively paused, eager to discern the marvel of this incantation. At that moment, thousands of gleaming golden swords hung ominously in the air above the radiant cocoon, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yet, as Lu Jing chanted the incantation, the golden blades descended like a hailstorm, piercing toward the crimson light below. Following this, the air was filled with a series of muffled thuds. The intertwining of golden and crimson light created a dazzling spectacle, reminiscent of a fireworks display. The previously unyielding cocoon, seemingly impervious to external attacks, began to exhibit signs of transformation under such a fierce onslaught. The crimson light swelled dramatically, as if sensing the threat, and actively thickened its hue, clashing more violently with the encroaching swords. Observing this scene, Lu Jing felt a surge of exhilaration rather than anxiety. The manifestation of the cocoon's anomaly indicated that his assault was indeed effective. With an increase in intensity, he believed he could breach the sanguine barrier. However, at that moment, a considerable number of swords had already fallen, yet the crimson hue of the cocoon remained as vivid as ever, exuding an air of effortless resilience. "Brother Lu, allow me to lend you a hand," boomed Song Meng. His gray talisman transformed into a several-foot-long gray spear, emanating an eerie gray mist. "First, let us focus on eliminating the blood servant to the left. Do not disperse our attacks," Lu Jing advised. His spirits lifted at the sight of Song Meng's talisman revealing its true form. He then pointed towards the remaining hovering swords. Instantly, all the golden blades converged, darting toward the light form of the ice demon, the blood servant on the far left. Following a resounding tumult, the observers beheld a significant diminishment in the cocoon's crimson glow. Witnessing such efficacy, Han Li and the others unleashed their spells, artifacts, and beast puppets in unison, with Song Meng's gray spear following closely behind, emitting a piercing shriek. In Han Li's eyes, what was once an impregnable crimson cocoon was swiftly eroded to a mere thin veil, revealing blurred silhouettes within. Ultimately, the gray spear pierced through, accompanied by a furious roar that reverberated in their ears. Suddenly, two crystalline, pristine claws emerged from the sanguine light, dancing wildly, shattering the last remnants of the crimson glow. Unveiling the true visage within. It was a white creature, only partially demonized. Upon a fleeting glance, it appeared strikingly handsome, clearly a youthful figure. Yet, two small white horns subtly protruded from its forehead, and a pure white tail of about a foot in length sprouted from its backside, glimmering with faint scales, not to mention the two exceptionally sharp claws and the layers of translucent, milky white demonic patterns adorning its form. On his shoulder, there was a gaping wound, the size of a bowl, oozing with fresh blood, while the surrounding flesh writhed and contracted incessantly, evoking a sense of dread. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the gory cavity appeared to be closing and healing. "You seek your doom," The half-transformed ice demon snarled fiercely at the gathered crowd, evidently possessing enough lucidity despite not having fully completed its metamorphosis. For him, although his transformation was incomplete, the inherent characteristics of his demonic form sufficed to buy him time until his companions could fully transform. Lu Jing and the others, having never witnessed a transformation into a demon, were taken aback by the terrifying visage before them, although they had heard Han Li speak of the bizarre appearance of blood-imbued demons. Seeing it firsthand left them profoundly shaken, instilling a palpable sense of unease. In a flash, several beams of white light shot forth, striking the upper body of the ice demon and sending it tumbling violently. Appearing utterly disheveled, this was the work of Han Li, who was disinclined to entertain the demon's words, commanding the beast puppets to attack. Observing this, the others snapped back to reality. The previously halted offensive surged forth once more like a tempest. However, the fallen ice demon emanated a chilling mist, and once the fog dissipated, it vanished from sight. This caused a wave of panic among the others, who frantically searched the vicinity, based on their experience. Such occurrences typically indicated the use of some evasion technique by the adversary, allowing for a rapid escape, though they would not stray far. Aside from the 3 glowing cocoons, there was no sign of any other presence. The common disciples of the Black Sha sect had long since fled, that a sudden realization struck Han Li, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He hastily patted his storage pouch, summoning his white phosphorus shield and turtle shell artifact, which began to whirl around him in a rapid dance, while he called out, "Brothers, be cautious. This individual has concealed themselves." As soon as Han Li's warning slipped from his lips, a woman's piercing scream echoed through the air, prompting everyone to look on in shock. They beheld Chun Xiaoqian, who had been seated on the ground, activating her talisman, now sprawled on her back, her chest grotesquely split open as though someone had plunged their hand into her. Ruthlessly crushing her, she also saw that the enemies across from her had transformed into luminous cocoons, and only felt at ease to manipulate the talismans because she was surrounded by her fellow disciples. Yet, who could have anticipated that the ice demon would emerge from its chrysalis in a half-demon state, immediately turning invisible and setting its sights upon her? At that moment, she was in the final stages of activating the talisman, and even if she wished to halt the process, she could not do so immediately, which led to her unfortunate demise. It is worth noting that Song Meng, while activating that spear talisman, similarly employed no protective measures. However, Song Meng's talisman wielded lesser power, allowing for a successful early activation. Otherwise, who could say which of them would have been ambushed by the concealed ice demon? Moreover, it is not just the 2 of them. Even Han Li and the others who had just attacked had hardly any protective artifacts activated. After all, the luminous cocoons merely served as non-fighting targets, and they were understandably reluctant to waste their spiritual energy summoning defensive artifacts. Yet now, witnessing the gruesome scene of her heart being ripped out, and hearing Han Li's warning, cold sweat poured down the backs of the others, causing protective artifacts and shields to manifest in a hurry, in anticipation of another treacherous strike from this insidious foe. However, what left them all exchanging bewildered glances was the realization that, regardless of the stealth spells or artifacts they employed, they could not trace the whereabouts of the demon. Occasionally, they would catch a fleeting glimpse, but before they could savor the surprise, the demon vanished once more, seemingly moving at incredible speed. This moment, the ice demon had become completely semi-transparent, flickering in and out of visibility around them. Not only were their naked eyes ineffective, but even the most spiritually attuned artifacts failed to perform their tracking functions, allowing the demon to evade them effortlessly. Now, everyone felt a palpable sense of danger, each acutely aware of their surroundings, utterly immobilized by the presence of the half-demon ice creature. Only Han Li, observing the unfolding scene, displayed a hint of peculiar expression on his face. The senior brother Wang, who had fought alongside Han Li, had never witnessed such a bloody spectacle. His complexion turned ashen, revealing palpable fear. For him, it felt surreal that just moments ago he had shared laughter with his senior sister, now brutally slain. This stark contrast to his prior expectations of displaying might and easily vanquishing the enemies was jarring. With this in mind, he cast a glance at his dual cultivation brother beside the frenzied Shuehong, and his expression darkened further. Perhaps the more one fears something, the more it draws near. Uncertain whether the ice demon sensed his trepidation or deemed him an easier target, a translucent, icy claw suddenly materialized from behind him, lunging fiercely towards his heart. The protective artifact, a bronze shield, possessed a certain sentience, and, before Wong could actively command it, it instinctively shifted into position just in time to block the strike, with a soft clang. Although the icy claw was repelled, the bronze shield was instantly enveloped in a thick layer of frost, plummeting to the ground, temporarily rendered inert. Only then did Wong realize the peril lurking behind him. His face drained of color as he instinctively turned around, frantically surveying his surroundings in a state of utter panic. After observing the surroundings for any signs of movement, the individual hesitated for a moment before suddenly bending down to retrieve the small bronze shield. He needed to promptly unfreeze his magical artifact in order to reinitiate its ritual. Quick, dodge! Lu Jing, who was nearby, shouted out in astonishment and anger upon witnessing this action. What? He was momentarily taken aback. And before he could comprehend the situation, the water attribute shield behind him emitted a crisp sound of shattering, followed by a gust of frigid wind that surged towards his back, chilling him to the bone. This is bad. Brother Wong almost simultaneously grasped the dire situation. The invisible ice demon had not retreated after its initial strike, but had instead circled around to launch a lethal attack from behind. In that fleeting moment, Brother Wong's mind went blank, and the only image that flooded his thoughts was that of Sister Xiahong lying lifeless in a pool of blood. He never anticipated that it would be his turn so soon. The only thought that crossed Brother Wong's mind was this single, haunting realization. At that very moment, his vision blurred, and then he felt a sudden lightness as he soared into the air, akin to riding on clouds. Below him, a thunderous cacophony of wind and lightning echoed, accompanied by the furious shouts of others. Soon, his feet connected with the solid ground, and he found himself standing firmly. Brother Wong, are you all right? Just as this individual was at a loss, unsure of whether he was alive or dead, a voice filled with deep concern reached him. Upon hearing that familiar voice, he turned in a daze to see Lu Jing looking at him with a worried expression. Upon recognizing that face, Brother Wong realized he was indeed unscathed, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude washed over him as he exclaimed, "Brother Lu, did you save me?" The very utterance startled Brother Wong himself, his voice hoarse, revealing the extent of his earlier fright. Lu Jing, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of embarrassment and replied, "I feel ashamed. Your survival is not due to my efforts, but rather the timely intervention of Brother Han, who rescued you. He is currently engaged in battle with that demon." Coughing slightly, Lu Jing continued, "Previously, I was skeptical about the claims that Brother Han, despite his youth, had indeed slain over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. Now, I am truly enlightened. Brother Han's strength is indeed unfathomable." Brother Han. Brother Wong was momentarily stunned by this revelation. He distinctly remembered that Han Li had been 5 or 6 zhang away from him at the time. How could he have intervened in time? Pondering this, Brother Wong hurriedly turned his gaze towards the source of the fighting sounds. The sight that met his eyes left him utterly dumbfounded. The very spot where he had been ambushed was now completely empty. Yet it resonated with the sounds of fierce combat and the low growls of a single individual. Moreover, several beams of sharp light and sword chi inexplicably shot forth, carving numerous shallow and deep grooves into the nearby ground. It took Brother Wong a long moment to regain his composure. Just as he was about to voice his astonishment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, and then a translucent figure appeared out of thin air, hurtling backward in a bizarre fashion, startling Brother Wong. The shadow before him was none other than the half-demon blood servant that had previously assaulted him. However, at this moment, he appeared even more otherworldly. His entire form seemingly composed of crystal, remarkably transparent. Impossible. How could you see through my invisibility and keep pace with my speed? The face of this demon glimmered with a palpable mixture of astonishment and fury, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Yet, as these words escaped his lips, he emitted a primal growl and lunged forward with ferocity, causing his figure to vanish once more. Following this, a cold snort from Han Li resonated, and the previously halted sounds of combat erupted anew, more fervent than before, no longer confined to a single spot, but beginning to spread outward. Lu Jing and the others, who could only hear the tumult without witnessing the scene, were taken aback and began to retreat in alarm. Even the dual cultivation partner of the tragically slain female cultivator, consumed by a desire for vengeance, could only reluctantly withdraw, fearing that they might inadvertently be caught in the crossfire of Han Li and this demoness clash. Meeting an untimely and inexplicable demise, they understood that they were unable to intervene in this unseen battle at that moment. "Look at the ground," exclaimed Song Ming in surprise. The others, upon hearing this, instinctively lowered their gazes, and a sense of dread filled their hearts. Before them lay a thick layer of crystal ice that had formed unbeknownst to them, shimmering under the moonlight with a remarkably smooth surface. This demon is cunning indeed, transforming the ground in such a manner. It is detrimental to Han Shidi. Anxiety etched across Song Ming's face as he spoke with concern, although we cannot discern the method of Han Shidi's evasion, which allows him to remain concealed from our sight. It seems from the sounds that he is not at a disadvantage. Clearly, this icy terrain does not significantly impede him. Nonetheless, the unforeseen strangeness of these transformed demons has indeed led to the demise of a fellow disciple. And I cannot absolve myself of responsibility, Lu Jing said slowly after a moment of silence. The others, upon hearing his words and witnessing Lu Jing's grave expression, were momentarily at a loss for how to offer comfort. Unbeknownst to them, the Han Shidi they spoke of, Han Li, was presently engaged in fierce combat with the ice demon, his mind seething with frustration. Chapter 322. Lu Jing and the true treasure. Han Li was seething with rage. It was not merely due to a moment of compassion that led him to save Wang Shixiang, forcing him to employ the smoke step amidst his battle with the demon. Rather, it was because Lu Jing and the others were not seizing the opportunity. Once those three also transformed, it would truly spell disaster. Moments ago, he had witnessed Wang Shixiang falling prey to the ice demon's malevolent grasp. Remembering the favor he owed from their previous confrontation against the Qingwen, he had swiftly intervened to save him. Following that, the demon likely perceived Han Li as having thwarted its malicious intent and became relentless in its pursuit, compelling him to respond defensively. Yet, he also recognized that this ice demon posed a significant threat to his fellow disciples. It was best for him to resolve this matter personally. After all, should another disciple perish, they would genuinely be lacking in numbers for the ensuing battles. While he was preoccupied with this demon, he was dismayed to find that the others were merely spectators to his struggle, failing to seize the opportunity to attack the other three cocoons of light. Was that not a grievous waste of a golden chance? However, he vaguely sensed that the others were likely not ignorant of seizing the opportunity, but rather were deterred by the ice demon's bizarre invisibility and the fact that lives had been lost at its hands, instilling fear of the other blood servants' half-demon transformations. Thus, despite the knowledge that fully transformed blood servants would undoubtedly be more formidable, they remained hesitant, perhaps even contemplating retreat. Yet, Han Li had come here not merely to eradicate the dark evil, but with a predetermined purpose. He would not easily consider retreating. Furthermore, although this half-demonized creature had just emerged from its cocoon and had already claimed one of their own, it could be dealt with cautiously in Han Li's eyes. This being was less formidable than the previous bald brute, making it easier for him to contend with. This demon merely rendered its body transparent, enabling rapid movement and manipulation of cold air. Its so-called invisibility was akin to his own swift smoke steps, merely an illusion of high-speed movement. The strange transparency of its body made it more difficult to detect. However, such an elusive maneuver could only display its power on the ground. Once everyone ascended into the air and created distance, casting large-scale spells would force it to reveal itself. After all, the rapid movement of a physical body could only exhibit ferocity over short distances. Over longer stretches, it could not keep pace with cultivators flying on their magical tools. Lu Jing and his fellow disciples had never experienced such close-quarters combat and thus found their opponent to be extraordinarily elusive and nearly impossible to counter. However, Han Li was accustomed to this style of combat, making him exceedingly adept at handling it. With this thought in mind, Han Li suddenly swung his silver sword to repel the creature's claws. Revealing himself as he loudly declared, "Brother Lu, quickly ascend into the air and continue attacking those three blood servants. I shall not allow this demon to disturb you any longer." Upon finishing his words, Han Li's figure abruptly flickered and vanished from sight once more in reality. The silver sword in his hand moved so swiftly it was nearly imperceptible, forcing the ice demon to retreat repeatedly, leaving it no opportunity to ascend from the ground. The silver sword, a trophy from the blood-colored trial, could withstand the creature's claws without sustaining damage. Yet, it similarly could not inflict harm on its icy claws, which left Han Li astonished. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Lu Jing pondered briefly and grasped Han Li's intentions, yet a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. His heart was in turmoil. Though Lu Jing hailed from a prestigious family of cultivators, He had once been abducted by evil practitioners during his youth, enduring a dark period of torment and mistreatment, nearly losing his life. He was eventually rescued by his family and became a disciple under Li Huayuan, achieving progress in his cultivation. However, the shadow of his childhood experiences lingered, fueling his intense hatred for evil practitioners that he adhered to a ruthless principle of eliminating any practitioner he encountered who practiced sinister techniques. This approach not only brought him immense satisfaction, but also garnered him considerable prestige. Even those from the seven sects, of higher cultivation than he, regarded him with a hint of respect. Lu Jing maintained a facade of composure. Yet deep within, he gradually became enamored with the feeling of being revered. Consequently, his later endeavors to eradicate evil practitioners were largely motivated by a desire to bask in the admiration of others. On the surface, Lu Jing meticulously concealed this mindset deep within his heart, presenting himself as the same valiant and righteous brother Lu, who detests evil with fervor. However, the Black Sha sect before him undoubtedly represented the most formidable and nefarious force he had ever encountered, one that must be eradicated. Yet, equally daunting was the strength of the adversaries, the most powerful malevolent practitioners he had faced to date. He found himself lacking confidence that, relying solely on ordinary magical implements, he could vanquish the remaining 3 blood servants. Even a slight reduction in attack potency would merely hasten their transformation into half-demons. Confronting a single half-demon was already a considerable challenge. Should the other 3 emerge, they would be utterly overwhelmed, with their lives hanging perilously in the balance. Should they retreat now, their mission would be tantamount to startling the snake in the grass, marking a complete failure. The Black Sha sect would undoubtedly retreat into the shadows, rendering his hard-won reputation utterly futile. The thought of others regarding him with scorn made Lu Jing feel a tightening in his chest, a profound sense of frustration and discomfort. Han Li's urging had pushed him to the brink of a critical decision. Brother Lu, should we consider a retreat? The strength of the Black Sha sect far exceeds our expectations. If we do not leave now, it may soon be too late. Brother Wang, whom Han Li had rescued, hesitated before approaching and whispered. From his evasive gaze, Lu Jing discerned a palpable fear. Retreat. If he did so, he would likely be perceived in the same light by his fellow brothers in the future. Lu Jing thought bitterly. Everyone, ascend and shield the formation for me. Leave the remaining 3 blood servants to me. Lu Jing replied with a faint smile, his tone calm. Meanwhile, he silently resolved. It seems I must resort to that item. Only in this manner could he secure a successful confrontation and preserve his reputation, though it was an item he had kept for his own life's sake. Brother Lu, you intend to face the remaining blood servants alone? The incredulous expressions of Brother Wang and the others nearby revealed their disbelief. This reaction brought Lu Jing a sense of satisfaction deep within, though he maintained an outward demeanor of nonchalance. Without further ado, he soared into the sky on his flying vessel and solemnly retrieved a fiery upon witnessing this object. Song Ming exclaimed in astonishment, "No, this is not an ordinary talisman. This is a genuine treasure." The elder Wang, upon seeing this talisman that resembled a regular one, yet bore a profound aura, gasped in shock as if he had encountered a ghost. Those familiar with the concept of genuine treasures were equally taken aback by his words. Although genuine treasures are indeed a type of talisman, they are fundamentally different from ordinary ones in numerous aspects. Firstly, an ordinary talisman can possess at most 1/10 of the power of its original artifact. Even at its pinnacle. In stark contrast, a genuine treasure can defy the heavens and harness up to 1/3 of the original artifact's power, a feat unattainable by common talismans. Secondly, when a genuine treasure emerges, it must be refined through the bloodline technique of its master. Only descendants with a specific bloodline can wield these genuine treasures, making them inaccessible to the general populace, should anyone else attempt to infuse spiritual energy into them. These treasures would automatically self-destruct. With such advantages, it is evident that genuine treasures also come with significant drawbacks. Otherwise, the relics left by ancestors would all be genuine treasures. The most considerable flaw of genuine treasures is that, despite their capacity to contain multiple times the power of ordinary talismans, they can only be utilized once. Upon activation, their entire power is unleashed instantaneously, without any possibility of a second use. Consequently, their practicality is considerably diminished compared to ordinary talismans. However, the true reason for the rarity of genuine treasures lies in another exceedingly stringent condition. Once a genuine treasure has been refined from an artifact through bloodline techniques, the artifact loses a portion of its power permanently, which cannot be restored. This predicament leads some aware of their impending demise to refrain from making such sacrifices, preferring instead to leave a few talismans for their descendants. Thus, some cultivators jest that the number of genuine treasures in the realm of cultivation is even scarcer than that of artifacts. While this statement may be somewhat exaggerated, it is not far from the truth. Chapter 323. Slaying demons. The activation of genuine treasures is considerably more challenging than that of ordinary talismans, which is precisely why Lu Jing requested his fellow disciples to safeguard him. Consequently, after releasing a yellow circular artifact to encircle himself, he finally felt secure enough to sit cross-legged and channel his spiritual power into the fiery bird genuine treasure. The crimson talisman in Lu Jing's palm began to radiate with increasing brilliance, and the fiery bird within danced with growing agility and joy, poised to leap from the talisman at any moment, signaling the moment of successful activation. Although Han Li was entangled with the ice demon on the ground, he understood that his fellow disciples were employing their own measures, which alleviated his worries. He dreaded the thought of them abandoning him out of fear, leaving him unable to procure the desired item from the Blackshaw leader. With his mind no longer divided, Han Li's focus returned wholly to the opponent before him. With his foundational cultivation at the mid-stage, he executed the elusive Luo Yin step. However, it still posed a considerable burden on his body. He could no longer afford to prolong this rapid combat, and resolved to take a bold risk with a decisive strike. Contemplating this, Han Li wielded his silver sword with one hand, his figure flickering incessantly, pressing the ice demon to the brink of suffocation. Meanwhile, his other hand silently retrieved an object from his storage pouch, tightly wrapping it around his ring finger. Once this was accomplished, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He brought his hands together, adopting a grand stance with the sword, and suddenly launched a ferocious slash, the speed of which far surpassed all previous attacks. The ice demon felt a chill run down its spine and hastily retreated while raising its crystalline ice claws to intercept. With a resonant clang, the ice demon sneered, using the momentum of the clash to propel itself backward even faster, seemingly about to widen the distance between itself and Han Li. However, a hint of derision appeared on Han Li's face. Just as the ice demon sensed something amiss, Han Li released one hand from the sword and abruptly pulled back. As a result, the ice demon's backward momentum inexplicably halted, and it found itself hurtling uncontrollably towards Han Li. At that moment, Han Li gripped the sword anew, poised to strike, his expression devoid of emotion. The ice demon was taken aback, desperately struggling, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Han Li, who slightly trembled the silver sword in his hand, unleashing a flurry of dazzling silver lights. The two figures brushed past each other, revealing themselves under the moonlight. Han Li stood firm with his sword, while the ice demon collapsed heavily to the ground. This scene was witnessed clearly by Song Meng and others watching from the air, causing them to feel a surge of anxiety. The ice demon staggered to its feet, gazing at Han Li's back, a sinister smile forming on its face. Just as it was about to utter something, its expression suddenly froze. The series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, and the ice demon's transparent body, akin to cold ice, revealed countless fine fissures. In an instant, these cracks elongated, and amidst the sounds of shattering, the ice demon disintegrated into a pile of sparkling ice shards on the ground. Among the crystalline debris, a complete claw protruded, its sharp tip still radiating a chilling aura. Only this object could withstand Han Li's swift cuts without sustaining damage. Han Li cast a cold glance at the ice demon, now reduced to fragments, and then lifted his gaze to the three blood-red luminous cocoons, his brows knitting together in concern. Silently, he gestured, pulling an ice claw towards him. Under the reflection of moonlight, it became apparent that a transparent thread connected Han Li and the claw, which was the very cause of the ice demon's demise. During their renewed confrontation, Han Li manipulated the invisible thread wrapped around his ring finger to silently ensnare the demon's claws, despite the ice demon's transformation into a transparent and hardened form. It had also lost its sensitive touch, enabling Han Li to easily seize the opportunity that led to its demise. Han Li lowered his gaze to examine the ice claw, hesitating for a moment before casually discarding it. Although he was acutely aware that the ice claws, having withstood the strike of a silver sword forged from refined silver without sustaining damage, were undoubtedly exceptional materials for weapon crafting, he could not shake the unsettling feeling that this was once a creation of human hands. and thus found himself unable to overcome his inner turmoil to stow them away. That he strode a few steps toward the corpse of the ice demon, carelessly slashing at the ice debris with his silver sword until he managed to extract a storage pouch, which he briefly examined before meticulously securing it. Without uttering a word, he ascended into the sky, eager to discern what tricks his fellow disciples were up to, especially since the three blood servants were poised to reveal themselves at any moment. Unbeknownst to Han Li, at that very instant, deep within a concealed chamber beneath a rocky outcrop, a fair-skinned middle-aged man, eyes closed, suddenly opened his blood-red eyes and murmured, "Has the ice demon perished? Well, that saves me the trouble of intervening later." Having uttered these words, he nonchalantly closed his eyes once more. Before him lay a skeletal figure, emaciated to the point that it appeared devoid of flesh, save for a thin layer of skin. Judging by its attire, it seemed to belong to a practitioner from Huangfeng Valley. As Han Li soared through the air, he had yet to speak when Song Ming and the others hurriedly surrounded him, their faces alight with awe and admiration, even tinged with a hint of reverence. The dual cultivation partner of Sister Xiahong, with eyes glistening in gratitude, looked particularly touched. Han Li offered a modest remark, but then, intrigued, pointed at the glaringly red talisman in Lu Jing's hand. Inquiring about it with curiosity, one of the group promptly explained the matter of the true treasure, which filled Han Li with elation and allowed him to relax completely. Naturally, he had heard of true treasures before. However, he had not anticipated that this Lu Senior would possess such an artifact and be willing to wield it, as such items were typically reserved for life-and-death situations. Han Li's experiences differed greatly from Lu Jing's, making it impossible for him to grasp the complexities of Lu Jing's emotions and his sense of anxiety over gain and loss. To Han Li, the perceptions others held of him were of little consequence. As long as his own interests were not compromised, he felt no loss. However, if an opportunity arose that required minimal effort to leave a favorable impression on others, Han Li would be inclined to do so. Yet, he would never resort to sacrificing treasures like true artifacts simply to maintain such an impression. Nonetheless, Lu Jing's actions did stir a sense of admiration within Han Li, leading him to question whether his previous views were misguided. Was it truly possible that there existed individuals willing to risk their own safety for the sake of vanquishing evil? Just as Han Li grappled with a twinge of shame, a sudden roar echoed from below, brimming with a bloodthirsty intent. Startled, Han Li and the others quickly glanced downward, witnessing one of the blood-colored cocoons swelling and morphing, as if the blood servant within was on the verge of emerging. A chill ran through Han Li. It seemed they would first have to contend with the other blood servants to buy Lu Jing some time. Just as he was about to take action, a calm voice resonated from behind the group. Fellow brother Lu Jing gazed at them with a gentle smile, cradling a petite, exquisite red bird in his palm, which flitted about incessantly, exuding an irresistible charm. The oppressive heat that had once enveloped the vicinity seemed to have vanished without a trace. Is this the true form of the treasure? Han Li observed the red bird with a hint of astonishment. "Thank you, esteemed guardians," Lu Jing said as he slowly rose to his feet and gracefully floated before Han Li and the others. Then, amidst their astonished gazes, he unhesitatingly blew softly at the small bird in his hand, and the fiery red creature immediately chirped and soared from Lu Jing's grasp, descending with a lively flutter. At that moment, the transformed cocoon below emitted a muffled pop, spontaneously bursting open to reveal a creature ensnared in azure light. Resembling the half-demon form of the ice demon, albeit cloaked in a deep azure hue, the visage of this entity unmistakably belonged to the azure-patterned Taoist. Yet at that moment, his face was contorted with madness. As if his sanity had begun to wane, he let out a couple of frenzied roars, and upon raising his head, he caught sight of the delicately flying red bird. His form momentarily froze, the madness on his face receding to reveal an expression of profound fear. In a state of panic, he began to glance about wildly, and suddenly, the azure light surrounding him surged, lifting him off the ground as he attempted to flee. However, at that instant, the red bird let out a sharp cry and expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal flame bird the size of a zhang, with a powerful flap of its wings. It seemingly teleported from several dozen paces away to appear right behind the demonized azure pattern, gently pecking him with its pointed red beak. Chapter 324. The Lord of Black Sha. The searing flames shot up to 7 or 8 zhang high, and under the peck of the giant bird, the azure pattern was transformed into a massive figure of fire, plummeting from the sky. Upon hitting the ground, he managed to let out a couple of anguished cries before being reduced to a pile of ash. Just as Han Li was engulfed in astonishment, the flaming giant bird let out a sharp cry and swiveled towards the two remaining cocoons, launching itself fiercely at them. In an instant, a towering pillar of fire erupted between the two cocoons, engulfing the blood servants who were on the verge of completing their transformation in a sea of flames. Han Li observed intently as the blood light emanating from the cocoons barely held out for a moment amidst the crimson inferno before being entirely consumed, leaving behind only two indistinct silhouettes that trembled silently before being completely obliterated. This fire, which appeared no different from ordinary flames, proved to be extraordinarily formidable. Leaving Han Li utterly astounded, he gained a clearer understanding of the power of treasures wielded by cultivators at the core formation stage. Song Meng and the others, sharing Han Li's astonishment, wore expressions that were more indicative of delight. This true treasure is remarkably powerful. This endeavor to eradicate the evil cult relies entirely on Brother Lu. The others exclaimed in sheer exhilaration. In their eyes, as long as the blood servants were dispatched, the remaining Black Sha Lord, who was still in seclusion, would surely be manageable. After all, with so many Foundation establishment cultivators at their disposal, it seemed unreasonable that they could not subdue a single leader of a cult. Lu Jing watched as the flames of the Firebird gradually dissipated, feeling an immense sorrow in his heart. Yet, upon hearing the accolades, he felt his spirit rejuvenate. Let us proceed. We have already delayed here for quite some time. It is time to eliminate the Black Sha Lord as well. Lu Jing, exuding an air of grandeur, waved his hand and spoke. The others nodded in agreement, and several of them descended. Han Li smiled faintly and was about to follow suit when his gaze inadvertently drifted to the side, where he noticed Brother Wang staring intently downward, his expression somewhat peculiar. This sight momentarily startled Han Li, prompting him to follow Wang's gaze. But aside from the white ash transformed from the demonic azure patterns and a fellow disciple sorrowfully gathering the remains of a fallen comrade, there was nothing of particular significance on the ground. Brother Wang, have you made any discoveries? Han Li could not help but inquire, a hint of skepticism evident on his face. No, nothing at all. You were overthinking it. Brother Han, Brother Wang replied hastily, his gaze evasive. Observing this, Han Li quickly discerned the underlying truth. Brother Wang must have encountered something significant but wished to keep it from the others, thus displaying such an expression. This realization left Han Li somewhat perturbed. However, maintaining a calm demeanor, he smiled lightly and said, "Since there is nothing amiss, let us descend quickly." Brother Lu is already making his way inside, with a gesture towards the grand entrance of the cold palace. Han Li promptly took flight on his enchanted vessel, leaving behind the fluctuating countenance of Brother Wang. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Brother Wang stamped his foot in resignation and followed suit. Just as Han Li touched down, a melodious voice echoed from above. "Brother Lu, Brother Han, wait for us." Startled, Han Li slowly turned his head. Lu Jing and the others also halted, their faces brightening as they sought the source of the voice. Beneath the gentle moonlight, Zhong Wei Nyang, Chun Xiao Qian, and a pallid middle-aged man descended gracefully from the sky. The middle-aged man, clad in golden attire, appeared exceedingly fearful, nearly dangling from the flying artifact by the collar as Zhong Wei Nyang held him aloft. Upon seeing Han Li in the gathered group, his expression grew even more frantic. Lu Jing, noticing this, greeted them with a subtle smile. It seems the two junior sisters had a successful venture. This must be the emperor of you. Once the two female cultivators alighted, Lu Jing's gaze swept over the middle-aged man's face before casually shifting away as he inquired, "Is that so?" "Indeed, this fellow was summoned in some hall by a few ministers. My sister and I knocked out the others and brought him here at that moment. Two disciples from the Black Sha sect at the Qi refining stage attempted to intervene, but my sister and I dispatched them with ease." Zhong Wei Nyang chattered excitedly, clearly relieved to see Lu Jing unharmed. "Brother Lu, I am so glad you are unscathed." Her evident concern for Lu Jing was unmistakable, causing him to feel a touch of embarrassment under the scrutiny of the onlookers, which Han Li found rather amusing. "Chen Junior sister, I trust you are well?" Lu Jing's fellow disciples approached Chen Xiao Qian, inquiring with earnestness. Chen Xiao Qian responded with a composed demeanor, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Upon catching sight of Han Li, she lingered on his face for but a brief moment before her expression turned complex, and she quickly shifted her gaze away. "And what of Sister Xiahong?" Chen Xiao Qian asked, her delicate brows furrowing with an unsettling premonition that her words, the expressions of those nearby darkened, revealing a somber gravity. Xiahong has already perished in battle, the Dao companion of the esteemed Xiahong. Suppressing her profound sorrow, managed to utter a few words. The moment this statement escaped her lips, both Qin Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang turned pale, their expressions reflecting deep distress. Zhong Wenyang, her face flushed with anger, immediately retorted, "How could you?" Yet, her inquiry was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, mournful scream that pierced the air. Han Li and the others, startled by the sound, instinctively turned their gaze towards its source to show their astonishment. They beheld a figure clad in blue robes, who had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. A blood-red arm emerged from the chest cavity of Brother Wang, who had appeared there unannounced, and in an instant, the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Devoid of breath, I had no intention of killing him initially, but this child truly ought not to possess that which does not belong to him, remarked the blue-robed man with a benign smile, his visage youthful, yet marked by faint crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, exuding an aura of extreme benevolence. With nonchalance, he bent down and retrieved a thumb-sized azure orb from Brother Wang's lifeless hand, his smile deepening with delight. Upon witnessing this man, Lu Jing and Han Li's expressions darkened simultaneously, revealing an extreme caution. "Are you the leader of the Blackshaw sect?" Lu Jing inquired, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. "Ha ha, quite astute. Indeed, I am the founder of the Blackshaw sect," the elderly man replied with an ever-present grin, realizing that this man was the reputed leader of the Blackshaw sect, who was supposed to be in seclusion. Even Han Li's countenance shifted dramatically, not to mention the other cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, who all braced themselves, gripping their magical artifacts tightly. Lu Jing, after a slight change in expression, took a deep breath to quell his rising panic. Subsequently, he discreetly signaled the others to exercise caution before coldly stating, "Indeed, I am Lu Jing. This time, the eradication of your vile Blackshaw sect will be led by me. Now that you stand alone, how dare you commit murder? Your audacity is truly remarkable." Lu Jing delivered these words with righteous fervor, unyielding in his demeanor, and he felt a surge of satisfaction with his own performance. His confidence swelling with each syllable, he believed that by eliminating this nefarious leader, his own reputation among the seven sects would ascend to unprecedented heights, garnering greater respect and admiration from others. As this thought ignited a fervor within him, he revealed 2 silver hooks and a circular ring with a flourish. However, before he could rally his companions to strike, the leader of the Blackshaw sect suddenly flashed him a sinister smile, and he heard a soft voice utter, "Then you can die." Almost simultaneously, Lu Jing felt a sharp pain in his chest. Before he could comprehend the situation, a blood-soaked arm protruded from his torso, 5 crimson fingers gripping a writhing, spherical object. "What is this?" Lu Jing pondered in bewilderment, perhaps knowing in his heart, yet unwilling to confront the truth. Soon, he felt the world spinning around him, his vision darkening, as screams echoed in his ears. Listening closely, one could discern the sorrowful cries of Zhong Wenyang, who seemed to be perpetually infatuated with Lu Jing. Yet, these sounds felt so alien, so distant. Alas, this young girl remains as tearful as ever. Lu Jing thought bitterly as he succumbed to the depths of eternal slumber. Han Li's countenance darkened, for before they even commenced battle with the Black Shaman, an unexpected assailant had already dispatched 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. The leader of their expedition, Lu Jing, had tragically fallen at this stranger's hands. After landing a successful strike, the assailant pierced through the bodies of Lu Jing and his fellow disciple Qin Xiaoqian with both arms, swiftly appearing beside the Black Shaman, then turning to sneer wickedly at Han Li and the others, leaving Han Li no time to intervene. In the moment Lu Jing was slain, Zhong Wenyang emitted a few heart-wrenching wails before she froze, lost in a daze. Observing this, Qin Xiaoqian hurriedly pulled her behind, shielding her cautiously, while her face was contorted with rage and regret as she glared at the assailant. Chapter 325. The Eerie Encounter with 2 Dull Thuds. The bodies of Lu Jing and his companion were carelessly tossed to the ground by the assailant. "Since you've come, you shan't leave. I happen to be in need of several Foundation establishment cultivators for a blood sacrifice." Upon uttering these words, the assailant grinned sinisterly, revealing a gleaming set of stark white teeth illuminated by the moonlight. It was none other than the previously panicked Yu Huang. However, he now bore no trace of disarray or fear, emanating a formidable aura rivaling that of the blue-robed man. Also a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, As Han Li sensed this individual's cultivation level, his expression grew increasingly frosty. He was at a loss as to how this person had concealed his prowess so effectively that none from Huangfeng Valley had perceived even a hint of it. This brought to mind his earlier encounter with the young prince and steward Wang, where he had similarly failed to detect any magical energy emanating from them. Yet, this time, the peculiar sense of impending danger did not manifest, which only heightened Han Li's wariness and caution. With a flick of his finger, Han Li summoned both the white phosphorus shield and the turtle shell artifact, which began to orbit him slowly. Nearby, Chen Xiaoqian and Song Meng exchanged anxious glances while also unleashing their artifacts, resolutely guarding themselves. Noticing Han Li and the other's apprehensive demeanor, Yu Huang and the blue-robed man exchanged glances before simultaneously breaking into cold laughter. Suddenly, the blue-robed man flickered and appeared several dozen feet away, where a pile of glimmering ice shards lay, the remnants of the ice demon that Han Li had dismembered, approaching the icy remnants. He extended a hand, and in an instant, a blue pearl shot forth from the remains and into his grasp. Meanwhile, the treacherous Yu Huang had also shifted to the burial site of the two blood servants, who had perished in the flames of the true firebird. He slammed his hand down onto the ground, causing two pearls, one golden, the other yellow, to burst forth from the earth, obediently flying into his hand. What is this? Upon sighting these pearls, Han Li's mind raced, recalling the earlier azure pearl, and he immediately sensed an ominous realization. He had not anticipated that the very items he sought would manifest before him so fortuitously. These must undoubtedly be the 5 elements blood condensation pills related to the young prince's discourse, yet only 4 are present here. Where could the 5th one be? As Han Li found himself overwhelmed with a mix of surprise and joy. The Yu Emperor and the man in the blue robe also displayed evident elation upon acquiring these pearls. Standing on opposite sides, they suddenly erupted into laughter, their gazes turning coldly towards Han Li and his companions, unabashedly revealing the murderous intent etched upon their faces. This caused a slight change in the expressions of Han Li's group. Heaven above, after a whirlwind of thoughts traversed through Han Li's mind, he suddenly exclaimed loudly. Then, as the divine wind vessel manifested, he was the first to ascend into the air. Others were momentarily taken aback, but due to their trust in Han Li's previous remarkable feats, Song Meng and Shui Hong's dual cultivation partner instinctively followed suit, soaring into the sky alongside him. Only Chen Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment upon hearing Han Li's words, yet eventually urged her companion, Zhong Wenyang, to join her in ascending as well. The Yu Emperor and the blue-robed man exchanged glances, a flicker of peculiar expression crossing their faces before they both smirked coldly. Although they were two individuals with completely distinct appearances, their expressions and smiles bore an uncanny resemblance, sending a chill down Han Li's spine. These little fellows are surprisingly clever. It seems a sacrifice must be made on your part in advance. Mine? Is it not yours? Take it, if you wish. The Yu Emperor and the blue-robed man spoke to each other in a nonchalant manner, yet the sinister undertones of their dialogue sent shivers through Han Li and Chen Xiaoqian. Senior brother Han, what are they discussing? Song Meng inquired, edging closer to Han Li, swallowing hard. Witnessing so many of their fellow disciples perish before their eyes, even someone as combative as Song Meng had lost the initial fearlessness he had exhibited. His inquiry was more a quest for reassurance, as Han Li's enigmatic presence lent him a sense of reliability. Han Li, though quietly amused at the situation, was about to respond when an alarming scene unfolded below, causing his expression to shift dramatically, and he swallowed his words. Chen Xiaoqian gasped in shock, prompting Song Meng to look over in alarm. To their horror, they beheld the Yu Emperor's hand thrust into the chest of the as a result. These talismans transformed in midair into an overwhelming torrent of fire-based spells, surging forth with tremendous force. The might of this conflagration eclipsed even Lu Jing's true treasure, the Firebird. However, it seemed that few in the realm of cultivation could casually cast over 100 talismans at once. After all, what was being expended here were not mere talismans, but rather hundreds of spirit stones. The sheer magnitude of this display astonished Song Meng and Chen Xiaoqian, even causing the dazed Zhong Wenyang to blink in bewilderment as she watched. Below, the Yu Emperor was initially taken aback by the spectacle, but soon discerned that these were merely low-tier spells, prompting him to dismiss them with disdain. He was acutely aware that, thanks to the protective blood light surrounding him, these spells posed no threat. His focus remained firmly on the immediate matter at hand. Once that was resolved, eliminating his adversaries would be as effortless as plucking something from a bag. Just as a flicker of trepidation crossed the Emperor's eyes, the vast sea of flames engulfed him and the blue-robed figure in a cacophony of thunderous explosions. Indeed, regardless of how deafening the blasts were or how soaring the flames, both the Emperor and the blue-robed figure emerged unscathed amidst the bloodlight. The crimson aura emanating from the blue-robed figure had largely transferred to the Emperor, who now appeared to be in his 30s, eliciting a glimmer of delight from him. At that moment, upon witnessing Han Li's intervention, Chun Xiaoqian and her companions unleashed their magical artifacts to assault below, believing that the two individuals were engaged in some form of malevolent sorcery and thus vulnerable to a relentless counterattack. However, as soon as their magical artifacts were deployed, a blinding flash of white light erupted between the Emperor and the blue-robed figure, followed by a deafening roar. The white light pulsated, engulfing the two within its radiance. The terrible spiritual power contained within the white light, coupled with the expression of terror on the Emperor's face, was starkly evident to Chen Xiaoqian and the others, filling them with both astonishment and elation. They instinctively turned their gazes toward Han Li, clearly recognizing this scene as the handiwork of their fellow disciple. Yet, Han Li's expression betrayed no joy. Rather, it grew increasingly frigid. "Do not celebrate too soon. That fellow is far from dead," he remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at them. This statement sent a jolt of alarm through the group, prompting them to look back. Indeed, amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the Emperor's spiritual aura remained faintly detectable, suggesting that while he still existed, he was significantly weakened. Sensing this through his spiritual perception, Song Ming and the others regained their composure, commanding their magical artifacts to hover restlessly in the vicinity, poised to strike as soon as the Emperor revealed himself, seeking vengeance for their fallen comrade. Coughed out cough. "I must admit, I underestimated you. I did not expect you to be the most formidable of this lot. What on earth have you concealed within those talismans that even my protective bloodlight cannot withstand?" A coughing voice emerged from the smoke, gradually stabilizing and growing increasingly frigid and robust. Song Ming and the others were visibly alarmed, and even Han Li felt a profound sense of dread. "Just a thunderbolt, that's all. I truly did not anticipate that there exists in this world a foundational cultivator capable of withstanding the thunderous wrath of the heavens and emerging unscathed." Han Li sighed deeply and spoke slowly. With a wave of his hands, more than 10 puppet beasts and soldiers materialized before him in a dazzling white light, each one aiming directly at the gradually clarifying silhouette on the ground. Upon the emergence of that figure, Song Ming and the others unleashed their magical artifacts without hesitation, but after a surge of red light, all their artifacts simultaneously severed their connection to their masters. Then, the bloodied and dirt-streaked figure of the Blood Sovereign emerged from the haze, his eyes, filled with a vengeful glint, fixated intensely on Han Li. Chapter 326. Blood Spirit Drill. Han Li did not regard the Blood Sovereign's venomous expression. A golden ruler, a pair of purple blades, and a blue long sword floated ethereally within the bloodlight, precisely the magical artifacts belonging to Song Ming and his companions. At this moment, they remained utterly still in the sanguine glow. Clearly devoid of sentience, Han Li's gaze flickered with contemplation. It appeared that this individual's protective blood magic specifically tarnished ordinary artifacts, leaving only that pair of black dragons unscathed by such malevolent powers. Moreover, thus far, this individual was the sole one to manifest, suggesting that the self-proclaimed Black Fiend sect master in the blue robe had indeed perished beneath the thunderous strike. With this thought, Han Li felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, he had no intention of granting his opponent any respite. With a mental command, his 10-odd puppets launched their assault. A cascade of colorful light arrows and beams descended relentlessly, aimed at the adversary below. Although Song Ming and the others were too startled by the loss of their artifacts to dare use them, upon witnessing Han Li's offensive, they instinctively began to weave hand seals and recite incantations. Hurling various spells and talismans downward in a continuous stream, they understood all too well that only by striking with unwavering resolve could they shatter the last remaining enemy before them, thus preserving their lives and liberating themselves from the nightmares of their fallen comrades. The Blood Sovereign below remained expressionless, yet with a gentle gesture of his hand, a massive blood-red shield materialized before him, effortlessly absorbing all assaults directed his way. However, The sanguine aura enveloping the blood sovereign appeared increasingly tenuous, exuding a sense of imminent collapse, which only intensified the onslaught from Han Li and the others above. The blood sovereign let out a cold snort, and without further ado, he reached into his robes, producing a small dark green vial. Swiftly, he poured out a pill the size of a longan, its surface of vibrant crimson, emanating an overpowering scent of blood, indicating it was far from a benign remedy. Yet, without hesitation, the blood sovereign swallowed it whole, discarding the vial carelessly, which astonishingly contained only that single pill. The blood-red pill descended into the blood sovereign's belly. A shocking transformation occurred. His countenance brightened, and the sanguine glow surrounding him regained its brilliance, while the visible wounds on his body began to vanish at an astonishing pace. In that fleeting moment, the formidable adversary in Han Li's mind regained an air of calm and composure, as if all consumed magical energy and injuries had reverted to their state prior to Han Li's thunderous strike. This was utterly preposterous. How could such a phenomenon exist in the world? Song Ming, witnessing this turn of events, found himself so stunned that he forgot to launch the several ice spikes he had conjured. Repeatedly murmuring in disbelief, Han Li, equally astounded, was left bewildered by the extraordinary effects of whatever the opponent had ingested. He had never encountered a situation akin to this in the myriad of ancient texts he had perused. He was consuming the Zidin, a life-saving elixir that could only be concocted by those who had mastered several particular magical arts and were willing to sacrifice their own cultivation. This potent substance could only be ingested by the individual who prepared it, as it would prove to be a lethal poison to anyone else. A chilling voice emanated from behind Chen Xiaoqian, causing Han Li to momentarily startle, while Chen Xiaoqian turned around, her face alight with joy. "Sister Zhong, you are unscathed. I am quite well, nothing of great concern," she replied. "However, upon witnessing this fiend who has slain Brother Liu, I am determined to take his life." The recently awakened Zhong Wei and I managed a faint smile at Chen Xiaoqian before her expression turned icy. "We all seek to eliminate him. The crucial issue is that he harbors the same intent," Han Li remarked coolly, not bothering to glance back at these words. Zhong Wei's gaze dropped in astonishment, and her countenance darkened abruptly. Below, the formidable adversary, Yu Huang, had retracted the shimmering shield during their discourse, his sanguine aura swelling to several yards in thickness, while the magical artifacts he had seized began to dissolve within the crimson glow. Various spells and puppet attacks were thwarted outside this sanguine barrier, and prior to this moment, the individual's protective radiance had barely extended a few feet. His cultivation had evidently surpassed its former limits. He raised his gaze, coldly surveying Han Li and the others, and suddenly extended an arm, grasping at the air. A fiery red orb shot forth from a concealed location behind him, landing precisely in his palm. Witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of intrigue ignited in Han Li's eyes, reminiscent of the blue-robed individual who had perished beneath his heavenly thunderchild. It appeared that this orb was the remnant of that individual. With the blood-condensed 5 elements pill now gathered, should he succeed in eliminating this fiend, it would yield significant benefits for his golden core cultivation. "Young man, do you still possess the heavenly thunderchild? If so, I shall remain here to receive another, to determine whether your heavenly thunderchild is more formidable or my defensive magical prowess is superior," Yu Huang stated coldly, stowing the orb within his robe. The utterance of these words rendered those present momentarily speechless, prompting them to direct their gazes back to Han Li. While Han Li maintained an unperturbed demeanor, inwardly, he scoffed, responding with calm curiosity. "I too am intrigued to discern whether you are the Black Fiend's leader or if that individual was the true threat. Moreover, it appears you have absorbed a substantial portion of that individual's cultivation. It is perplexing that such practitioners would willingly become vessels for others. I find myself somewhat bewildered." Han Li refrained from addressing the inquiries posed by his counterpart, instead redirecting the conversation, clearly signaling a clash of wills. Yu Huang, however, displayed a peculiar expression, a blend of mockery and lamentation. Yet, shortly thereafter, a sinister aura heightened upon his visage, his brows furrowing ominously. Han Li felt a chill in his heart and subtly parted his lips, whispering a few words to the ears of the others, leaving Chen Xiaoqian and Song Ming in a state of astonishment. Noticing their reactions, Han Li coldly declared, "I have spoken my piece. Whether you believe it is entirely up to you." This statement, voiced without the aid of sound transmission, was clearly audible even to Yu Huang below. causing his expression to turn frosty as he swiftly raised a hand, directing a crimson beam, as thick as a thumb, that vanished in an instant, reappearing before Han Li in the blink of an eye. Startled, Han Li was taken aback by the astonishing speed of the crimson light. Nevertheless, he managed to overlap his white phosphorus shield and tortoiseshell artifact in a defensive posture before a surge of azure light enveloped him, conjuring a protective azure shield around his form. Faced with this unknown assault, Han Li dared not let his guard down in the slightest. With a couple of faint sounds, he instinctively pivoted sharply, just as a searing heat surged through his right shoulder. Followed by a wave of excruciating pain, his expression turned grim as he glanced over his shoulder, revealing a gruesome sight. Blood gushed from a gaping hole the width of a finger that had appeared on his shoulder. Moistening his parched lips with his tongue, Han Li gazed incredulously at the two artifacts before him, discovering a similarly sized puncture had manifested on the overlapping white phosphorus shield and tortoiseshell, both of which had been effortlessly pierced by the unassuming crimson light that as for the azure sword shield he had conjured, it had proven utterly ineffective, shattering upon impact and vanishing without a trace. Consumed by the red glow to this revelation, Han Li's heart sank. Had it not been for his extensive training in the Luoyan step, allowing him to react with agility, he would have surely met his demise from a fatal blow to the heart. In this realm of cultivation, a moment's lapse could spell doom for anyone. The more he pondered, the more unease gripped his heart. Although he was aware that his opponent had absorbed the majority of the blue-robed man's spiritual energy, significantly enhancing his strength, the sheer magnitude of this newfound power was utterly unexpected. Unbeknownst to Han Li, as he was engulfed in terror, the Yu Emperor, witnessing that his attack had failed to eliminate Han Li, was equally astonished. Despite the seemingly effortless nature of his earlier strike, the blood spirit drill was a technique he had painstakingly refined, compressing certain primal energies within himself dozens of times, concealed for a surprise lethal strike, an entirely one-time attack. The process of refining it was excruciating, and crafting even a single one took an inordinate amount of time. It was one of the deadliest moves of his demonic cultivation. Previously, he had found great success with this technique, never having encountered a cultivator capable of evading its strike. Yet now, the fact that it had merely inflicted a light injury on Han Li left him astounded. Presently, he had only one blood spirit drill remaining within him. Should he attempt to attack Han Li once more? This dilemma left him in a state of hesitation. Chun Xiaoqian and her companions, having witnessed the attack and Han Li's injury, could not help but turn pale. Unbeknownst to them, Han Li had become the cornerstone of their morale. His unexpected injury sent waves of panic through the others. "Let us go," Han Li declared without hesitation as he shifted his gaze from his wound. He then channeled his spiritual energy into the divine wind boat beneath him, instantly propelling himself to the side. Hearing his command, Song Meng, Zhong Wenyang, and the others exchanged glances before swiftly following in Han Li's wake. Observing this turn of events, the Yu Emperor was taken aback momentarily, but soon broke into a cold laugh. In an instant, he soared into the air, preparing to pursue them. However, a sudden flurry of movement caught his eye as 10 uniquely shaped puppets encircled him. Chapter 327. Entering the formation. "Get lost," he bellowed, and a swirl of blood light enveloped the puppets, rapidly spinning around them before letting out a long howl, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as it pursued Han Li and the others, vanishing from sight in an instant. After a brief moment, the motionless puppets suddenly shattered and plummeted from the sky, dismembered to the point of not a single one remaining intact. Han Li, hovering above the grand formation he had established, sensed the situation with clarity through his split consciousness. With a tinge of regret, but without a hint of hesitation, he summoned the others and dove straight down into the small bamboo grove below. As Han Li and his companions descended, the Emperor of Yu, slightly obstructed by the puppets, soared after them like a bolt of lightning, witnessing Han Li's entry into the bamboo forest with utmost clarity, which filled him with a mix of surprise and delight. Upon reaching the area above the bamboo grove, he noticed that Han Li and his group showed no intention of emerging from the thicket. With a sinister smile, he swiftly waved his hands, forcing a segment of the bloodlight surrounding him to split off. With a soft hiss, this fragment of bloodlight shot downwards towards the bamboo grove, expanding midair to an enormous size, completely enveloping the space above it, casting a ghastly red hue below. Observing the bloodlight silently invade the wild bamboo grove, the Emperor of Yu revealed a trace of smug satisfaction. As long as his protective demonic light ensnared this grove, he could activate another secret technique to dissolve everything within it without leaving a trace if his adversaries found themselves in such dire straits. He would bear no blame for his ruthlessness. After a flurry of intricate hand gestures, he formed the necessary seals to initiate the secret technique. The bloodlight that had been lifted suddenly emitted a blinding radiance, sinking downwards and halting its ascent. Yet, the Emperor was not content with this alone. With a delicate flick of his fingers, he sent another wave of bloodlight, equal in scale to the previous one, cascading downwards, merging seamlessly with the existing bloodlight. The entire blood-red veil deepened in color, even exuding a faint, nauseating scent of blood. Witnessing this scene, the Emperor of Yu revealed a hint of satisfaction, his fingers dancing as he unleashed a series of diverse spells, each integrating into the tumultuous blood veil below. As the spells entered, the blood veil surged violently, engulfing the entire bamboo grove in its embrace, the deep crimson light pressing down heavily, while the remaining azure and white luminescence struggled to hold its ground, seemingly on the verge of being overwhelmed. Seeing this, the Emperor finally felt a sense of relief. For him, extinguishing Han Li and his companions was merely a matter of time. They were trapped without hope of escape. However, the aftermath posed a rather delicate challenge. It seemed that the Emperor of Yu could no longer maintain his reign and would have to conceal his identity and start anew. Such thoughts, tinged with regret, coursed through his mind. As the Emperor of Yu contemplated his retreat in the skies above, a few individuals within the bamboo grove, led by Song Meng, were engulfed in trepidation. Upon receiving Han Li's telepathic message instructing them to withdraw, they had trusted in his formidable strength and followed his command, believing it would ensure their survival. However, to their utter disbelief, they found themselves trapped in this inexplicable bamboo grove, ensnared in a dire predicament. Although the grove appeared to be fortified by protective formations, it was now suffocated by the enemy's sanguine aura, rendering the array precarious and on the verge of collapse, with the imminent threat of annihilation looming over them. How could they not be filled with rage and despair? Han Shidi, is this truly your contingency plan? Song Meng murmured in disbelief. Indeed, is there a problem? Han Li replied, gazing upwards at the unfolding situation without turning back. Song Meng's face drained of color, and the expressions of Zhong Wei Nyang and Chun Xiaoqian, who had lost her dual cultivation partner, reflected a similar pallor. Only Chun Xiaoqian, glancing at Han Li's impassive visage, exhibited a flicker of contemplative intrigue in her eyes. Han Li, if you possess other means, please disclose them. Do not leave us in the dark. I trust that with your capabilities, you could not have prepared merely this single fallback. Chun Xiaoqian suddenly spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing her words, the other three were taken aback. Then their spirits lifted as they turned their hopeful gazes towards Han Li. Clearly, they shared the sentiment that Han Li, given his meticulousness displayed in prior confrontations, could not be so foolish as to rely solely on this arrangement. Surprised by her inquiry, Han Li lowered his head slightly and offered a faint smile to his companions. Rest assured, since I have brought you here, I am fully aware of what lies ahead, he stated with an air of nonchalance, then reached into his storage bag and produced a small flag of a deep violet hue, its surface adorned with a myriad of intricate symbols and incantations, indicating it was far from a mundane artifact. This an array flag. Zhong Wei Nyang exclaimed in astonishment. Instruments such as array plates and flags were indeed rare in the kingdom of Yu. Senior sister, your knowledge is truly profound. Han Li praised her, tacitly affirming her words. This revelation greatly surprised Song Meng and the others. Their confidence slightly bolstered. It appeared that Han Li indeed had other preparations in store. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, Han Li held the small flag between his hands, and with a subtle gesture, it instantly enlarged several-fold, emanating a faint azure-violet glow, with the array flag horizontally positioned on his palms. He chanted a few incantations before suddenly exclaiming, "Fly!" In an instant, the azure-violet flag shot forth with a whoosh, disappearing from sight in a specific direction. Following this, Han Li retrieved 3 identical array flags from his storage bag and employed the same method, sending them soaring into different directions, where they vanished without a trace. After completing this sequence, Han Li cast a cold glance skyward, now holding an inconspicuous apricot yellow array plate in his hands. This plate appeared dull and unremarkable. Yet Han Li solemnly cradled the artifact, raising it above his head and giving it a gentle shake that a robust yellow beam of light surged skyward, striking directly at the pale blue shield above. Almost simultaneously, beams of golden, azure, crimson, and cerulean light erupted from the other four directions, converging into the shield above. The once precarious azure and white light barrier became remarkably stable upon the infusion of the five-colored light pillar, accompanied by the faint sound of a tide. This sound evolved from a gentle whisper to a crescendo, growing louder and more rapid, eventually resembling an endless rumble of thunder consolidating overhead, sending shivers down one's spine, rendering them utterly transfixed. As the sound intensified, the azure and white protective light gradually transformed into a resplendent array of five-colored radiance, remaining steadfast against the tumultuous red light that surged and collided from outside. Akin to a rock steadfast amidst a raging tempest, witnessing this spectacle, Song Ming and the others released the tension that had gripped their hearts, realizing that the formation devised by Han Li was indeed far from simple. And it appeared their safety was assured. Upon observing the anomalous fluctuations within the formation, the figure above made several attempts to activate his dark powers, yet he was unable to impede the burgeoning brilliance below. Sensing the situation had taken a dire turn, his mask of coldness faltered, revealing a flicker of hesitation. After furrowing his brow, he suddenly stomped his foot and gestured with his hand. Instantly, the crimson light beneath him surged back towards him, like a river flowing upstream, diminishing in size as it did. Without hesitation, he turned and transformed into a sphere of blood light, soaring into the sky with a speed that would leave even Han Li feeling inferior. However, though he departed swiftly, his return was even swifter. For reasons unknown, after circling in the sky, he found himself back at his original position. A look of incredulity crossed his face, and he attempted to escape again, flying back and forth 7 or 8 times. Yet each time he barely moved away from his starting point, dutifully tracing a circle in the sky before returning once more. At this juncture, the expression on Yu Huang's face shifted from one of confusion to one of palpable fear. Observing this scene, Han Li let out a cold chuckle, while Song Ming and the others stood dumbstruck. And Zhong Wei-Nyang clenched her fists in a mix of surprise and elation, oblivious to the long gash her sharp nails had carved into her skin, blood flowing freely. Chen Xiao Qian's expression was unexpectedly complex, revealing deeper layers of emotion. Han Li had no time to elucidate the mysteries of the inverted five elements formation. Instead, he raised a hand to summon forth a white phosphor shield and a turtle shell artifact. Encircling himself, and solemnly declared, "Everyone with talismans, now is the time to activate them. We shall strike together to vanquish this individual. Since he is ensnared within this grand formation, he cannot escape in the immediate future." Han Li spoke with utmost confidence. Upon hearing his assured words and witnessing Han Li retrieve a blue talisman and settle into a meditative stance, Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wei-Nyang silently produced a red and a yellow talisman from their storage pouches. Chen Xiaoqian Sr. and Song Ming exchanged a rueful glance. Neither possessed any talismans of their own, although Chen Xiaoqian Sr. had recently acquired a blue talisman left by a deceased companion. He was unfamiliar with its powers and efficacy, thus refraining from using it recklessly. Meanwhile, Song Ming's gray spear talisman had exhausted its power after the battle with the ice demon. Consequently, the two merely remained by Han Li's side, providing protection for the trio. At this moment, the trapped Yu Huang seemed to realize that his erratic flailing was futile, bringing him to a halt. Hovering motionless in the air, he lowered his head in contemplation. After a brief moment, the Emperor of Yu suddenly raised his gaze, a fierce expression crossing his face as he violently tore off the golden crown atop his head. His long, dark hair cascaded wildly in the wind, obscuring half of his visage, and when paired with the crimson hue of blood surrounding him, he appeared increasingly enigmatic and otherworldly. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly drew his sharp nails across his wrist in a crisscross motion, causing a torrent of fresh blood to surge forth. Merging with the surrounding sanguine glow, the vibrant red light dimmed abruptly, transforming into a dark crimson shade. The nauseating scent of blood wafted through the air, reaching even the distant Song Ming and others, causing their faces to shift subtly. Yet they were powerless to intervene, forced to helplessly watch the enemy continue their incantation. Observing the transformation of the blood's hue, the Emperor of Yu opened his mouth and expelled 2 streams of red vapor onto his wrist. The nature of the spell remained unknown. However, the 2 deep wounds swiftly ceased bleeding, the crimson fading into a paler tint until it vanished entirely. Though the emperor's complexion grew markedly pale from the loss of blood, suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he reached into his robe, producing a bare, obsidian hilt that materialized in his grasp. This hilt, though not particularly large, approximately half a foot in length, lacked any luster and appeared exceedingly worn and unremarkable. Yet, the emperor held it with utmost care, as if it were not merely an inanimate object but an exceedingly perilous artifact. His gaze fixated upon the hilt as he began to utter incantations in a low murmur. The words, though faint and difficult to comprehend, carried a distinctly primordial essence that permeated the air, evoking an ancient aura. What was he intending to do? Song Meng, observing this scene from a distance, was taken aback, instinctively questioning aloud that I do not know. Perhaps he is casting some formidable spell, replied a fellow disciple. Equally perplexed by the incomprehensible incantation, concern evident in their voice. Despite their uncertainty regarding the enemy's intentions, it was clear from the emperor's self-inflicted wounds that he was driven to desperation, willing to risk it all. As Song Meng and his companion remained on edge, the cadence of the emperor's incantation hastened significantly, the primal essence intensifying that a flash of red light ignited in the emperor's eyes, culminating in a breathtaking spectacle. The hilt erupted with a burst of black light, floating in midair as if defying gravity, hovering approximately a foot above his head. Observing this, the emperor grew increasingly cautious. With remarkable dexterity, he formed intricate hand seals, causing strands of black blood to emerge from the sanguine illumination surrounding him. Initially, only a few strands appeared, but it wasn't long before dozens, even hundreds, surged forth, all irresistibly drawn toward the hilt. In the blink of an eye, the hilt became ensnared in a dense mass of black blood strands, which, after a period of writhing, coalesced into a sizable clump of tainted blood. The hilt was entirely enveloped within this grotesque amalgamation. Upon closer inspection, the coagulated mass displayed a peculiar mix of black and red, emanating an eerie glow that seemed to beckon one's very soul, an unsettlingly supernatural sight. Yet, the Emperor of Yu, witnessing this scene, could not conceal his elation as he dispersed the handprint. Just as he was about to employ another tactic, the black blood, which had previously ceased its writhing, emitted an extraordinarily brilliant black light and began to convulsively undulate once more. It rolled and expanded intermittently, exhibiting an alarming instability. Witnessing this scene, the joy that had briefly graced the face of the Emperor of Yu vanished entirely, replaced instead by an expression of terror. He hastily turned his gaze around, and when he looked back at the blood mass, the fear on his countenance deepened significantly. Yet, almost immediately, a resolute expression emerged on his face as he lowly growled several profound incantations. Then, biting down hard on the tip of his tongue, he spat forth a mouthful of tainted blood, accompanied by a fragment of his own tongue, all of which splattered onto the ever-shifting blood mass. The black blood mass absorbed these foreign substances and at once ceased its transformation, the dazzling radiance dimming considerably. Observing this, the Emperor of Yu, still not entirely reassured, frantically executed a dozen or so hand signs, all of which he directed at the mass in one breath. Consequently, the last flicker of light upon the blood mass dissipated entirely. It was only then that the Emperor of Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. However, after expelling that drop of vital blood, his visage aged by a decade, appearing exceedingly haggard. Yet, he could not afford to concern himself with anything else. With a flick of his hand, a considerable portion of the blood light emanating from his body surged towards the blood mass, while a low, resonant voice echoed once more, albeit somewhat indistinct due to the loss of the tip of his tongue. Before long, the black blood mass enveloped in blood light gradually elongated and reshaped itself, revealing the dark hilt of a blade. Ultimately, it transformed into a true long sword composed of black blood, exuding an astonishing aura of sanguine energy. Upon sighting this blade, fervor ignited in the Emperor of Yu's expression. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the hilt and held it firmly in his hand, casually swinging it. Though no visible power was exhibited, nonetheless, a profound sense of satisfaction illuminated his features, casting a deep gaze upon the blade. The Emperor of Yu let out a triumphant howl, transforming both himself and the sword into a colossal sphere of blood light that surged violently towards the bamboo grove below, inciting considerable anxiety among those like Song Meng, who were keenly observing the situation at this juncture. Han Li, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them, his gaze icy and penetrating as it fixed upon the descending blood mass. Although he had been below, activating the talisman in his possession, his formidable spiritual awareness allowed him to keep a meticulous watch on his opponent's actions. However, the moment the black blood sword took shape, Han Li's spiritual consciousness, which had been hovering nearby, was forcibly drawn towards the black blade, as if it sought to consume him entirely. This shocking development prompted Han Li to hastily retract his consciousness. Fortunately, the sword's alluring pull stemmed solely from its own nature and was not under the direct control of the Emperor of Yu, allowing him to escape with relative ease and promptly return to his physical form. Nevertheless, the experience left Han Li drenched in cold sweat. Had his spiritual awareness truly been absorbed by this malevolent blade, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences that might have ensued. Although Han Li recognized the formidable nature of this sword, his confidence in the hastily arranged reversed five elements great formation was even stronger. After all, the Jidon stage cultivator Lei Wankai had once remarked that even he found it no simple feat to dismantle the original, unrefined version of the reversed five elements formation. Now, with the implementation of this more powerful newly devised formation artifact, despite its incomplete arrangement, he firmly believed that a mere foundation-building cultivator would not be able to breach this formation in such a short span of time. Thus, although he opened his eyes, a sense of calmness lingered in his heart. As Han Li's thoughts swirled, the blood light emanating from the Yu Emperor collided with the five-colored radiance, producing an ear-splitting sound of immense pressure, which effortlessly repelled him. Yet, the Yu Emperor, having anticipated this, revealed a sinister smile, gripping the black blood knife tightly in his hands, and viciously struck towards the radiance. A piercing shriek erupted from the blade, followed by a dazzling flash of black light, as the knife unleashed an astonishing black blade aura extending over 10 zhong, slicing through the radiance with a resounding crack, creating a considerable breach that revealed a pathway wide enough for passage. The Yu Emperor, upon witnessing this, felt an overwhelming joy and wasted no time in dashing through the opening, his hands aglow with black light as he truly penetrated the aura. "What shall we do?" Song Meng exclaimed in panic. The other individual, though silent, bore a similarly anxious expression. "There is no need for alarm. That radiance is merely the first layer of defense. My grand formation is not so easily breached." At that moment, Han Li's calm voice echoed in their ears, instantly bringing a smile to their faces and restoring their composure. However, they were simultaneously astonished that this junior brother Han was capable of transmitting his voice while manipulating the talisman. Truly impressive. At this juncture, the Yu Emperor had swiftly traversed through the layer of radiance, clearly spotting the individuals in Huangfeng Valley below, including Han Li and the others as they activated their talismans. He immediately smirked ominously and leaped to a height of several zhong above Han Li, lightly waving his black blood knife, unleashing a 10 zhong long black blade aura, which descended menacingly. Chapter 329. Annihilation of enemies. Upon witnessing the Yu Emperor's attack on the meditating Han Li, Song Meng and his companion understood that, given the knife's power, they could not withstand even a single strike. Yet, in a moment of desperation, they raised their hands. One conjured a series of fireballs, while the other tossed a talisman that transformed into 7 or 8 massive stones, hoping to provide some meager resistance. Alas, their magical assaults were effortlessly obliterated before they could even approach the colossal blade aura. The blade aura turned again, accompanied by a foul stench, and descended with renewed ferocity. As Han Li observed the blade aura approaching, his expression remained unchanged, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Yu Emperor, taken aback by Han Li's composure, found himself momentarily stunned and, without pondering the deeper implications, struck down with the blade aura. As the knife descended, the scene before him blurred, and Han Li vanished from beneath him, the strike landing on empty space. Startled, he realized he had inexplicably returned to a height of several tens of zhong. With the five-colored radiance still in his view, having been transported back to his original position, the Yu Emperor's expression darkened considerably. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed several strikes to once again breach the radiance and descended below, while Han Li remained seated, calmly observing him. This time, the Yu Emperor refrained from recklessly charging forward. Instead, he shook his body, unleashing a vast expanse of blood light that engulfed the area, followed closely by the black blade aura. With prior preparation in mind, he finally discerned the eerie scene unfolding below. As the crimson light hovered approximately a foot above Han Li's head, it seemed to be devoured by an unseen force. vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, he sensed the emergence of his protective demonic aura in the high sky behind him, which had indeed been instantaneously transported back to its original position, in the midst of the astonishment of the Emperor of Yu. The strike he had aimed below proved utterly futile. After a swift flash of both man and blade, he reappeared in the lofty realm of the rosy light. This time, the Emperor's complexion paled significantly. Revealing a rare look of panic, he ceased his descent and instead brandished the black blood demon blade in his grasp, unleashing a flurry of crescent-shaped slashes in various directions, desperately seeking a flaw in the formation. However, shortly after the blade rays were cast forth, they rebounded unchanged after a flash of white light, leaving him in a state of utter disarray as he frantically attempted to intercept his own fierce assault. Previously, the Emperor of Yu had harbored little concern about this array, merely sensing a hint of illusion within it, convinced that with his formidable demonic powers, breaching a minor formation would be a trivial task. Yet now, confronted with the sudden displacement of a person and the rebounding of his potent attacks, his heart plummeted. This was indeed a formidable formation, reputedly known as the Forbidden Great Array, capable of such constraints. Just as he felt an overwhelming sense of dread and foreboding, a surge of immense spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the rosy glow beneath him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He hastily tightened his grip on the black blade, while the sanguine light enveloping him began to whirl furiously, encasing him in a whirlwind of crimson that shielded him from the tempest. Then, two equally formidable pressures of spiritual energy erupted from below, and amidst a resonant humming, the rosy glow parted to reveal a circular passage approximately 10 feet in diameter. In an instant, a throng of azure small surged forth from the passage, transforming into a torrent of blue energy that rushed relentlessly towards the Emperor of Yu. It was the Qing talisman that Han Li had successfully activated. After the deluge had passed, a fiery red small sword and a yellow crystal orb followed in succession. The moment these two artifacts emerged from the passage, they underwent a transformation, one expanding to an enormous size, while the other emitted a blinding yellow radiance. Under the guidance of Qin Qian and Zhong Wenyang, the two talismans silently split apart, flanking the Emperor. Witnessing this scene, the Emperor of Yu's face turned an ashen hue. In a fit of desperation, he began to whirl the black blood blade with reckless abandon, unleashing a barrage of 7 or 8 massive blade rays that surged toward the azure small. To his astonishment, amid a cacophony of explosive sounds, he shattered over half of the small. Below, Han Li, who was manipulating the talismans, paled slightly, as their fates were intertwined. The might of the blood blade was indeed unexpectedly formidable. Fortunately, he did not have to engage in a direct confrontation. Yet, the Emperor of Yu was merely grasping at straws. Despite the obstruction of the blade rays, the remaining azure, along with the red small sword and the yellow crystal orb, seized the opportunity to dart ahead of the blood vortex, unhesitatingly piercing through. In the wake of this, a cacophony of piercing cries erupted from within the scarlet whirlwind, as the tricolored brilliance of blue, red, and yellow continuously blossomed, clashing fiercely against the black radiance. It was evident that the struggle within was nothing short of ferocious. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment and fury erupted from within, accompanied by a shattering sound as the black, yellow, and red hues flashed wildly. Subsequently, these three colors of light vanished entirely from the blood-laden winds, leaving behind the pallid faces and lifeless gazes of Qin Qian and Zhong Wenyang, who sat beside Han Li, 7th junior sister. "Are you all right?" Song Ming inquired anxiously upon witnessing this. "That I am fine. That blood knife is truly bizarre, managing to forcefully engage in a mutual destruction with the talismans of both myself and Sister Zhong." Qin Qian replied, retrieving 2 blue pills from her robe, consuming one herself and tossing the other to Zhong Wenyang. "Both of your talismans were destroyed," the other remarked, her expression one of sheer horror. In her mind, talismans should be invincible, second only to magical artifacts. "Indeed, I suspect that the accursed blade wielded by our adversary may very well be a remnant of some magical artifact," Zhong Wenyang stated. Having taken her pill, her complexion taking on an unusual flush as she spoke, her lips parting slightly, "The remnant of a magical artifact. How is that even possible?" Qin Qian expressed her astonishment. At that moment, a series of earth-shattering booms resounded overhead, prompting the group to look up in shock. Through the faint glow of dawn, a dazzling light, a mix of azure and crimson, erupted from the battlefield. Moments later, the bloodlight rapidly diminished, completely engulfed by the azure glow. Gradually, all the radiance faded, revealing the upright figure of the Yu Emperor. His face bore an expression of utter bewilderment. His lips moved as if about to speak, only to shatter like porcelain. His form crumbled into a heap of mangled flesh, plummeting from the sky, gently cradled by the glow above the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, Han Li's companions erupted in ecstatic delight, while Song Meng turned to Han Li, exclaiming with fervor, "Junior brother Han, you have vanquished this fiend. I knew you would succeed." I too unleashed the remaining power of the talisman to shatter his bloodlight. Otherwise, we might have been entangled for much longer. Han Li responded with a smile, a hint of self-satisfaction in his voice. It is worth mentioning that the method to draw forth the talisman's power is not something just anyone can wield. It is only through Han Li's extensive experience with various talismans that he has gleaned a modicum of insight. This is a sharp tactic against formidable foes, significantly reducing the frequency of talisman usage while greatly enhancing their power. Extremely effective against strong adversaries. Han Li had only recently comprehended this technique, and upon its unexpected application, he was able to annihilate an already severely weakened enemy in a single blow. Of course, the talisman itself had ultimately met its end. Turning to Ash, however, Han Li's thoughts were now focused on the blood-condensing 5 elements pill. After exchanging a few words with Song Ming, he unhesitatingly summoned 2 beast puppets and directed them towards the corpse of the Yu Emperor. The others paid little mind to this spectacle, as it was evident that Han Li alone had been responsible for the enemy's demise. Thus the spoils rightfully belonged to him. Meanwhile, Zhong Wenyang, having avenged her beloved, finally wore a smile of relief, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Han Li. She remarked that if Lu Shixiang and the others were aware of the situation, they would undoubtedly be grateful to Han Li for avenging them. This statement, however, made Han Li, who had ulterior motives for this journey, feel somewhat embarrassed. He quickly diverted the topic, suggesting that the others should hasten to search the palace for any remaining members of the Xia sect who might be lurking within, while he needed to tidy up and dismantle the great formation in this place. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the others from Huangfeng Valley immediately grasped his intention. He was clearly offering them the opportunity to scavenge the spoils from the Xia sect's lair. Instantly, Song Meng's face broke into a broad smile, while Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang felt a bit awkward. However, Han Li's nonchalant remark, "I will meet up with you after I finish tidying up, and there should be quite a few valuable items left by the leader of the Xia sect, which will be more than sufficient to compensate me," resonated with them, and they ceased their reservations. After all, they had indeed suffered considerable losses in today's fierce battle. Consequently, when Han Li released the Great Formation, the others swiftly took to the skies on their flying devices. Once he saw that they had vanished from sight,